King Kai asterisk, I struggle to craft a mere planet with my bare hands. Yet he seems capable of molding the very universe. Beerus, where's the supposed mortal? His energy surpasses even that of a destroyer. Grand Minister, how can you possibly wield the power of an angel? Red, so the advanced programming of cosmoparticles is indeed the power of an angel. Zeno, impossible. This is my authority. Red scratches head, huh? I simulated the rules using cells. Is that so difficult? Who claimed that Earthlings have limitations in their bloodline? Red, an Earthling, sit above the pantheon of gods. Asterisk chapter 1. A crisis upon crossing. I have become Chi-Chi's brother. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated, the shockwave causing dust to rain down upon the stone walls of the castle, akin to a minor earthquake. Within the castle chamber, Red abruptly opened his eyes, a tearing sensation of dizziness rushing over him. Two entirely different memories clashed and merged violently within his 14-year-old form. The son of the Bull Demon King? Red child? Chi-Chi's brother. Is this the Dragon Ball world? Did I doze off while binge-watching Dragon Ball and suddenly cross over? Lava Giant Bear. Adult form. It has gone berserk. Quick, protect the lady. Outside the castle, the terrified cries of minotaurs echoed, accompanied by the chaos of footsteps and the clashing of weapons. Giant Bear? Adult form. Red instinctively repeated as memories from this life surged forth. One of the most ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of Fire Mountain, immensely powerful with formidable defenses. Red abruptly sprang from his bed, instinctively bolting from the room with a speed that astonished even him. This body had clearly undergone rigorous martial training. Bursting through the castle gates, the sight before him crystallized the merging memories. Not far off, billowing clouds of dust heralded the charge of a bear-like behemoth, its body encased in fiery rock armor, towering over 5 meters in height, exhaling noxious sulfur fumes, while a few minotaurs writhed in agony on the ground. Red's peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure huddled behind a pillar, clinging desperately to its edge, eyes wide with terror. Chi-Chi? Red instinctively called out. Brother? Upon hearing his familiar voice, Chi-Chi rushed towards Red, clutching his clothing tightly, her pale face streaked with tears of distress. Brother, I'm so scared. Red gently patted Chi-Chi's small head, offering reassurance. Do not fear, Chi-Chi brother is here. Red, protect Chi-Chi. Everyone, prepare for defense, a rugged voice echoed from behind Red. A magnificent figure, like a cannonball, shot forth. Wielding an enormous battle axe akin to a door, it was none other than the Bull Demon King. Behind him, a group of robust Minotaur warriors brandished weapons and shields, forming two groups. One group shielded Red and Chi-Chi, while the other surged forward with the Bull Demon King toward the giant bear, swiftly forming a semicircular battle formation, coordinating their attacks to encircle the beast, showcasing the ferocity and discipline of the Minotaur warriors. Roar. The lava giant bear, having endured several heavy strikes from the Bull Demon King, remained unscathed despite its rugged hide. Instead, the relentless assault only served to incite its primal fury, roaring ferociously as it swung its massive paw at the Bull Demon King. Come at me. The Bull Demon King's battle spirit soared, his eyes reflecting no fear. After a lengthy struggle, both sides heaved heavily, their stamina evidently waning. Moments later, the Bull Demon King seized the opportunity presented by the giant bear's fatigue. His massive axe, imbued with energy, struck true against the creature's vulnerable neck. Die, you bastard! Clang! Bam! A deep gash was cleaved into the bear's tough lava shell, blood erupting forth in a torrent. Aru! The bear emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony. However, the beast's ferocity was ignited by its excruciating pain. On the brink of death, the threat propelled it into a frenzy. No longer targeting the Bull Demon King, it reared up on its hind legs, unleashing a more chilling and frenzied roar toward the heavens. Its body began to swell. Its aura grew increasingly violet, its fierce gaze fixated on Red and Chi-Chi. In its warped perspective, size dictated strength. It could not contend with the giant, but viewed the two diminutive figures as prey. Not good. The Bull Demon King's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, shield Red and Chi-Chi. He bellowed, swiftly placing himself before the giant bear. The warriors rushed to gather around their young master and mistress. This inflationary frenzy endowed the giant bear with tremendous strength, easily swatting aside the Bull Demon King as it charged toward the crowd with a thunderous roar. By the time the Bull Demon King regained his footing to intervene, it was too late. Damn it, how can I encounter such a situation right after crossing over? At that moment, Red's mind was a tempest of anxiety, fear, and resentment. A colossal sense of crisis washed over him like ice water as Chi-Chi's trembling hand clutched his garment, her face awash with terror. This scene crystallized his chaotic thoughts. A fierce instinct to survive and protect surged through his veins. Stay calm. Stay calm. This body has been honed through years of training. It must possess power. I must harness my inner strength and take action. I cannot simply await my fate. Buzz. Red's eyes lost their focus in an instant. The world around him fell into silence, as if the very frames of reality were slowed down. An invisible, potent wave of mental energy erupted from him, radiating outward. His mental acuity spread like radar, and within this mental perception, he discerned the chaotic energy within the giant bear coalescing and collapsing towards its chest cavity. At a pivotal juncture along the pathway of this energy surge, a critical node trembled violently under the strain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just above the bear's heart, slightly to the left, the energy flow was most turbulent, its structure alarmingly fragile. Right there, the only chance. A spark of unprecedented clarity ignited in Red's eyes. The energy deep within his being, spurred by this life-or-death moment, surged forth, igniting his spirit. This energy, amalgamated with years of arduous training, surged into his right fist, radiating an aura of power. There was no time for hesitation, no path for retreat. Red leapt over the human wall of warriors, bursting forth with speed beyond his usual capabilities. Like a gale, he charged towards the lava giant bear. Red, get back. The bull demon king roared. Die for me. Red launched his fist. Puffed. His fist plunged deep into the fissure of the bear's armor, striking precisely at the vulnerable energy node. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Ugh. Blarg. The colossal form of the bear instantaneously lost all strength, emitting an incomprehensible screech. The bear's massive body swayed before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous thud, stirring up clouds of dust. The threat of self-detonation was quelled at the precipice of explosion. Silence. A silence even more profound than before enveloped the castle. The bull demon king's rugged face was etched with disbelief and lingering fear. So close. Just a hair's breadth. If not for Red's impossibly precise strike. The Minotaur warriors stood as if petrified, gazing at the young boy who slowly straightened himself beside the fallen beast, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with a mix of relief and reverence. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted, so strong. Long live Lord Red. Chi-Chi broke free from the bull demon king, sprinting over, her voice brimming with admiration and unwavering reliance. Brother Red, you're incredible. Red affectionately ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, smiling as he reassured her, it's all right now. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Master Rashi and Initial Concepts of Training Methods. The lifeless body of the lava giant bear became the most conspicuous decoration in the square. Yet the atmosphere within the bull demon king's castle had dramatically transformed. The Minotaur warriors erupted in jubilant cheers, a mixture of euphoric relief and reverence for the red young master intertwining in their voices. Brother Hong, you are incredible, Chi-Chi exclaimed, tightly clutching Hong's arm, her small face radiant, as her previous fear was wholly supplanted by admiration. Humph, this vile beast dared to frighten my lovely sister. Later, I shall roast it for everyone to feast upon. How does that sound, Chi-Chi? Hong smiled at his adorable sister, affectionately tousling her hair. Yes, yes, Chi-Chi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The bull demon king's massive hand thudded heavily on Hong's shoulder, the force palpable, his face brimming with pride. Well done, my boy. You've truly brought honor to our name. That punch was simply marvelous. The foundation of the turtle school has not been in vain. He instinctively attributed the victory to his own teachings. Feeling the paternal affection on his shoulder, Hong also sensed the turbulent energy within him surging from the impact. Stop. I'm about to fall apart, he exclaimed, gazing at the fallen giant bear, clenching his fists as he felt the explosive energy that had nearly cost him his life. At that moment, the explosive aura within him began to stabilize rapidly, leaving behind a profound sense of emptiness. A clear realization, accompanied by a potent sense of defeat, surged within him. He had triumphed. Yet, had it not been for the beast's prior injuries and loss of sanity, had he not perceived its energy weaknesses, and had he not risked everything to provoke that energy, the consequences would have been dire. He silently assessed the extreme power he had just unleashed, comparing it to the 5 points of battle power of a gun-wielding farmer, estimating his strength to be around 35 to 40. This was the culmination of 14 years of arduous training. Memories from his previous life surfaced, that Saiyan boy, Goku, who had first appeared with a battle power of 42. Here he was, the young master of Flame Mountain, son of the Bull Demon King, heir to the Turtle School, exhausting all his efforts, only to barely contend with a wild beast under specific circumstances. A wave of helplessness mixed with fierce resentment gnawed at his heart. The limitations imposed by his human lineage felt like an invisible shackle, pressing heavily upon his shoulders. The innate talents of the Saiyans seemed almost like a cheat. Were Earthlings destined to be trampled? No. There must be another path. His spiritual perception still sensed energy. Reflecting on his past experiences with anime, he recalled that the stronger the energy, the stronger the body became. If that were the case, could energy not amplify one's potential? Perhaps he should not solely pursue overwhelming energy, but instead explore nurturing himself with energy. Delving deeper into his latent capabilities, this could very well be the only hope to shatter the cursed shackles of lineage. He lifted his gaze to meet the astonished, fearful, and elated eyes of his father, the Bull Demon King. Despite his face smeared with dust and beast blood, the boy's expression was one of deep contemplation. At that moment, his heightened spiritual perception, sharpened from the recent explosion of power, distinctly caught a whiff of pure, serene energy approaching from a distant direction, moving toward Flame Mountain at a steady, tranquil pace. The aura was reminiscent of an infinite ocean, profound and vast. Hong's heart skipped a beat, his gaze sharpening, the fatigue dissipating slightly. What is this energy? Father, someone powerful is coming from the west, Hong said, raising his head to address the Bull Demon King, his tone grave. The Bull Demon King's expression grew serious as he concentrated his senses. Moments later, awe and excitement danced across his face. That energy cannot be mistaken. It is Master Roshi. Barely had the words left his mouth when a figure appeared at the castle gates, bearing a massive turtle shell, clad in a flamboyant shirt. A golden bead hanging from his chest, and small round sunglasses perched on his nose, leaning on a wooden staff, ambling leisurely forward. It was none other than Master Roshi. The Bull Demon King hastily stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master Roshi, what brings you here? Your presence truly graces us. This is my son, Hong. Hong, quickly greet Master Roshi. Stepping forward, Hong slightly bowed. Master Roshi. Simultaneously, Hong's spiritual energy shifted into scanning mode, cautiously probing toward Master Roshi. As he did so, Hong's heart trembled. The energy was vast as the abyss, pure and refined. The energy coursing through the old man's frail body was like liquid gold, harmonious and singular, embodying the pinnacle of earthly martial arts, truly terrifying. I happened to pass by and felt a violent, rampaging energy, so I came to take a look, Master Roshi said. Leaning on his staff, one hand resting behind his back, exuding an aura of a sage. His gaze swept from the Bull Demon King to Hong, pausing momentarily before nodding approvingly. Ah, it is you, Hong. You've grown quite well. Not bad. A solid foundation. Upon noticing Chi-Chi beside Hong, he suddenly appeared before her with a swiftness that could only be described as instantaneous, bending over with a goofy grin, his sunglasses having slipped down to his nose. His eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at Chi-Chi. How wonderfully adorable. The sage-like demeanor crumbled in an instant. Ah, Chi-Chi yelped. Startled by the sudden appearance of Master Roshi, hurriedly retreating behind Hong, her face contorted with disgust as she glared at the increasingly lewd expression of the old master. Hong watched the abrupt transformation of Master Roshi's demeanor, shaking his head in exasperation. Truly, this was the essence of Master Roshi, understanding his teacher's nature. The Bull Demon King felt a bit embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. Master, this is my daughter, Chi-Chi. Ahem. Bull Demon King, your children are both quite remarkable. Master Roshi cleared his throat awkwardly, readjusting his sunglasses, regaining his sage-like demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the square. Pausing momentarily on the fatal imprint upon the chest of the lava giant bear, before swiftly changing the subject. Oh, this massive creature met its end in quite a unique manner. Bull Demon King, it has been ages since we last met. When did your fighting style transform? Master Roshi remarked, tapping the bear's corpse with his staff, his voice carrying a lazy jest. The Bull Demon King quickly replied, Master Roshi. It was my son who defeated this lava giant bear. At the mention, Master Roshi squinted, scrutinizing Hong anew, a glint of sharpness flickering behind his sunglasses. Having lived for over 300 years, he sensed something unusual about this boy. His gaze was tranquil and profound, far surpassing that of his age. And though his energy was weak, it brimmed with vitality. What astonished him further was the way this boy looked at him, as if he could penetrate the surface and gaze directly into the essence of his power. Oh, young lad, how did you imprint this mark upon the chest of the giant? Even old Bull Demon King's hide pales in comparison. Does your little fist hold some significance? Master Roshi inquired with great interest. Hong, eager to seek Master Roshi's guidance to validate his training methods, replied earnestly, I possess a keen sensitivity to energy, allowing me to perceive the flow of energy within it. In its fury, the energy compresses and collapses at a singular point, which paradoxically renders other energy connection points exceedingly vulnerable, akin to a string stretched to its breaking point. I merely struck that string. Perception? Energy flow? Collapse point? Master Roshi's pupils narrowed behind his sunglasses. To identify flaws and deliver a fatal blow amidst a monster's fury and chaotic energy, This talent and perception indeed marked him as extraordinary. His understanding of energy far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Fascinating. Master Rashi's interest peaked, his smile becoming more genuine. He slowly lifted his hand. Fingers splayed toward Hong. Young lad, brace yourself. Let me test your capabilities. Universal Heavenly Palm Initiation. Chapter 3. The Confrontation of Spiritual Energy with the Universal Heavenly Palm. Validation of Training Methods. This gesture caused the Bull Demon King's expression to shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up Chi-Chi and fled, shouting to the nearby Minotaur warriors, "Quickly, everyone, retreat." Universal Heavenly Palm. As soon as the words left his lips, an invisible weight descended with a resounding crash. The air thickened, the pressure multiplying. A tsunami-like martial spirit combined with energy slammed toward Hong's body and soul. Hong's body staggered. His face turned pale. Veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat forming. Yet his eyes shone like cold stars, ablaze with fervent excitement and challenge. The dual onslaught of spiritual will and energy bore down upon him. "Bring it on!" Hong roared within, the indomitable spirit of a traveler igniting within him. His strongest asset was not merely his physical prowess, but this transformed, fortified soul and spiritual energy. "Concentrate. Stand firm." Hong's will surged. His colossal spiritual power and energy roared into action. A silent explosion resonated. In this clash of mental fortitude and martial will, Hong's spiritual energy and martial determination began to crystallize, gradually adapting and even starting to perceive this aura. "What is this?" "This energy possesses attributes." After a moment of astonishment, Hong was overwhelmed with joy. "I see it now. It turns out that energy can be transformed and its attributes altered through the guidance of mental will." Indeed, Hong had always believed that energy was merely a form of pure power. Suddenly, Master Rashi's smile vanished entirely. His sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing eyes wide with shock. Although he had not exerted himself, the pressure of this energy was something even a renowned master would find difficult to withstand. Moreover, this young fellow had discerned the transformations of energy use, a comprehension that surpassed many seasoned experts. Truly a genius, with remarkable talent and an indomitable spirit. A prodigy. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent." Master Rashi exclaimed, pausing, his face creasing into a smile that conveyed his delight. "Bull Demon King, you truly have a remarkable son. This boy possesses a solid foundation, resilient martial will, and an extraordinary talent. I haven't seen such potential in over 300 years." His gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it upon the heavily panting Hong, adopting an unprecedentedly serious tone. "Young one, tell me, what is your understanding of energy?" Upon hearing this, Hong recognized the opportunity had arrived. After slightly adjusting his aura, he met Master Rashi's gaze and shared his insights. "Master Wutian, I have just discovered that energy can indeed be transformed into other forms through mental fortitude." "Mental fortitude?" Master Rashi questioned, momentarily perplexed. "Yes, it is akin to what we commonly refer to as martial will, but I believe it encompasses more than that," Hong elucidated. "Go on." Master Rashi nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. "Martial will? I am certain Master Wutian comprehends better than I, so I shall not dwell on it. What I refer to as mental fortitude is simply the essence of intent, willpower, or soul energy. Those with exceptionally powerful mental fortitude may possess some remarkable abilities. I believe that some masters with supernatural powers owe their prowess to their formidable mental strength." "Indeed, quite insightful," Master Rashi remarked, his expression calm. Yet his heart was in a state of astonishment. He had heard that Old Crane had a disciple with supernatural abilities. It all made sense now. With Master Rashi's approval of his theory, Hong continued to present his hypothesis. "Master Wutian, I can sense that energy originates from the tiniest sparks within our bodies. Since energy nourishes the body, enhancing its strength, might we not use mental fortitude to transform this energy to further nurture and empower these sparks, allowing them to grow stronger? Wouldn't this create an ever-increasing cycle of energy?" He cautiously avoided mentioning cells, opting instead for the metaphor of sparks. Nourishing the sparks? Master Rashi was utterly taken aback. His sunglasses forgotten. Having lived for over 300 years, mastering the manipulation of energy and power, and even touching upon the realm of the divine, he had never encountered the idea of using energy to nourish the essence of the body. This notion was fantastical, yet hinted at deeper possibilities. A revolution, an absolute upheaval. He gazed at Hong, his eyes profound. "Young one, are you suggesting that these sparks could be nourished by energy, forming a cycle?" His tone was imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Hong took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Yes, Master Wutian. I can feel countless minute points of light within my body, akin to sparks. The stronger these sparks become, the more energy they produce. I believe that if we carefully use mental fortitude to transform the attributes of energy to nourish these sparks, allowing them to burn brighter and longer, we could generate greater and stronger energy, and the furnace that houses these sparks would become even more robust. He used this metaphor to elucidate the idea of energy nurturing the embryonic form of cells. Master Rashi pondered deeply, the wisdom of 3 centuries swirling in his mind. Traditional cultivation focuses on refining the body to accommodate more energy and skillful manipulation of it. Never had anyone considered nurturing the very source of energy. This line of thought was revolutionary. Yet, he sensed that the lively and sentient energy within Hong was indeed connected to the state of those sparks. How intriguing, bold, unprecedented. Master Rashi marveled, his interest piqued. However, no matter how brilliant the idea, a solid foundation is essential. Mere intuition is insufficient. One must first learn to ignite and control fire. Otherwise, rather than nourishing the sparks, one might inadvertently damage the furnace. He decided to teach in the most direct manner possible. Slowly, he raised both hands, palms facing each other at his waist. A simple yet profound gesture brimming with infinite mystery. Observe closely. This is my most powerful energy technique. Feel the fundamental application of energy. Master Rashi's voice resonated with gravity. Instantly, all eyes were focused on him. The Bull Demon King held his breath in awe. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in curiosity. Hong elevated his mental fortitude to its zenith, fully opening his senses and intensely concentrating on the space between Master Rashi's hands. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wow, what a massive bear! At that moment, a vibrant and exuberant shout, akin to thunder on a clear day, abruptly interrupted Master Rashi's demonstration, shattering the anticipation in the air. Outside the castle, a wild boy clad in a patched deep blue martial arts uniform, with a bushy monkey tail swaying behind him and hair standing on end, leaned halfway into the scene. His large, clear eyes bulged in astonishment as he stared at the colossal bear carcass in the center of the square, nearly drooling, his gaze sparkling with uncontainable desire. Excitedly, he shouted, "Incredible! It looks like it could feed us for ages. Amazing! Who defeated it?" Almost simultaneously, Hong's mental fortitude, magnetically drawn, instantly locked onto this suddenly appearing wild boy. A surge of primal vitality, far more potent than that of his peers, yet infinitely pure, washed over him. What astonished Hong even more was that deep within this aura, he vaguely sensed something extraordinarily unique and faint, brimming with unimaginable potential for explosive power. Like a dormant volcano, ready to awaken, Saiyan bloodline S cells. Hong's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 4, Turtle School Energy Technique Demonstration of Martial Fundamentals, Apprenticeship under Master Rashi. Chi-Chi was startled by the sudden loud voice, glancing toward the entrance where the wild boy with the tail was gaping at the giant bear. Hong admonished, "Hey, where did you come from, wild boy?" Interrupting my learning with Master Wutian so loudly. "You scared me." Sun Wukong cheerfully bounced in, his tail swaying as he addressed Chi-Chi. "I am Sun Wukong, out searching for my grandpa's relics. I heard there was a formidable monster here and came to see if I could find some food." He then turned to Master Rashi, who stood beside the giant bear, and asked, "Grandpa, did you defeat this bear? You're amazing. Can we roast it to eat?" Master Rashi shook his head, pointing at Hong. "It wasn't me. It was this young lad. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Let's roast it to eat." Boiling might work too." Wukong seemed a bit torn about how best to prepare the meal. "Don't make decisions on your own, you wild boy." Chi-Chi continued to scold. "Truly a social butterfly. This cockroach." Hong mused internally, though he felt no aversion to the boy. Hong smiled slightly and said, "No problem. I'll treat you to some roasted bear meat later." But wait a moment. After saying this, he bowed slightly to Master Rashi. "Master Wutian, I am eager to learn about the strongest energy techniques and their applications that you just mentioned. Please continue with the demonstration." "Excellent. Such a thirst for knowledge in martial arts." Master Rashi praised. Master Rashi returned his hands to his waist, and the energy around him began to surge. In an instant, Hong's mental perception transformed. He could clearly see Master Rashi's vast and pure energy being extracted from every cell in his body, converging, like countless streams. They surged toward his palms. This energy was precisely guided, constrained, and compressed by a formidable will, as countless energy flows converged, stacked, and spun at high speed. An energy core radiating a destructive aura frantically condensed and grew. Its internal ferocity far surpassed that of the bear's self-detonation by 100-fold, bound tightly by willpower. Buzzing. A radiant blue and white light ignited at the heart of the turtle sage's palm. The blinding brilliance, accompanied by the crackle of electricity, resonated in the air. Kamehameha. The turtle sage bent his waist and thrust his palm forward. Buzz. A magnificent column of blue and white light erupted forth, roaring and tearing through the atmosphere. With a force of annihilation, it traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, crashing into a distant, solitary mountain peak. Boom! A deep, thunderous explosion sounded, accompanied by a dazzling flash. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the summit of that colossal mountain vanished. Only the searing trace remained in the sky. Dust and debris drifted down, enveloping the scene in a haunting stillness. Under the weight of such devastating power, everyone collectively swallowed hard. Sun Wukong's mouth gaped wide, his small face flushed with excitement. He fixated intently on the turtle sage's hands as he concluded his display. His expression paled from the rapid depletion of his mental energy, breath quickening. Yet his eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with the exhilaration of discovery. He saw it. He silently cried out within, a momentous eruption from every cell in his body, gathering and compressing all his energy while simultaneously enhancing its vitality and penetrative force. This was the absolute mastery of spirit over energy. However, the greater the eruption, the heavier the burden on the cells. Like an overloaded engine, the turtle sage's demonstration perfectly illustrated the necessity of nourishing the flame of energy. To achieve a powerful output, one must first strengthen the source. Yet, all of this hinges on a solid foundation. This is the essence of the turtle school. The turtle sage stabilized his breath as he concluded, as if it were a mere act of convenience. He turned to the pale but fervent Red. "Youngster, do you understand?" Red, suppressing his excitement, replied, "Master Wu Tian, I witnessed the gathering, compression, transformation, and explosion of power. The process is exquisite, a supreme application of fundamentals." He gestured towards the obliterated mountain peak, noting that such an explosion seemed to impose a tremendous burden on the small flame that provided the energy, as if it had instantly sapped its strength. The turtle sage was genuinely moved. A brilliant light sparked in his eyes. This child not only grasped the process, but also astutely perceived the source of power and the cost of energy's eruption on the essence of life. Such insight is remarkable. "Can I learn this technique?" "It's incredible," Sun Wukong exclaimed with fervor. "To master the turtle school's energy technique requires 50 years of training." The turtle sage replied nonchalantly. 50 years, huh? After saying this, Sun Wukong attempted to mimic the turtle sage's stance. Pop! A slender beam of light shot forth, creating a small dent in the nearby wall. "I did it. But it's not as powerful as the old man as," Wukong said excitedly, gazing at the small pit in the wall. The crowd was left in astonishment. Red thought to himself, no wonder he is a prodigy from Dragon Ball. Not only does he possess immense potential due to his bloodline, but his martial talent is simply extraordinary. Chi-Chi looked on in disbelief. How can a wild kid's talent be comparable to my brother's? Are martial geniuses just popping up these days? Suddenly, feeling annoyed, she shouted at Sun Wukong. "Hey, Sun Wukong, you damaged the wall of my castle, you greedy little monkey." Upon hearing Chi-Chi's outburst, Bull Demon King reacted. "Sun Wukong? Are you really Sun Wukong? No wonder you're Gohan's grandson." "Nanny? Gohan? Son Gohan?" the turtle sage inquired. "Master, you didn't know? He is Son Gohan's grandson." Bull Demon King replied. "I see. Gohan did mention finding a child with a long tail. Ha ha ha. It seems Gohan has trained him quite well," he said, approaching Wukong. "Kid, how is Son Gohan doing now?" "Grandpa passed away long ago. I came out to search for his relics," Wukong replied. "What? Such a fine young man wasted," the turtle sage lamented, his heart filled with compassion and a desire to nurture. "Kid, would you like to train with me? Perhaps you could surpass me one day." "Really? Once I find my grandpa's relics, I will definitely come to train with you," Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "And you, Red?" The turtle sage turned to Red, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Red, equally excited, bowed deeply. "I greet you, master." Training under the turtle sage, a pinnacle of martial arts, would undoubtedly validate his path of cellular cultivation. The martial arts of Earth could be said to be unparalleled in the universe, and the turtle sage stood at the apex of this martial path. Chi-Chi, witnessing her brother and the wild child becoming disciples of the turtle sage, clasped her hands in prayer, gazing at the turtle sage with eager expectation. "Master Wu Tian, what about me?" "Ah, it's Chi-Chi. You can train alongside them as well." The turtle sage nodded at the expectant Chi-Chi. "Yay, I can train with my brother," Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully. "Turtle sage, Red, when are we going to roast bear meat?" "I'm so hungry," Sun Wukong said, patting his growling stomach with anticipation. Chi-Chi, observing his greedy demeanor, huffed. "All you think about is food, you wild monkey." The turtle sage regarded the uniquely gifted youth before him, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "Training requires diligence, and one must also keep their stomach full." Bull Demon King, start a fire. Today we feast on bear meat. Chapter 5. Initial attempts at cellular cultivation, Chi-Chi's daily banter with Wukong. The next day, In the Bull Demon King's castle courtyard, the turtle sage, exuding an air of masterly authority, was guiding the trio through the principles of cultivation. The eruption of power stems from a profound foundation. Without a robust furnace as a vessel, without resilient firewood as fuel, and without a strong will to bind it all. He pointed towards the distant volcanic crater. It is akin to a volcano out of control, ultimately resulting in destruction. Thus, the path of cultivation rests upon foundational strength. A robust physique, unwavering will, and meticulous control of energy are indispensable. Red and Wukong, you both possess extraordinary talents and immense potential. But remember, do not be overly ambitious. A solid foundation is essential for future growth. Otherwise, you will be building castles in the air. Although Chi-Chi's talent and potential were slightly inferior, she still surpassed many ordinary individuals. With perseverance, her future achievements would be boundless. The turtle sage paused and continued. In summary, the essence of my turtle school martial arts is foundation. All martial techniques, moves, and skills are built upon this foundation. Furnace, firewood, will, foundation, Red murmured. The turtle sage's words resonating within him like a clarion call, perfectly aligning with his thoughts on nurturing energy within cells. Though the turtle sage did not explicitly affirm this theory, his emphasis on foundational principles undoubtedly served as a tacit endorsement and guidance for Red's path. Master, Red's eyes shone with unwavering determination. I understand. Powerful strength requires an even stronger foundation to support it. During my training, I will not only focus on foundational exercises, but I will also endeavor to nourish my foundation with energy, strengthening the furnace and ensuring ample firewood. With each eruption, my foundation will become more stable. Wait until you can control that bit of energy within you with precision, as deftly as you command your own limbs, then attempt further. And remember to act within your limits. Do not overreach, lest you damage your foundation and live to regret it. The turtle sage cautioned. Yes, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master. The turtle sage acknowledged his training aspirations, and Red had finally taken the first step on the path of cellular cultivation, feeling exhilarated. Sun Wukong, standing nearby, was perplexed but chose not to interrupt today, scratching his head, unsure of how to ask questions. Wukong, there's no need to rush. Even if you don't understand now, as long as you lay a solid foundation, there will come a day when you will comprehend. The turtle sage patted Wukong's shoulder, indicating he need not worry. Chi-Chi, unable to contain herself, continued to tease Sun Wukong, observing his bewildered expression. You're such a simpleton. Even I understood. Heh. Red and Chi-Chi are so smart. Wukong sheepishly scratched his head, then declared with newfound determination, but I will train earnestly. Of course, I'm smarter than you. Chi-Chi blushed slightly at Wukong's compliment, feeling pleased, and, unable to hide her emotions, she made a face at him. All right, now let us commence our first lesson. The most fundamental, the horse stance. The turtle sage interrupted the two. You three little rascals, go fill the sandbags over there. And each of you must hang a sandbag on your hands, shoulders, waist, and legs. Yes, master. The three responded in unison. Wild monkey, saliva, stay away from my sandbags. Chi-Chi's crisp voice rang out sharply. She was laboriously tying heavy sandbags, her small face flushed with effort. Beside her, Sun Wukong circled another pile of sandbags, sniffing eagerly. It smells like beans. How can I run with these tied to my legs? I'm so hungry. Is there any bear meat left? Completely oblivious to his own feat of single-handedly defeating half a bear the previous night. Eat, eat, eat. What on earth is your stomach made of? You actually devoured half a bear yesterday. Chi-Chi exclaimed in exasperation as she stomped her foot. All right, Chi-Chi, Wukong, hurry up and secure those sandbags. We are starting our training, Hong interjected, feeling a headache coming on from this pair of little adversaries, who had been at odds since yesterday. Feet shoulder-width apart. Bend your knees. Straighten your back. Relax your shoulders. Sink your energy into your dantian. The turtle hermit's voice, though not loud, resonated with profound rhythm, striking at their hearts. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and assumed the stance, her small face serious. Sun Wukong squirmed restlessly. Master Wutian, standing still is so boring. How about we run and spar instead? Shut up, wild monkey. Focus. Chi-Chi scolded immediately. But, Chi-Chi, where's the dantian? Wukong asked, puzzled. You ignorant wild monkey. How can you not know what a dantian is? Chi-Chi found it hard to believe that a martial artist wouldn't understand the concept of the dantian. Hong chose to ignore this bickering duo, realizing that in the original story, Wukong was supposed to find the turtle hermit alongside Krillin and become his disciple. It seemed the butterfly effect of their time travel had already taken place. She could only hope that the changes wouldn't be too drastic, as losing the advantage of a seer would be detrimental. However, regardless of whether the plot would change, the path of cultivation and strengthening remained constant. Thus, she calmed her mind, grounded her stance, and began her training. As she settled into her horse stance, Hong's spiritual energy sank into her body. In her vision, muscle fibers trembled under the weight, bones bore the pressure, and blood flowed through countless cells that represented the source of life, flickering under the strain. Hong concentrated her thoughts, cautiously guiding the subtle energy within her body, attempting to direct it to the area of greatest burden under the weight. Under the dual drain of physical and mental energy, sweat gradually beaded on Hong's forehead, her body quivering in the horse stance, her complexion beginning to pale. The turtle hermit's gaze sharpened, landing on Hong. He sensed the peculiar flow of energy within her. It was neither explosive nor defensive, but rather seeping inward. It seemed she was attempting to nourish the small flame he spoke of. This child has already begun. The turtle hermit marveled, yet he refrained from interrupting. Time passed. Chi-Chi's face turned pale, her legs trembling, yet she held firm with sheer will, her heart swelling with pride for her brother, who stood straight as an arrow. In contrast, Sun Wukong, who occasionally twisted and looked around. TCH, wild monkey, is this all you've got? Wukong remained remarkably at ease, showing no signs of mental fatigue. The physical exertion was trivial to a Saiyan's robust physique. He fidgeted in his horse stance, casually observing whether strange birds could fit into his stomach. Hong was immersed in the process of nourishing her cells. The dizziness from the depletion of her mental energy intensified, but she was delighted to discover that. Under the continuous infusion of energy, the cells in the weighted area seemed to strengthen just slightly. Though exceedingly faint, their vitality appeared more vibrant. Moreover, as the energy flowed through these nourished cells, it felt as if it resonated, becoming gentler and smoother, subtly enhancing its compatibility with her body. Effective. Viable. Hong's heart soared with joy. This confirmed that the path of nourishing cells was not in vain. Time to rest. The turtle hermit's voice rang like celestial music. Chi-Chi groaned, collapsing to the ground to rub her legs. Wukong cheered as he dashed toward the enormous strange bird that had just flown by. I've decided. I'm going to eat you today. Hong slowly withdrew her energy and opened her eyes, exhaling a long breath. She felt a faint warmth deep within her leg muscles. A sensation of vitality that had been nurtured. The turtle hermit approached Hong, patting her shoulder, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. This child has truly found a method. After the break, Wukong returned dragging the giant bird, while Chi-Chi once again criticized the wild monkey for being a glutton, but as she looked at the giant bird, she couldn't help but swallow her own saliva. All right, enough rest. Now we begin training the fundamentals of punches and kicks. The fundamentals of punches and kicks proved to be far more engaging, and Wukong was filled with enthusiasm. The turtle hermit gestured with his hands behind his back. Chi-Chi learned diligently. Wukong relied purely on instinct, his movements bursting forth with wild energy, lacking any form, yet his speed and strength left everyone astounded. A humanoid beast, Hong practiced the basic techniques while simultaneously tuning into her energy. She focused on the subtle areas of power, guiding her energy to wash over and nourish every vibrant point within her punches and kicks. Each successful nourishment brought a barely perceptible sense of ease. After training, Wukong's terrifying appetite astonished everyone again. Not only did he clear the giant bird's meat, but he also finished off the leftover bear meat from yesterday. Licking his fingers, he exclaimed, delicious. Too little. Chi-Chi, is there more? Glutton, you've eaten everything. Chi-Chi shouted, staring at the empty bowl, on the verge of tears. She was still not full. Oh, Wukong, disappointed, scratched his head, and then turned his gaze to the bull-headed warrior standing guard. Hey, I've actually been meaning to ask. Can this bull be eaten? No. Chi-Chi and the Ox King bellowed in unison. The bull-headed warrior blinked in confusion. Uffed. The turtle hermit spat out his food. Hong leaned back slightly, dodging the turtle hermit's ambush, and looked at the disappointed son Wukong. Indeed, very much like Wukong. Chapter 6. The Beaten Turtle Hermit and the Hunted Son Wukong. Days later. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the distant sky, the sound of engines approached. The others looked up to see an orange-yellow flying vehicle soaring toward them. Wow, what is that? A strange big bird. Can it be eaten? Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Humph. Dirt monkey. That's a flying machine. Chi-Chi retorted, watching Wukong's wide eyes, always enjoying teasing him a bit. Moments later, the flying vehicle gently landed before the castle, and a girl, approximately 16 years of age, emerged from it. She held a peculiar mechanical device in her hand, emitting a series of beeping sounds. And the glowing spot on the device was aimed directly at the turtle hermit. Bingo! The girl exclaimed with excitement. She walked straight up to the turtle hermit, her eyes fixated on the dragon ball hanging from his chest. Grandpa, my name is Bulma. That orb of yours is quite unique. Could you give it to me? Or I could pay a high price for it. Money, or even a universal capsule. The turtle hermit adjusted his sunglasses and scrutinized the girl from head to toe. 300 years of righteous intentions instantly went down the drain. He stroked his beard, his small eyes sparkling with mischief. Hee, isn't she pretty? I found this over 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea. It has accompanied me for many years. However, he rubbed his hands together, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. Money, universal capsules, they are all external possessions. What I value more is the exchange of souls. For instance, if you let me touch you, just to feel the warmth of youth? His hands gestured lewdly as he grew increasingly restless, his eyes fixated on Bulma's alluring curves. Pervert. Bulma's sweet facade shattered in an instant, and she roared with fury, producing a super long alloy wrench from nowhere. Bang! The wrench struck the turtle hermit's bald head with tremendous force. The turtle hermit let out a blood-curdling scream as a shiny red lump instantly formed in the center of his forehead, his sunglasses askew on his nose, revealing a dull gaze. Bulma, seemingly unsatisfied, gritting her teeth in anger, delivered a powerful kick to the turtle hermit's face. If measured with a detector, one would find the force of that kick likely surpassed 100. The turtle hermit screamed once more, soaring through the air, spinning 3.5 times before embedding himself into the castle wall, his sunglasses slowly falling off, revealing a large footprint on his face, his body convulsing, eyes glazed over. 2 piercing screams echoed into the sky, lingering in the air. Well done. Teacher Wu Tian deserved that. Chi laughed heartily, hands on her hips, showing no mercy, as the old lecher had lecherously stared at her with a silly grin more than once or twice. Wow, so strong. Teacher Wu Tian got knocked down. Master Wu Tian, are you alright? Wukong inquired with curiosity as he leaned closer to Master Rashi, observing him intently. After pondering for a moment, he conjured a slender stick from seemingly nowhere and poked at Master Rashi's foot. With each poke, the old master twitched involuntarily. Ha! Hong laughed heartily at the scene before him, unable to contain himself despite his 2 lifetimes of composure. Master Wu Tian, why provoke this particular individual? He is one who dares to challenge even the god of destruction. Indeed, this moment was quintessentially Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King covered his face. Master Wu Tian, your once illustrious reputation. Master Rashi struggled to extricate himself from the wall, clutching his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. You little girl, are far too ruthless towards a man over 300 years old. Bulma, wielding a wrench, radiated a queenly aura. Who told you to be so lecherous? Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I shall grant you forgiveness. Master Rashi clutched the Dragon Ball to his chest, his mind reeling from the blows he had received. Yet his resolve to protect his treasure was unwavering. He surmised that it must be exceedingly valuable and could not be easily relinquished. Not a chance. I am gravely injured at present. We shall discuss this once I have recovered. Perhaps Bulma recognized her own excessive force and chose not to dwell on it. After exiting the castle, she tossed out a capsule that transformed into a small house, which she then entered. 3 days later, in the evening, the group gathered around the dining table after their training session. The Bull Demon King roasted a massive piece of rock goat meat nearby, its aroma wafting through the air. After several days together, Bulma had grown familiar with the others, whispering secrets with Chi, their laughter ringing like silver bells, occasionally blushing with shyness. It must be said that girls always have an abundance of whispered conversations. Wukong sat not far from Chi, fixated on the roasting goat, drooling as he exclaimed, I'm so hungry. Let us eat. Master Rashi chose a seat farthest from Bulma, still donning his sunglasses, not for style, but rather to conceal the black eyes he had earned from the beatings he received due to his lecherous tendencies. Red, eyes closed, was in deep contemplation, reflecting on the day's training results. Daily reviews were a mandatory routine for him. After a while, the table was laden with dishes, and the colossal rock goat was ready. Just as Chi reached for some food, a hand darted past her at lightning speed. Wukong's cheeks bulged as he reveled in the deliciousness. So good. Chi shot him an irritated glance and attempted to grab the food again, only for another hand to snatch it away. After several attempts, bang! Chi delivered a sharp whack to Wukong's forehead. Hey, that hurts. Chi, why did you hit me? Wukong exclaimed innocently, rubbing his head, while his other hand continued to grasp at the leg of meat. What do you mean? Wild monkey. I'm not letting you off the hook. Chi proclaimed, brandishing a fork as she pursued Wukong. As Wukong fled while munching, he mumbled, Help! Help! Master Rashi looked at him with sympathy, awkwardly scratching his bald head. Meanwhile, Bulma shot a provocative glance at Master Rashi. Bullying a girl leads to this outcome. Calmly. Red served soup to the Bull Demon King. Father, this soup is quite delightful. You should try it. The Bull Demon King observed the two in pursuit, his mouth twitching. After the meal, Bulma dragged Chi to the capsule house to explore the latest cosmetic products, while Master Rashi and the Bull Demon King reclined in chairs for a brief rest. Wukong, on the other hand, commenced practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. The Scion's determination to grow stronger was evident, especially in Wukong. Gifted with talent and an unyielding work ethic, he left others in the dust. Red had been contemplating a pressing issue over the past few days, the potential repercussions of altering the storyline. Once the plot deviated, everything became uncertain, and the nebulous future left him on edge. If the narrative shifted, anything could happen. Perhaps a squad from Frisia's army would arrive tomorrow, or an alien might suddenly descend. With Earth's current combat capabilities, one could hardly expect the Dragon Balls to revive anyone. If they were obliterated, who would seek the Dragon Balls to bring them back? Thus, before his strength was insufficient, foresight was the only guarantee. If possible, Red hoped to steer the storyline back on course, realizing he needed to initiate some changes to minimize the forthcoming storm of chaos. An idea struck him, and after a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Wukong, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Chapter 7. Deceiving the Future's Mightiest Man, Wukong's Confession. Hey, Wukong, how about we spar together? Red suggested, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he began to set the trap. Sure, Red. I've wanted to challenge you for a while, Wukong exclaimed, bursting with excitement, his eyes alight with combat fervor. The Saiyan blood coursing through him ignited an instinctive zeal for battle. In later times, Wukong would abandon everything for the sake of fighting, causing Chi-Chi considerable worry. Consequently, she forbade Gohan from training, insisting he focus on his studies, which led to the untapped potential of the truly gifted Gohan being wasted. Even when urged by Beerus to exercise caution, Wukong would ignore his advice, persuading the Omni King to initiate a tournament among all universes, displaying an audacious confidence that was quintessentially his fighting spirit. This insatiable desire for battle was astounding. Whether deemed simple or selfish, Wukong inherently possessed a childlike heart, often fighting to protect others. It was this very innocence and confidence that propelled him to grow stronger, ultimately allowing him to conquer any foe and restore the universe with the Super Dragon Balls. Seeing Wukong brimming with fighting spirit, Red felt invigorated as well. Currently, their strengths were comparable, yet in terms of key perception and application, he surpassed Wukong by leaps and bounds. The future's strongest being was before him, if not now, then when? All right, follow me, Red instructed, turning to exit the castle. The plan needed to be executed step by step, and he could not allow Master Roshi and the Bull Demon King to be privy to the upcoming events. Outside to fight? Heh, I want to lose to you. Wukong eagerly followed. Once outside the castle, Wukong eagerly assumed his stance. Let us go. Red raised a hand to halt him. Not so fast. Let us finish our conversation before we engage. Oh, Wukong retracted his stance, confusion evident on his face. Wukong, can we consider ourselves friends? Red inquired, digging deeper into the conversation. Friends? Wukong's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. Of course. You're my first friend. You even treated me to roasted bear meat. Growing up in the mountains, his understanding of friendship was somewhat vague, but cherished. What about Chi-Chi? Are you friends with her? Red continued. Chi-Chi. Wukong's mind seemed to stall, his brow furrowing. She always inexplicably hits me. Grandpa said I shouldn't hit girls, or else I would have fought back by now. But training together is quite enjoyable. Does that count as friendship? His logic appeared to be in disarray. Red struggled to suppress a smirk at his convoluted reasoning. No, you and Chi-Chi are not friends, he stated earnestly. Huh, not friends? Then what are we? Wukong was thoroughly confused, his mind spinning. Red's expression became resolute as he replied, You are husband and wife. Husband and wife? What does that mean? This term was beyond his comprehension. Chi-Chi is a girl. You can't call her a friend. You must call her your wife. Red reveled in his clever manipulation, continuing to guide him. You see, we are friends, and Chi-Chi is my sister. If I'm not there one day, as a friend, shouldn't you protect her? Yes. Friends help each other. Wukong found this reasoning compelling. Not just protect. I should take care of her, right? Take care? Oh, that seems right. Wukong nodded earnestly. But what if I'm gone for a long time, or even forever? Red threw out the ultimate bait. Forever? Are you going to die? Wukong exclaimed in shock, worry etched on his face, but he nodded again. You're right. That's the logic. Red suppressed a chuckle at the absurdity of his thought process. So, to care for a girl for a lifetime, to protect her for eternity, is the essence of marriage. Do you understand? You and Kiki are indeed a couple. Oh, I see. So that is the meaning of being married, exclaimed Wukong, a newfound knowledge illuminating his expression, as he spoke with a hint of joy. Moreover, isn't it quite delightful to train together? If you enjoy being with a girl, that signifies affection. You don't dislike her, do you? Hong swiftly seized the moment to press on. Dislike? Not at all. Wukong shook his head vigorously, his generous nature devoid of malice towards anyone. Thus, when you connect these thoughts, it means you have feelings for Kiki, And you wish to be her husband, correct? Hong, sensing the opportune moment, solidified her conclusion. Yes, absolutely. Wukong responded with unwavering conviction. Observing that Wukong had fully grasped the concept, Hong clapped her hands together. Now, you must go and tell Kiki that you like her. And you wish to marry her. Then she shall never hit you again and will treat you kindly. Before Wukong could utter a word, Hong decisively added, this way. We can train with peace of mind, knowing Kiki won't worry that we're fighting. Yes, yes. Hong, you are truly brilliant. I shall go tell Kiki right away. Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he turned and dashed towards Bulma's capsule house. Remember, do not mention me. Otherwise, Kiki might think we're conspiring to trick her into believing we're fighting. Hong hurriedly reminded him. All right, came Wukong's distant reply. Hey, got it. At that moment, Hong's heart was filled with glee. Perfection. Once they solidified their engagement, the narrative could return to its rightful course. Who cares about being the strongest in the world or the universe's #1? That would be easily achieved. Wukong arrived at the door of the capsule house, gesturing with his fingers and muttering to himself. Don't mention Hong. Protect and care for my beloved wife. Yes, that is how I'll phrase it. Hey, Kiki. Kiki. Shortly after, the door swung open, and upon seeing Wukong, Kiki frowned and asked, Wild monkey, what do you want? Wukong rushed towards Kiki, standing so close that their faces nearly touched. He stood tall and straight, his gaze sincere and his voice resonant as he declared, Kiki, omitting Hong's earlier reminder, I will protect you. I will take care of you. Omitting the lifelong context. Yes, for a lifetime. Omitting the part about not disliking each other and enjoying training together. I like you. Omitting the part about being friends to avoid being hit. As friend sisters cannot be called friends. I wish to be your husband. Uffed. Bulma, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered it out, choking and nearly losing her breath. She glanced incredulously between the earnest Wukong and the astonished Kiki, whose mouth formed an A shape, as if witnessing a cosmic spectacle. Kiki, oh no. Her lips parted slightly, eyes wide with disbelief, her fair cheeks flushing crimson to her neck, her mind overwhelmed with confusion. You like me? You want to marry me as your wife? Kiki stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, each word burning her tongue as she instinctively took a step back, her hands fidgeting with her clothing, one moment clutching her hem, the next covering her blushing face, her legs awkwardly crossing. Her bashful demeanor resembled that of a startled little rabbit, radiating an adorable charm. Wow, Kiki, Wukong is confessing his feelings to you. Bulma leaned closer, teasingly whispering. He said he wants to take care of you for a lifetime. He wants to marry you. Her voice playfully emphasized the key points. Kiki, with her face hidden in her hands, felt her cheeks heat further with each word Bulma uttered. Her embarrassment overwhelming as she attempted to shush Bulma with a voice barely audible. If someone confessed to me, I would definitely say yes. Bulma's mischievous voice chimed in, delivering a final blow that shattered Kiki's composure. How utterly mortifying! Kiki exclaimed, overwhelmed with shyness, and dashed into the house. Wukong watched her retreat, blinking his large eyes in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. At the door, only a flustered Wukong and a giggling Bulma remained. Just as Wukong contemplated leaving, Kiki re-emerged. Well, I accept your proposal. Kiki, still covering her flushed face, spoke softly yet clearly. Really? That's wonderful. Wukong's eyes gleamed with joy. Wukong, when I grow up, you must come to marry me. Kiki said shyly, her voice imbued with determination and hope. Must we wait until we grow up to be husband and wife, friends? Oh, perhaps it means when Hong is no longer present, Wukong mused internally. Very well, if you wish, I shall marry you. Wukong smiled warmly. How utterly embarrassing. Kiki exclaimed once more, covering her face as she fled. Hong, who had been stealthily observing from the side, felt her face flush a deep shade of purple. Her hands clamped over her mouth to stifle her laughter. After taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, a mischievous grin crept onto her lips. The narrative was finally being nudged back on track by her little butterfly efforts. In front of the castle, Wukong and Hong took their stances. Come, let us begin. With Hong's call to action, Wukong's spirit ignited with fierce determination. All right, here I come. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself like an arrow towards Hong. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their fists meeting flesh, engaging in a flurry of strikes that saw them trading dozens of blows in a brief span. Suddenly, Hong feigned a weakness, prompting Wukong to strike, but Hong seized the opportunity to land an elbow strike directly to Wukong's chest. Wukong, feeling the impact, pivoted on one hand, delivering a kick to Hong's abdomen, and the two fighters distanced themselves. Indeed, the Saiyans' innate combat prowess was remarkable, even in such a scenario. Wukong managed to counterattack. Hong marveled at the prowess of the Saiyan lineage. Hee hee, Hong, you are quite formidable. Now I shall fight with all my might. Wukong's excitement grew, his Saiyan blood surging. Well then, allow me to showcase the fruits of my recent training. Hong replied, equally spirited, relishing the thrill of visceral combat. Crack. The rocks beneath Wukong's feet splintered into a web of cracks as he transformed into a blur, his speed surpassing that of before. His power surging as he aimed a punch directly at Hong's face. Hong, his senses fully attuned, detected the flow of Wukong's energy, the contraction of his muscles, and the shift in his center of gravity, all laid bare to his perception. With a slight drop of his right shoulder, he noted a lack of strength in Wukong's left fist, the real attack poised at Wukong's right knee. In an instant, Hong discerned Wukong's intent. Instead of retreating, Hong advanced, sidestepping Wukong's whistling left punch. Simultaneously, he formed a claw with his left hand, gathering energy to block Wukong's right knee with a powerful shoulder charge. Bang! As he struck Wukong, he quickly contracted his waist, evading the anticipated retaliatory punch from Wukong. Grasping Wukong's empty right wrist with his right hand and targeting the energy node in Wukong's chest for another shoulder strike. Bang! This impact effectively nullified Wukong's power, and Hong seized the moment to pull Wukong back in, channeling his strength for another decisive blow. Bang! This time, Wukong was sent flying. As he regained his footing, astonishment painted Wukong's face. Impressive, a voice echoed, and Master Roshi couldn't help but applaud. Unbeknownst to them, the sounds of battle had drawn in onlookers, several spectators having gathered to watch. Behind his sunglasses, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Bull Demon King appeared utterly stunned. Such technique. He has completely seen through Wukong. Bulma, sipping juice while observing, found the spectacle riveting, despite not fully grasping the nuances. Kiki, meanwhile, was torn, her gaze oscillating between admiration for her brother and concern for Wukong, her small face etched with complexity. Wukong took a moment to recalibrate his energy, the fleeting surprise giving way to an even fiercer determination. Incredible. Let us continue. He ceased being reckless, circling around Hong with agile movements, his body low as he began to accelerate, targeting Hong's ankle. Perhaps it is the frequent combat with wild beasts in the mountains that has honed his skills, for he executes a remarkably precise beast-tripping maneuver. Within the depths of Red's perception, he senses Goku's leg muscles taut with energy converging. Lower stance. He sinks his center of gravity and suddenly leaps into the air. Concurrently, he gathers an energy sphere in his right hand and hurls it to the ground. Goku's body collides perfectly with this energy sphere. Oh no! Goku hastily restrains his power, forming a protective stance with his hands before his chest, while Red's left palm winds up to strike, landing precisely on Goku's exposed ribs beneath his guard. Crack! With a sharp sound, Goku is once again sent reeling, gasping and clutching his ribs. What a remarkable lad! Both the Bull Demon King and Master Roshi cannot help but exclaim. The timing and control displayed are nothing short of extraordinary. After a considerable time, both fighters bear the marks of battle, though Goku's injuries far exceed Red's. The innate combat prowess of the Saiyans is undeniable. Were it not for Red's formidable mental perception, a veritable golden key, he might have already succumbed. Moreover, the Saiyan constitution is indeed formidable, although both are now panting heavily, appearing utterly exhausted. It must be noted that Goku has endured injuries several times greater than those suffered by Red. Following a series of setbacks, Goku's Saiyan ferocity ignites completely. His energy erupts without reservation, his battle power soaring. Here it comes. Red's pupils constrict, and his mental focus sharpens to an unprecedented degree. In his vision, Goku's cells are wildly activated, his aura intensifying. Then, he draws his hands to his waist. Wait. He is activating his hidden potential. After battling fiercely for so long, and his power is still climbing this high, nearly 70 points. This is utterly against martial ethics. Red scoffs, acknowledging the Saiyans' overwhelming, limit-defying surge. Yet, he too is brimming with fighting spirit, grounding himself as he pulls his palms to his waist, concentrating his mental energy with unparalleled focus, fervently squeezing every ounce of aura from within. Restrain, compress, rotate. Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses gleam with astonishment. What a magnificent aura! These two youngsters, one filled with wild ferocity, the other with pure refinement. On the other hand, the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi wear expressions of deep concern, while Bulma continues to spectate. Kamehameha. Both unleash their palms simultaneously. Buzz, a robust, blinding blue-white beam, teeming with unrestrained destructive power, hurtles towards Red. Buzz, a much thinner, yet more refined light beam, imbued with a penetrating sharpness, rushes towards Goku. Boom. The two differently colored energy waves collide violently at the center of the arena. The blinding light engulfs everyone's vision, and the rampant energy spreads outward, nearly knocking Chi-Chi and Bulma off their feet. Stalemate. Although Red's energy wave is smaller, it is more pure and concentrated, gradually pushing against Goku with its penetrating force. What? The Bull Demon King gasps in disbelief, staring at his son. While it is evident that Goku possesses greater energy, Red seems to hold the upper hand. Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses blaze with astonishment. What a masterful control of energy. This young man is continuously enhancing the Kamehameha's penetrating power. Ugh. Goku feels an immense pressure. Veins bulge on his forehead as he roars, channeling the primal might of his Saiyan bloodline to its utmost, attempting to push the beam back. The blue-white beam intensifies, growing even thicker, the raging energy surging once more. Now's the moment. However, Red's mental energy firmly locks onto the core where the two forces collide. Just as Goku unleashes his fury, Red precisely seizes the moment of explosive energy, commanding the Kamehameha to surge upwards. Upwards, I command you. A fierce glimmer flashes in Red's eyes as he thrusts his palms upward. Buzz. The previously locked energies, under Red's guidance, abruptly change direction. They shoot skyward. The energy waves, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly veer off course, and the resistance dissipates, as if the dam has burst, unleashing a torrent. In that fleeting moment of released energy, Red, battling against the tumult within him, channels the last vestiges of his strength, racing toward Goku. Oh no. Goku, though he senses the shift, is caught off guard by the sudden release of energy, unable to react in time, and watches helplessly as a hand strikes toward his neck. Thud. Goku's vision goes white as he collapses. Simultaneously, the sky erupts in a dazzling display of light, engulfing the entire castle in a profound silence. Save for the gentle breeze stirred by the remnants of the energy explosion, swirling up the dust from the ground. Chapter 9. Diverging Paths, A New Journey. Plop. Red can no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the ground, gasping violently, sweat trickling down his chin, his arms trembling from the immense energy output. That extreme control was not merely a test of his energy, but a definitive validation of his mental prowess and the nurturing of his energy cells. He feels that those cells, nurtured through his training, seem to convey a newfound resilience under the high-pressure output. Chi-Chi, observing from the sidelines, covers her mouth, her large eyes filled with worry and fear. Seeing the battle conclude, she rushes over, tenderly wiping the sweat from Red's forehead with a handkerchief. Brother, are you all right? Red smiles gently. I'm fine. I won, just a bit worn out. Upon hearing Red's affirmative reply, Chi-Chi shakes Goku, who lies on the ground. Goku, wake up. Goku slowly comes to, meeting Chi-Chi's anxious gaze, rubbing his neck and grinning at her. Chi-Chi, it's you. In that moment, Chi-Chi can no longer contain herself, bursting into Goku's embrace, sobbing. I'm so glad. You're okay. Goku, oblivious, blinks in surprise, allowing Chi-Chi to hold him, scratching his head and smiling at Red. Red, you were amazing. Next time, I won't lose to you. His eyes are filled with excitement and a fierce determination. All right, we shall spar again next time, but I shall still emerge victorious. Red replies with a confident smile. Bang, bang. You two need to know when to stop. Chi-Chi suddenly turns fierce, delivering 2 light taps on Red and Goku's heads. If they're essay next time, I'll smash your heads. Wow, you two are so ungrateful. Goku and Red cry out in mock despair. Goku, clutching his head, glances at Red as if to ask, didn't we agree not to hit each other? Red helplessly shrugs and points at the bump on his own forehead, as if to say, look, I got hit too. Ha. The onlookers burst into hearty laughter at this scene. Red and Goku share a glance, chuckling as they point at the respective bumps on their foreheads. Their laughter echoes into the distance, complementing this warm moment. What a spectacular battle. Master Roshi, leaning on his cane, slowly makes his way to the center of the arena. His voice filled with indescribable admiration as he scans Red and Goku, as though they were rare treasures. Goku, your combat instinct is formidable. You can unleash your potential even at the limits. Truly impressive. Especially you, Red. Controlling your energy with such exquisite precision. The way you maneuvered and released energy at the end was simply exceptional. A truly exhilarating battle. Master Roshi approaches Red, his tone becoming solemn, even tinged with a hint of caution. However, Red, heed my words. If the furnace is not sufficiently robust, even the finest fire will not endure. If one forces their hand, they may harm both their enemy and themselves. Your control is remarkable, but your physical foundation is still fragile. If this continues, it could easily injure your essence. Moving forward, you must cultivate your foundation with patience. Red feels a shiver run through him, steadying himself as he stands tall. Respectfully bowing, yes, master. I will heed your teachings. Nurturing my cells and strengthening my foundation, though the path ahead is long, The direction is now crystal clear. Several days later, Master Roshi straps on his turtle shell, leans on his wooden cane, dons his sunglasses, and bids farewell to the others, imparting a final, weighty message. The young warrior, Red, alongside his companions Goku and Chi-Chi, has undergone extensive training during this period. The venerable Master Roshi has imparted all his lifelong knowledge to them. He emphasized that the essence of the turtle school lies in its fundamentals. All martial arts techniques are rooted in a robust foundation. The path ahead is theirs to forge, and perseverance in martial arts cultivation is paramount for personal breakthroughs. Master Roshi expresses great anticipation for their futures. Goku, he observes, possesses immense hidden potential, with a solid foundation that is indeed rare. If he aspires to grow even stronger, he is welcome to seek guidance on Turtle Island. Goku, a newcomer to the martial arts world, is akin to a blank canvas, lacking knowledge and understanding, which poses challenges in his cultivation. However, his innate talent and diligence, combined with proper guidance, will allow him to gradually comprehend the intricacies of martial arts. As for Red, while Master Roshi finds his training methods plausible, the ultimate results depend on his own verification. He encourages Red to venture outside, to seek his own path, and to learn from the strengths of others in order to refine his own skills. Chi-Chi is advised to solidify her foundational skills, for with a strong base, anything is possible. The three students bow respectfully in response. Master Roshi then turns to the eagerly awaiting Bulma, removing an orange Dragon Ball from around his neck and tossing it to her. Here you go, Bulma, this sparkling orb is yours. Now you won't have to fret over this old man's bones, he remarks, absent-mindedly touching his forehead. Bulma, delighted, catches the Dragon Ball and exclaims, "Thank you, Master Roshi." With a twinkle in her eye, she rushes back to her capsule house and soon returns with a thick box. Since Master Roshi has given me the Dragon Ball, I will present you with a gift as well. She leans close to Master Roshi and whispers, "This is my personal collection, a limited edition, the only one in the universe. The Universal Capsule Corporation Annual Most Beautiful Employee Photo Collection, featuring swimsuits, various uniforms, cosplay, and more." In an instant, Master Roshi transforms into a steaming, red-faced figure, steam billowing from him as he splutters. Swimsuits, uniforms, cosplay, adult themes. Bulma observes Master Roshi's flustered state with a smirk, clutching the Dragon Ball tightly, having outwitted him during their interactions. With newfound enthusiasm, she turns to Goku and Red, inviting them. Goku, Red, Chi-Chi, let us go search for the Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 can grant any wish. Goku, don't you wish to find your grandfather's legacy? And Red, aren't you contemplating ways to enhance your training? Perhaps Shenron can assist you. Red's eyes spark with realization. He isn't interested in asking Shenron for the secrets to cultivating his training cells. He has already taken the first step on that path and only needs to build upon it with confidence and reflection. Instead, he thinks of the god atop the temple, who could provide guidance in his training. Furthermore, being a Namekian, the god possesses valuable insights into both the Dragon Clan and combat, making it an invaluable opportunity for learning. However, Red shakes his head resolutely, stating, "Thank you for your kind offer, Bulma, but I have a place I must go. I cannot accompany you in search of the Dragon Balls." Chi-Chi, with a serious expression, adds, "I won't go either. I'm too weak now and would only be a burden." Stealing a glance at Goku, who is sheepishly scratching his head, her cheeks flush as she whispers, "I want to learn how to be a good wife." Bulma suppresses a giggle, clearly understanding the dynamics at play. Goku, recalling his grandfather's 4-star ball, brightens with excitement. "Bulma, I'm going with you. I want to find my grandfather's Dragon Ball and see what Shenron looks like." Bulma claps her hands in delight. "Wonderful. With you by my side, it will be much safer." Master Roshi observes their parting with a grin, leaning on his cane as he walks away, his figure gradually disappearing into the sunlight. Thus, Goku embarks on his destined journey to seek the Dragon Balls and uncover his grandfather's legacy. Before the castle of the Ox King, the paths of the young warriors diverge. The tumultuous winds, like the wings of butterflies, settle as the narrative regains its course. Red gazes into the distance, ready to commence his new journey of cultivation. Chapter 10, Karen Tower and the Cat Sage. The commotion before the castle has completely subsided. In the square, only Red, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King remain. "Father, Chi-Chi, Master is right. I must venture out to validate and refine my path of cultivation," Red states with a calm, yet resolute tone filled with anticipation. "Hence, I have decided to embark on my quest to challenge Karen Tower. I shall grow stronger." "Good. I support you, my son. A man must be bold." The Ox King steps forward, gently patting his son on the back with pride, adding, "But be cautious out there." Chi-Chi rushes forward, tightly embracing Red's waist, burying her face in his embrace. "Oni-chan, go train with peace of mind, but be careful. Return soon." I will also diligently practice at home. Red reassures her. Yes, practice well at home, and nurture that little flame as I taught you. He affectionately ruffles her hair. Taking one last glance at Chi-Chi and the Ox King, Red firmly nods without excessive sentimentality. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm off. With that, he turns decisively and strides eastward, his figure vanishing beyond the castle's horizon. Days later, a young boy clad in red descends from a colossal tower. His appearance refined and exuding a gentle aura. He gazes up at the towering structure that pierces the clouds. This young warrior is none other than Red, who has come to challenge Karen Tower. Karen Tower, at last, I have arrived. It is indeed as lofty as I remembered. Red murmurs softly. At the base of the tower, a dark-skinned boy wielding a spear cautiously blocks Red's path. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to the sacred tower? With a calm gaze, Red responds, I am Red, a martial artist seeking strength. I have come to challenge Karen Tower. And you are? Challenging Karen Tower? The boy sizes Red up, and upon sensing no malice, his tone softens. I am UPA, the guardian of this tower alongside my father. Guardian, you say? What are the rules for the challenge? Red inquires further. You may not use any external aid. You must climb to the top using only your own strength. UPA pauses before adding. However, I must warn you, without extraordinary physical prowess and unwavering determination, success is nearly impossible. Many challengers have failed and met their demise. Thank you for the warning. Red recognizes the responsibility and goodwill in UPA's words and expresses gratitude without argument. Fixing his gaze back on the seemingly insurmountable Karen Tower, he feels no fear as he approaches, stretching his limbs in preparation. The challenge begins. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, Red collapses at the summit. Gasping for breath, his body trembling from exertion. Despite his preparations, he cannot help but marvel at the fact that it took him a grueling day and a half to achieve this feat. This was accomplished only through his diligent training and precise control of every ounce of energy. Had it been an average person, they would have long since been exhausted. No wonder UPA warned that countless challengers had failed. The tower's heights are indeed extraordinary, serving as a true test of endurance and strength. Restored to a modicum of vitality, Hong began to mobilize the energy within him to nourish his body. The cells throughout his being became increasingly animated, and the sensation of fatigue gradually dissipated, allowing his strength to recover swiftly. Moments later, Hong found himself back at his peak state. The energy within him surged. Clenching his fist, he felt the transformation coursing through him. By nurturing his cells with energy daily, he enhanced their vibrancy and strength. Indeed, this equated to amplifying his potential, which would gradually translate into greater power through cultivation. The stronger he became, the more potential he harnessed, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, growing ever larger and faster. Golden light erupted from Hong's eyes, and despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he could not contain the excitement bubbling within. Joy, anticipation, and confidence illuminated his visage. This path was undoubtedly the right one, who claimed that the bloodline shackles of earthlings could not be shattered. By cultivating his cells, he was essentially cultivating his potential. How exhilarating the future held for him. Quite an intriguing little fellow. A gentle voice wafted through the air. Hong quickly composed himself, realizing he had become somewhat carried away. One must savor food bite by bite, tread the path step by step. Who could guarantee that potential could be infinitely augmented? After all, there might be bottlenecks. This journey must be gradually validated and perfected. Surveying his surroundings, Hong noticed no sign of another presence, leaving him perplexed. Just as he was about to attune to the aura around him, the gentle voice echoed again. No need to search. I am on the 2nd floor. Please come up. Upon hearing this, Hong ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, where he beheld a feline creature standing in the center of the platform, holding a wooden staff and smiling at him. Hong promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed immortal. I recently experienced some insights and breakthroughs, which caused me to momentarily lose my composure. The cat immortal casually waved a paw. No matter. Your cultivation method is quite unique. In my 800 years of existence, I have never encountered such a thing. Its feline eyes appeared to pierce through all FA aids, studying Hong with great interest. Your energy does not merely seek power. Rather, it nourishes the very essence. It seems you have a profound understanding of the nature of energy. Truly, you are the esteemed Kalen immortal. Possessing insight as keen as a hawk's eye, Hong replied with a calm demeanor. I have always had a naturally strong mental fortitude, which allowed me to slowly learn to perceive energy during my training. By grasping the source of energy, I whimsically endeavored to nurture and strengthen these roots, inadvertently leading me to my current cultivation method. The cat immortal nodded appreciatively. All martial artists typically focus on honing their bodies and enhancing their strength. Yet you have chosen to cultivate the source of energy itself. What a marvelous and distinctive approach. So what brings you here? To validate and refine this path of cultivation. And to become stronger, Hong stated resolutely, his gaze intense. Stronger for what purpose? Is this world not peaceful enough? The cat immortal pondered, drawing attention to the common desire for strength, which often stemmed from a competitive spirit, otherwise there would not be so many wars. Hong chuckled lightly. I do not consider myself a noble person, yet I wish to protect those dear to me. Most importantly, I value my life. The world is vast, and should a malevolent and formidable individual arise one day, I want the means to safeguard myself. As a traveler between worlds, Hong understood that the cat immortal possessed the ability to discern the thoughts of others, thus he opted for honesty. Otherwise, lofty ideals would seem disingenuous. This boy is quite sincere. The cat immortal nodded, recognizing the authenticity in Hong's words. To protect and to ensure one's own safety, how pragmatic. Your path of cultivation is unlike anything I have witnessed before. I cannot offer you specific guidance. When it comes to the application of energy, you have already entered the realm of the adept, and there is little more I can teach you. With a shift in tone, it directed its wooden staff toward the heavens above. However, perhaps the celestial beings above may provide you with some enlightenment. Celestial beings? Hong's heart stirred with curiosity, feigning ignorance. Indeed, the cat immortal replied with a slight nod. Atop the Kalen Tower, amidst the clouds, lies the celestial temple. The gods of earth reside there. The celestial temple. The Namekians. Hong's breath quickened, for this was the ultimate goal of his journey. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired, how might one reach the celestial temple? Quite simply. The cat immortal produced a small golden bell from seemingly nowhere, delicately hanging it from the tip of the wooden staff, a glint of mischief in its eyes. You need only to earn my approval. Hong's gaze immediately fixated on the seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant bell. And how may I gain the immortal's approval? The cat immortal shook the staff, causing the bell to emit a melodious chime, and with a beaming smile declared, you must seize this bell from my grasp. Chapter 11. The cat immortal's heart shattered. As the cat immortal's words echoed, Hong wore an expression of determination, fully aware that to gain the cat immortal's approval, not only must a warrior's character and disposition meet the mark, but one's innate talent and aptitude must also be sufficient. The former could easily be passed as long as one was not malevolent, yet the latter required meeting specific criteria. For instance, individuals like Master Rashi could take 3 years to snatch the super divine water from the cat immortal, rendering them unqualified to enter the celestial temple. Gifts were merely a means to placate, as evidenced by Master Rashi's Nimbus Cloud and Power Pole. Then I must take my leave, Kalen Immortal. Hong bowed respectfully. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a fleeting crimson shadow, lunging toward the wooden staff in the cat immortal's hand. However, the cat immortal merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading Hong's determined grasp. Hong's fingertips barely grazed the staff without making contact. Too slow, little one, the cat immortal chuckled, the staff deftly flicking away. Again, Hong, undeterred, took a deep breath, concentrating his mental energy as the energy within him surged and circulated throughout his body. This time, he refrained from a blind charge. Instead, he shifted his footwork, moving with an unpredictable grace akin to a specter, circling the cat immortal and searching for an opportunity to strike. The cat immortal maintained a relaxed smile, wielding the wooden staff as if leisurely strolling through a garden. No matter how Hong altered his approach or accelerated unexpectedly, it always managed to evade Hong's every attempt by mere fractions of an inch. The staff danced effortlessly through Hong's assaults, never producing a sound, as if silently mocking his futile efforts. Stay calm. Perceive with precision. Hong admonished himself inwardly, locking his mental energy onto the cat immortal while closely observing its subtle movements. Now, a minute fluctuation in the cat immortal's wrist caught Hong's attention. In an instant, his left hand transformed into a claw, precisely aiming for the cat immortal's right hand. While his right hand reached for the bell on the staff, nearing contact. Smack! The cat immortal's staff had somehow shifted to strike Hong's left wrist, causing his right hand to swipe through empty air. In that fleeting moment, the cat's leg extended gently, tripping Hong and sending him tumbling to the ground. Do not be too trusting of others' intentions. They may be traps. Also, little one, your extraneous movements are too numerous, and your intentions are all too evident. The cat immortal chuckled, offering a critique. Hong rose once more, adjusting his wrist without uttering a word. His gaze was remarkably calm as he evenly distributed the energy within him across his limbs and continued his pursuit of the cat immortal. This time opting for a more measured approach, reserving his explosive force for the moment of strike, rendering his movements simple yet efficient. Excellent. You've grasped it so quickly. Your comprehension is remarkable. The cat immortal maintained its serene smile, yet a note of admiration tinged its voice. Unbeknownst to them, The two had been engaged in this chase for an entire afternoon, with Hong panting heavily, his mental energy severely depleted. In stark contrast, the cat immortal remained unruffled, its breathing as steady as a calm breeze. Despite Hong's rapid progress, he had yet to even graze the bell. Just then, Hong's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, the intense exertion leaving him famished. "All right, little one, let us take a break," the cat immortal chuckled, producing a small green bean from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to Hong. "Here, eat this. One will sustain you for 10 days. Immortal bean? Hong caught the bean, a spark of realization igniting within him. Cautiously, he divided the bean into several portions, only placing the tiniest piece into his mouth to chew. This boy has divided the immortal bean? Why not simply consume it whole? The cat immortal stared in perplexity, completely baffled by Hong's actions. As Hong swallowed the celestial bean granules, he felt an overwhelming yet gentle surge of life energy coursing through him, a warm current that enveloped his entire being in an instant. All fatigue and hunger dissipated in an ephemeral wave. His expended energy and mental fortitude were instantly replenished, restoring him to the pinnacle of his condition. A miraculous phenomenon. Hong's eyes gleamed with intensity. He promptly assumed a meditative posture, concentrating his spirit to perceive his own state. The essence of the celestial being was gentle yet immense, brimming with vitality, as if it were a concentrated source of life, emitting a unique and strange resonance. Complex and obscure, adhering to a specific rhythm. The notion of studying the celestial beings crossed his mind. However, his dimensional cat sage merely flicked its tail disdainfully, deeming Hong's efforts futile. Moments later, confusion reigned. That was Hong's conclusion. Reflecting on it, it was reasonable. His current dimensional realm was too low for comprehension. Yet, Hong began to channel the energy within him, attempting to transform and simulate the unique life wave frequency and essence emitted by the celestial beings. What? The cat sage's feline eyes suddenly focused, pupils constricting. What is he attempting? Mimicking the life rhythm of the celestial beings with energy. Has he lost his mind? Energy is a form of power, while celestial beings are creations governed by the laws of life. How could this be possible? A sense of absurdity washed over him. Nevertheless, Hong remained focused on his perception. When the celestial being's resonance faded, he consumed another small grain, continuing his exploration and simulation. If they ran out, he would simply ask Karen for more. The cat sage, rather generous, regarded the beans as mere sustenance and readily provided Hong with a full jar. Thus, after half a month, a hint of golden light gathered at Hong's fingertips. Success. It was imperative to convert all of his energy and mental strength according to a specific pattern, leaving no trace of any other energy. To simulate and transform a minuscule strand of golden energy as fine as a strand of hair. This limitation proved quite frustrating. If he sustained injuries or experienced excessive fatigue, he could not accomplish this feat. It rendered him powerless in battle. Must he still rely on the celestial beings? Indeed, his dimensional understanding and realm were too limited to grasp the principles of the celestial beings. Hong felt a twinge of despair. After several days of futile experimentation, when a faint trace of golden energy finally coalesced at his fingertip, meow, the cat sage sprang up from the ground, its wooden cane clattering to the floor. It stared intently at the faint golden gleam at Hong's fingertip, its white fur almost bristling with shock. Had he truly succeeded? Had he genuinely transformed energy into a strand of the essence of life? How could this be? This defied all logic. The cat sage felt as though its 8 centuries of understanding had been shattered. This transcended the realm of energy comprehension entirely. This was not merely martial prowess. This was the domain of the divine. Let us test this strand of golden energy. Hong flicked the golden energy into his mouth. As it entered, it erupted instantly. A gentle surge of life force sweeping through him, reminiscent of the sensation experienced upon consuming the celestial beings, restoring all that had been depleted. 30 minutes later, he was back to his peak condition. It worked. Hong was elated. Although he could not ascertain how much weaker it had become, perhaps 1,000-fold or even 1,000,000-fold, he had indeed succeeded. However, transforming it into golden energy required exhausting all his energy, which was rather impractical for combat, and the recovery time was excessively long. Yet, having achieved success was enough. He was confident that these issues could eventually be resolved. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The cat sage observed the overjoyed Hong. Its 800 years of wisdom crumbling. It worked. It truly worked. This is a monster, an unparalleled prodigy. The cat sage suddenly felt that its 8 centuries had been wasted, even if it was a cat. After the excitement subsided, Hong began to calm down, contemplating how to store this golden energy or transform it when needed. After a lengthy deliberation, an idea struck him. If I use this strand of golden energy to nourish cells, wouldn't the energy produced be golden as well? This holds great potential. Hong's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Chapter 12, Cellular Evolution. The cat sage was once again taken aback. The thought of using golden life energy to nourish cells took root in Hong's mind, growing fervently. Unable to contain himself any longer, he immersed himself entirely in the possibilities brought forth by that strand of golden life energy. Thus, he embarked on a fervent series of experiments. He cautiously selected a minuscule portion of cells from the tip of his right thumb as his experimental focus. This was due to the limited amount of golden life energy and the significantly reduced risk in case of failure. Hong concentrated his mind, operating his energy and mental strength according to the specific patterns he had previously discerned. When the minute golden life energy successfully coalesced, Hong promptly consumed a small celestial being to restore his state, then carefully directed the golden life energy towards the selected thumb cell cluster. The golden life energy flowed like the gentlest spring rain, gradually nourishing those cells under Hong's guidance. Day after day, month after month, the platform atop Kailinta became the venue for Hong's frenzied experiments. His life had boiled down to a monotonous cycle of transformation, nourishment, consumption of beans, recovery, and further conversion, reaching an extreme level of focus. Initially shocked and numb, the cat sage gradually settled into a habitual spectator role. It watched Hong transform repeatedly, nourish continuously, and delicately handle the tiny fragments of celestial beings, treating them like rare treasures. The emotions in its feline eyes shifted from initial ridicule to awe. This young man possessed an indomitable will, an unwavering spirit, and relentless determination. 3.5 years quietly slipped by in this monotonous cycle. Hong meticulously divided each celestial being into dozens of portions for use. Yet even so, the vast quantity of beans in 2 jars diminished at a visible rate due to this high-frequency consumption. As the celestial beans neared depletion, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The minuscule area of cells that had been nourished for 3.5 years suddenly radiated a faint golden halo, exceedingly subtle, yet undeniably present, pure, gentle, and teeming with vitality. Subsequently, within Hong's perception, that small cluster of cells began to emit a unique and strange resonance, complex and obscure, following a specific rhythm, identical to that of the celestial beings. 3 strands of pure, gentle, life-infused golden energy slowly emerged from those cells. It worked. Hong's heart roared with joy, an overwhelming elation threatening to burst forth from his chest. Suppressing his exuberance, he directed one strand to coalesce at his fingertip, then flicked it into his mouth. As before, a gentle wave of life force enveloped him, restoring all that had been consumed. 30 minutes later, he was at full capacity, consistent with the effects of his own transformation. After condensing a strand of golden life energy, that faint golden cellular area dimmed by 1/3, appearing somewhat lethargic. Hong attempted to nourish that dimmed area to restore its vitality, but to no avail. Thus, he embarked on another series of fervent tests. A month later, Hong finally grasped the relationship between the golden life energy and the cells. Once that small area of faint golden cells produced golden energy, it could not be replenished through nourishment or the consumption of beans. Even using his own energy proved ineffective. It could only regain vitality through the passage of time, eventually regenerating a strand of golden energy. This process required approximately 3 days. Meanwhile, the 3 strands of golden energy could be utilized simultaneously, achieving full capacity in 10 minutes, meaning that the recovery time tripled as well. However, the time for the cells to regain vitality extended to 9 days. Although the yield was low and the cooldown lengthy, this indicated that his cells could indeed evolve. Hong trembled with excitement. Every effort of these past 3.5 years had been worthwhile. Cultivating the cells was undoubtedly the right path. After the exhilaration subsided, gazing at the nearly empty jars, Hong sheepishly looked at the cat sage and said, Esteemed sage, it appears I have exhausted the celestial beings. The cat sage, maintaining an air of tranquility with a subtle smile, remarked, It matters not. Those things are merely sustenance for me. However, deep within, he silently lamented how he had squandered 800 years of his life. No, the miraculous efficacy of the senzu beans is undeniable. I am grateful to you, Master Karen, for allowing me to utilize so many for my training, Red expressed sincerely. Feeling somewhat bashful, Red scratched his head and continued, Master Karen, having consumed so many senzu beans, what if Earth faces a dire crisis in the future? For instance, should a foe of the caliber of Demon King Piccolo arise again? These beans could save countless martial artists' lives. Might I assist you in cultivating more for future needs? There are many martial artists on Earth. Upon hearing this, the cat sage pondered. He had previously paid little heed to the stock of senzu beans, considering he had little use for them. Yet, Red's words awakened him to the memories of the chaos wrought by Demon King Piccolo and the uncertain crises that lay ahead. You make a valid point. The cat sage nodded, his feline visage displaying seriousness. Indeed, I ought to cultivate more. Worry not. Although this tower may be modest in size, it suffices for growing senzu beans. There is no need for your assistance. Only I, the sage, can cultivate them. I shall dedicate more effort to this matter. The cat sage resolved to expand the cultivation scale, ensuring a steady supply. He would replenish what Red had consumed and even stockpile more. Red felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that his consumption of the senzu beans could pose a significant inconvenience for the Z fighters in the future. With the concern of senzu bean shortages alleviated, a burden lifted from his heart. I apologize, Master Karen. I am quite foolish and unable to be of assistance, Red admitted, somewhat disheartened. The cat sage observed Red and remarked, do not be disheartened, young one. You have yet to reach that level. But I firmly believe that the path you tread in your training will lead to accomplishments far beyond what you envision. That is splendid news. I shall strive even harder in the future. With the cat sage's affirmation, Red felt a surge of confidence. Very well, young one. After these years of companionship, I have come to recognize your talent, character, and perseverance. You have earned the right to ascend to the heavenly temple, the cat sage proclaimed solemnly. Red's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily bowed, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. However, before you can ascend to the heavenly temple, there is one more thing you require. The cat sage continued. Red blinked in confusion. What else do I need? The Nyoibo, the cat sage replied. I once bestowed it upon Master Rashi as a reward. And to reach the heavenly temple, you must possess the Nyoibo. The Nyoibo? That poses no problem. Master Rashi is my mentor. And the Nyoibo currently rests with my junior disciple, Red reassured the cat sage. I see. The cat sage nodded, then turned to descend the tower. Make yourself at home. I shall take a brief rest. Certainly. Red bowed respectfully. Once the cat sage departed, Red slapped his forehead, realizing, how could I have forgotten this? The only way to reach the heavenly temple before receiving divine recognition is through the Nyoibo. Considering the time, he thought, Sun Wukong should be arriving at Karen Tower soon. Perfect. That fellow is probably still battling the Red Ribbon Army. From what I remember, he hasn't trained diligently in recent years. So his battle power shouldn't have increased significantly. I should hone my skills before he arrives, and surprise him. With that, Red began to envision the astonished look on Sun Wukong's face. In the ensuing days, Red took advantage of the Karen Tower's environment to further refine his abilities. Climbing the tower while bearing weights, integrating meticulous control of his ki into every move, and gradually enhancing his battle power. Chapter 13, Power Enhancement. And the encounter with Tao Pai Pai. Atop the platform of Karen Tower, a young man clad in red was diligently practicing basic martial arts. His movements were steady and precise, embodying the culmination of nearly 4 years of training. This was Red. Little one, your mastery of ki and power has reached a remarkable level, the cat sage commented from the side. Red slowly pressed his palms down, concluding his stance with a long exhalation. Feeling the ki within him, I believe I have reached a level of approximately 180. Reflecting on the past 4 months of training, he summarized it in 8 words: exhausting effort, cellular exploitation. When strength and ki were nearly depleted, the body's potential would be awakened, with cells gradually releasing new ki, some to rejuvenate the body and others to settle and become new strength. This principle underlies the training of the vast majority. In truth, the gravity chamber operates on this very principle. Extreme exhaustion compels cells to produce more ki. However, this method is limited by one's bloodline talent. Once a certain threshold is reached, cells can no longer increase ki production, leading to what is known as the bloodline bottleneck. Thus, Red chose a different path, nurturing his cells with ki itself. This was the true way to break free from shackles. Although progress was slow in the early stages, the foundation was incredibly solid, and the potential would only grow greater over time, verging on the infinite. Since successfully nurturing those pale golden cells capable of producing golden life energy, Red had shifted his focus to the cultivation of strength. He vaguely recalled that the conclusion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament would coincide with the emergence of Demon King Piccolo. In his memory, Demon King Piccolo possessed a staggering battle power of 260, and upon regaining his youth, he became even more formidable, having already overwhelmed all martial artists on Earth during the early stages. Thus, Red's primary objective now was to rapidly enhance his battle power, at the very least to ensure his own safety. Unfortunately, even with the solid foundation laid by his cellular nurturing technique, the increase in battle power was not instantaneous. After nearly 4 months of effort, he had only managed to elevate his strength to around 180. Nevertheless, armed with his exquisite control over ki, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, along with the extraordinary endurance gained from years of nurturing, Red felt confident in his ability to contend with Demon King Piccolo. Moreover, he had the trump card of Golden Life Energy. Although it could not compare to the overpowered healing properties of Senzu Beans, it was still a form of restorative red medicine. Picture the scenario: two exhausted fighters in the final round, exchanging blows. When one suddenly reveals a poison-resistant backpack, wouldn't that be a moment of sheer despair? Though perhaps the analogy was imperfect, the principle remained the same. Climbing the tower has had minimal impact on your improvement. Why do you persist each day? The cat sage inquired curiously as he watched Red prepare to descend. Of course, it's for sustenance. I can't rely solely on Senzu Beans, Red replied with a grin. Senzu Beans still have their uses, and one must never neglect the needs of the stomach. While Red was not a glutton, the lack of food atop the tower had left him feeling somewhat starved. In truth, his daily climbs were not solely for training, but also to appease his appetite. The cat sage, revealing a hint of desire on his feline face, hesitated to speak. Red, understanding his unspoken thoughts, reassured him, "Do not worry, Master Karen, I shall bring back several fish." With that, he swiftly climbed down the tower. This little one possesses a resilient spirit, exceptional insight, and monstrous talent, along with a commendable sense of courtesy and filial piety. Quite impressive indeed, the cat sage thought, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction as he found himself increasingly fond of this considerate young man. At the base of Karen Tower, Tao Pai Pai, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of mastery and coldness as he remarked, "It seems you hold a great deal of confidence in yourself. Thus, I shall not hold back." In an instant, Tao Pai Pai vanished. Whoosh! He reappeared before Pola, gripping her spear with one hand. "How swift!" Sun Wukong gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Pola, her muscles tensed and teeth clenched, summoned all her strength, sweat beading on her forehead. Yet she remained unable to budge the spear even a fraction. "What is the matter? Unable to move? How about this?" Tao Pai Pai regarded Pola with indifference. As if observing an insect, his tone laced with mockery. With one hand behind his back, Tao Pai Pai effortlessly pinched Pola's spear between two fingers, rendering her still unable to free it. "Still unable to move? Very well, I shall permit you to move." A cruel disdain flickered in Tao Pai Pai's eyes, as if he had grown weary of this one-sided charade. Grasping his spear, he flung it skyward, sending Bora soaring into the heavens. "This toy is better returned to you," he remarked, his expression one of indifference, as Bora appeared lifeless in his gaze. He carelessly tossed the spear towards the airborne Bora. "Father!" UPA cried out in desperation, his voice a heart-wrenching wail. "Nimbus!" Son Goku's voice rang out simultaneously, as he attempted to summon the Nimbus cloud to rescue him. Just as the spear was about to pierce Bora, a loud bang erupted. A ki blast struck the spear, shattering it into fragments. "Who?" Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. The ki blast had appeared without warning. He had not sensed any fluctuations beforehand. Goku adeptly maneuvered the Nimbus to catch the plummeting Bora. UPA rushed towards his fallen father, tears streaming down his face. Beneath the tower, a young man in red had appeared, his features striking and his physique well-proportioned, with muscles that flowed seamlessly. After confirming the safety of Goku and the others with a glance, his gaze turned to Tao Bai Bai, scrutinizing him with keen interest. "The world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai? How dare you treat my friend so callously without consulting me?" Red remarked with a smile that bore a hint of restrained fury, his eyes growing cold. During his time training at the tower, he had inevitably formed a bond with UPA and his father, their sincerity and simplicity endearing him to them. Especially admirable was their ancestral duty to protect the Kylan Tower, which had earned Red's respect and affection, leading him to regard them as friends. This person seems familiar. Son Goku noted, a look of confusion crossing his face, as if he recognized the young man. "Red, thank you." Bora, supported by Goku, sat on the ground, his eyes filled with both fear and gratitude. Had it not been for Red's timely intervention, he might have perished at the hands of Tao Bai Bai. "Brother Red, thank goodness. Thank you for saving my father," UPA exclaimed excitedly, tears still glistening on his cheeks. Hearing their words, Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Red. "Ah? You?" The two had not seen each other for 4 years, and Red had grown significantly taller. His aura had transformed as well, leaving the oblivious Goku unable to reconcile the young man before him with his memories of the past. Red waved his hand dismissively at the trio, signaling them to remain calm, before redirecting his attention back to Tao Bai Bai. "Who are you? Knowing I am Tao Bai Bai, you still dare to rescue someone from my grasp. You appear quite self-assured." Tao Bai Bai resumed his masterful stance, hands clasped behind his back. Red regarded the self-proclaimed world's greatest assassin, mentally commenting on his overwhelming arrogance. "I must admit, Tao Bai Bai truly exudes confidence. He has always maintained that nonchalant demeanor while effortlessly dispatching his foes. Every utterance drips with pretense. With a battle power of 210, he indeed possesses the capital for such hubris. Among the three most ostentatious characters in Dragon Ball, Piccolo ranks third, Frieza second, but the number one must undoubtedly be the boastful Tao Bai Bai. Self-assured? Red repeated the word softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps. Red paused, his gaze toward Tao Bai Bai growing increasingly frigid. From the moment you laid a hand on my friend. Red's hands slowly rose, gathering energy into two luminous orbs. You, Tao Bai Bai, have already sealed your fate. Red's voice turned icy, brimming with lethal intent. You are as good as dead. The instant his words fell, the two energy blasts surged forward, hurtling towards Tao Bai Bai. Red's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 14. The world's number one assassin, is this all? Tao Bai Bai watched as the two energy blasts approached, a dismissive smirk gracing his lips. Yet, his pupils suddenly constricted. For it seemed the energy blasts had accurately calculated his movements and preemptively locked onto his position. The vanishing Red instilled a prickle of unease in him. I can't evade. Tao Bai Bai's heart raced in horror. He realized that no matter how he tried to dodge, he would inevitably be struck by Red's assault. Thus, he crossed his arms before his chest for protection. Boom, boom. Just as the energy blasts were about to strike Tao Bai Bai, Red had somehow maneuvered behind him. With an apparently casual kick to Tao Bai Bai's waist, he sent him careening forward, colliding directly with the two energy blasts. Ugh. Tao Bai Bai was violently propelled backward, managing to adjust his posture upon landing, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. The explosion had torn his shirt, his meticulously styled hair now disheveled, his torso marred by injuries. Blood trickling down his arm. Why aren't you moving? Can't you escape? Red mocked, a teasing smile on his lips. You bastard. Tao Bai Bai roared, his facade of mastery shattered. With a sudden surge of energy, he transformed his fingers into talon-like claws and instantaneously appeared at Red's left side, aiming directly for his temple. Red maintained his mocking expression, leaning back slightly as Tao Bai Bai's lethal claws grazed the tip of his nose. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Red raised his left elbow nonchalantly, lazily yet precisely striking Tao Bai Bai beneath his ribs. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. Ugh! Tao Bai Bai's eyes widened in shock. His body trembled as he slowly staggered backward, curling into a fetal position. How is this possible? He gasped, clutching his side in horror. He knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, at least 2 ribs broken, his insides violently shaken. The strongest in the world? Red's voice dripped with derision as he approached Tao Bai Bai. With each step, the fear etched on Tao Bai Bai's face deepened. Do not come any closer. In a state of sheer terror, Tao Bai Bai sprang up, wildly flailing his arms. Die! 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 He unleashed a barrage of ki blasts towards Red. Red remained unfazed, merely shifting his body slightly, sidestepping with ease, and tilting his head casually. He strolled through the dense flurry of ki blasts with nonchalance. Impossible. Tao Bai Bai's scalp prickled. His mind trembled. The world's foremost assassin was reduced to a mere child, playing a farcical game. Red halted before Tao Bai Bai, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. The world's number one assassin? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Red struck Tao Bai Bai across the face. Tao Bai Bai was sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes, his ears ringing. As he spun away from the force of the blow, one side of his face swelled instantly, his mouth torn. Ugh! Tao Bai Bai trembled on the ground, humiliation and searing pain igniting his nerves. The world's number one assassin had never endured such a disgraceful defeat. I have lost. This is a monster. I must flee. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with resentment and madness, a sinister grin creeping onto his swollen face. Tao Bai Bai's left hand reached for his waist, retrieving a state-of-the-art, high-explosive grenade. He pulled the pin and hurled it towards Goku and the others. Die! Tao Bai Bai cackled maniacally. Simultaneously, he pointed his right index finger at Red. A concentrated ki wave surged forth, aimed directly at Red's chest. Dodo Wave. This was his trump card, his most powerful technique. He intended for Red to be caught off guard. As long as Red was distracted, either to defend or to rescue, he would have the opportunity to escape. A desperate struggle. Red had already seen through Tao Bai Bai's intentions. As the Dodo Wave hurtled towards him, Red raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Buzz! A fist-sized ball of light materialized in an instant. The orb radiated a faint red glow. With countless silver lightning bolts dancing violently within, the energy highly condensed and exuding a destructive aura. Thunderflame. Red barked. This was a new technique he had developed atop the Kylan Tower, observing the violent lightning day and night, fusing it with his mastery over ki. It could rapidly gather energy, possessing unparalleled penetrative power and speed, with erratic trajectories resembling lightning. Additionally, it could infiltrate the body and explode from within. Whoosh! The thunder flame, leaving a dark, elongated tail in its wake, surged forward, striking the dodo wave with precision. Sizzle! The explosive energy of the lightning flames, imbued with unparalleled penetrative force, instantly obliterated the dodo wave. It continued, trailing its fiery tail straight towards Tao Bai Bai. Simultaneously, Red's figure had appeared before Goku and the others, as if teleporting. He casually raised his left index finger. With a nonchalant motion, reminiscent of how Tao Bai Bai had toyed with Bora, he flicked the grenade back. Your toy is returned to you. The grenade was sent hurtling back towards Tao Bai Bai. At this moment, the energy orb, trailing a dark crimson tail, had reached Tao Bai Bai, effectively obstructing his escape route. Within the depths of his terrified eyes, it precisely penetrated his chest. Zzz. The energy orb surged into his body like a bolt of lightning, exploding from within. As the sound of the explosion echoed, a grenade followed suit. Boom! The red glow of the energy explosion mingled with the black smoke of the grenade, instantaneously engulfing Tao Bai Bai's figure. The world fell into a profound silence. Gulp! UPA swallowed hard, his small face pale. Boris stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Had that terrifying assassin really been reduced to mere ash? The foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, had not even managed a final scream before being transformed into drifting dust. It was Sun Wukong, the renowned figure from the Kingdom of S, who first regained his composure, his wide eyes glistening with fiery intensity. How formidable! What an incredible technique! As the dust settled, Hong used his mental prowess to ascertain Tao Bai Bai's demise, then turned to the others, his expression softening. Are you all right? Yes, we are fine. Thank you, Bora replied in awe. Hong, you are immensely powerful. What was that technique? So impressive. Wukong rushed up to Hong, enthusiasm radiating from him. Hong patted Wukong's shoulder, his tone teasing. It seems that after all these years, you remain unchanged. Haven't been training diligently, have you? Indeed. These past years were spent battling the Red Ribbon Army. And I haven't trained properly at all. Wukong scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. No worries. With your potential and foundation, if you commit yourself, you'll soon become much stronger. Who knows, perhaps in a few days, you might even catch up to me, Hong assured confidently. For science, enhancing combat power is almost akin to child's play, defying logic. In the original narrative, Wukong's strength doubled after merely 3 days of climbing the tower, utterly overwhelming Tao Bai Bai. Really? Hee hee. Sun Wukong's face lit up with delight, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed. Do you wish to learn that technique I just employed? I can teach you. Hong contemplated extracting some secrets of Saiyan cells from Wukong in the future. Thus he had no intentions of withholding his knowledge. Yes. Yes. Wukong's eyes sparkled, nodding vigorously. No problem, but there is someone above who would be a more suitable teacher for you. Hong pointed towards the pinnacle of the tower. Above? Sun Wukong gazed at the towering Korin Tower, perplexed. Precisely. You can only ascend to the top using your own strength. There lies a substance known as super divine water. Drinking it can exponentially enhance your power, Hong explained. So you also became this strong after drinking it? How incredible. Yoshi, let us set off, Hong. Upon hearing about the miraculous super divine water, Sun Wukong instantly became exhilarated, his eyes widening with anticipation to rush upwards. Not so fast, Wukong. Once we reach the top, may I borrow your power pole for a moment? Seeing the eager Wukong, Hong made his request. Of course, take it. Wukong replied sincerely, always generous with his friends. All right. It's settled then. However, Wukong, you should go ahead first. I need to return home briefly to see my father and Chi-Chi. It has been years since I last saw them, and I may stay up there for quite a while. When I return, I will teach you that technique, Thunder Flame. Oh, I see. Well, that is fine. Wukong nodded, bidding farewell to UPA and the others, then leaping towards Korin Tower. Super Divine Water. Here I come. Chapter 15. The initial form of Divine Realm Training. Korin Tower, 3 days later. How unfair. You were tricking me all along. Sun Wukong exclaimed, somewhat irate, having finally acquired the super divine water, only to discover it was merely ordinary water. Ha ha ha, I wasn't deceiving you. In truth, your strength has increased several-fold. The cat sage chuckled upon witnessing Wukong's naivete. Huh. Wukong blinked his large eyes, utterly confused. You've scaled the Korin Tower multiple times, and adding to that, snatching the bottle from me. This is all part of your training, the cat sage elucidated. Oh, Wukong suddenly understood, his expression transforming into one of excitement. He realized that he had indeed become significantly stronger than 3 days prior, and he could now sense energy, just like Hong. What are you two so happy about? Perched on the railing at the tower's edge was a young man dressed in red, his youthful features striking, with a demeanor exuding restrained power. Observing the pair with a subtle smile. It was the returning Hong. Wow, it's Hong. When did you get here? Wukong initially expressed excitement. Then his face turned to one of surprise. Despite his newfound strength and ability to sense energy, he had not noticed Hong's presence. Hee. You were too busy drinking the water to notice me. Hong chuckled, suggesting that Wukong was dazed by the divine liquid. Humph. You actually remembered to come back. The cat sage remarked, somewhat annoyed. Where's the fish you promised? You've been gone for 3 whole days, and I've been craving it. How could I forget? Here you go. Hong chuckled, tossing a universal capsule to the cat sage. I put in considerable effort. The contents will keep Corinne well fed for quite some time. Humph. I suppose you're thoughtful after all. The cat sage attempted to maintain a haughty demeanor, though his glimmering eyes and drooling mouth betrayed his true feelings. So, are you prepared then? The cat sage shifted the tone of his voice, adopting a more serious demeanor. Seeing the abundance of fish Hong had prepared, he surmised that Hong was likely ready to head to the divine temple. Hong nodded, his expression turning earnest. Ah, it is indeed time. Before I leave, Wukong, observe closely. This is Thunderflame. Hong raised his hand, gathering an energy orb radiating a soft red glow, with lightning dancing within. At the tower's summit, Hong inserted the power pole into its designated slot, turning back to nod at Wukong and the cat sage, preparing for departure. Hong, are you really not joining me for the martial arts tournament? I was hoping to spar with you. Son Wukong asked once more, a hint of reluctance in his voice. No, I have many training methods to refine and validate, which will require a substantial amount of time. There will be plenty of opportunities for sparring in the future. Hong declined Wukong's invitation to the tournament, feeling that spending time on it would be a waste. Winning the championship was insignificant compared to the effortless might of others. All right, once I finish the martial arts tournament, I'll come to the divine temple and ask the gods to teach me. I will surely surpass you. Son Wukong declared with unwavering determination in his eyes. Very well, I shall await your return. Farewell, Corinne, Wukong. With that, Hong's figure ascended rapidly along the seemingly endless power pole, piercing through the thin clouds, reaching a peculiar hemispherical realm suspended high in the sky. Upon reaching the divine temple, Hong stood in a vast plaza, surveying his surroundings. The temple was expansive and tranquil, imbued with an ancient, solemn aura. His gaze ultimately settled on the center of the platform. There, a figure with dark skin, clad in unusual attire and a white turban, sat cross-legged, feeding a few small birds perched on his shoulder and palm. This figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the temple, the plaza, the birds chirping, and indeed, the entire environment, exuding an air of quietude and harmony. Out of respect for the deity, Hong refrained from intrusively probing with his mental energy, choosing instead to quietly observe this serene tableau. After a moment, Hong stepped forward, slightly bowing. Greetings, I am Hong, guided here by Master Corinne, seeking the Divine One's guidance in my training. Hello. Bobo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, his large eyes scrutinized Hong, a flicker of intrigue passing through their depths. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Your aura is remarkably tranquil. You are on the verge of attaining the state of nothingness. It is rare for him to encounter someone capable of suppressing their aura to such an extent. Even the most powerful warriors struggle to reach this near-null state without exerting their strength. This was not merely a display of power, but a testament to the profound control over one's own energy. The young man before him stood like a lifeless stone, which caught him by surprise. Hong gazed calmly at him, awaiting further discourse. Now it seems that Karen's recognition of you is indeed justified. Your current realm has transcended that of all individuals on Earth. There is no need for further testing, Bobo stated matter-of-factly. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, Hong replied, gracefully accepting the commendation. Follow me. Bobo turned and proceeded towards the temple, with Hong closely trailing behind. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the temple, a gentle yet commanding voice emanated from within. Welcome to the temple of the celestial deity. Hong. The figure of the celestial deity gradually materialized at the threshold of the temple, clad in a flowing white robe. With emerald skin and a pair of antennae adorning its forehead, the deity regarded Hong with a benevolent expression, radiating both scrutiny and warmth. The celestial deity of Earth. Hong reverently bowed, exclaiming, I have come to pay my respects. The deity nodded slightly, acknowledging, I am aware of your purpose. Your method of cultivation is both unique and extraordinary. Instead of honing your combat prowess and fundamentals, you have embarked upon the path of evolution. You have already begun to take on the semblance of a deity, remaining now in the realms of refinement and perception. This is commendable, yet it lacks depth. With these words, Hong's heart trembled, and he humbly implored, Please, dear celestial deity, offer your guidance. True perception transcends merely understanding the strength and direction of qi. It requires one to feel its rhythm, its emotions, and even the minute fragments of rules that constitute it. All things in heaven and earth possess qi, and within them lie profound truths. The celestial deity raised a finger, the tip emanating a pure, delicate light, declaring, refinement is not merely about compressing qi tightly. It is about merging your will, spirit, and even the very essence of your life with your qi. Allow it to transform into an extension of your intent, a part of your existence. This is the true essence of refinement and the path to higher realms. The deity's words resonated within Hong, instantly unveiling a gateway to a deeper understanding of power. He had previously been on the right path. The deity's few words illuminated his direction, pointing towards a higher and more fundamental state of being. Thus, to perceive the rules of the universe and cultivate the cells is to refine the essence of life. Merging these through will and spirit, this is the path to divinity. I comprehend now. Thank you, celestial deity. Hong bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with enlightenment and longing. Understanding is merely the beginning. Action is the key, the celestial deity smiled. From now on, you shall cultivate here. Bobo will assist you, and I shall guide you as well. The deity's gaze seemed to penetrate Hong's very being, adding, moreover, the unique golden energy within you embodies one of these truths, worthy of deep contemplation. Thus, a new chapter of cultivation commenced at the pinnacle of earth, igniting Hong's fervent desire for higher realms. Chapter 16, The Distinction of Divine Qi. Battle with Sun Wukong. In the plaza of the temple, Hong sat cross-legged, reflecting on the celestial deity's words, to perceive the rhythm of qi, its emotions, and the fragments of rules. He began to extend his mental energy, striving to sense the ancient aura of the temple, the tranquility of the sky, the undulations of the sea of clouds, and the vitality of the flora. Gradually, a peculiar clarity arose within Hong's heart. All things in heaven and earth are not mere lifeless entities. They all possess qi and embody unique truths. With caution, Hong infiltrated the celestial temple with his mental energy, reaching out to the Namekian, perceiving the qi within, which carried an unusual resonance that echoed with the golden life energy within him. The breath of the Namekian's regenerative power, was it a principle of life? Hong's heart jolted, instinctively seeking to grasp and understand those strange fluctuations. At that moment, the faint golden cells within him seemed to respond to an unseen allure, warming slightly, as if resonating. Remarkable comprehension. The voice of the celestial deity echoed in Hong's mind, laden with unabashed admiration. In merely a few days, you have glimpsed a fragment of the principles of life. Your path of nurturing is approaching the divine domain. The celestial deity walked forward, his verdant fingers coalescing a gentle energy, which he pressed onto Hong's forehead. A unique energy surged forth, resonating with the faint golden cells at Hong's fingertips, clarifying his understanding of the principles of life manifold. The celestial deity's voice reverberated once more in his heart. Refinement is not about brute force compression. It is the fusion of will, spirit, and the essence of life with qi. Allow them to become an extension of your intent, a part of your life. Hong ceased his attempts to forcibly control the qi within. Instead, he immersed his entire mental energy into the core of the cells he had nurtured. His mental energy, akin to a sculptor's chisel, attempted to engrave his understanding of life into the very depths of each cell's essence. An invisible wave radiated outward from Hong's core. A minuscule portion of the qi within him underwent a transformation, no longer existing merely as energy, but slowly merging with his will and cells. Hong's heart quaked. No wonder even the later stage Sun Wukong could not perceive the divine qi. Now he finally understood. The qi had altered its form of existence. How is this possible? Bobo, who was watering a potted plant, suddenly lifted his head, astonished. He sensed Hong's life form undergoing a fundamental leap. Though it was but a trace, the rhythmic fluctuations were subtly resonating with the temple, transcending the realm of martial artists. The celestial deity's eyes sparkled with brilliance, splendid, imprinting the essence of life with mental will, allowing the essence to reciprocate the energy cycle. This is the pathway to the heavens. Hong, your future holds infinite possibilities. Hong slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. A sense of unprecedented mastery welled up within. The cells, under the imprint of his will, cheered joyfully, releasing purer and more potent qi, which in turn nourished the cells, creating a perfect internal cycle. He bowed deeply to the celestial deity and Bobo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, celestial deity and Mr. Bobo, for your guidance. The celestial deity smiled and nodded. It is your own talent and perseverance. Continue to solidify your path. The future lies beneath your feet. Time surged swiftly as Hong immersed himself in the profound realm of rule perception and will imprinting. His imprinting upon his cells deepened and refined. And he even began to guide that small cluster of cells capable of producing golden life energy to mimic the rhythm of the regenerative principles within the celestial deity's aura. Though progress was slow, the vitality and restorative effects of that golden energy were subtly enhancing. As Hong delved into the ocean of rules, a familiar yet strange chi surged forth from Karen Tower. This chi, Sun Wukong. A delighted smile broke across Hong's face. He had finally arrived. At the edge of the temple, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform leaped onto the platform, the signature explosive hair and the swaying monkey tail unmistakable. It was Sun Wukong. Hong! Wukong exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand, his gaze immediately locking onto Hong. I have defeated Piccolo Daimao. His voice brimmed with the joy of newfound strength. Well done, Wukong. I already knew in the temple, Hong praised sincerely, clearly sensing the tumultuous power within Wukong, far exceeding his current strength level of 200 points. He was likely nearing 300 points. The potential of the Saiyan bloodline was indeed terrifying. Hee. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, but his eyes instantly ignited with fervor, his battle spirit blazing unabashedly. Hong, I have grown stronger. Let us have a match. This time, I must win against you. The warrior spirit of the Saiyans surged within him, eager to validate his growth and rectify the regret of his previous defeat to Hong 4 years prior. Hong mused. Indeed, the fighting spirit of a warrior race. He promptly assumed a stance, nodding at Sun Wukong. As you wish, come forth. Wukong, upon hearing this, transformed into a streak of orange lightning. His fist charged with energy as he lunged toward Hong. A hint of excitement curled at the corners of Hong's lips, yet his eyes remained tranquil. Come at me, he called out, advancing rather than retreating. Buzz. The mental energy field erupted in full force. The trajectory of chi flowing within Wukong, the contraction of muscle fibers. The slightest shift in balance. All information was vividly relayed to Hong's mind. Hong's movements were stripped down to their essence, devoid of any excess. In the very instant when Wukong's furious fist was about to connect, his body glided sideways as if devoid of bones, shifting at an inconceivably minute angle. Whoosh! Wukong's fist brushed past the crimson hem of his opponent's attire, the force of his strike meeting only empty air, leaving him momentarily breathless. What? Wukong's pupils constricted. The speed and evasion of Hong were disturbingly beyond his combat instincts. In that fleeting moment, Hong retaliated. He brought his fingers together, the tips gathering an energy of remarkable penetrative power, and precisely targeted the critical point beneath Wukong's right shoulder, exposed by his full-force punch. Thud! A faint, muffled sound echoed. Ugh! Wukong felt his right side suddenly numb, the accumulated power dissipating in an instant. A wave of intense tingling coursed through him, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably, his face a mask of astonishment and disbelief. In just one encounter, he had been struck at a vital point without even discerning Hong's movements. How is this possible? Steadying himself, Wukong shook off the tingling from his right arm. Rather than extinguishing his fighting spirit, it ignited a fervent blaze of excitement within him. Hong, your technique is extraordinary. How did you achieve this? How strong have you truly become? Hong, standing firm, gazed at the exhilarated Sun Wukong, feeling the turbulent cells within him, driven wild by the battle, and a powerful anticipation ignited within his heart. Want to know? The corners of Hong's mouth curled into a grin, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Then unleash your full potential. Chapter 17. The ultimate application of Qi in the temple's plaza. The figures of Hong and Sun Wukong moved with such speed they were nearly indistinguishable. Each clash of fists and feet erupted with a dull thud, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Huh! Sun Wukong let out a low shout, his right fist gathering power as it descended upon Hong. Just as his fist was about to collide, Hong effortlessly sidestepped again, simultaneously extending his right hand like a sword, channeling an energy of exceptional penetrative force, aiming at Wukong's exposed ribs. Again with this move, Wukong, having learned from previous encounters, reacted swiftly. He twisted his waist and narrowly evaded the cunning strike, sweeping his left leg out in response. Hong had anticipated this, lowering himself just in time for Wukong's leg to pass by, and he took the opportunity to close in, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Wukong's torso. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows, each trading strikes for a brief period, having already engaged in dozens of exchanges. Wukong's attacks were consistently deflected by Hong with ease, followed by counterattacks that left Wukong feeling quite frustrated. Hong, your energy is clearly not as strong as mine, so why can't I even touch you? It's all about the control of energy, Hong replied. Control of energy? Wukong was puzzled. He had certainly learned energy control from Master Rashi. Hong observed Wukong, internally lamenting his own limitations. If only my bloodline potential allowed for overwhelming strength. No matter how much training Earthlings undergo, they can't compare to the power of a single well-executed exercise. Therefore, I must hone my skills in other areas. Hong suppressed his thoughts and explained, Indeed, while my energy may not match yours in strength, I can harness 1 unit of energy to yield the effect of 2. Wukong blinked, appearing to await further clarification. After thoughtful consideration, Hong realized he struggled to articulate this to Wukong's current understanding. After a moment of reflection, he said, Do you recall the process of competing for the bottle with Master Karen? Remember that feeling? Strive to surpass it. Upon hearing this, Wukong earnestly recalled the event, and his eyes brightened. So that's it, I understand now. Hong, let us continue. Wukong's expression gradually morphed into one of confidence. The two engaged in yet another series of exchanges, but this time, Wukong's mastery over his energy grew increasingly precise. From initially being unable to touch Hong, he gradually began to force him into a defensive position. The innate combat talent of the Saiyans was indeed formidable. Hong, here comes my strike. Wukong's eyes burned with determination as he leapt back to create distance. He gathered a pale red energy sphere in his palm, the interior crackling with silver lightning. It was Hong's own technique, the Thunder Flame. Thunder Flame. A smile crept onto Hong's lips. This kid dares to use his own technique against him. Hey, try this. Wukong thrust the energy sphere forward. The orb, infused with his newfound understanding of energy, streaked toward Hong with a dark red tail flame, following an erratic trajectory aimed directly at his face. Facing this familiar technique, Hong did not flinch. He, too, raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Buzz. A smaller but darker thunderous energy sphere rapidly formed within his palm, the lightning within more concentrated. Go, Hong barked, flicking his wrist. The dark red energy, entwined with silver, surged forward, colliding precisely with Wukong's thunder flame. Sizzle. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, Hong's thunder flame pierced straight through Wukong's attack, annihilating it. The residual force of the thunder flame brushed past Wukong's ear. Hiss. Wukong inhaled sharply, gingerly touching his ear, which throbbed from the energy's aftershock. Looking at Hong with disbelief. How is your technique so vastly superior to mine? The appearance is similar, but the essence remains elusive. Hong retracted his hand, calmly assessing. It's all about the compression of energy, the activation of the lightning element, the ferocity of the flame energy, and the restraint of mental will. All are indispensable. You still have much to practice. Damn it. Wukong's fighting spirit ignited completely, the Saiyan's competitive nature roaring to life. Once more. This time, I shall not hold back. Allow you to witness the technique I used to defeat King Piccolo. Wukong's energy surged again. 300 points of battle power erupted unreservedly, condensing into his right fist. Enveloped in a blazing white aura, exuding an indomitable momentum. Huh! Wukong roared, charging at Hong. His speed and strength reached their zenith. This was the ultimate punch. A culmination of all his fighting spirit and power. Hong's eyes gleamed with intensity. Unafraid, his mind laser-focused, his perception heightened to its limits. In Hong's perception, the energy within Wukong was compressing and rotating, forming an explosive force of immense penetrative power, flooding his right arm, following the trajectory of his muscles' exertion. This kid not only learned to transform the energy's attributes, but had also mastered the compression and explosive release of energy. This punch's quality far exceeded 400 points of battle power. Just as Wukong's fist, charged with all his strength, hurtled toward Hong. Hong spread his legs, adopting a horse stance, compressing the energy at a speed several times faster than Wukong, condensing it into his right palm, then thrusting it forward. Huh. This scene made the observing Kai and Bobo furrow their brows. Although Hong's perception and control over energy were exquisite, a direct confrontation was not merely about skill. It was a contest of raw power, a gap not easily bridged by technique. Bang! The collision of palm and fist unleashed a colossal shockwave, sending trees bowing down. Contrary to expectations, Hong was not sent flying. Rather, he withstood the impact. Nanny, he held it. The Kai and Bobo gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend. In the next moment, they were met with yet another shocking sight. Wukong, like a deflated balloon, crumpled to the ground, utterly limp. Chapter 18, Completion of Training. Here I come, Piccolo. The Kai and Bobo remained agape, their mouths wide enough to hold a basket of eggs, utterly incredulous, unable to regain their composure. A replay of events showed Hong compressing the energy at an astonishing speed, infusing it with immense penetrative power, and striking Wukong's fist while simultaneously channeling another energy within, which was none other than the Thunder Flame. The Thunder Flame, with its precise control, disrupted Wukong's energy flow without causing him harm, leaving him briefly incapacitated and unable to rise. After a few moments, Regaining his senses, the Kai approached Hong with his wooden cane. His face a mixture of shock and admiration as he spoke. Subarashi, it's simply unbelievable. Not only can you compress and penetrate energy in such a short time, but you can also simultaneously manipulate another energy, infusing it with flame and lightning attributes. What's even more impressive is your ability to release them together. The celestial deity paused momentarily, then shook his head in admiration, saying, in the mastery of energy manipulation, there exists no one in this world who can surpass you. Though I am a deity of earth and once an esteemed martial artist, I must concede that you have far surpassed me. Not at all. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants, and I owe it all to the guidance of the celestial deity and Mr. Bobo, as well as those who have instructed me in the past. Without your mentorship, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments, Hong replied humbly, bowing slightly. Indeed, without the guidance of such esteemed predecessors, he would not have reached this point, at least not at this moment. Wah! Sun Wukong struggled to rise. His energy dispersed and leaving him utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. After several attempts, he finally managed to regain his strength. Hong, you truly are remarkable. How did you execute that move just now? Sun Wukong scratched his head, gesturing with his hands. No one understood what had just transpired better than he did. He now comprehended the transformations of energy and its applications, yet he could not articulate it. It is simply a matter of familiarity. Hong explained to Wukong, with ample practice. One can master the control and application of energy. Truly astounding, Hong. One day, I shall surpass you. Sun Wukong exclaimed with unbridled excitement and confidence, showing no signs of defeat. With such a formidable rival as Hong, the fervor of the warrior spirit surged within him. The more powerful the opponent, the more exhilarated Wukong felt. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally noticed the celestial deity. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he roared, "Huh, Piccolo, you're alive." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed an energy-infused punch aimed at the celestial deity. Anticipating this very scene, Hong swiftly positioned himself before the deity, seizing Wukong's fist and pulling him back. "Wukong, calm down. This is the celestial deity, not Piccolo." The celestial deity? Sun Wukong was taken aback, trusting Hong's words implicitly. He composed himself, though a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze as he regarded the deity. The celestial deity, observing Wukong's bewilderment, began to elucidate. Long ago, Piccolo was but an evil manifestation of my being. Ah, I see. My sincerest apologies. Sun Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, feeling somewhat remorseful for his earlier recklessness. He then turned to the deity with anticipation. Mighty celestial deity, might I implore you to resurrect those who have perished? Though I am a deity, the act of bringing the dead back to life is beyond my capabilities. The celestial deity shook his head. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the dragon Shenron was indeed created by me. If it is Shenron, I can certainly summon him to grant you a wish. Is that true? Thank you. Sun Wukong's face illuminated with joy at the prospect of wishing upon Shenron once more. However, I have one stipulation. You must remain in the Celestial Palace to train until the next World Martial Arts Tournament. The deity's tone grew serious. He understood that, having defeated the Demon King Piccolo, the reincarnated Piccolo would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Wukong. Thus, should Wukong participate in the tournament, the reincarnated Piccolo would surely appear. Therefore, even if Wukong could not defeat him after 3 years of training, he would have a means to ensure a mutual downfall. Wow, that's incredible. I can train alongside Hong in the Celestial Palace. I will surely become stronger. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement once more, brimming with enthusiasm. With a sigh of resignation, Hong rubbed his forehead, realizing that the boundless zeal of the Saiyan was inexhaustible. Time passed swiftly, and a year soon slipped by. The dragon had already resurrected those slain by the Demon King Piccolo, and Sun Wukong remained in the Celestial Palace, training alongside Hong. The moment the deity summoned, Shenron left Hong in awe. He immersed himself in the analysis of the deity's energy and the changes within his cellular structure, correlating them with the small portion of cells nurtured by the mystical beings, confirming their similarities despite the differing principles. Throughout this year, the combat prowess of both Hong and Sun Wukong saw little improvement. Hong was engrossed in cellular training, while Wukong focused on mastering the control and perception of energy. Although their combat strength had not markedly increased, their actual capabilities had become incomparable. Notably, with Hong's profound understanding and command of energy, he had fully mastered the art of flight, and naturally, Sun Wukong learned alongside him. Additionally, through his perception of the deity and the cells within him, after a year of analysis and validation, Hong made significant progress. Perhaps due to the deity's previous division, the cells within the deity were not entirely perfect, causing Hong's research to hit a wall. One day, Hong stood at the edge of the Celestial Palace, gazing down at the billowing sea of clouds and the endless expanse of land, contemplating. The purpose of my training here has been fulfilled. It is time to depart. He approached the celestial deity, bowing respectfully, and said, Mighty celestial deity, I am grateful for your guidance during my time here. It has greatly refined my training methods and illuminated my future path. I believe it is time for me to take my leave. There is indeed nothing more I can teach you. Go forth, Hong. I hold high hopes for your future. The celestial deity nodded in approval. Mighty celestial deity, I wish to seek out Piccolo. Hong bowed once more, asking with a tone of solicitude. The deity paused, then realized Hong's intent. Ah, I see. Indeed. You should seek him out. Since he's separated from me, my energy has become fragmented. Perhaps his energy will provide you with a unique insight. Hong nodded in agreement and turned to bid farewell to Bobo and the training son Wukong with a few brief words before his body began to levitate gracefully, employing the art of flight, transforming into a crimson streak of light as he sped away. Chapter 19. Piccolo, a meeting with the master teacher Hong, is conducting online instruction. After countless days of flight, Hong had scanned numerous forests with his mental energy, recalling that the young reincarnated Piccolo had hidden within a forest in his youth. Finally, on the edge of a forest by the sea, a presence akin to the celestial deity's energy entered Hong's perception. I found him. Hong's lips curled into a slight smile as he raced towards the source of the energy. Beneath a towering tree, a small green-skinned figure was slowly ambling about. It was indeed the young Piccolo. Without the sound of rushing wind, Hong suddenly appeared before the young Piccolo. With his current mastery over energy, he had long since dispensed with the primitive sound effects of movement. Who? The youthful voice quivered with a hint of panic, two small antennae twitching as if startled by Hong's abrupt appearance. Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions, Hong assured with a warm smile and a calm demeanor. However, young Piccolo remained silent, abruptly turning on his heel to flee, believing he was being pursued by someone seeking vengeance. This scene momentarily stunned Hong. Am I truly that fearsome as the Demon King? Observing the adorable figure and innocent face of the young Piccolo, Hong's lips curled into a playful smirk, and a mischievous spirit surged within him. Suddenly, he vanished from sight once more. Young Piccolo had barely taken 2 steps when he was horrified to find Hong reappearing right before him, no matter which way he turned. With a flash of determination in his eyes, young Piccolo thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of energy. The energy wave surged forth, engulfing Hong's form. A smirk tugged at the corners of young Piccolo's mouth, but the expression quickly froze in place as the dust settled, revealing Hong's figure emerging unscathed, smiling back at him. What? Young Piccolo's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Hong, who remained entirely unharmed after his attack. You're mistaken. Energy is not wielded in such a manner. You possess a formidable energy within you. Hong's voice resonated, providing real-time feedback. Bah! Young Piccolo appeared incensed, launching an even larger energy wave at Hong. Still combative? I have already stated that energy is not used in this way. Hong's voice echoed once more from the dissipating dust. As the dust cleared, the expression on young Piccolo's face morphed into one of terror as perspiration dotted his forehead. Observe closely. Energy should be utilized in this manner. Ignoring young Piccolo's fear, Hong raised his right hand, conjuring a dark red orb of energy the size of a fist, within which countless bolts of lightning danced. This was none other than his self-created thunderflame. Feel the strength within your body with your heart. Guide it, control it, and let it transform according to your will. Compress it, alter it, Red instructed with an air of gentle authority. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent forth a luminous sphere that shot out like erratic lightning, trailing a dark red flame towards a relatively sizable island in the distance. Upon impact, a resounding crack echoed, and a blinding flash of red and white light instantaneously engulfed the entire island. As the brilliance faded, what remained was merely a vast, gaping crater, with the surrounding sea rushing in to fill the void. Silence reigned. Even the wind within the forest had ceased. Young Piccolo stood frozen, his pupils reflecting the consuming red and white glow that obliterated the island. His body quivered, not from rage, but from a primal fear inherent to life itself. Is this power? Red retracted his hand, as if brushing away a speck of dust. He smiled at the dazed young Piccolo, his tone remaining tranquil. Would you like to learn? Those 3 words detonated within Piccolo's bewildered mind. He abruptly lifted his gaze, astonishment and confusion flooding his eyes, mingled with a flicker of desire for that annihilating light. Red met his chaotic stare, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I will teach you. The winds of the forest resumed their flow, rustling Red's garments and stirring the little antennae on Piccolo's forehead. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms. The sheer power capable of destroying an island. After a few moments of struggle, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. Lowering his head, Filled with a yearning for strength and revenge, he spoke softly. "Teacher, I'm ready." A glint of barely perceptible brilliance flickered in Red's eyes. An exceptional experimental subject had willingly presented himself. The secrets of the battle-type Namekian and the potential of the Dragon Clan would gradually unfold within this young lad. Excellent. Red maintained his smile, unconsciously placing his hands behind his back, striving to project a wise demeanor as he commenced his first lesson. From this moment on, your first lesson is to feel the power within you with your heart, to learn to guide it, to learn to control it. Red began his teaching. Young Piccolo listened intently, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. Meanwhile, Red's mental energy locked onto this newly acquired disciple. Perceiving the aura within Piccolo and the rhythm of his cells. Gradually, the golden life energy within Red began to resonate with a peculiar wave, harmonizing with Piccolo's essence. Unlike the deities, Piccolo's cellular activity far surpassed theirs, with a structure that was more intricate and refined. The majority of his cells exuded a tenacious combat aura, characteristic of battle-type Namekians. Red's eyes gleamed as his mental energy feverishly recorded and analyzed the rhythm of these cells. Deep within the depths of these combat cells, Red astutely detected an exceedingly faint yet distinct aura, gentle, vast, and brimming with vitality. This aura was of the same origin as that energy found within the deities' Dragon Clan cells. Red's eyes sparkled as he fervently documented and dissected this revelation. Days later, in a secluded part of the forest, on a cleared patch of ground, Red sat cross-legged on a piece of blue stone, observing the young Piccolo, whose face had turned an ashen green from effort. Control your energy, let it flow freely, strong or weak, it should obey your will. Red's voice, though soft, carried a sense of calm. Piccolo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The teacher had instructed him to strike a tree trunk with his energy, but he could only strip the bark away. It was too difficult. Countless attempts to control his power without destroying the trunk had resulted in breaking it each time. Remember, the energy originates from your body. It is yours to command. If it does not obey, then refine it. Red observed the tumultuous yet unrestrained energy within Piccolo and decided to adopt a different teaching approach. For even the most gifted individuals could not comprehend the penetrative nature of energy in mere words. Of course, with the exception of the readers. And the Saiyans. For that lot was born for battle. Refine it. You can do it. Red's words struck Piccolo like a revelation, and he grasped the key. He learned to control the energy with his mind and will, gradually channeling it into his palm. The energy wave passed through the tree trunk. Yet instead of exploding or breaking it, it merely stripped away a layer of bark. I did it. Piccolo exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Finally having learned to harness his strength. Bravo. Red applauded with a thumbs-up gesture. Then, turning to Piccolo, he added, but it is not enough. Continue to strive. When you can create a hole in a leaf using your energy without damaging it, we shall proceed to the second lesson. Piccolo reigned in his excitement, nodding earnestly. Yes. Teacher. Days passed, and Piccolo, brimming with anticipation, approached Red, who was resting on the blue stone, holding several leaves. I did it, he exclaimed excitedly. Red gazed incredulously at the leaves in Piccolo's hands. Each one had a thumb-sized hole in the middle, yet the rest of the leaf remained entirely intact. Remarkable. Your control over energy has improved significantly, Red praised earnestly. Indeed, the battle-type Namekian was impressive. In just a few days, his innate talent and comprehension rivaled even Red, who possessed a mental prowess. His genius was second only to the Saiyans and the readers. Now, for your second lesson, the transformation of energy attributes. Follow me, Red instructed, leading the way toward the shoreline at the forest's edge. Chapter 20. The perfection of Namekian cells and Piccolo's transformation. In a serene riverbed beneath a small waterfall, Piccolo submerged half his body in the water, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Following Red's guidance, he attempted to empty his thoughts and calmly feel the energy of the water, trying to transform his energy into the essence of water. Yet with every attempt, the irritating visage of Sun Wukong would intrude upon his mind, along with the hypocritical countenance of the deities. Ugh! Each energy blast merely displaced the water, sending splashes flying. This cursed tranquility, I cannot achieve it. Power should be for destruction, not to resemble water. He gasped for breath, filled with frustration and agitation. Red, exasperated, exclaimed, destruction? Foolishness. Do you think water is gentle? Is a waterfall tranquil? Is a tsunami mild? Observing the silent young Piccolo, Red continued, anger and hatred are but emotions. The power they guide is ultimately limited. To attain true strength, your energy must remain calm, and your heart must be at peace. Only then can you grow infinitely stronger. Namekians are inherently attuned to nature, and therein lies their magic and strength. Relying on anger and hatred will only narrow your path. Piccolo. Piccolo seemed unconvinced. His small fists clenched tightly. Red decided to offer a tangible demonstration. Do you remember my technique? If it were you, could you achieve such a level with the same power? Red paused, delivering the final blow. Sun Wukong is far stronger than you now, for he has already mastered these skills. Sun Wukong, stronger than me, already mastered. Red's voice reverberated like thunder within Piccolo's heart. His fists tightened even further, blood seeping through his skin. Anger and resentment wrestled within him, but slowly, he succumbed to silence. His clenched fists gradually loosened as he exhaled a breath of frustration, closing his eyes anew to earnestly attempt to feel that damned, tranquil energy. Empty your thoughts, calm your heart, feel the essence of the water, sense its rhythm, and listen to what it wishes to convey. Red's voice was soft, yet struck Piccolo's mind like a hammer. Time passed, day faded into night, and the moon waxed and waned. The energy within Piccolo began to settle, emanating a peculiar rhythm akin to water. Do you sense it? The voice of the Red One resonated at the opportune moment, guiding. Engage with and channel this energy, allowing it to flow according to your will. Little Piccolo began to heed Red's counsel, communicating and mobilizing the energy, gathering it in his palms before gently pushing it forward. A surge of tranquil energy emanated from his hands, not dispersing the water but rather scattering like stars, as if he himself were the flow of water. Imbued with gentle starlight, harmonizing with the current, yet accelerating downstream. In the distance, a massive boulder was cleaved in two upon contact with the starlight, sliding into the water before disintegrating into fragments, drifting away. Little Piccolo stared at his palms in disbelief. Was this truly his doing? Well done. Red nodded, his expression unchanged, as if it were an expected outcome. As Little Piccolo's energy grew calm, releasing that serene force, high above in the clouds, within the temple, the meditating deity abruptly opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty in his emerald gaze. Was this energy emanating from Piccolo? Had his essence become less malevolent? What could this mean? He attempted to attune himself to the aura that originated from the forest below, only for it to vanish suddenly. Meanwhile, in the forest, Little Piccolo remained immersed in the wonder of his recent achievement. Red's voice drifted gently. Do not linger in astonishment. Continue. Remember this sensation. Master it. It is not only water you must connect with, but also flowers, grasses, trees, the avian and terrestrial beings, the very sky and earth. You must feel them all. Nature is the wellspring that amplifies your power. A serious expression adorned Little Piccolo's youthful visage as he cast a grateful glance towards Red, choosing silence as he once more closed his eyes to attune himself. The master and apprentice, in unspoken understanding, delved into their practice and perception, undisturbed. Since Red commenced guiding Little Piccolo's training, his mental acuity had remained focused on the young one, sensing the rhythmic pulse of his cells, learning as he taught. Within his mental vision, as Little Piccolo successfully channeled that tranquil energy, the dragon lineage cells within him radiated a unique vibration, compensating for the missing aspects gleaned from the deity, continuously analyzing and refining. Time sped by, and a year later, Red had fully merged the cellular vibrations of the deity and Little Piccolo, rendering them more complete, their rhythms increasingly intricate and enigmatic. He summoned the energy within himself to replicate and nurture a minuscule portion of cells at the tip of his right index finger. Another year passed. He finally succeeded in nurturing that small cluster of cells, whose emitted vibrations resonated with those of Piccolo and the deity, sharing a common origin. At this juncture, Red felt a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from successfully nurturing the cells characteristic of the Namekians, while the concern arose from their continued incompleteness, perhaps due to the deity's division or Piccolo's repeated splits creating demonic warriors. With a resigned sigh, Red remarked, "It appears that perfecting these cells necessitates a journey to Namek. With my current understanding of Namekian cells, I should be able to comprehend the essence of the Grand Elder. Indeed, these mysterious and wondrous genes and energy fluctuations, alongside the intricate rules and rhythms, cannot be understood without a solid foundation." Fortunately, through Piccolo and the deity, he had established a certain basis. Red withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the distant silhouette of the verdant youth in meditation, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. It had been 2 years, and that once adorable child had suddenly matured. Yet, it seemed normal for a clone to mature rapidly. Calculating the time, the Grand Martial Arts Conference was also approaching. "Piccolo," Red called softly. Hearing his name, the meditating Piccolo opened his eyes and gracefully flew over. "Master," he greeted, his voice calm, yet imbued with tranquility. "The Martial Arts Conference is imminent. I know that Sun Wukong is your obsession, and a battle between you two is destined. Let us go? This edition promises to be intriguing. We shall register together." A subtle smile graced Red's lips, brimming with anticipation for the duel with Sun Wukong. The current Piccolo would undoubtedly astonish him. Yes, master. A flicker of excitement and fervor ignited in Piccolo's eyes. Chapter 21. Red's final lesson, the bashful Demon King Piccolo. Red observed Piccolo clad in the garb of the Demon Clan and shook his head. Pointing his right index finger at Piccolo, a wave of mystical ripples emanated from his fingertip, enveloping Piccolo. Moments later, the attire emblazoned with the character for Demon transformed back into its remembered form. Now this is more like it. That previous outfit was utterly unsightly. Red jested, having unlocked another ability through his study of dragon lineage cells. Indeed, this ensemble suits you much better. Let me add some extra weight. After appraising Piccolo, Red nodded. Suddenly, Piccolo felt a weightiness descend upon him, looking at Red in confusion. He did not comprehend why Red would change his attire and add weight, yet he felt no aversion. Perhaps it was part of his training. Oddly, he found himself rather fond of this new outfit. After changing Piccolo's attire, Red inquired, "You have grown considerably over these 2 years, and your mindset has transformed. No longer are you the ruthless Demon King Piccolo of old. Now, you are detached from the concept of demon. I have altered your clothing. Do you resent me for this?" Piccolo gazed at Red, puzzled by the sudden question, but responded truthfully. "Master instructed me to utilize energy to strike branches and leaves for the purpose of honing my control over energy and perceiving the properties of all things, fostering my mental strength. From this understanding, I have gleaned many truths and acquired my current abilities. I bear no resentment towards you, Master." Red sensed the sincerity in Piccolo's words and nodded. "Then, before we head to the martial arts conference, I shall impart to you one final lesson." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression turned serious as he promptly settled into a meditative posture, ready to listen intently. Red spoke slowly. "Your path lies in embracing nature. The heavier the malevolence of the Demon Clan, the lower your achievements will be. Thus, attuning to all of creation is your method of cultivation." Observing Piccolo nodding in agreement, Red paused before continuing. "Repeated divisions have diminished your innate potential, yet there exists a remedy." During this period of training, Piccolo had vaguely recognized his own issues and earnestly responded, "Please, Master, guide me." Red, looking at the eager Piccolo, smiled gently and gathered a soft orb of light in his fingers. Not energy, but the materialization of mental strength. A capability he had realized while studying the fluctuations of dragon lineage cells. He then touched the light orb to Piccolo's forehead, allowing it to seep into his mind. This was his method for cultivating cells and nurturing potential. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo stood up, exhilarated, and deeply bowed to Red. "Thank you, Master." Red gestured for him to remain calm. "This has always been my method of cultivation and the solution to your challenges. Delve into it thoroughly, and your future path will be long. Now let us set forth." With that, Red floated into the air, and Piccolo followed closely behind. In the southern capital, on Gotti's Island, Red lounged comfortably in casual shorts and a t-shirt, wearing sunglasses, reclining in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Idly shaking his calf while sipping from a coconut with a straw, his demeanor radiating contentment. Piccolo sat upright nearby, holding a coconut in both hands, occasionally taking a sip. His expression neutral, revealing no discernible emotions. "See, I told you it's delicious," Red said to Piccolo, wearing a look that said, "Didn't I tell you?" Piccolo nodded. Somewhat dazed, he typically only drank water. You don't always have to wear a serious face. Cultivation isn't solely about fighting, it's a way of life. After dedicating most of your life to it, can't you relax a little? Red resumed his informal teaching. Piccolo replied, "Oh." He initially intended to convey that he expected to live for many more years, but upon observing the contented expression of his teacher, he pondered for a moment and ultimately conceded that the teacher was indeed correct, managing to stammer out an "oh" after much effort. He then endeavored to muster a smile. But after a prolonged struggle with his facial muscles, he ultimately failed. Watching the twitching face of Piccolo, Red sighed in exasperation. Not a single anime character is normal. Some may appear fine, yet are quite deficient in certain faculties. Observing the teacher's helpless demeanor, Piccolo resembled a child who had erred. His green visage tinged with a blush as he muttered, "I am sorry." He then shyly lowered his head. This unexpected display of shyness left Red utterly bewildered. Was this bashful Piccolo truly the same character? Where had the formidable Demon King's persona gone? Nonetheless, Red had previously advised him against perpetually wearing a stern countenance. To be fair, Piccolo was only 3 years old now. Perhaps the expectations were a tad lofty. Just as Red was about to speak, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. A young girl donned a blue Cheongsam-style long dress, her arms adorned with a pair of red arm sleeves. The garment billowed gracefully in the sea breeze, revealing a satin martial arts outfit beneath. Her youthful and radiant face retained a hint of childish charm. "Oh, whose adorable sister is this? Come over here for some coconut juice," Red called out. waving nonchalantly at the girl. Piccolo's expression finally shifted from his usual stoicism, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Red, seemingly unable to fathom how his teacher had suddenly become so frivolous. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should flee if the teacher were to be assaulted. The girl turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the one who called out, her initially ireful expression morphed into one of grievance. Tears shimmered in her large eyes. Her small mouth pressed into a pout, and her tiny fists clenched as she hurried towards Red. She is coming? Piccolo was taken aback. This was not how he envisioned human reactions. Shouldn't a girl being teased react with anger or throw stones? No. Perhaps she intended to come over and give the teacher a piece of her mind. Yes, that seemed plausible. As the girl approached closer, Piccolo's inner turmoil reached its peak. This girl emanated a formidable aura. Given the teacher's prowess, surely he wouldn't require my assistance? But as a disciple, should I not stand in front? Just as the girl reached Red, Piccolo sprang into action, positioning himself between them with outstretched arms. You shall not lay a finger on my teacher. I apologize on his behalf. He then made a valiant effort to maintain a smiling expression. This left both Red and the girl dumbfounded. What was happening? Piccolo displayed an air of desperation, his face still twitching as he forced a smile. Onaiken, who is this? The girl, Kiki, inquired, perplexed. How should I know? Red replied, throwing up his hands in confusion. This time, it was Piccolo who was bewildered. Nanny? Onaiken? Yes, why are you blocking me from my brother? Kiki asked, her confusion evident. Piccolo immediately retreated, standing at attention. His green face visibly flushed. He had misunderstood. Red was merely inviting his sister over for coconut juice, not teasing her. She truly was his sister. Reflecting on his own blunder, the great demon King Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His teacher was right. Many misunderstandings stemmed from excessive imagination. Chapter 22. Foolish Son Goku. Red pointed at Tenshinhan. Brother, what brings you here? Kiki asked. Of course, I came to find Kiki. Red nearly let slip that he was also here to witness the climactic battles of the Earth martial arts scene. Kiki pouted, hands on her hips, clearly skeptical. What a coincidence. How did you know I would be participating in the martial arts tournament? Even Red, with his thick skin, recognized that this reasoning was a stretch. So he hastily fabricated an explanation. Our clever, adorable, and unbeatable Kiki has grown up, and surely she will be marrying Son Goku. This fighting fanatic wouldn't miss such a grand event as the World Martial Arts Tournament. So naturally, Kiki would be here too. Yes, that's it. Hehe. You're the best, brother. Kiki beamed, wrapping her arms around Red's, her smile sweet. Then, pouting again, she whispered, unlike that wild monkey who promised to marry me. Red discreetly wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, sighing in relief that he had managed to navigate that conversation. Brother, who is he? Kiki pointed at the bashful Piccolo, who was still standing awkwardly nearby. Oh, he is the great demon King Piccolo, Red casually replied. Oh, him? Piccolo, the great demon king? Kiki exclaimed, immediately adopting a fighting stance. Piccolo. Red patted Kiki's shoulder reassuringly. Relax, he is no longer that great demon king. Upon hearing this, Kiki reconsidered her stance, but still, with hands on her hips, she marched up to Piccolo, glaring fiercely. Piccolo, tell me, what are your intentions with my brother? The tension suggested a potential confrontation was imminent. Piccolo raised his hands in surrender, his voice tinged with anxiety, and no. Kiki remained silent, scrutinizing Piccolo as if to ascertain his sincerity. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow. He thought, my teacher is right. Women are terrifying creatures. Well, even if he had ulterior motives, my brother is the strongest. In Kiki's mind, her brother was invincible. All right, Kiki. He is your brother's disciple. Red swiftly intervened to clarify. Disciple? Just like my brother. Kiki exclaimed, her admiration shining through as she clung to Red's arm once more. After a long separation, the siblings engaged in light conversation, while Piccolo discreetly retreated to a corner, attempting to meditate. A sense of dread lingered in him. He still could not comprehend why women, seemingly weak, could instill such fear. Perhaps it was a testament to his teacher's formidable sister. 2 days later, the martial arts tournament commenced. After a lengthy introduction from the host, the participants began drawing lots. As fate would have it, under the interference of Gyoza, everyone drew different matchups. Red contemplated his number, wondering if his presence might disrupt the narrative, as there was a climactic wedding scene on the horizon. If Kiki and Piccolo were to be paired together, that would certainly complicate matters, for only one could face Son Goku. Let us see their numbers. If they're in the same match, I'll help them swap. Kiki. Where is she? Red scanned the surroundings and spotted Kiki chatting with Son Goku. Son Goku. Kiki beamed sweetly, her joy unabashed, with a hint of anticipation shimmering in her smile. Nearby, Krillin and Yamcha watched Kiki, their eyes wide with admiration. unable to contain their compliments about how adorable she was for approaching Son Goku. Yet, Son Goku appeared utterly perplexed, gazing at Kiki with confusion. "Who are you?" Kiki was taken aback. "What? You dare ask who I am? After all these years of anticipation, you've forgotten me? You fool." "Humph." Kiki turned elegantly on her heel and walked away, indignant that he had forgotten her. "Are you planning to back out of our engagement? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." This outburst left Son Goku in a state of shock, his expression a mixture of horror and uncertainty. Piccolo, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips as he observed Son Goku's predicament. "Humph. Facing a woman who can instill fear in the great demon king, and you, Son Goku, are no different." Red chuckled inwardly at the scene. Thinking how foolish Son Goku truly was, Kiki had not been mistaken. Couldn't he sense her energy? Truly a simpleton. The preliminaries progressed surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps owing to Red's previous defeat of Taya Pai Pai, who had inadvertently paved the way for Red's success. Under the guise of various performances, he triumphed over Gyoza, securing a spot in the top 8. Given Red's current prowess, it was quite simple to conceal his true capabilities from the others. With the emergence of the top 8, the martial arts tournament reached a peak. Son Goku versus Kiki, Saiyan versus Yamcha, Krillin versus Piccolo, Red Boy versus Tenshinhan. The first match featured Red against Tenshinhan. On the stage, perhaps due to Red's prior defeat of Gyoza, Tenshinhan's 3 eyes were fixated intently on Red, his entire demeanor exuding an intimidating aura. He struck first, launching a rapid and fierce assault, his punches and kicks accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Embodying the lethal techniques of the Crane School, his combat prowess was evidently superior to that of the deliberately restrained Red, having surpassed 350. Yet, Red appeared unfazed. Though he had not consciously sought to enhance his strength in recent years, his ki had already exceeded 300 points, and given his level, the actual output was at least above 600. Under Red's keen perception, the flow of ki within Tien Shinhan's body and the subtle changes in his muscles were laid bare. Tien Shinhan only made slight movements or simple gestures to block, always dodging devastating blows at the last moment, which unnerved him deeply. A sudden surge of force in his left shoulder caused his body to tilt slightly, rendering his footing unstable for a fraction of a second. Red's voice, though low, penetrated clearly into Tien Shinhan's ears. Embarrassed and furious, Tien Shinhan intensified his attacks, unleashing the 4 Witches' Fist. For arms moved with the speed of shadows, fists, palms, fingers, and claws striking from every conceivable angle, aiming to completely seal Red's movements. Fascinating. Red's eyes sparkled with excitement as he advanced rather than retreating. With fingers poised like blades, his movements appeared slow, yet invariably struck precisely at the weakest points of Tien Shinhan's forearms power. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled sounds erupted almost simultaneously. Tien Shinhan's frenzied assault was abruptly interrupted, leaving him reeling as his own energy surged chaotically, stumbling back several steps. This technique dispersed the force. Using 4 arms only slowed your ki's circulation, making it less effective than employing just 2. Red commented, his words sharp as a knife. Tien Shinhan's anger surged, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he glared intensely at Red, bellowing, "Do not underestimate others." Drawing a deep breath, he began to gather ki, compressing it into his fingers, unleashing the Crane School's ultimate technique, the Dodon Wave. A commendable move, with sufficient explosive potential, but your finesse leaves much to be desired. Your control over ki is still lacking, preventing you from executing it with ease. Red's tone remained calm. At the very moment the Dodon Wave was about to be unleashed, Red also raised his hand, pointing decisively. Dodon Wave. 2 energy blasts collided, but contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound. Red's Dodon Wave was impeccably refined, rapidly dismantling Tien Shinhan's attack and soaring towards him. Nani? Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Son Goku all gasped in unison. Who is this person? How could he wield the Dodon Wave? Chapter 23. Son Goku gets married. As the Dodon waves collided, Red seemed to have anticipated the outcome, swiftly closing the distance with a speed akin to teleportation. Red's Dodon Wave perfectly sealed off Tien Shinhan's left side movements, while simultaneously, Red's sudden approach restricted his right side actions. In Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes, he faintly perceived Red's hand, emitting a faint glow, positioned directly above him. There was no escape. Tien Shinhan was horrified. He recognized Red's movements, but could not react in time. He watched helplessly as Red's finger struck with pinpoint accuracy at a critical spot beneath his right rib. Ugh! Tien Shinhan's body jolted, one half going numb and stiff, immobilizing him, his face a mask of shock. Red withdrew his finger, his breath steady, gazing at the paralyzed Tien Shinhan, and said, "I concede, you possess a solid foundation, With a bit more practice and refinement of your strength, you will excel further. Take time to reflect on this battle. It will be beneficial for you. Tian Xinhan's expression shifted through various shades before he finally sighed. His fighting spirit still present in his three eyes, yet accompanied by a newfound respect. You have won. Thank you for the guidance. He understood better than anyone the true terror of Red, whose ki was perfectly refined and stable, rendering it impossible to gauge its strength. Only in the heat of battle did it erupt, and even then, it was but a fleeting moment, too swift to capture. The understanding and mastery of power were on an entirely different level. Red nodded. After the tournament concludes, shall we gather together? Certainly, Tian Xinhan said with a smile, genuinely pleased at the prospect of befriending such a formidable expert. The second match, Chi-Chi versus Son Goku. On the stage, Chi-Chi and Son Goku faced each other. Goku pondering who this girl was and why she seemed to know him. Chi-Chi, irritated by his utterly blank expression, fumed at the thought that this fool had completely forgotten her. Son Goku blinked his large eyes, looking adorably bewildered. Are you sure you have the right person? Absolutely. I could never mistake you for anyone else. Chi-Chi replied, her tone firm as she furrowed her brow in frustration. Referee, are you both ready? Then, let the match begin. As soon as the referee's words fell, Chi-Chi launched an immediate attack, executing the turtle school technique with remarkable finesse. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in rapid exchanges. Chi-Chi, fueled by anger, unleashed a fierce onslaught. Goku, relying on his experience and the formidable physique of a Saiyan, defended effortlessly. Have we truly met before? Goku pondered aloud while easily fending off Chi-Chi's blows. Chi-Chi remained silent, her frown deepening as her attacks became increasingly fierce. When could that have been? Goku asked while leaping backward to create some distance. It's precisely because you can't remember anything that I'm so angry. Chi-Chi retorted, resetting her stance as her ki surged rapidly, escalating in intensity. Such powerful ki. The spectators marveled. Red nodded approvingly. Chi-Chi's ki had already reached a remarkable level of 320, making her one of the best on Earth. Upon sensing her ki, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fighting spirit ignited. Impressive. After gathering her ki, Chi-Chi angrily declared to Goku, I've been waiting for you all these years. Goku remained oblivious, still wearing a blank expression. Who exactly are you? Please tell me. Chi-Chi, suppressing her fury, assumed the turtle school stance. Humph. Defeat me, and I will reveal my identity. All right. Goku's expression turned serious as he sprang into action. He moved with incredible speed, launching a tentative punch straight for Chi-Chi's face. Having trained under Red's guidance, Chi-Chi's perception and control over ki had significantly improved. She deftly sidestepped Goku's punch, while simultaneously striking toward his neck with a knife hand. Goku gasped in astonishment at her speed and reflexes, the technique feeling oddly familiar. Yet he could not place it. Chi-Chi's frustration mounted. This fool still hadn't recognized her. She launched an aggressive assault, her punches and kicks slicing through the air. The attacks were executed with greater precision and power, clearly influenced by Red's training. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, they exchanged dozens of blows, with Goku maintaining a steady defense. The more he fought, the more perplexed he became. Her ki and fighting style felt too familiar, yet he couldn't grasp the connection. Your technique feels so familiar. Goku inquired, stepping back. Humph. Watch out. Chi-Chi suddenly leaped backward, her hands positioned at her waist. Kamehameha. Buzz. Blue energy coalesced and compressed in her palms, with silver sparks leaping at its core. This was an energy transformation technique taught to her by her brother. Wow. The Kamehameha. Goku exclaimed excitedly, immediately assuming his stance. Kamehameha. Boom. The two beams of blue energy collided. However, it was evident that Goku's power was greater, slowly pushing Chi-Chi back. Gritting her teeth, she mimicked Red's technique. Pulling her hands back and raising them. Boom. The two energies shot upward, exploding in the sky. Phew. Chi-Chi panted. This technique was something she had learned from watching her brother's battles with Son Goku. Goku's confusion deepened. Your ki blast is so unique and familiar. We must know each other. Please tell me who you are. You're so dense, it's infuriating. Chi-Chi retorted, launching herself at him once more. This time, Goku got serious. He unleashed his full speed and strength, no longer holding back. Although Chi-Chi had made significant progress, the gap between her and Son Goku was still evident. After all, he had not been idly passing the time as a Saiyan in recent years. Be careful. Goku spotted an opening and delivered a rapid knife hand strike towards Chi-Chi's shoulder, perfectly controlling the force. Chi-Chi barely managed to block, but the sheer power sent her staggering backward, perilously close to the edge of the ring. Bang! A blast of ki surged forth, propelling her out of the ring. Kiki gasped as her body collided with the wall of the audience stand, then fell to the ground. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's control over his strength was impeccable, and Kiki remained unscathed. She rose to her feet and walked onto the stage, addressing Sun Wukong with fervor. Since you have triumphed, I shall reveal my identity to you. I am Kiki, you wild monkey, you foolish dolt. Kiki shouted at Sun Wukong, her words laced with lingering ire, resonating throughout the martial arts tournament. You promised that when I grew up, you would come to marry me and be my husband. Kiki continued, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. The audience erupted in astonishment. What? Wukong intends to marry her? Such a delightful girl, and someone is to wed her? Why was it not I who uttered those words first? How dare this scoundrel make such a charming girl wait for so many years? And he even forgot her. The spectators were left aghast. Sun Wukong, thanks for your negligence. Allow me to take your place. Wukong, observing her flushed face, scratched his head as fragmented memories began to coalesce. His eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, I recall now. You are Kiki, the daughter of the Ox King, the sister of Red. Kiki, indeed, I once declared that I would marry you. His voice boomed, capturing the attention of all present. Kiki's face flushed crimson. You dolt. Only now do you remember. Though scolding him, her ire dissipated significantly upon hearing his unreserved acknowledgement of their betrothal. Wukong beamed with sincerity. You have changed so much that I momentarily failed to recognize you. Nevertheless, I remember our promise. My words are my bond. I shall marry you. His declaration was made with such conviction, devoid of any embarrassment. Kiki gazed at his earnest yet somewhat foolish grin, and as she listened to his open admission of their engagement, her remaining grievances faded away. She burst into laughter, her earlier ferocity evaporating. Reverting to the charming girl she once was, she stepped forward, affectionately embracing Sun Wukong's arm, tilting her flushed face upward, her eyes sparkling brightly, and planted a kiss on his cheek. The hearts of the male spectators shattered, especially Krillin, who wept inconsolably, lamenting. Why is it that he gets to find such a lovely girl? The referee, witnessing the affectionate duo, excitedly announced into the microphone, what a marvelous occurrence. For the first time in the history of the martial arts tournament, a marriage is taking place on stage. Let us extend our best wishes to the competitors. Sun Wukong and Kiki. Sun Wukong emerged victorious from the match, while Kiki reclaimed her fiancé, and both were filled with joy. Kiki clung to Wukong's arm as they happily descended the stage, leaving the audience abuzz with the dramatic scene they had just witnessed. Chapter 24. A mutual forfeiture. The decisive battle commenced. Backstage at the martial arts tournament, in an inconspicuous corner, Hong Yu watched Kiki as she held onto Wukong's arm, narrating her dreams of their future life together. So, Wukong, I hope our home is adorned with wooden decor, and I want to bear you a strong child. Our future will be filled with delicious meals. Will you make me delectable dishes? That would be splendid. Kiki rambled on, her words incomprehensible to him. Yet he sensed her earnestness. Upon hearing about the prospect of delicious food, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, truly the gluttonous Wukong. Afterwards, Kiki politely greeted others, vowing to amend her capricious ways for Wukong's sake, aspiring to be a good wife and build a happy family with him. This wave of affectionate declarations elicited envy and admiration from the onlookers, particularly Yamcha and Krillin, who lamented with exaggerated gestures. In the corner, Hong couldn't help but smile knowingly. After Wukong's confession, this sister must have spent the past years dreaming of such moments, likely acquiring numerous books on how to be a virtuous wife and mother. How endearing. While Wukong may be unreliable, his sincerity ensured that his sister would not be mistreated, making him a suitable match after all. In another corner of the backstage, an elderly man in a white robe, wearing glasses, awkwardly performed calisthenics, his passionate yet clumsy movements adding a comedic touch to the scene, reminiscent of a stern principal. Hong smiled slightly and approached the elderly man. The divine being seems to be in good spirits, showing concern for the development of the earthly martial arts community, she teased. Lowering her voice, this elderly figure was none other than the divine being in disguise as a celestial combatant. He paused his exercises and, matching her tone, replied, as expected of Hong, you truly cannot be deceived. Hong accepted the compliment graciously, smiling as she said, the divine being is evidently worried about Piccolo. But have you truly noticed nothing amiss? I have come precisely for that reason. Ever since 2 years ago, I sensed a tranquil shift in Piccolo's aura. The divine being suddenly realized something, exclaiming in surprise, could it be you? Hong nodded with a smile. Indeed, after locating Piccolo, I utilized his obsession and resentment towards Sun Wukong and the divine being as bait to guide him in perceiving the essence of all things. This is truly ingenious, Hong. A strategy so transparent it cannot be refused. The divine being marveled, recognizing the brilliance in her approach, which effortlessly addressed a problem that had plagued him for centuries. How had he not thought of such a simple solution all this time? It truly felt as if he had squandered centuries. If the cat immortal were present, he would undoubtedly remark, "Who hasn't?" Hong had once made him ponder in the same way. Continuing, Hong explained, "From my understanding of qi, I discovered that the deeper the perception of the principles governing all things, the stronger the qi becomes. Similarly, harmony grows as strength increases. And since Piccolo is your doppelganger, this connection should hold true. Thus, as he becomes more powerful, he will also grow more tranquil. And the issue will naturally resolve itself." The resolution of this dilemma brought immense relief to the divine being. What a splendid method. No wonder I sensed a shift towards tranquility in Piccolo's aura. The issue that has troubled me for centuries has finally been resolved. Suddenly, the divine being's expression turned serious as he bowed to Hong. "Thank you, Hong." For centuries, the bloodshed and sins committed by the Demon King Piccolo had weighed heavily on his conscience, causing him great distress, and he was genuinely grateful to Hong. Hong promptly returned the gesture. "You honor me, divine being. I merely acted within my capabilities. However," she added, "I do have a small request. Perhaps the divine being could allow Piccolo to unleash his full potential, as this battle is also his obsession. Regardless of the outcome, I will be there," Hong requested, her face radiating absolute confidence. In truth, she harbored a personal interest. Their confrontation would greatly aid her cultivation. Hong openly shared this with the divine being, eager for the battle she had anticipated for so long, which, in her past life's memories, was the pinnacle of the earthly martial arts realm. Additionally, she was curious about how Namekians became stronger and more extraordinary the closer they grew to nature, and how Saiyans accumulated more S-cells with peaceful hearts. These two distinct races shared an enigmatic connection. She did not want to miss the opportunity to observe the cellular changes during the combat between Saiyans and Namekians, as this would provide a chance for simultaneous comparison and validation. After all, 5 years from now, the Saiyans would invade, followed closely by the formidable cosmic overlord Frieza. This looming threat weighed heavily, and she was desperate to discover a more expedient path to strength. She did not wish to rely solely on others, a feeling she found intolerable. Upon hearing Hong's request, the divine being regarded her confident demeanor and pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Will it aid your cultivation?" "That makes sense. Otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths to seek out Piccolo. I believe you are correct. After all, Sun Wukong has defeated him once. And this is Piccolo's obsession. If you truly possess the capability to eliminate any lingering concerns, then that would be splendid. Thank you for your understanding, divine being." Hong felt immense gratitude for the understanding displayed by the deity, his tone imbued with a hint of relief. He recalled the battle between the deity and Piccolo, during which the deity, faced with overwhelming odds, resorted to the Mafuba technique, only to be countered by Piccolo, resulting in his own self-imprisonment. Had this confrontation been avoidable, it would have yielded a far more favorable outcome. After all, the deity had once guided his training, and Hong was a person deeply appreciative of emotions and kindness. Next, we invite the contestants Saiyan and Yamcha. In the quarterfinals, amidst the astonishment of the audience, the deity forfeited and exited the arena. Subsequently, in the semifinals, Hong also withdrew from the competition under the watchful gaze of Chi-Chi, who, with her fingers nervously fidgeting and her lips pursed in worry, expressed her concern. With a smile of happiness gracing her lips, Chi-Chi gazed at Hong with gratitude, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Arigato, Oni-chan. You are the most considerate brother." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Such a formidable opponent had eluded an encounter. As expected, following the defeats of Yamcha and Krillin, Sun Wukong and Piccolo advanced to the grand finals. Thus commenced the pinnacle battle of the Earth Martial Arts Arena. Chapter 25. The Apex Battle of the Earth Martial Arts Arena. On the stage, Sun Wukong and Piccolo stood facing each other, both filled with a fierce intent to battle. At the referee's signal, the two figures vanished from the arena. Bang, 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 bang. Two blurred afterimages engaged in a frenzied exchange on the confined stage. Each collision resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves that staggered the front row spectators. Krillin and his companions gasped in disbelief, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Such refined movements. Tien, with his 3 eyes fixed intently on the stage, spoke gravely. After his defeat to Hong, he had developed a profound appreciation for this fighting style that eschewed all superfluous motions, instantly condensing and unleashing power. Piccolo, with a composed gaze, launched a straightforward yet powerful punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, his eyes steady, with minimal movement. He deflected Piccolo's punch by expertly placing his left arm against the inside of Piccolo's wrist. Simultaneously, he utilized the momentum to spin his body, delivering a fierce elbow strike to the back of Piccolo's head. This block and counterattack showcased the fruits of the deity's 3 years of rigorous training. Magnificent! Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Piccolo snorted dismissively, his acute sense of energy allowing him to shift his body half a foot to evade the elbow strike, which merely grazed his skin. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo spun and unleashed a sweeping kick towards Sun Wukong's unsteady lower half. The fluidity of their movements, the precision of their power, epitomized the efficiency Hong had emphasized. Sun Wukong nimbly leaped into the air, his toes barely touching the ground, as he gathered energy at his waist, compressing it into a brilliant blue-white aura. Kamehameha, a blinding beam of energy instantly engulfed Piccolo's form. Boom! A massive crater erupted at the center of the stage. Did he hit? Yamcha clenched his fists anxiously. In accordance with the law of smoke without injury, Piccolo swiftly emerged from the dust cloud. Suspended in midair, apart from a few specks of dust on his clothing, he appeared utterly unharmed. He too gathered his hands before him, forming a highly concentrated sphere of white energy, pulsating with a violent red core, its technique and compression unmistakably bearing Hong's influence. Piccolo's voice remained calm as he declared, "Try this." Makenkasapo, a beam of energy, refined to its utmost potential and imbued with terrifying explosive force, shot towards Sun Wukong. Not good. This is bad. The spectators gasped in alarm. Stop, Piccolo. There are spectators below. The deity shouted in urgent anger. Yet, within the depths of his perceptive awareness, Hong wore a look of satisfaction. Excellent. Significant progress. This is quite intriguing. What? Piccolo. A voice from the audience shrieked in terror. The great demon King Piccolo. Run away. The demon king has been resurrected. Panic spread like wildfire. Just moments ago, the audience had cheered for an exhilarating battle. Now they were like frightened birds, shrieking, shoving, and frantically rushing toward the exits. The vast martial arts arena descended into chaos, leaving only the dedicated announcer trembling as he spoke into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the second-generation demon contestant is, in fact, the legendary Great Demon King Piccolo. The deity, frantic with urgency, turned to Hong, hoping he would take action. Yet, Hong offered him a reassuring glance. The deity suppressed his impulse to rush forward and block the energy attack, ultimately choosing to trust Hong's judgment. In a moment of dire urgency, Sun Wukong leaned back to the limits of his body. The beam narrowly grazed his chest, veering towards the fleeing crowd. When Piccolo adjusted his hands, redirecting the beam toward the distant sea, boom, the energy detonated within the ocean, creating a massive chasm and causing the seawater to surge ominously. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. That was too close. Had that strike landed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The diligent announcer trembled. Oh, the great demon King Piccolo has sent his energy into the sea, creating an enormous chasm. Remarkable. Sun Wukong straightened, feeling the heat radiating from his chest, his fighting spirit intensifying. That was impressive, Piccolo. Sun Wukong grinned. Humph, if it didn't hit. It holds no significance. Piccolo flew back to the arena, standing face to face with Sun Wukong, calmly stating, "Show me your true strength, Sun Wukong." With that, he removed the weighted cape and scarf that Hong had given him. Bang, bang. The stage was marked by two new craters. Sun Wukong, equally exhilarated, nodded in agreement and discarded his weighted clothing and boots onto the ground. The battle escalated. The two figures vanished once more. Boom, bang, bang, boom. The sound of fists meeting flesh reverberated as the force of their energy spread dust in all directions. Their exquisite control, pure power, and speed were mesmerizing. Incredible. Sun Wukong remained unscathed from the previous energy attack, and the great demon King Piccolo has returned to the arena. They have shed something extraordinary. The announcer rushed back to the side of the arena, struggling against the fierce winds of battle, raising his microphone with excitement. Astounding. The movements are entirely imperceptible. Tien and the others were astonished, realizing they had fallen too far behind. Indeed, the energy levels of both combatants surpassed 400 points. Their vital energy resonating with a rhythm that was tantalizingly close to perfection. Hong's eyes sparkled with insight, his mental acuity fully engaged in capturing the minute cellular changes occurring within the two fighters. On the stage, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, which Piccolo expertly deflected with his palm, skillfully redirecting the force while simultaneously driving his knee into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong braced himself, retaliating with a reverse knife hand strike aimed at Piccolo's throat. Piccolo leaped back, his left foot following through with a kick towards Sun Wukong's jaw. The exchange of attack and defense occurred in an instant. No extraneous movements, concise, yet lethal. A perfect embodiment of mastery. Within Hong's mental vision, he observed that with each collision, Sun Wukong's cells emitted distinct vibrations. Each wave stimulated the dormant factors within his cells to proliferate, these factors wild, ferocious, and bloodthirsty, ignited by various emotions like anger, thus transforming into energy, or rather, strength and combat power. Hong's eyes shone with brilliance. He seemed to glimpse the Saiyan's unique secret of becoming stronger through battle. Conversely, within Piccolo's being, a different scene unfolded. The battle-hardened cells of the Namekian exhibited resilience and adaptability, showcasing remarkable toughness under immense pressure. Stimulated by the high-stakes combat, they emitted a gentle yet vibrant energy, endowing Piccolo with potent self-healing and regenerative capabilities. The tranquil emotions influenced these vibrations, releasing a more robust and accommodating rhythm, the essence of the Namekian strength derived from their affinity. Hong rapidly documented and analyzed this invaluable data, greedily capturing every nuanced cellular change and imprinting it deep within his consciousness. This fateful confrontation represented an inexhaustible treasure trove for him. Just a fraction more, and Sun Wukong would have reached his limit. The insights gained from this battle were monumental for Hong. He had come to understand the reasons behind the Namekian's calm strength, leaving only the Saiyan's secrets yet to be unraveled. Chapter 26. The Intensifying Battle. Hong's New Techniques. The battle has escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides battered and breathless. Sun Wukong endures a powerful blow from Piccolo, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fire of battle ignites fiercely in his eyes. He suddenly unleashes his strength, surging forward with increased speed towards Piccolo. Wukong's assaults become increasingly relentless, and a glint of ferocity flashes in Piccolo's eyes as he begins to swell in size, enlarging. The deity gasps in shock. However, at that very moment of transformation, Piccolo's movements abruptly falter. A warning echoes in his mind. While the power of enlargement is formidable, the target has also grown larger. It is a sheer waste of energy. A misstep. He suppresses his instinctual urge and maintains his current form. Bam! 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 The heavy punches collide with Piccolo, forcing him to stagger back, spitting blood, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. At this moment, Piccolo is consumed by rage, his voice icy, West Supreme. Super explosive demon wave. Enveloped in a golden aura, Piccolo's power surges dramatically. This energy is terrifying. The onlookers gasp in alarm. Oh no, the range of this attack is too vast. Tien's expression changes drastically as he swiftly ascends, placing his hands before his chest, unleashing a Kamehameha energy wave that crashes against the arena's edge, instantly creating a massive crater. Quick, jump in, Tien shouts to Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. The dedicated announcer hides in a corner, his voice trembling as he speaks into the microphone. Oh my. The Demon King Piccolo has unleashed the legendary terrifying technique. This energy sends shivers down my spine. It is truly formidable. Red. The deity urgently calls out. This energy has surpassed 550. Red's expression finally adopts a serious tone. A Kamehameha of 550 requires considerable effort. Red spreads his arms wide, instantly gathering energy. A hum resounds as an enormous energy shield envelopes all the Z fighters and the dedicated announcer. This is a new technique developed by Red. The shield comprised of 3 colors. The outer layer is dark, the inner layer is red, and the base layer is white, formed from countless particles vibrating at extreme speeds. The dark outer particles absorb energy, akin to a black hole, while the inner red particles disperse and penetrate energy like high-frequency cutting. And the solid white particles are condensed to the utmost, indestructible. Boom! Piccolo's super explosive demon wave finally erupts. A blinding light consumes all. The ferocious shockwave sweeps across the entire martial arts arena. Enormous stones are effortlessly ground to powder. Dust billows into the sky, obscuring the sun. The announcer, sheltered behind Red's shield, exclaims with excitement. It's an explosion. The super explosive demon wave has flattened the entire martial arts arena. My heavens! What destruction! Wait. The shield created by Red remains utterly unscathed. Not a single speck of dust penetrates it. Goodness! What level of defense is this? I can find no words more fitting than incredible to describe it. Inside the shield, Krillin and the others gaze at the apocalyptic scene outside. Then at the thin yet steadfast barrier before them, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence for Red. Amidst the explosion's dust, Sun Wukong crosses his arms defensively before him, enveloped in concentrated energy, withstanding the devastating blow. However, he gasps heavily, blood trickling from his mouth, clearly not unscathed. Wukong. Inside the shield, Chi-Chi, witnessing Wukong's injury and bloodshed, clasps her hands tightly over her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern. But it is not over yet. Piccolo's roar resonates through the dust. His hands once more gather formidable energy. Yet, Wukong is faster. Wukong, enduring the pain, unleashes his energy in an explosive burst. His figure appears before Piccolo in an instant. With all his might, he delivers a powerful punch that strikes Piccolo in the abdomen. Bam! Piccolo's eyes bulge, his body curving like a shrimp as he spews a mouthful of green blood. He collapses to the ground, struggling to rise. Sun Wukong takes a deep breath. His body slowly ascending, his palms once again positioned at his sides, this time gathering an even greater and more refined energy. It's over. Piccolo. Super Kamehameha. Huh. Wukong roars, thrusting his palms forward. A thick beam of light tears through the dissipating dust, roaring towards the struggling Piccolo below. The brilliance engulfs Piccolo's form. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion reverberates. The spot where Piccolo stood is blasted into a more terrifying chasm. Moments later, the pit remains unresponsive. The announcer, brimming with excitement, begins to count down. 10, 9, 8. Sun Wukong's Super Kamehameha has struck its target. Can the Demon King Piccolo rise again? 7, 6. Krillin and the others breathe a sigh of relief, joining in the countdown. 5, 4. Sun Wukong, straining to maintain his weakened stance at the edge of the chasm, feels a slight relaxation as he notices the bottom of the pit seems still. Just as the countdown reaches 3, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Piccolo suddenly bursts forth. His right index and middle fingers align like a sword, the tips entwined with highly compressed, flickering red energy, a diminished version of Red's Thunder Flame technique. West Supreme. Sun Wukong. Piccolo's eyes gleam with his final resolve as he channels energy into his fingertips. Sizzle. A finely honed dark red lightning bolt instantly pierces through Wukong's right chest. Splatter. Blood bursts forth. Sun Wukong's body convulses, disbelief washing over him as he gazes down at the gaping wound in his chest. The intense pain and the sudden loss of strength cause him to collapse to the ground. Wukong. Chi-Chi screams from within the shield, tears streaming down her face as she desperately tries to rush out, only to be held back by Red. I have won. Piccolo cackles, his obsession dissipating, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Amidst his maniacal laughter, a lesson from his master echoes in his mind. Never hold back until you are certain the enemy is dead. Thus, he forces his trembling right hand to rise, the last vestiges of energy coalescing in his palm. Demon Flash. A much diminished beam shoots toward the fallen Sun Wukong. Except for Red, who perceives a fleeting surge in Wukong's energy at that moment, everyone else descends into despair. The announcer forgets the countdown, the microphone slipping from his grasp. However, in that critical moment, the fallen Sun Wukong's figure suddenly vanishes. Piccolo's Demon Flash strikes only a shadow. What? Piccolo's pupils constrict. Above, TN's three eyes catch sight of Sun Wukong, and he suddenly gasps. Sun Wukong, unbeknownst to Win, has appeared high above Piccolo. His face is pale, the wound in his chest still bleeding, yet his eyes burn with an indomitable flame. He forsakes all energy techniques, transforming his body into his final weapon. Head down, feet up, carrying all his weight and remaining strength, he crashes down towards the exhausted Piccolo. Ugh. Piccolo can only emit a muffled groan before being struck hard on the back. Bam! Piccolo's body crashes heavily to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Sun Wukong, having expended his last ounce of strength, rolls to the side, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The arena, reduced to rubble, falls into a deathly silence. The announcer, trembling, retrieves the microphone, his voice filled with excitement and disbelief as he declares, the Demon King Piccolo has fallen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The victor is Sun Wukong. After a brief silence, Krillin and the others erupt in ecstatic cheers. We won. Wukong has triumphed. Chi-Chi, tears streaming down her face, rushes to the fallen Sun Wukong as Red lowers the shield, laughing and crying simultaneously. The deity exhales a long, profound sigh of relief, a smile of contentment illuminating his face. He gazes at the unconscious Piccolo amidst the ruins, then turns to see Sun Wukong supported by Chi-Chi, embraced by the cheers of his companions, and the last remnants of his gloom finally dissipate. Just as Yajirobe feeds a senzu bean to Sun Wukong in that moment, Crimson trembled with uncontainable excitement. He had seen and captured the secret of the Saiyan S cells. Chapter 27. The Secret of Saiyan and S cells. The conference had come to a close. During the preceding battle, Crimson had sensed that the cells within the Saiyan body emitted specific fluctuations during combat, which stimulated the factors deep within those cells to divide and proliferate. These factors were imbued with attributes such as ferocity, brutality, rampancy, and bloodlust. By igniting these molecules with emotions like anger, they transformed into ki, or rather, strength, essentially, combat prowess. This was the reason why Saiyans grew stronger with each battle. It also elucidated the nature of the personalities of the majority of Saiyans who were influenced by these factors. Furthermore, when a Saiyan was on the brink of death, the cells within their body seemed to respond to some signal, emitting those specific fluctuations at a rate far exceeding previous levels, sometimes exponentially faster. Consequently, the factors deep within those cells also divided and proliferated at an astonishing pace. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the rate of factor division and proliferation in this near-death state was influenced not only by the frequency of the fluctuations, but also by emotions. The emotion that fueled the fastest proliferation was that of desire. Indeed, there was a yearning for battle even in the face of death. This was captured in the fleeting emotional transition of Son Goku as he hovered on the brink of death. Upon reaching this analysis, Crimson nodded to himself. Understanding why the battle power of Saiyans upon resurrection varied so greatly, it was all due to this phenomenon. Most of the factors that proliferated would, when ignited by emotion, transform into combat power, while a small portion would gradually settle and lie dormant deep within the cells. When these dormant factors were drawn towards or imbued with peaceful emotions, they would undergo mutations, diverging significantly in attributes and rhythms from the original factors. Consequently, these mutated factors, which were not integrated into the cells, and thus repelled by them, wandered through the body until they ultimately congregated near the spine, an accommodating habitat for them, where they fused and gradually formed a new type of cell, the S cell. So that was it. Crimson finally comprehended the genesis of S cells. No wonder a Super Saiyan was so rare to emerge over millennia. Under the influence of those factors, it was almost impossible to cultivate a peaceful state of mind in a Saiyan, let alone generate sufficient S cells for transformation. Truly, it was the protagonist's halo surrounding Son Goku. Sent to Earth due to his low power level, he was, paradoxically, less affected by negative influences due to that same weakness. After a fall and subsequent amnesia, he became peaceful and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reflecting on the absurdity of sending low-power warriors to inferior planets, Crimson couldn't help but scoff at the Saiyans. A proud race that grew stronger with each battle had been rendered obsolete by a ridiculous hierarchy. It was laughable. Tagging based on initial power levels meant that lower-ranked warriors were only suited for menial tasks or relegated to the fringes. Where was the opportunity for high-intensity combat? Where could more cellular factors be birthed, thereby facilitating strength? Moreover, the so-called missions and battles were almost entirely allocated based on combat power, sending 10,000 to fight 8,000, 5,000 to combat 3,000. How could one possibly grow stronger under such circumstances? No wonder Saiyans, despite being hailed as the universe's combat race, displayed pitifully low battle power. With only a handful exceeding 10,000, it was truly lamentable. Crimson's record and analysis, though seemingly extensive, had transpired in but a few fleeting moments. The scene shifted back to the martial arts tournament, where Son Goku had already administered a Senzu bean to the fallen Piccolo. This left Krillin and the others utterly terrified. The shadow of the Demon King Piccolo loomed too large over them. Upon revival, Piccolo did not spring up to attack as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he gazed at Son Goku with a complex expression. Why? If you die, the Supreme Kai will die too, and without an opponent like you, life would be exceedingly dull. Son Goku spoke in a calm tone, sensing that Piccolo was no longer the same as he once was. Piccolo said little more. Moving to Crimson's side with a hint of guilt in his demeanor, Master, I lost. He understood that without Crimson's guidance, he would not have made such significant progress over the past 2 years, nor would he have been able to battle Son Goku to such a degree. Yet, a loss was a loss, and he felt somewhat unworthy of Crimson. Crimson patted Piccolo's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned. Winning or losing is unimportant. Have you let go of the obsession in your heart? What are your plans now? Yes, I have already let go. Next, I plan to travel around and train diligently. As you said, I must compensate for my lack of talent. Piccolo nodded, having already devised a plan for his future training path. Crimson was about to speak when Son Goku's booming voice interrupted. Ah, I knew Piccolo's combat skills felt familiar. It was you, Crimson. He approached Crimson, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Crimson, how come you've changed again? If you hadn't just released your energy, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. Ignore that old man. Son Goku. Crimson flashed a grin at Son Goku, and then jested. What's this? Is it only permissible for you, Son Goku, to grow taller? Am I not allowed to develop further? And from now on, refer to me as Big Brother. Big Brother? Why? Son Goku blinked, his expression one of innocent confusion. It was actually Chi-Chi who reacted first, her cheeks flushing as she clung to Goku's arm, playfully addressing Crimson. Onaikin. Crimson gave the adorably naive Son Goku a knowing look. And Goku finally understood. Ska, I'm marrying Chi-Chi, so I should call you Big Brother. It makes sense. At this moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and the others gathered around, curiously and warmly greeting Crimson. This enigmatic figure, often mentioned by Goku and Master Roshi, truly exuded an extraordinary presence. Tien Shinhan even remarked that he had no regrets in losing, considering Crimson was someone even Son Goku acknowledged as superior. Piccolo stood on the outskirts of the gathering, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the lively scene. He exchanged a knowing glance with Crimson before deciding to quietly slip away. His intention to travel around was, in truth, a desire to return to the forest where he had first encountered Crimson, to that waterfall, and to recommence his path of cultivation. "Hey, Piccolo!" Chi-Chi's voice suddenly rang out. Piccolo paused, turning stiffly. "Make sure to come to Goku and my wedding." Chi-Chi called out enthusiastically. "Yes, Piccolo, remember to come." Son Goku chimed in, grinning without a hint of hesitation about inviting Piccolo. After a moment of silence, Piccolo's face twitched as he struggled to muster a smile. The result was a rather forced grin that revealed his sharp teeth, creating a chillingly eerie expression. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Krillin and Yamcha, and Oolong trembled in fright. That smile was lethal. Ha! Crimson couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter seemed to trigger a switch, prompting Son Goku to join in uproariously, with Chi-Chi giggling along. Krillin, observing Piccolo's awkward yet earnest expression, couldn't stifle his chuckles. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Even Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, a smile blossoming on his aged face. The light-hearted laughter gradually coalesced into a harmonious chorus, echoing through the desolate arena, dissipating the earlier tension and seemingly banishing the last traces of gloom left by Piccolo, creating a notably warm and congenial atmosphere that floated into the distance. Wait! Crimson's laughter abruptly ceased as a thought struck him. The smiles on everyone's faces lingered, albeit with a hint of confusion as they turned to him. Crimson wore a mischievous expression, pointing towards the far-off location of the organizers, urgently addressing the still oblivious Son Goku. "Old son, hurry, chase after it. Your 50 million zeni prize is getting away." Chapter 28, The Wedding. The castle of Fire Mountain had shed its rugged past, donning festive red silk. The central square was adorned with a long table laden with delectable dishes, and the air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meats mingling with the fragrance of flowers. The bold Demon King donned a brand new suit that fit rather snugly, his rugged visage adorned with a broad smile as he directed several minotaurs to move enormous barrels of wine, his voice booming. "Hurry up. Today marks the grand occasion for my beloved daughter." Meanwhile, Bulma piloted her hovering sports car towards the castle gates, executing a graceful drift that nearly toppled a large gift box gingerly cradled by Master Roshi. "Hey, Bulma, watch where you're going," Master Roshi exclaimed in a fluster, steadying the gift box as his sunglasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, revealing a pained expression. "This is a rare collectible photo album I've cherished for years. A wedding gift for Goku and Chi-Chi. Cut it out, you old lecher." Bulma shot him a disdainful glance before nimbly leaping from the vehicle. Master Roshi approached, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. "Bulma-chan, are you here alone? Such youthful vitality." Before he could finish his thought, Bulma pushed his face away with annoyance. "Pervert, keep your distance." She scanned the surroundings, spotting Krillin and Yamcha, and promptly made her way over to greet them. On another side, Goku fidgeted awkwardly as he tugged at the tie of his newly purchased suit, which he had twisted into a contorted mess resembling a knotted rope. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mountain of cream cakes on the long table, and he stealthily reached for them when no one was watching. Goku. Chi-Chi, resplendent in her white wedding dress, appeared just in time to gently swat his hand away, her cheeks flushed with the distinctive blush of a bride. "The ceremony hasn't even begun yet, and your tie is crooked again." She meticulously straightened his tie. "But Chi-Chi, I'm really hungry," Goku lamented, rubbing his grumbling stomach with a look of grievance. "Just hold on a little longer." Chi-Chi smiled reassuringly, her expression warm and gentle. A green figure silently landed atop the castle wall. Piccolo cradled a simple flower pot, within which thrived a vibrant sapling, its leaves glistening with vitality. He approached with a slight stiffness and presented the pot to Chi-Chi, saying, "I dug this up in the forest. A gift for them." Without waiting for a response, he vanished back to an unnoticed corner, crossing his arms. "Piccolo, this gift is thoughtful," Chi-Chi called out joyfully, her gratitude palpable, as she sensed the sapling was nourished by Piccolo's pure life energy, brimming with vigor. "Thanks, Piccolo," Goku shouted, his voice echoing. At the castle entrance, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Oolong approached slowly. Tien dragged a massive cart loaded with wood, which was clearly no ordinary timber. After greeting the others, Oolong recounted the arduous journey to acquire this wood, sourced from the territory of a volcanic creature, nearly resulting in him becoming a roasted piglet, all for this sturdy, fire-resistant premium wood. Why do you need the wood? Goku asked, puzzled, only to be met with Oolong's playful mockery, hands in pockets and face close. Didn't Chi-Chi mention she likes wooden decorated houses? And you, as her husband, can't even remember that? The sight of Goku scratching his head in embarrassment elicited hearty laughter from the group. As everyone gathered, the wedding unfolded simply yet warmly. When Goku proclaimed in his unadorned and straightforward manner, I will work hard to hunt so that Chi-Chi can eat her fill every day, and I will protect her. The room erupted in laughter and applause. Chi-Chi blushed deeply, her eyes sparkling with tears of happiness as she tightly clasped Goku's arm. During the banquet, Master Roshi tremulously raised his glass, uttering words of blessing, though his gaze frequently wandered to the youthful bridesmaids, drooling slightly until Bulma, with keen eyes, accidentally jabbed him in the rear with a cake fork, causing him to grimace in pain. Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances at Chi-Chi, their expressions filled with unvoiced thoughts. The deity had changed into festive attire, sipping juice cheerfully as Oolong and Puar, the small ones, indulged themselves in the culinary delights. Scurrying beneath the table with cheeks stuffed full, the warm banquet continued amidst laughter until Krillin could no longer contain himself. He leaned towards Chi-Chi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chi-Chi, your mastery over Ki is incredible, especially how you make Ki so obedient and capable of different effects. Chi-Chi has become so strong. She said she learned from you? Would you please teach us how to cultivate? His loud inquiry instantly captured everyone's attention. Yamcha and Kairatsu eagerly set down their forks, gazing expectantly at Chi-Chi. Yes. Chi-Chi, please do share your wisdom. Tien sprang to his feet, his 3 eyes sparkling with eagerness. Please. Even Master Roshi and the deity turned their attention towards them. In the corner, Piccolo remained expressionless, yet his ears twitched slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of pride, for he had trained with Chi-Chi for 2 years. Chi-Chi smiled, placing her drink down, and moved to the center of the courtyard. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a stream of water from the fountain, coalescing it into a crystal-clear water sphere above her palm. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the water sphere began to undergo marvelous transformations, occasionally elongating into a slender ice needle exuding cold, then swelling and swirling, birthing tiny silver electric serpents within, and finally dispersing into a gentle mist imbued with flames. The extraordinary control over Ki and the intricate property changes left everyone in awe, their eyes ablaze with admiration. Only Goku, despite watching Chi-Chi, continued to devour meat. Having witnessed these techniques before, Chi-Chi had explained them to him several times, but he still couldn't grasp them. Eventually, she told him that his potential did not require such training, it would only waste time. With his own cultivation, he could grow strong swiftly, so he cheerfully abandoned the idea. Ki is not a lifeless entity. Chi-Chi's voice was clear and steady. Ki originates from the body. She gestured towards her own physique. More precisely, it stems from every minuscule part of our bodies, our cells. In the past, our training, like that of the turtle school, honed our foundations, refining our bodies to bear more Ki. Similarly, the crane school focused on how to unleash that Ki all at once with great power. The mist she conjured reformed into a pure, transparent droplet, faint purple arcs of electricity flickering within. My approach is somewhat different, Chi-Chi explained, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. I attempt to reverse the process, guiding the Ki within our bodies with mental energy, nurturing and strengthening the sources of Ki, which are our very cells. The stronger the cells are nurtured, the more Ki is produced. Only with a solid foundation can one's potential flourish, leading to a continuous increase in strength. Chi-Chi continued earnestly. This process demands profound Ki perception, meticulous Ki manipulation, and the ability to transform Ki's attributes. Over time, one can naturally achieve the pinnacle of Ki control and perception, enabling one's techniques to be executed at will, transforming energies. Her gaze swept over everyone. This is not a shortcut, but the benefit lies in genuinely transcending the limits of talent. She turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's progress is a testament to her persistent nurturing of her cells and enhancement of her foundational potential. Chi-Chi called out, felt a tad bashful but gracefully stood up to demonstrate. She gently raised her hand, gathering a soft yet concentrated white light in her palm, the energy stable and vibrant. Far surpassing her peers, Krillin and Yamcha, the bull demon king watched with delight, his grin stretching from ear to ear, more pleased than if he had grown stronger himself. Wow, Chi-Chi is amazing, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so? Tien's 3 eyes shone with realization. Come on, everyone, give it a try, Chi-Chi invited, urging them to close their eyes and calm their minds. Don't think about forcefully controlling your Ki. First, try to let it flow naturally within your body, just like your regular breathing. Then, Gently separate the softest of thoughts, without exerting too much force. Attempt to harness this thought to guide the energy. Akin to watering and fertilizing, transforming it into the attributes craved by those minuscule cells, and then approach it to nourish it. The courtyard fell into an instant silence. Master Roshi was the first to sit cross-legged, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a serene expression as he looked at Red with a sense of satisfaction. As if witnessing his most accomplished disciple finally surpassing him. He closed his eyes, his breath becoming tranquil and elongated. The deity smiled at Red, nodding in pure admiration, also closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. Tien Shinhan, Yamchu, Krillin, and others followed suit, their expressions solemn. Goku scratched his head, still puzzled by these concepts. However, having been informed by Red that they were not necessary for him, he imitated the others and sat down. Red's gentle voice guided everyone on how to relax their thoughts, control their breath, and transform their rhythms. Even the Ox King clumsily sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed and a serious demeanor. Piccolo remained in the corner, yet his eyelids lowered slightly, his aura becoming more contained and serene. Oolong and Por also mimicked the others, closing their eyes, although their eyelids still trembled furtively. Time flowed quietly. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the castle in warm hues. Krillin was the first to open his eyes in surprise. I can feel it, though just for a fleeting moment. It seems I have genuinely touched something warm within my body with my own energy. It felt as if it glimmered for a moment. Yes, I feel it too. Yamcha exclaimed in excitement, lowering his voice. That feeling is so pleasant. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes sparkled. It turns out that power can accumulate and strengthen its foundation in such a remarkable manner. Thank you, Red. Master Roshi exhaled deeply, his breath condensing like smoke, slowly dispersing. He stood up and approached Red, no longer the usual playful figure, but instead, he solemnly patted Red on the shoulder. His eyes filled with pride and gratification. Good lad. When you spoke to me about the path of cultivation, I never anticipated that not only would you traverse it, but you would also forge such a magnificent avenue. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He repeated the word thrice. The deity, disguised as a celestial champion, spoke with an ancient voice imbued with profound wisdom, nourishing the source, the cycle of reciprocity. This has touched the very essence of life itself. You have grazed the threshold of divinity, Red. You have ignited a guiding light for future generations. The previously silent Piccolo now spoke softly, his tone imbued with an inherent certainty. The path of our master's cultivation directly addresses the core. His gaze swept across every face in the courtyard, each filled with excitement at the prospect of this new path. All eyes, filled with admiration, eagerness, and anticipation, once more fervently focused on Red. The deity continued, Red, your path has the potential to liberate everyone from the shackles of life's limitations. It transcends the description of a singular master. For you have established an entirely new school of cultivation. You must name this school, that it may prosper and benefit all of humanity. Red felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, his method of cultivation could rewrite the annals of life's evolution, perhaps even serve as an evolutionary path towards divinity. A boon for all humankind that deserved to flourish. Thus, the first step was to bestow a name upon this method of cultivation. Red pondered, quietly surveying all before him. His sister Chi-Chi, gentle yet formidable, nestled beside the innocent yet earnest Goku. His father, the Ox King, beamed with the joy of a child. Once the world's enemy, Piccolo now stood as his most steadfast disciple. His enlightening mentor, Master Roshi, brimmed with satisfaction. The guiding deity offered the highest praise. And there were his companions, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling, whose eyes blazed with hope. His grand vision of the cellular universe became increasingly lucid amidst this warm current. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, he lifted the corners of his mouth into a gentle yet confident smile. Energy is power, the body is the foundation. Intent is the catalyst, nourishing the source of life, shattering the shackles of talent. It is nothing short of a miracle. This path shall be called the Source Divine Flow. The Source Divine Flow. Master Roshi was the first to enthusiastically raise his goblet, his old face flushed with excitement, declaring, excellent. What a marvelous name. Source Divine Flow. The others, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling, joined in unison, their voices resonating so powerfully that it seemed as though the evening glow itself leapt in response. Source Divine Flow. Even Piccolo, from his corner, murmured it softly, a faint smile beginning to curve his lips. Had he learned to smile? Red stood in the courtyard, the evening breeze caressing his garments. The golden rays of the setting sun outlined a bright silhouette around him. Within the depths of his profound gaze, it seemed as though countless tiny stars were gently swirling. The earth beneath his feet, the starry sky above, he understood that the boundless universe, laden with the powers of the King of Worlds, the truths of destruction, and the mysteries of angels, awaited him. This path, named in honor of the Source Divine, would ultimately lead him to exploration and conquest. Chapter 29. 5 years of cultivation, the arrival of Raditz. Time flew by, in the blink of an eye. 5 years had passed since the boisterous wedding. The Ox King's castle had undergone a complete transformation, evolving into the sanctuary of the Source Divine Flow. The core tenets of the Source Divine Flow, guided by mental strength, transforming energy into gentle nourishment for the source of life, revitalizing the essence of cellular origins, and breaking the chains of inherent talent, had spread throughout the martial arts world on Earth. Countless martial artists came from afar, forming a vast settlement around the castle. The Source Divine Flow had become the very foundation of martial arts on Earth. Red had become a living legend in the hearts of all practitioners, an object of admiration and aspiration. The longer one practiced, the more tranquil their aura became, the more resilient their strength, and the more vibrant the essence of life. This was the inherent affinity with nature possessed by the Namekians, a beneficial cycle strengthened and harmonized through Red's integration into the Source Divine Flow. The more powerful and peaceful it became, the better the nourishing effects, the deeper the foundation, and the greater the potential. The entire area of Fire Mountain was enveloped in the rhythm of endless vitality, embracing all. The Z Fighters were the most steadfast practitioners of the Source Divine Flow. Tian Shinhan, with his 3 eyes opening and closing, emanated a brilliant light. With a casual wave, a concentrated burst of energy shot forth, silently reducing a boulder the size of a grinding stone to dust 100 meters away. After 5 years of nurturing, his combat power had exceeded 500. Coupled with Red's teachings on ultimate power exertion and breath control, his actual destructive capability had surpassed 750. Krillin flickered, leaving an afterimage in his place, his true self appearing 100 meters away. Wow, this speed, something I would have never dared to imagine before. He grinned widely, his combat power now exceeding 450, with speed far surpassing his previous self. Yamcha, Dumpling, and the others moved with a steady and profound aura. Their every gesture radiated refined strength, far exceeding the standards of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, all surpassing 400 points. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling great contentment. The deity occasionally visited in the guise of a celestial champion, sensing the vigorous life pulse of this land, his eyes filled with gratification. To the west of Fire Mountain, the roaring waterfall was a creation of Piccolo's own hands. At the base of the waterfall, he sat cross-legged in midair, his figure blending seamlessly with the mountains and forests. This was his sanctum for cultivation. Mirroring the environment where Red once guided him by the forest waterfall, his silent homage to his mentor's original instruction. Over the past 5 years, he had devoted nearly all his energy to nurturing, compensating for the damage to his essence caused by his fragmentation. Although his combat power had not increased significantly, it remained stable above 600. At Bunko Mountain, Goku toiled away on the farm, occasionally sighing, "I wish I could cultivate. It's been ages since I last trained." Deep within Fire Mountain, Red slowly opened his eyes. The results of 5 years of dedication were profound. His mental strength sank into his body, ultimately concentrating on the thumb of his right hand. Every cell within that thumb radiated a warm, jade-like golden hue, emanating a unique vibration that encompassed all while containing boundless vitality. This was the harmonious blend of the Namekian characteristic of embracing all. The essence of Dragon Kin's life energy and the golden life energy he cultivated using the sacred beans, an exquisite fusion of the three. A subtle movement of intent. Buzz. 9 strands, condensed like tangible golden threads, coalesced from the cells of the thumb, suspended above the palm, exuding a powerful yet gentle aura of life. Each strand harbored a restorative potency far exceeding that of the past. When a single strand is employed, it can completely restore one's state within 30 breaths. When 3 strands fuse into one, a mere 10 breaths suffice to return to peak condition. When all 9 strands unite, they can miraculously revive a near-death body to its prime within merely 3 breaths. Using energy transforms it into gold. Truly, it has become a golden finger. Hong jested. Alas. He shook his head slightly. The cycle for cellular rejuvenation to produce new energy remained 3 days per strand. This was a deeper constraint of the laws of life, one that could not be transcended by the current realm. Redirecting his mental energy to his index finger, he sensed an exceedingly minute portion of cells emitting a distinct wave. Deep within these cells, there was a faint hint of ferocity, brutality, and a thirst for battle. The secret of the Saiyan cells. Over the past 5 years, this had posed the greatest challenge. The Saiyan cellular factors were inherently in conflict with tranquility, akin to water and fire that cannot coexist. Hong had attempted countless times to guide them with the nurturing method of the source divine flow, all to no avail, even causing violent fluctuations within his aura. Until one day, an epiphany struck him. Why must harmony be enforced? Why not try employing the assimilative properties of Namekian cells? He summoned the energy from his right thumb, infused with the Namekian trait of inclusivity, to envelop and nourish those cells containing Saiyan factors, and a miracle transpired. That rhythm of inclusivity served as a gentle buffer. The feral factors were not repelled. Rather, they astonishingly quieted within the harmonious cadence, as if a raging beast had been calmed. After a series of tests, although it could not replicate the explosive proliferation and division characteristic of true Saiyan cells in moments of near death and fury, it was indeed proliferating gradually. The effect was exceedingly subtle, far from the terrifying amplification of genuine Saiyan blood, yet it undeniably possessed that semblance of a characteristic. Success, however modest, leads to accumulation. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Hong's eyes. After lunch, everyone resumed their training as usual. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from the atmosphere. This presence was rife with pure ferocity, rampant and brutal, radiating a terrifying power that swept across the globe with wild abandon. In the sacred training ground of Fire Mountain, all martial artists, regardless of strength, felt the overwhelming, brutal aura simultaneously. It was suffocating. A primal fear surged forth, drowning rationality in an instant. Weaker practitioners crumpled to the ground, pale-faced. Krillin, Tien, and others sprang to their feet, their faces drained of color, their auras boiling uncontrollably. What a powerful energy! Who could this be? Yamcha's voice trembled. Beneath the waterfall, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, his peaceful aura instantly replaced by a sharp battle intent. Fixating intently on a point in the sky. At Baozi Mountain, Son Goku, who was at work, suddenly froze. He raised his head sharply. His clear eyes filled for the first time with disbelief and a flicker of excitement and agitation stemming from his bloodline. How powerful! Hong slowly stood up. He gazed calmly towards the sky from whence the energy emanated, his eyes sharp. The nurturing tranquility of 5 years receded entirely, replaced by a long-dormant sharpness and gravity. They have arrived. Raditz. Chapter 30. The initial confrontation with Raditz. Not long after sensing that immense energy, Hong, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and others gradually appeared above the castle. Look! It's the masters of the source divine flow. A cry arose from the crowd training outside the castle. It's Lord Krillin. That is Lord Tien. Lord Hong. Everyone. Look! It is indeed Lord Hong. I have finally seen him, haha. Ah, it's Lord Hong. Everything will be alright now. The appearance of the group, especially that of Hong, seemed to provide a reassuring balm to the martial artists immersed in their training, instantly dissipating the fear and unease that had pervaded their hearts. They were figures of reverence, the pioneers of the source divine flow, and legends of Earth's martial arts. Everyone, there is no need for concern. Focus on your training. Hong's voice, calm and gentle, resonated in the ears of every martial artist. Yes, Lord Hong, they affirmed, bowing in unison. Hong glanced at Piccolo and the others, nodded, and flew towards the direction where Raditz descended. Piccolo and the others followed closely behind. Bang! The spherical spaceship crashed to the ground, and a figure emerged from within. Clad in standard battle attire, with a tail wrapped around his waist and muscles bulging, he sported explosive hair down to his waist. It was Raditz. He surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of utter indifference. It seems these inhabitants of this planet are alive and well, that fool cockroach. Who are you? A trembling farmer, clutching a shotgun, stood before Raditz, his face marred with fear. Raditz activated his scouter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, slowly advancing towards the farmer. A battle power of only 5? Pathetic. The farmer, drenched in sweat, instinctively aimed his gun at Raditz. Don't come any closer. Bang! In a fit of sheer terror, the farmer pulled the trigger, but Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet, flicking it back. Bang! The immense force sent the farmer crashing into a distant vehicle. As Raditz mocked the existence of such a pathetic race, the scouter emitted a series of beeps. 1031-1721-0522. How is this possible? Thousands exceeding a battle power of 100? Raditz's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of uncertainty as the numbers on the scouter fluctuated. And there are several with even higher battle powers? What is happening? Raditz was bewildered. How could such a lowly planet exhibit an average battle power exceeding 100? Moreover, there were several with even higher levels. They're coming. Observing the feedback from the scouter, Raditz was puzzled as to why these individuals were unaware of his battle power and dared to approach. In his line of sight, several figures rushed towards him, gradually descending before him. These figures were none other than Hong, Piccolo, and the others. Raditz scanned the group, his scouter flashing 56115-22460-456402. Oh. Raditz raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. No wonder these inhabitants of the planet are still alive. It appears a few moderately robust insects are hiding here. TCH. That fool cockroach. It seems the intel was inaccurate. However, similar situations have occurred before, where low-level warriors were sent away, only to discover hidden high-level fighters. Raditz speculated. Who are you? The individual before him exuded an aura several times stronger than his own. Krillin, suppressing a tinge of anxiety, inquired. Who I am is of no concern to a mere ant. Raditz retorted, a mocking smile playing on his lips, viewing the weak as the original sin. What? Yamcha bristled, fists clenched, glaring at Raditz. They had been respected warriors for years. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Hey, you lot, where is Kakarot? Raditz disregarded Yamcha entirely, finding the larger insect's ire amusing. Far too many had perished at his hands for him to care. The group exchanged puzzled glances. After confirming they didn't recognize this Kakarot, Tien spoke. We don't know who Kakarot is. But I advise you not to do anything reckless, or else. Oh, or else what? Raditz's interest piqued. Or else you shall not find us so accommodating. Krillin replied. Haha, how amusing, just you lot. Raditz smirked with cruel anticipation. Since he refused to divulge information, I suppose I must stretch my limbs. Though it may require some effort to deal with a few insects. Years ago, his detector had registered Kakarot's presence, and there had been no transmission indicating Kakarot's demise. Thus, he firmly believed that Kakarot was still alive. Be cautious, Tien Shinhan cautioned sharply, his three eyes gleaming with intensity. Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu instantly assumed battle stances, their energy coalescing as they prepared for combat. Boom. Raditz's figure flickered, and he struck Krillin with a single punch. After years of training, Krillin's reflexes had sharpened considerably. He raised his hands to shield his chest, but the next moment, he was sent flying. Ugh! A pained cry echoed from a distance. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu exclaimed in unison, immediately launching their assault on Raditz. Bang! 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 The three engaged Raditz, but it was evident that he held the upper hand, effortlessly dominating the skirmish. Humph! Raditz sneered, a contemptuous smirk gracing his lips, his voice dripping with cold arrogance. A bunch of weaklings. Just then, in an instant of Raditz's haughty taunt, Kaiatsu unleashed his full psychic might, palms directed at Raditz, and bellowed. Damn it! Tien Shinhan shouted furiously, his three eyes locking onto Raditz as he raised his hands to his chest, compressing his energy with fervent intensity. New Kamehameha. Buzz. A blinding white light erupted between Tien Shinhan's palms. With the utmost mastery of energy control afforded by the source god flow, he condensed it into a beam of destructive light, so refined it was nearly tangible. With an overwhelming force capable of piercing through anything, it surged down upon Raditz. The speed of the attack far exceeded Raditz's expectations. What? Raditz's arrogance faltered, his pupils dilating in shock. He never anticipated that this lowly three-eyed insect could unleash such a rapid and concentrated assault. In a desperate reaction, he crossed his arms above his head to take the brunt of the blow. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded. A violent shockwave of energy kicked up dust and debris, momentarily engulfing Raditz's figure. Well done, Tien Shinhan. Krillin, who had been knocked away, returned without notice, exclaiming in excitement. The source god flow not only provided foundational potential, but also facilitated the exploration and eruption of one's power limits. Tien Shinhan's full force strike had instantaneously surpassed a destructive power of 750. As the dust settled, Raditz's disheveled figure emerged. His battle attire singed and charred where his arms had crossed, yet his aura remained unscathed, clearly indicating the return of the no-injury principle. However, the composure and arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by shock and fury. Chapter 31. Fighting is fighting, but keep the noise down. You insolent insect. How dare you? Raditz roared, both astonished and enraged. He had nearly been injured by a worthless fighter with a power level of 500. It was an utter disgrace. Yet, before he could finish his furious bellow, an intense light comparable to the sun erupted before him. Solar flare. Seizing the opportunity created by Tien Shinhan, Krillin transformed his energy into an extreme light attribute. He placed his palms atop his head, and an indescribable brilliance erupted instantly. It was as if countless flashbangs had detonated before his eyes. The entire sky and earth turned a searing white. This light was not only blinding, but also carried a scorching heat and mental disruption. Ugh, my eyes. Raditz was caught off guard, his left eye's detector emitting piercing alarms and garbled signals as the right eye was seared by the intense light, causing tears to stream down his face. His vision engulfed in whiteness. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, instantly exposing a massive opening. Now's the time. New Wolf-Fang Fist. Yamcha's figure materialized like a phantom behind Raditz. After 5 years of Source God Flow training, his speed had transformed immensely. He concentrated his energy in his arms and unleashed it upon Raditz in a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed. Ugh. Raditz winced in pain. Blinded, he could not mount an effective defense. Get away from me, Raditz roared, unleashing a burst of energy, causing an explosion radiating from himself. However, Yamcha evaded the attack, successfully retreating from the blast radius. In the very moment following Raditz's energy explosion, Tien Shinhan's furious shout rang out once more. For body punch. 4 identical figures, accompanied by afterimages, rushed toward Raditz from 4 cunning angles simultaneously. This was not an illusion, but a visual remnant created by an explosive speed, combined with the Source God Flow's exquisite control over energy to simulate an aura illusion. Only one was the true form. Nudo Donrei. X4. All 4 Tien Shinhan raised their hands, generating highly refined energy beams imbued with spiraling penetrative force, fiercely launching them towards Raditz's limb joints. The angles were cunning, and the timing was impeccable. Puff, 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 puff. Before his vision had fully returned, Raditz, as a Saiyan, instinctively contracted his body to evade critical joint injuries. However, his battle attire was instantly perforated. Blood sprayed forth. Agonizing pain surged. Ugh. Raditz was utterly enraged. The consecutive assaults from what he deemed mere ants had drawn blood. A colossal humiliation that drove him to the brink of insanity. The raging factors within him roared furiously. Insects, you have thoroughly enraged me, Raditz bellowed, his immense energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. The ground around him cracked under the pressure, and debris was swept into the air by the violent currents. The numbers on his left eye's detector fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at 1,800. Having not endured such a blow in a long time. The extreme anger triggered a frenzied division and proliferation of his Saiyan cellular factors, causing his power to soar. Die. He raised his hands above his head. And a colossal energy sphere, over 5 meters in diameter and radiating destructive waves, swiftly coalesced. The chaotic energy fluctuations began to warp the very fabric of space itself. He intended to obliterate these damned insects along with the land itself. Oh no. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha's expressions turned grave as they sensed the cataclysmic energy. They knew they could not withstand it. Kaiatsu's face turned pale with fear. In that critical moment, a red figure appeared as if summoned from thin air, gently materializing beside Raditz, one hand resting lightly upon the surface of the colossal energy sphere, exuding a sense of annihilation. There were no earth-shattering collisions. No violent clashes of energy. Buzz. The incredibly destructive energy sphere, capable of obliterating a city, collapsed and vanished without a trace under the lightest touch of that hand. Like a punctured bubble, the rampant energy currents suddenly calmed, and the fierce gusts dissipated as if the cataclysmic scene had merely been an illusion. Raditz maintained his hands raised in a frozen pose, his fury and murderous intent crystallizing into sheer astonishment and confusion. He stared blankly at his empty hands, then stiffly turned to gaze at the red-clad youth who had appeared beside him. The figure, clad in red, did not even glance at him, merely lowering his gaze to his own palm, seemingly sensing something, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone as flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. It's so noisy. 1800 battle power, and this is the extent of your energy control? Have the raging factors in your Saiyan cells burned out your brain? You can't even manage basic energy compression. Relying solely on brute force is crude and wasteful. He raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the still-shocked Tien Shinhan and the others before finally resting upon the petrified Raditz. Fighting is fighting. Just keep the noise down. You're disturbing my research on cells. A brief silence ensued. The wind swept through the shattered plaza, stirring up wisps of dust. Raditz stiffly turned his neck, staring at the red-clad youth who had suddenly appeared and effortlessly nullified his full-force attack. The detector's lens flashed wildly, the area representing red glowing with a frenzy of 5s. No, it's impossible. Raditz's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with disbelief. Who? What kind of monster are you? His once proud combat prowess appeared to be nothing more than a complete farce in the presence of this individual. The opponent didn't even spare him a glance. Just then, a striking emerald figure burst forth with a resounding whoosh, positioning himself between Hong and Raditz. He emanated an intense aura of battle, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated resolutely on the disheveled Raditz. His eyes shifted to Hong. Teacher, leave him to me. Hong cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo and nodded slightly. Go ahead. Test the fruits of your labor over these past few years. The tail is his Achilles heel, and also the regulator of his berserk factors. Targeting that area would yield the best results. He directly addressed the crux of the matter, unreservedly acknowledging Raditz' presence. Indeed, apart from the known weaknesses of Scions from his past life, this insight was gleaned by Hong through the recent skirmish. Hong had long harbored a query regarding how the Scion temperament was influenced by the frenzied factors arising from cellular division and proliferation, rendering them ferocious, brutal, and bloodthirsty. Living under such influences inevitably leads to madness. However, he had never heard of a Scion succumbing to such insanity. What, then, restrained these factors from overwhelming them? Today, he finally discerned the answer. It was the Scion tail. Previously, while analyzing Son Goku, he noted that Goku was still young, and his cells were in a developmental phase, lacking completion. Moreover, as an adult, Son Goku no longer possessed a tail. Thus, it wasn't until today that he comprehended the reason behind this phenomenon. Chapter 32, The Secret of the Scion Tail. It turns out that the Scion tail serves as a regulator for negative factors. Most of the negative emotions generated from cellular division and proliferation are extracted and stored by the tail. This mechanism allows Scions to minimize the impact of these negative factors, preventing their personalities from degenerating into madness. Hong speculated that the transformation of Scions under a full moon likely results from the moonlight emitting a specific rhythm that stimulates and liberates the tail from its constraints on the negative factors, provoking mutations that lead to transformation. The ensuing loss of rationality during transformation serves as compelling evidence. As for why some advanced Scions do not succumb to madness, Hong conjectured that a sufficiently strong will could suppress these negative factors, allowing them to maintain their reason. In simpler terms, it equates to mental resilience, making them less susceptible to negative emotions. The reason the tail is considered a Scion's weakness lies in the fact that when it is touched or attacked, it disrupts the balance of the regulator or its constraints. Those negative emotions not influenced by moonlight would return to the body, directly affecting the cells, eroding their vitality and leading to a loss of strength. Of course, this excludes the legendary Super Saiyan, which is a special case that Hong has yet to encounter and therefore cannot verify. Perhaps he will have the opportunity to investigate further when he meets Broly. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon hearing Hong reveal his weakness, Raditz's expression darkened further, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his tail. Piccolo ceased any further dialogue, letting out a low growl as he disappeared in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of violent collisions erupted once more. Piccolo unleashed the full extent of the power cultivated over 5 years and the exquisite control brought forth by his divine flow. His strikes were swift, cunning, and potent, each targeting Raditz's joints, waist, and particularly that tail, which continuously sought to tighten around him. Raditz was both astonished and enraged. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Although the adversary's strength was evidently inferior, the finesse of his combat techniques, coupled with his uncanny speed and devious attacks aimed at his tail, rendered Raditz helpless. Full of power, yet unable to unleash it fully. The pain from the torn sections of his combat suit only fueled his fury. Damn it, get away from me. Raditz roared in increasing agitation, unleashing his energy to force Piccolo back, his hands gathering energy once more. Although the power was far less than before, it was still formidable. However, a fierce glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes as he also gathered energy in his hands. Special Beam Cannon, the enhanced version of the Mekanka Sappo. The highly concentrated energy beam, imbued with spiral penetrative force, surged forth with astonishing speed, targeting the energy sphere Raditz had amassed. Whoosh! The energies collided. A violent explosion sent both combatants hurtling away. Piccolo let out a groan, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded. Raditz too felt his arm go numb, most of his gathered energy dissipating, leaving him in a more precarious state. Enough! A soft yet irresistible voice interjected. Hong appeared between the two, a gentle yet unyielding invisible force separating them instantly. Let us take a breather. Kakarot has arrived. Hong spoke nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the panting, injured Tianjin Han, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dend, finally resting on the bloodied yet undeterred Piccolo, and then on the furious and injured Raditz. Kakarot? As the others pondered in confusion, Hong slightly raised his right hand, the tip of his thumb glowing with a warm, pale golden light. With a gentle flick, 5 exceptionally fine strands of pale golden light quietly dispersed, seamlessly integrating into the bodies of all the injured, including Raditz. Tianjin Han and the others felt a gentle yet powerful surge of vitality envelop them instantly. The soreness in their limbs, the internal tremors, and even the wounds from battle healed at an astonishing rate. The energy they had expended surged back as if from a spring. Within 30 breaths, everyone was astonished to discover that they had returned to their peak condition. Raditz felt the changes most acutely. The wounds on his limbs tingled as they rapidly healed. The internal turmoil caused by Tianjinhan's Kamehameha and Piccolo's assault settling quickly. Even the energy he had lost was restored. This bizarre yet potent ability left him utterly bewildered. His gaze towards Hong was filled with shock and disbelief. What exactly are you? Raditz stammered, his voice trembling without his realization. Just then, a familiar aura approached from afar. Son Goku had finally arrived. Sensing the terrifying energy clash, he had rushed over. Upon seeing the tense standoff, particularly the figure clad in Saiyan battle armor with a ferocious aura, he froze. This energy is somewhat similar to mine. He has a tail. Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at the figure. Raditz's attention was instantly drawn to Son Goku, his earlier rage transforming into a haughty demeanor. Looking at Son Goku, he said coolly, "At last, we meet. Though you've grown, I can still recognize you at a glance, Kakarot." "Kakarot?" Son Goku replied, puzzled. "You look just like our father," Raditz stated, his gaze fixed on Son Goku, the numbers in his scouter fluctuating before settling at 416. "What? I must have misheard. His name is Son Goku, Kakarot?" Krillin looked at Hong in astonishment. "Mr. Hong, did you know this all along?" The others turned their curious eyes towards Hong. Having just heard him mention Kakarot, why was Son Goku referred to by that name? Hong smiled slightly and nodded, softly uttering a few words. "Energy tail?" Upon hearing this, everyone attentively sensed the auras of Son Goku and Raditz, then glanced at the tail at Raditz's waist. "Ah, I see. Kakarot, what have you done? Wasn't your mission to eliminate all humans on this planet? What exactly are you doing?" Raditz bellowed. "Nanny? Mission? To exterminate the humans of Earth?" The others were taken aback, even more perplexed. "Kakarot, how could you forget something to this extent? Have you truly forgotten me?" Raditz's furious voice echoed once more. Raditz's aura and tail sparked some conjectures in Son Goku's mind, but upon hearing the mention of exterminating humans, he resolutely responded, "I don't know who you're referring to as Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. Who would have thought such a situation could arise?" Raditz was acutely aware that Saiyans would never forget their mission. It was an instinct ingrained in their very bones. Unless, of course, your head has suffered a severe blow and you've lost your memory? "Indeed, I fell and hit my head when I was young, and I cannot recall anything from my past." Son Goku nodded calmly. "As I surmised. Then allow me to assist you in recalling. After all, your strength will be indispensable in the future." Raditz crossed his arms, adopting a condescending tone, his eyes glinting with pride. "You are not of this planet's humanity. You were born on planet Vegeta, hailed as the mightiest warrior race in the entire universe, Saiyans, the strongest in the cosmos." "The warrior race? Saiyans?" The crowd gasped in awe. A haughty voice echoed once more, "And I am your brother, Raditz." Chapter 33, Goku and Piccolo vs. Raditz, a gentle slap. "There is no way I would assist scum like you," Son Goku roared. As the narrative unfolded, Raditz recounted the events leading up to this moment, ultimately inviting Son Goku to join him in conquering other planets. "What did you just say?" Raditz erupted in fury, his violent instincts surging anew. "You dare defy an order? Lower-class Saiyan warriors are bound to obey the commands of their superiors." He pointed menacingly at Red, Piccolo, and the others. "Is it this swarm of insects that has misled you? Very well. I shall crush them all before your eyes. Let me show you the reality." Before he could finish his sentence, Raditz transformed into a streak of silver lightning, propelled by a tempestuous killing intent, charging towards the recently revived and strongest in energy, Piccolo. He intended to set an example. "Come at me." Piccolo's battle spirit surged, and he fearlessly met the oncoming threat. Observing this, Son Goku shouted for him to stop. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own energy, joining the fray. In Raditz's left eye scanner, Son Goku's power level surged from 416 to 616 in an instant. He was slightly taken aback, yet remained unfazed. Boom, bang, thunder. Son Goku and Piccolo united to confront the enraged Raditz. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Although Son Goku had neglected his training while farming for 5 years, his combat instincts remained formidable. Piccolo, too, executed precise strikes, targeting Raditz's lower body and tail. Their cooperation momentarily ensnared Raditz. The air crackled with energy, explosions ringing in their ears. Special beam cannon. Seizing a fleeting opportunity while Raditz was distracted by an attack on Son Goku, Piccolo swiftly maneuvered behind Raditz, hands clasped before him, rapidly gathering energy for a powerful attack. A highly concentrated beam of white energy shot towards Raditz's exposed back. The timing was impeccable. Raditz's hair stood on end. He spun around, but had no time for any other action, hastily crossing his arms in front of his chest to brace himself. Boom. The special beam cannon struck Raditz with tremendous force. The violent explosion sent him staggering backward, his arms numb. You bastard. Raditz was utterly infuriated. He glared at Piccolo. his eyes blazing with murderous intent. In a flash, he blurred, propelled by a violent gust, charging at Piccolo. His fists rained down like a pile driver, relentless. Piccolo's pupils constricted. He dared not take the brunt of the assault. He pushed his speed and agility to their utmost limits, darting away from Raditz' tempestuous punches. Whenever he could not evade, he utilized techniques to deflect the blows with palm strikes or elbow jabs. Bang, bang, bang. Each of Piccolo's blocks sent tremors through his body. His blood surging, arms tingling, yet he remained composed, his gaze fixed on Raditz's attacks, searching for a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. His target was glaringly clear, the weakness, his tail. Son Goku fully embraced the primal fighting instincts of a Saiyan, darting around Raditz at high speed, occasionally delivering clever leg sweeps to disrupt Raditz's stance, or coalescing energy blasts to obscure Raditz's vision. He worked in concert with Piccolo to entangle this formidable foe. Raditz, with overwhelming might, found himself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Piccolo, like a slippery serpent, targeted weaknesses with cunning precision, while Son Goku, a tireless bull, relentlessly harassed, undeterred by danger. Their synergy was unexpectedly harmonious, one calculating, the other instinctive. Raditz attempted to eliminate one of them with full force, only to be compelled to defend against the other's reckless attacks. The damage to his battle suit increased, and Piccolo had managed to exploit several openings at the base of his tail, inflicting sharp pain and weakness. The battle grew increasingly intense. Yet, Raditz found himself more and more frustrated. Injured by a swarm of insects earlier, he now could not subdue either his useless brother or the green-skinned insect. The utmost humiliation and rage clouded his judgment. Die, all of you. Raditz leapt back to create distance, raising his hands once more, gathering an even larger, more unstable sphere of destructive energy above his head. This time, he targeted everyone, including his useless brother Kakarot. He intended to obliterate this area along with all who dared oppose him from the universe. The terrifying energy fluctuations darkened the sky. Goku, lunch and Chi-Chi are still waiting for you to come home for dinner. Red's voice, though soft, pierced through the roar of energy, reaching the enraged Raditz's ears. Piccolo, poised to unleash his special beam cannon, hesitated. Son Goku, prepared to withstand the blow, suddenly turned to Red. Raditz's energy-gathering motion instinctively faltered for a moment. Red's figure had seemingly appeared beside Raditz, calmly observing the destructive energy sphere, then glancing at Raditz's twisted visage, his tone laced with amusement. Save your strength, Saiyan. Here, you cannot kill anyone. Raditz paused, bewildered. Red continued, have you Saiyans never heard of the Dragon Balls? As long as they exist, no matter how many you kill, it is futile. Those individuals can be resurrected. Red deliberately revealed information about the Dragon Balls, knowing that it would transmit through the scanner. Firstly, he sought to prevent the narrative from diverging too greatly from his control, as he had yet to attain power that could disregard all. Secondly, he was curious to witness the tragic tale of the perennial underdog. Not for any other reason, but to ascertain how the tragic figure maintained his sanity while transformed into a giant ape. Lastly, since he had entered this realm, it would be utterly dull not to experience the power of the Wadeshi, the intergalactic sovereign longing to grow 5 centimeters taller. Dragon Balls. Resurrection? Raditz's pupils constricted sharply. Contemplating Red's words, he suddenly grasped the implication, glancing instinctively at Piccolo. As a race accustomed to cosmic warfare, they would undoubtedly be familiar with the species in the universe. Thus, what could be gained from this brutal conflict other than squandering energy and enduring humiliation? After a moment's reflection, Raditz erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha! I have heard that Namekians possess a peculiar ability. They can create wish-granting orbs. I never imagined the legend to be true. Earth possesses such a miraculous object. So this green-skinned insect is a Namekian. No wonder he appeared familiar at first. Yet, I never anticipated that such a place as Earth would harbor a Namekian. Truly, fortune favors me. Raditz mused, his smile growing increasingly sinister, his gaze towards Piccolo brimming with avarice. However, that greed was abruptly frozen on his face, morphing into utter shock. Slap. A hand, without warning, loomed large before him. Boom. The left eye's scanner exploded. Am I invisible? Cease your treachery. Red's calm voice echoed once more in Raditz's ears. Chapter 34. Raditz's beauty mark. I want to live. Why you? Raditz stammered in terror. That young man in red had delivered a seemingly effortless slap, one he could not react to. Raditz clutched his stinging face, suppressing his fury with great effort, struggling to contain his rage. This individual named Red exuded an aura of uncanny strangeness that filled him with trepidation. Indeed, it seemed the violent instincts had fried his brain. The tone of Hong was rather subdued, yet imbued with a hint of regret, evidently affected by the malfunctioning machine. Hong regarded Raditz with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Do you still not comprehend? The numbers displayed on that detector, are they truly of any significance? Raditz stared blankly at the flickering shards of the detector on the ground, then glanced at the surrounding crowd, whose demeanor starkly contradicted the values shown on the device. His gaze ultimately returned to Hong. A malfunction? Utterly hopeless. Hong shook his head in resignation, changing the subject. What is my power level according to that machine? 5. Raditz replied, perplexed by Hong's sudden inquiry, yet he answered truthfully. Prepare yourself, Hong said slowly, raising his right hand and extending his index finger with an air of nonchalance. I am about to strike. Raditz, taken aback, instinctively retreated, assuming a defensive stance as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He fixated on Hong, questioning whether this enigmatic individual truly intended to attack. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Raditz's shoulder. He looked down to find a small hole punctured in his battle suit, revealing a gaping wound. Injured? How could this be? He clutched his shoulder in horror, gazing at Hong, who remained motionless, hands still extended as though he had never moved. With a flick of his finger, the moisture in the air swiftly coalesced into a smooth, translucent mirror suspended before Raditz. Hong tilted his chin, urging him to gaze into the reflection. As Raditz instinctively looked into the water mirror, his soul nearly fled in terror. Emblazoned upon his battle suit at the center of his forehead and heart was a vivid crimson dot. It resembled a bloodstain left by a fingertip. When did this happen? Raditz shrieked in disbelief. Even he, despite his usual dullness, comprehended that Hong's initial jab at his shoulder had demonstrated his prowess, and in the blink of an eye, he had marked 2 vital points on Raditz's body. Cold sweat soaked Raditz's back as he trembled uncontrollably. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone stunned by Hong's display. A few audible gulps echoed through the air. Piccolo's expression grew grave. I cannot perceive the teacher's movements. He is too formidable. Tian's 3 eyes radiated shock. Hong has surpassed us by a wide margin. Yamcha and Chaozu exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Goku's eyes burned with fierce determination. Hong, just wait. I will surely surpass you. Amidst this awestruck silence, Hong's voice floated lightly to Raditz's ears as he pointed at the blood mark on Raditz's forehead. That beauty mark is rather charming. Do you understand now? With his hands clasped behind his back, Hong's tone remained unperturbed as his gaze fixed on Raditz. Do you truly believe my combat power is merely 5? Raditz's mind raced. Saiyans revered strength and typically crushed their adversaries with absolute power. Having roamed the cosmos, they never felt the need to delve into combat techniques. Why waste time on that when they could unleash more ki blasts to achieve victory? However, having navigated the universe for years, Raditz was no stranger to wisdom. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You can manipulate battle power, Raditz exclaimed, his eyes a mix of astonishment and a touch of indignation at being deceived. Ah, finally not completely dim-witted. Hong smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. Indeed, Raditz, having found a semblance of dignity, straightened his posture, arrogance returning to his expression as he surveyed Tin and the others with disdain. So, it relies on such trivial tricks. Look, you're making foolish mistakes again. Hong's voice rang out once more. When it comes to incompetence, the least qualified to speak here is you, Raditz. What did you say? Raditz erupted in fury. Aside from Vegeta and Nappa, who dared to call him incompetent. Yet, upon meeting Hong's calm, unwavering gaze, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing the flames of his anger. The disparity in strength is far too great. Unconvinced, Hong taunted, based on my years of understanding of Goku, whom you refer to as Kakarot, it is evident that you Saiyans grow stronger with each battle, possessing remarkable combat talent. Yet, Raditz, your so-called fighting is merely the slaughter of the weak. Hong continued to dissect Raditz. Goku has consistently sought challenges against stronger opponents. According to your machine's readings, he has progressed from a paltry power level in the single digits to over 600, demonstrating strength far beyond that number. And you, Raditz, with a power level of 1,500, how much of that can you truly harness? Your energy control is abysmal. You cannot even manage the most basic compression, relying solely on brute force, which results in unnecessary fatigue after each battle. You squander the Saiyan legacy. If you are not the fool, then who is? Hong's words struck Raditz like a hammer, shattering his remaining pride. Raditz's complexion shifted from red to green, his fists clenching tightly. Each utterance from Hong rendering his expression increasingly grim. The label of the most useless tore apart his last vestige of dignity. Do you know my base combat power? Hong's voice was calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Indeed, it mirrors the fury you displayed earlier, 1800. But what of the outcome? Your full-force attack against my casual swipe. Now tell me, Raditz, who is the true fool? Answer me. Hong's gaze swept over Raditz's despondent face. Put away your laughable sense of superiority. do not further disgrace yourself. In light of your relation to Goku, I shall grant you a chance to live. However, 2 conditions must be met. First, use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Earthlings you have slain. Second, serve as a guard at the Fire Mountain Castle for 1 year. Guard. Raditz' mind screamed in fury. His fists clenched tightly. He had never endured such humiliation. Hong paused, his tone turning icy, an invisible aura of menace enveloping Raditz. Or die. He paused again, his tone returning to its previous calm. Of course, if you perform well, I may teach you how to truly harness your combat power, how to enhance it, allowing you to relish battle and reclaim your dignity, rather than squandering it as you do now. A slap followed by a sweet reward, an old routine. The air seemed to hang heavy with tension. Raditz could distinctly sense that the chilling aura of threat was no mere bluff. He wrestled internally, grappling with the Saiyan pride and the fear of death clashing violently within him. Reclaim my dignity? Ultimately, the primal instincts of survival and the yearning for power prevailed. He lowered his head in defeat, his voice dry and hoarse. I want to live. Excellent. Hong's lips curled into a slight smile. There were 3 reasons for sparing Raditz. First, his connection to Goku. Second, Hong was genuinely curious to see if Raditz could transform into a Super Saiyan, and if so, whether it would be a direct transition to Super Saiyan 3. And third, there were few Saiyans left in Universe 7. And an additional Saiyan would provide another valuable subject for research. Chapter 35. The Key to Training on King Kai's Planet. A joke. In the distant reaches of the cosmic frontier, on a certain planet, the signal from that useless Raditz had been cut off. He was likely dead. The burly Nappa gazed at the disappearing signal on the detector and spoke in a deep voice. There are 2 intriguing pieces of information. Earthlings possess a technique to control their battle power, and there exists a Dragon Ball that grants wishes. Vegeta's eyes burned with an insatiable thirst for battle. Let us depart, Nappa, Vegeta commanded, unable to conceal his excitement, as if he had attained eternal life. Mastered the art of controlling battle power, and avenged himself against Frieza. On Earth, at the sight of Raditz's arrival, he struggled for a moment before deciding to inform the other Saiyans of the impending arrival on Earth. After all, he had surrendered, and in the face of the formidable Prince Vegeta, it would be wiser to unite everyone. Perhaps there was a way to resist, especially considering that mysterious red figure, who had always exuded an unfathomable aura. Perhaps he could indeed provide a solution. Thus, Raditz addressed everyone. Our previous conversation must have been overheard by the other 2 Saiyans. They will undoubtedly be interested in that Namekian Dragon Ball, a treasure capable of fulfilling wishes. They will certainly come to Earth. Raditz paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, they are far superior to me. What? Stronger than Raditz? Exclaimed Son Goku, his astonishment rapidly igniting a fierce combat spirit within him, causing his body to tremble with excitement. Indeed, it was Goku. The mightier the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Tianjinhan, Krillin, and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their faces revealing a mix of seriousness and concern. The terrifying power of Raditz was still fresh in their memories. Indeed, Raditz's voice trembled with fear. One of them possesses a battle power of at least 4,000. The other, Prince Vegeta, exceeds 18,000. The mere utterance of that figure made his voice quiver. What? Krillin gasped, while Yamcha and Kaiatsu turned pale. 18,000. A few hundred against 18,000. The vast disparity felt as if an enormous mountain was pressing down upon them, leaving them breathless. Despair was evident on everyone's faces. Fear not. Hong's voice, steady and powerful, dispelled the gloom that hung over them. Do not be disheartened. Remember, the path of the Source God flow is boundless. The deeper the foundation, the greater the potential. A year's time may yet yield a fighting chance. His confident words acted like a tonic, causing Tianjinhan to clench his fists. His gaze resolute once more. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, yet the spirit of battle surged within him. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, nodding firmly. Just in time. I know a place for training that can rapidly enhance our battle power. Hong grinned, igniting a wave of anticipation among the group. Hong, are you referring to the Heavenly Temple as the training ground to quickly boost our power? Tianjinhan inquired, puzzled, sensing that the nurturing of the Source God flow seemed more essential than the Heavenly Temple's training. No, Hong's lips curled into a mysterious smile. It is another world. Hong, what do you mean? I wish to train there too. Son Goku urged eagerly. Hong looked at him. Goku, return and consult with Chi-Chi. If she consents, then seek us at Fire Mountain. Turning to Yamcha, he continued, please contact Bulma and borrow the dragon radar to give to Raditz. Raditz? Hong's gaze once again fell upon the despondent Saiyan. Your task is to use the radar to locate all 7 Dragon Balls and bring them to the Fire Mountain Castle. Remember your promise. As for the others, Hong finally addressed Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Krillin, and Kairatsu. return to Fire Mountain. I shall make a trip to the Heavenly Temple. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Hong's figure silently descended upon the pristine grounds of the temple. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles seemed to have sensed his arrival, waiting at the temple's entrance. Hong, you have come, the Supreme Kai said, his voice imbued with understanding, clearly aware of all that had transpired, including Radit's arrival and the suffocating threat it posed. Hong got straight to the point, his tone grave. Supreme Kai, you are already aware of the situation. A battle power of 18,000 is beyond our current capability to confront directly. I require a place that can facilitate their rapid enhancement of battle power, King Kai's planet. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. Hong, how do you know of King Kai's existence? I sensed it during training. Hong lied with a serious expression. He had already contemplated how to explain it on his way, as the existence of King Kai was not something a mere mortal could know. Allowing the Supreme Kai to fill in the gaps was the best approach. Ah, I see. The Supreme Kai mused, not doubting him. Convincing himself that Hong's establishment of the Source God flow must have elevated the entire human race's potential, and thus King Kai would undoubtedly have been informed. Perhaps he had even guided Hong. The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. King Kai oversees many planets and is quite occupied. He may not agree. I am confident I can persuade him, Hong replied, brimming with assurance. Please assist me in contacting King Kai. Very well, since it concerns Earth, I, as the Supreme Kai of Earth, also bear responsibility. The Supreme Kai nodded and began to reach out to King Kai telepathically. On King Kai's planet, the rotund figure of King Kai was leisurely watering his little sapling when he suddenly sensed something, his thoughts shifting. The Supreme Kai of Earth? King Kai adjusted his sunglasses, his curious little eyes sparkling. The Supreme Kai bowed respectfully and quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, King Kai's antennae twitched, and his form materialized in the mental realm of Hong. Earth's humans, what business do you have with me? Hong bowed deeply and recounted the events and his request. After listening, King Kai stroked his chin, his expression one of contemplation. Training mortals can indeed be quite taxing. Hong continued, King Kai, I have 3 compelling reasons. Firstly, I have established the Source God flow, which has significantly elevated the overall battle power and spiritual realms of Earth's inhabitants, causing a surge in civilization. This is undoubtedly a monumental achievement for your jurisdiction over the North Galaxy. King Kai nodded in acknowledgement. The enhancement of civilization in his domain would certainly bolster his standing among other Kai. Secondly, Hong continued, the Saiyans are notorious destroyers. Should they descend upon Earth, they would not only obliterate this hard-won prosperity, but also slaughter countless lives, reducing Earth to a primitive state or even leading to its complete annihilation. At that point, all the efforts you have made to elevate the index would be for naught. King Kai nodded, recognizing the truth in Hong's words. Thirdly, Hong revealed a sly smile. As a form of gratitude and to ensure that you derive joy from guiding us, we, the few who wish to train, will each tell you a delightful Earth joke every day. I guarantee they will bring you immense laughter and joy. Jokes. King Kai's little eyes sparkled instantaneously, though he quickly adopted an authoritative demeanor, puffing out his round belly. Humph. I, King Kai of the North, am the universe's greatest joke master. Can your earthling jokes measure up? King Kai, how will you know if you don't give it a try? Hong's voice was filled with temptation. How about I offer you one now for your appraisal? Oh, let us hear it. King Kai crossed his arms, a look of skepticism plastered on his face. Hong cleared his throat and said in an exceedingly plain tone, one day, a mosquito flew to King Kai's planet. It circled around King Kai 3 times, then sighed, saying, alas, the gravity here is too heavy. Sucking blood is more exhausting than carrying a mountain. Upon finishing, it fell to the ground, dead from exhaustion. Silence. A deathly silence. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles held their breath. Suddenly, an uproarious laughter erupted from King Kai's planet. King Kai clutched his belly, tears streaming down his face as he rolled on the grass, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! The gravity is too heavy. Sucking blood is more exhausting than carrying a mountain. Ha ha. It fell to the ground and died. Ha ha. So vivid. So creative. Ha ha. Earth jokes, oh my. After laughing for a full minute, King Kai finally managed to sit up. Wiping away his tears, panting, his voice still laced with uncontrollable laughter. All right. In light of the soaring index of Earth and this, somewhat amusing joke, I shall make an exception and agree. Hurry. Come. Immediately. I can hardly wait to hear the next joke. Ha ha. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles exchanged glances, both witnessing a mix of shock and amusement in each other's eyes. It seemed they had succeeded. The Supreme Kai chuckled helplessly and said to Hong, there is no time to waste. Gather everyone. I will have Bubbles guide you to the Snakeway entrance. Chapter 36. Is he really only 4 years old? What were everyone doing at 4? At Fire Mountain Castle, the atmosphere was tense yet tinged with anticipation. Upon informing everyone of the training opportunity at King Kai's planet, Hong instantly ignited their enthusiasm. Krillin and the others excitedly pumped their fists. Fantastic. Now we have a chance. Tianjin Han's 3 eyes sparkled with determination. Piccolo crossed his arms, his eyes reflecting a sense of hope. King Kai loves to hear jokes, so let us prepare some, Hong reminded. No sooner had he spoken than Raditz appeared, breathless, his bag glowing with the 7 Dragon Balls. That was quick, Hong remarked, somewhat surprised. Beside him, Yamcha elucidated, when I went to borrow the radar. Bulma mentioned she was rather bored and had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls. She said it's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Red understood, as it was indeed characteristic of Bulma. He turned to Raditz. Well done, you didn't misuse or abscond with the Dragon Balls. Raditz set down the Dragon Balls, raising his chin slightly, exuding the innate pride of a Saiyan. Humph, Saiyans are men of their word. Otherwise, who would dare to trade with us across the cosmos? He glanced at the Earth warriors surrounding him, his voice lowering. For now, we are in the same boat. Excellent. Red nodded, gesturing towards Raditz. For the coming year, you shall remain here. Sheath that ridiculous arrogance of yours and learn from these martial artists how to wield your power effectively. Remember, no harming others. Cherish this opportunity to grow stronger. When you face the other 2 Saiyans a year from now, you may find yourself more than capable of standing your ground. Raditz's eyes flickered with complexity before he finally nodded emphatically. Within that gaze, apart from the Saiyan's defiance, there lay a hint of yearning for strength and dignity. Haha, everyone's here. A booming voice accompanied by the sound of rushing air echoed. Goku descended steadily on his nimbus, accompanied by a timid little boy, his small tail swaying behind him. Goku, who's this? Krillin exclaimed, pointing at the little boy. Goku grinned widely, placing a large hand on the boy's head. This is Gohan, my son with Chi-Chi. I named him after my grandpa. His tone brimmed with pride. Hello, Uncle Red. Little Gohan greeted politely, before timidly addressing the others. Hello, uncles. His endearing demeanor instantly melted the hearts of those present. As they gazed at the adorable little Gohan, memories of the wild, tail-dragging Goku from years past flooded their minds, leaving everyone to marvel at how swiftly time had flown. Red ruffled Gohan's hair and turned to Goku. What brings you to bring Gohan along? Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Bulma and Raditz came to borrow the 4-star ball, and then Bulma went shopping with Chi-Chi, looking for something to improve her skin. Then Chi-Chi asked me to bring Gohan along, saying that if everyone is going to train in an impressive place, it would be good for him to witness it. With you around, she feels secure. After this brief interlude, the group wasted no time. They summoned Shenron, resurrecting those Earthlings who had perished due to Raditz's arrival. As Shenron vanished into the horizon, Red intoned, let us proceed to the palace. Baba guided the others to the entrance of Snake Way. Before them hung a circular passage that emitted a gentle glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding ominous atmosphere. This is the passage to the Otherworld, opened by Lord Kai. Baba explained. Otherworld? Aren't we supposed to train with Lord Kai? Krillin gazed apprehensively at the Snake Way, which could be faintly seen beyond the passage. Baba replied calmly. The path to Lord Kai's planet is solely through Snake Way. However, the living cannot traverse it. Forcing your way through will result in death. Lord Kai has utilized divine power to create this special passage for you. Once we traverse this passage, we shall reach Lord Kai, Baba assured the bewildered group. Let us move forward, but prepare yourselves mentally. It is said the gravity on Lord Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. 10 times gravity. Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaos gasped, their faces paling slightly. Tien's expression grew grave, while Piccolo remained silently contemplative. Goku, however, wore an eager grin. 10 times gravity? That sounds incredible. Little Gohan blinked his big, curious eyes in wonder. After nodding, Red stepped into the passage first, and everyone followed closely behind. A flash of light enveloped them, and they felt their bodies disassemble and then reassemble, the scenery before them shifting dramatically. A lush green meadow blanketed a small planet, with trees and exotic flowers scattered sparsely across the grass. A straight road stretched ahead, leading to an unseen destination. At the side of the road, a small figure wearing sunglasses, round and plump, with antennae atop his head, beamed at the group. Before they could fully appreciate the beauty of this small planet, they suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing down on them. This is so heavy. My body feels like it's about to crumble. I can't move. Caught off guard. Everyone except Red, who had anticipated this, staggered. Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaos were utterly thrown off balance, collapsing to the ground, feeling as though their insides were being crushed. Humph. Piccolo growled, his energy flaring as he defiantly battled against the gravity, gradually standing upright. Tien's 3 eyes widened, veins popping on his forehead as he unleashed all his energy to stabilize himself. Goku, too, exerted his energy, gritting his teeth, yet his face radiated excitement. Wow. My body feels so heavy. He attempted to lift his leg, moving as if in slow motion. However, the most astonishing scene unfolded before them. Little Gohan, after a brief stumble, merely swayed slightly and quickly regained his balance. Though his small face turned red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. When he spotted a grasshopper-like creature flying by, he even had the energy to chase after it. Gohan, Krillin, still on the ground, looked up in shock. Yamcha and Chaos were left speechless. Even Tien and Piccolo, who were struggling against the gravity, couldn't help but glance over, their eyes filled with astonishment. How could this little Gohan be so strong? Is he really only 4 years old? What were they doing at that age? A hint of approval flashed in Red's eyes. Indeed, Gohan was a true embodiment of potential within the Dragon Ball universe. Whether it was due to his youth or the Earth's tranquil lineage softening the Saiyan blood, his adaptability far surpassed that of the others. Oh, everyone's here? Lord Kai adjusted his sunglasses and strolled toward them leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled group. Finally resting on Red and the swiftly adapting Gohan, his little eyes brightening. Not bad. It seems Earthlings are far stronger than I anticipated. Especially this little one, truly gifted. The group hurriedly struggled to bow. Lord Kai. Chapter 37. I yield. Earthlings are truly formidable. You all should acclimate to the gravity first. The weight here is 10 times that of Earth, Lord Kai remarked, observing the beleaguered faces around him. After a pause, he leaned in conspiratorially. And the reason Saiyans are so powerful is that they are born on a planet with 10 times the gravity of yours. What? The group gasped in astonishment. No wonder Saiyans are so strong. They have to endure this gravity from infancy? It's ludicrous that we can hardly stand. Lord Kai waved his hand dismissively. A smug expression on his face akin to a proud teacher. Do not fret. Once you adapt to the gravity and receive my guidance, there is still hope. However, to earn my instruction, you must tell me a joke. Just so we're clear, if it's not funny, I won't teach you to train. His demeanor shifted from arrogance to eager anticipation for the jokes. I'll give it a try. Krillin volunteered, struggling to stand upright. There was a bun on a journey, feeling tired and hungry. Then it ate itself. Lord Kai strained to imagine a bun devouring itself, and after 2 seconds of silence, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. A bun eating itself. Ha ha. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his eyes. Good, you passed. Next. Lord Kai finally calmed down and gestured towards Chaos. It's my turn. Chaos, his face pale with nervousness, floated forward hesitantly. He glanced at Tien, who nodded solemnly at him, providing a silent encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Chaos summoned all his energy, his body glowing faintly. The voice, fraught with a weeping tone, cried out, "The ice pop. It's ruined." Upon finishing his exclamation, the light surrounding him abruptly extinguished, as if all his energy had been siphoned away, causing him to gently drift downwards. His small chest heaving violently. Puff. Just as King Kai regained his breath, he was struck by the absurdity of the ruined ice pop, which tickled his sense of humor, leading him to burst into laughter. The ice pop is ruined. Haha, you've passed. Next. Yamcha, witnessing Krillin and Din breezing through, felt a surge of confidence and tremulously approached King Kai, his face alight with anticipation. The secret of sneezing lies within the nostrils. King Kai regarded Yamcha's eager expression, glancing at the others nearby, who were cheering him on with clenched fists. He managed a slightly forced smile. Ha ha ha. All right, you've passed too. Next. Yoshi. It's my turn. Goku exclaimed excitedly as he approached King Kai, adapting swiftly to the tenfold gravity. He made a gesture as if sharing a secret. King Kai? There's a dough in the fridge that was starving, and it swallowed a meatball whole, transforming into a meat bun, and then it burped. He had cleverly strung together the preceding jokes. Puff ha ha. King Kai once again succumbed to laughter. The dough swallowed the meatball and became a meat bun that burped. Not bad, haha. You've passed. Next. Piccolo stood to the side, arms crossed and eyes closed, showing no intention of stepping forward to tell a joke. However, a closer inspection revealed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating he was racking his brain for a way to pass. As King Kai's gaze fell upon Tien, an invisible pressure bore down upon him like a mountain. Tien clenched his fists, his entire being vibrating uncontrollably, exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of the Kikaho's energy buildup. His face turned a deep shade of purple, his 3 eyes fixated intensely on the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. After 10 agonizing seconds, he finally shouted, "The secret of the 3-eyed man. He just can't wear sunglasses." As he uttered the last few words, he leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down, as if he had just emerged from a life-or-death battle. King Kai was taken aback by the sudden outburst, dropping the handkerchief he had been using to wipe his tears, stunned for several seconds. Puff ha 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 ha. He rolled on the ground, laughter shaking his body. Ha ha ha. Can't wear sunglasses. That's the secret. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. After a prolonged fit of laughter, King Kai finally calmed down. But the pressure had now shifted to Piccolo, who stood with his arms crossed, fingers turning white from tension, energy roiling beneath his green skin. Just as everyone thought he might explode from the pressure, he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze turning fierce, reminiscent of the former Demon King Piccolo. With a low growl that seemed to ooze menace, he said, "Once, there was a demon race that aspired to conquer the universe, but ultimately failed. They gave up." Having delivered his punchline, he immediately turned his head away, adopting an expression that seemed to threaten anyone who dared to make him tell another joke. Haha. The demon race couldn't win and gave up. King Kai wiped his tears, his body quaking with laughter. You've passed too. Finally. Red slowly approached the still tearful King Kai and calmly began. There was an emperor of the universe who ruled over all just to find one thing. Oh, what thing? King Kai, curious, paused his tear wiping. Red's lips curled into a subtle smile, the secret to growing 5 centimeters taller. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Puff ha 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 ha. King Kai laughed so hard he collapsed onto the ground, his chubby hands smashing the grass into small depressions. Haha. To rule the universe, just to grow 5 centimeters taller. Just as King Kai's laughter threatened to shake King Kai's planet apart, Goten raised his little head, pointing to a cosmic encyclopedia he had found, which featured a fire-breathing fish. King Kai, this fish can breathe fire. When it does, wouldn't its mouth be really hot? Wouldn't it jump from the heat? Burn its own mouth? Jump? King Kai attempted to explain biological adaptability, but suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilated, the laughter catching in his throat, ready to erupt at any moment. Goten then pointed at another illustration of an alien with 4 eyes arranged in a grid. This alien uncle has 4 eyes. Does he need to wear 2 pairs of sunglasses? That way, he won't have to worry like Uncle Tien does about sunglasses. Puff ha ha. Ha, jumping. 2 pairs of sunglasses. Ha ha ha. King Kai recalled Tien's 3-eyed joke and once again succumbed to laughter. Rolling on the grass until he had no strength left to even twitch, merely lying there with his mouth agape, emitting wheezing noises as tears flowed freely. Tien, standing nearby, found his brow twitching, his face turning crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. I concede. Earthlings are terrifying. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38, The Analysis of Divine Authority. On this small planet of King Kai, the group was diligently training to resist the invasion of formidable foes. Ha. Krillin's voice was clearly strained. His training uniform was already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin. Each punch and kick felt like he was pushing a small mountain. His movements becoming sluggish, and his muscles shaking violently under the immense strain. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the source god flow to its utmost limits, striving to tap into the depths of his cellular potential to combat the terrifying tenfold gravity. Yamcha's situation was hardly better. He attempted to execute his signature Wolfang fist, but under the tenfold gravity, his movements became severely delayed and distorted, and the speed that the technique relied upon was reduced to a mere fraction of its power. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Damn it, move already, he muttered under his breath, his eyes betraying a stubborn defiance. Den floated at a slightly lower altitude. His small face flushed red, struggling to maintain his balance while attempting to condense energy spheres. The tiny orbs of energy flickered in his palms, coalescing with great difficulty. Tien displayed a solid foundation of skills. His 3 eyes sparkled with focus as he eschewed all flashy movements, meticulously repeating the most fundamental techniques of punches, kicks, and stances. Sweat also drenched his training uniform, but he remained focused, striving to maintain the most perfect form under the tenfold gravity, integrating the source god flow as precise control of energy into every basic movement. Goku, however, was entirely different. He sprinted across the grass, leaping and throwing punches. Though his movements were similarly slowed by gravity, appearing exceedingly heavy, his face radiated excitement from training. He had not trained properly in years and was bursting with energy. Goku relentlessly expended his stamina, pushing against his limits, and this was the training method best suited for him. The sensation of increasing power ignited a fierce determination in his eyes. Every move from Piccolo flowed with a natural rhythm. Despite the heaviness under tenfold gravity, his actions remained fluid. A small figure, not far from Piccolo, watched with wide, clear eyes, curiously observing Piccolo's graceful movements. Goten seemed to have grown accustomed to the terrifying tenfold gravity, mimicking Piccolo's stance, albeit awkwardly, as he clumsily threw small punches and kicked with short legs. Piccolo caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye, instinctively furrowing his brow, puzzled by why Goku's child was imitating his movements. Yet, Goten remained blissfully unaware. Diligently trying to mimic, He attempted to move his feet quickly like Piccolo, but his balance faltered, and with a little squeak, he stumbled forward. On the verge of crashing onto a protruding rock, Piccolo's finger twitched slightly. A barely perceptible surge of energy silently zipped beneath Goten. Puff! The small rock instantly shattered into fragments. As Goten fell, he braced himself, feeling no pain as he had imagined. He looked down in confusion, scratching his head and mumbling. There was definitely a rock just now. He raised his head, looking around, and then back at the expressionless Piccolo, who seemed to be immersed in his training. He seemed to grasp something, expressing his gratitude with a smile towards Piccolo. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo maintained his usual impassive demeanor, as if everything that had transpired held no significance for him. However, when Gohan attempted a somewhat intricate turning movement once more, Piccolo's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated clearly in Gohan's ears. "Your breathing is off, and your stance is unstable. Focus your mind. Envision your inner strength enveloping your feet like the earth, and then exert force." Gohan paused for a moment, blinking his large eyes, seemingly striving to comprehend this profound instruction. He endeavored to concentrate, his small brows furrowed, and attempted the turning motion again. This time, although still clumsy, his footing appeared to stabilize slightly. Piccolo did not utter another word. Only the corners of his tightly pressed lips lifted ever so slightly. Unbeknownst to him, Piccolo had already begun to learn the art of smiling. In stark contrast to the others, who were drenched in sweat from their physical training, Red sat cross-legged upon the verdant grass of King Kai's planet. The tenfold gravity had ceased to pose a significant challenge to his physique and foundation. His spiritual energy was entirely absorbed in the figure of King Kai. Within the confines of his spiritual perception, King Kai's seemingly ordinary, plump form concealed a rhythm unlike that of mundane life. It was not merely a matter of combat strength, but rather an ineffable authority and set of principles. The cells within King Kai's body pulsed in a distinctive pattern, reminiscent of intricate runes. These runes were not tangible. They were manifestations of a higher dimensional truth, emanating a peculiar frequency that resonated harmoniously with the entirety of the North Galaxy. Red analyzed the unique frequency resonating from King Kai and its correspondence with Earth. Was this divine authority? He was struck with astonishment. The runes of truth within King Kai's cells resembled a controller. They naturally aligned with a certain logic governing the universe, enabling the effortless mobilization of forces far exceeding their own energy levels, such as opening pathways to the underworld or managing the information of countless beings across planets. This represented an evolutionary leap in the realm of life, a manifestation of power. He greedily sought to capture and decipher the rhythm of those runes. Each analysis felt akin to unraveling the universe's most intricate codes, consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy. Yet, with each interpretation, he gained deeper insights into the very essence of divine power. The legendary forces of creation, destruction, and angelic might. Did their origins also lie within the cells? Were they not the runes of higher dimensional truths? Red was immersed in this unprecedented discovery. The energy within him, which fused the accommodating power of the Namekian with his own golden life force, became increasingly vibrant under the stimulus of King Kai's divine aura. Even attempting to emulate that resonant frequency, though akin to a firefly compared to the full moon, it undoubtedly illuminated a remarkably clear path for him. The road to shattering the shackles of his lineage might well lie in transforming his own cells into the very source that carries and weaves the rules of the universe. Time slipped away quietly amidst the droplets of sweat and the exploration of spirit. King Kai occasionally leisurely drove around in his car, tended to his cherished plants, and at times offered guidance to Krillin or Yamcha, whose movements had become severely distorted. More often than not, however, his gaze, concealed behind dark sunglasses, would sweep over Red, who sat in tranquil meditation with disbelief and astonishment. King Kai mused, "This boy possesses a soul quality that seems far beyond what a mere earthling could achieve. Could he be deciphering the essence of this King Kai? The rhythm he emits truly suggests he has touched upon something profound. A divine flow, perhaps? What an intriguing earthling." Chapter 39. The King Kai Fist of the Sun Family. On King Kai's planet, Krillin and Yamcha had just completed a round of sparring, separating to catch their breath. Din was still controlling the flying rocks attacking Tien, whose rapid evasion had created afterimages. Piccolo hovered nearby, sitting in stillness, his body tense. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly straining under the increased weight he bore. Gohan, along with Gyurikuri and Beerus, was in a lively commotion. Son Goku was excitedly chasing after the Kamehameha he had unleashed. Red was also engaged in rapid movements, executing the Thunder Flame version of the Prince's technique. Having spent over half a month on King Kai's planet, everyone had long adapted to the tenfold gravity. One day, King Kai stood with his hands behind his back next to his beloved fruit tree, his gaze emanating an unusual seriousness as he summoned everyone. Clearing his throat, King Kai's voice was deeper than usual. You have all adapted to the gravity. I have little to teach you in terms of fundamentals. Now, it is time to impart 2 of my most treasured techniques. The group perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even Piccolo raised his gaze, displaying evident focus, while little Gohan looked on with curious innocence. Feel my aura closely. King Kai's voice resonated with power. The King Kai fist. Upon utterance, a tempestuous crimson aura erupted from his rounded form. The oppressive force and energy waves expanded outward, causing the air to hum. Red's eyes sparkled with intensity. His spiritual energy had already locked onto King Kai, perceiving every transformation within him. The steady flow of energy within King Kai was forcibly driven by a unique frequency, piercing through each cell like sharp needles. Under this frequency stimulation, the cells oscillated at an unprecedented speed, akin to whips cracking against a spinning top. The intensified blood flow caused vessels to swell, muscles to bulge and contort, while bones endured unimaginable burdens, giving rise to that terrifying crimson aura. This was a fleeting brilliance fueled by the potential of life. Red concluded with precision. The aftermath of utilizing such an overdraft technique would entail a prolonged and painful period of weakness. The higher the multiplier, the more devastation inflicted on the cells. The lighter consequence would be broken bones and damaged organs, while the severest could lead to complete bodily collapse. More crucially, this exploitation represented a permanent overdraft of potential foundations. The limited potential of Earthlings meant that forcibly employing the King Kai fist for even a few seconds would be their limit, followed by an extended period of incapacitation, a cost far outweighing the benefit. The crimson aura surrounding King Kai gradually receded, his complexion slightly pale. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he exhaled a long breath. Do you all understand? This is the King Kai fist. It can exponentially enhance your energy, with the multiplier depending on your individual limits. He scanned the crowd, his tone lacking much expectation. Over the years, only a select few had managed to master the King Kai fist. Now give it a try. With that, he turned and walked towards his house. Finding the demonstration of such a high-burden technique quite exhausting, he needed a moment of respite. Excitement and eagerness were etched on the faces of the group as they immediately began to recall the technique and attempt it. King Kai fist. Boom. Double. Son Goku roared, instantly achieving a 2-fold increase. An even more ferocious and violent crimson aura erupted from him, soaring into the sky. His muscles swelled and twisted in an instant, veins protruding beneath his skin, his eyes taking on a crimson hue. A breath filled with the sensation of tearing exploded forth, causing the air under 10-fold gravity to emit a strained hum. What an overwhelming aura! Krillin, Yamcha, and the others watched in astonishment, their hearts racing at the overwhelming pressure that filled them with indescribable shock and a hint of envy. This power was astonishing. How could he succeed on his first attempt? King Kai, who had gone inside to rest, suddenly appeared at the doorway, his gaze upon Son Goku flashing with surprise. He quickly suppressed his astonishment, returning to his usual proud demeanor, nodding slightly. Quite good. Achieving a 2-fold increase on your first attempt. With more practice, be mindful of your body's burden. King Kai fist. Before King Kai's words could fully dissipate, a youthful and clear voice rang out. It was Gohan. There he stood, his small figure radiating with the same crimson aura. His little face was taut as he emulated the actions of his father and King Kai, fully immersing himself in the effort. 2-fold. A tender voice resonated with an indomitable spirit. Boom. Another astonishing aura erupted forth, although not as ferocious as that of Sun Wukong. The crimson flames surged with equal intensity, vibrating the air and creating rippling waves of energy. Son Gohan. Krillin gasped, nearly plummeting from the sky, pointing at Gohan, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Nani, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were astonished by Goku's instantaneous mastery of the Kaioken ×2, and now this mere child, only a few years old, had achieved the same. This utterly dismantled their understanding of genius and hard work. The vast disparity left them in a state of bewilderment. How could this be possible? Even the usually unflappable Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock, his green visage betraying incredulity. He gazed at the diminutive figure, for the first time acutely aware of the terrifying potential inherent in Saiyan blood. It was a talent that transcended all reason. Haha, well done, Gohan. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his face alight with pure joy and pride, as if it were only natural for his son to accomplish such feats. Red silently observed Son Gohan, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Son Gohan was truly the pinnacle of potential. The fingers of the Kai Shin, resting behind him, trembled involuntarily. The pupils behind his sunglasses had widened to a state of vacancy. It felt as if 1,000 Babarousas were galloping within him. He struggled to maintain the dignity of the Kai-Shin, endeavoring to keep his tone nonchalant. Well, that was quite good. He then feigned calmness, scanning the crowd and uttering once more, "Everyone else must strive to practice diligently." Having said that, he swiftly turned and retreated indoors. In the corner, out of everyone's sight, he fumbled to retrieve a handkerchief, vigorously wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. He gasped for breath, his trembling hands dislodging his sunglasses, revealing eyes still lost in a state of profound shock. Truly a monster. The Sun family are all monsters. After the Kai-Shin entered the house, the entire Kai-Shin planet fell into a brief silence. The extraordinary talents displayed by Sun Wukong and his son felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Krillin and the others, drowning them in deep bitterness and disillusionment. It was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just then, Red's calm voice pierced through the fog, imbued with a power that cut through the haze. "Have you all forgotten the core essence of the Source God flow?" The crowd jolted, as if awakened from a stupor. Indeed, the essence of the Source God flow lies in breaking the shackles of innate talent through nurturing, cultivating boundless potential. Was it not this very individual, who continuously created miracles before them, who enabled them to challenge an impossible future? What did a temporary setback matter? The future was brimming with infinite possibilities. The despondence in their eyes rapidly faded, replaced by rekindled fighting spirit and unwavering faith in the future. They turned their grateful and resolute gazes toward Red, bowing solemnly. And then, with unprecedented determination, returned to their arduous and focused training. Chapter 40. The exclusive Kaioken of the Source God Flow. Days later, the faces of the group bore an unmistakable pallor of despair and defeat, regardless of how hard they gritted their teeth or pushed themselves. The violent frequency of the Kaioken would trigger an unbearable alarm in their bodies, overwhelming pain and weakness crashing over them, rendering it impossible to take shape. The chasm between their physical limits and potential loomed like an insurmountable abyss before them. Under the fruit trees, the Kai-Shin summoned everyone once more, offering words of reassurance before adopting an immensely solemn demeanor. "Now, I shall teach you the spirit bomb. Focus your minds and attune yourselves to the primordial pulse of life that permeates the universe." He slowly raised his hands, palms facing the sky. This time, there was no raging aura, only a tranquility and vastness that enveloped them. The spirit energy was not a combat force. It was the very essence that constitutes all life, the purest energy of existence. The Kai-Shin's voice resonated directly within the minds of the crowd. Red's gaze turned intensely focused once more, his mental faculties capturing the warm and pure life elements scattered in the void. Between the Kai-Shin's hands, a luminous sphere, exuding a gentle and sacred aura, began to coalesce slowly, brimming with formidable life force. This orb emanated a purifying rhythm that seemed capable of cleansing all impurities from the world. Purification. Red instantly grasped its essence. This technique possessed an innate destructive counter against evil and tainted beings. Watching the beads of sweat cascading from the Kai-Shin's brow, Red felt the intense drain on his mental energy, as well as the slow pace of the sphere's formation. He sighed inwardly. The preparatory phase of the skill was excessively long, and the mental toll was immense. Such pure life energy could only be harnessed by those with a heart free of contamination and a resolute will. Attempting to sense this purity, the Kai-Shin once again gestured, a thought regarding communication, guidance, and the condensation of spirit energy spreading forth, clearly conveyed to each individual's mind. The group promptly sat cross-legged, concentrating and striving to perceive the ever-present light of life. At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded once more. Little Gohan seemed to possess an innate affinity with this pure essence of life. With the innocent curiosity of a child, he imitated the Kai-Shin's actions, extending his tiny palm upward. Almost as he reached out, countless gentle white lights, as if summoned by a divine call, converged from the air, from the grass beneath his feet, and from the void. Gradually, they coalesced in his small palm, forming a sphere radiating warm and sacred light. The glow illuminated his pure and innocent visage. "Gohan." The crowd gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This could not merely be described as extraordinary talent. He was truly a chosen one. The Kai-Shin's sunglasses slipped slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Once again, Son Gohan is innately attuned to the essence of life. His heart is pure and unblemished. A prodigy. Are the Sun family truly destined to defy reason? He felt his cognitive boundaries being relentlessly challenged. A gentle smile graced Red's face. Gohan's unsullied heart was indeed the most perfect bridge to connect with the essence of life. Even more astonishing was Piccolo, who had remained silent at the periphery. At this moment, his eyes expressed an unprecedented seriousness and determination. He slowly opened his palm, casting aside all distractions, striving to sense the pulse of life. Gradually, a faint yet tenacious white light began to gather resolutely in his hand. Though slow, and its radiance far from the purity of Gohan's, a minuscule orb of spirit energy indeed began to materialize in his palm. Piccolo, he can actually do it? Krillin and Yamcha gasped in disbelief, feeling that this completely overturned their perceptions of the Demon King Piccolo. This revelation struck them even more profoundly than Gohan's success, shattering their worldview. Red understood. Indeed, Piccolo's innate connection to nature, combined with the transformative serenity brought about by years of training in the Source God flow, had allowed the positive forces within him to prevail. Gazing at the faint yet persistent light of life in Piccolo's palm, Red mused. The all-encompassing demon light cannon from the original work may be lost, but the embryonic form of the spirit bomb, imbued with the essence of the Source God, has been birthed. How unpredictable the world is. The Kaishin's gaze swept over Son Gohan, who cradled the pure energy sphere, then to Piccolo, who was gathering a faint white light, and finally landed on Krillin, Tin, and others, who were visibly disheartened and devoid of success. His expression was complex and inscrutable, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. It is entirely within reason for the Saiyans to master the Kaioken technique, and it is also understandable that Gohan, untouched by the world's tribulations, could resonate with the spirit bomb. However, it is astonishing that the Namekian, once fallen into darkness and regarded as a demon king, could also reach for the light of life. These warriors from Earth relentlessly demonstrate through their actions what is common sense. What is that concept? Before long, Son Goku successfully condensed a spirit bomb the size of a fist, radiating a gentle glow. The others had grown somewhat numb to it, merely twitching their lips. Only Goku appeared as if he had discovered a treasure, grinning foolishly with excitement. Krillin and the others gazed at their empty palms, comparing their results to those of the Sun family and Piccolo, filled with envy, yet utterly helpless, their faces etched with bitterness. In the midst of this somber atmosphere, Red slowly closed his eyes. He did not attempt to gather energy nor engage the violent frequency of the Kaioken. Instead, he plunged his mental faculties inward, fervently deducing the core mysteries of the Kaioken, deconstructing and reconstructing it. The essence of the Kaioken lies in its domineering rhythm that stimulates cellular hyperactivity, akin to a torturous whip, forcibly extracting potential. This stands in stark contrast to the core philosophy of the Source God stream, which nurtures cells and seeks the evolution of life's essence. What Red sought was not to imitate, but to create, to forge a unique technique that resonates with the principles of the Source God stream. His thoughts operated at their utmost peak. He meticulously analyzed and interpreted the frequency of the Kaioken that extracts life and damages foundations. He integrated its core essence into the Source God stream, transforming it from a process of extraction into one of guided release. He aimed to guide the nourishing power of cells, allowing them to release it actively in a safe and controllable manner when needed. The cost would not be foundational damage, but rather a temporary regression in the nurturing process. Utilizing the calm, nurturing energy within him, he began to circulate it in a rhythm filled with experimentation. Time flew by, and Red's immersive deductions and experiments extended over 3 full months. The others on King Kai's planet continued to sweat profusely, either practicing fundamentals or attempting new techniques. Finally, on this day, as Red sat in meditation, his aura suddenly shifted. The previously subdued and tranquil energy began to rise steadily. A gentle yet vast pale red aura spread from him, lacking the violent and destructive intensity of the Kaioken's crimson flames. It instead emanated an invigorating and profound life force. As it escalated to 1.2 times, then 1.5 times, approaching nearly double its original strength, it gradually descended, ultimately stabilizing at 1.5 times the intensity. Red opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils shimmering with a soft red glow. He felt the surging power within him and the accompanying sense of depletion from his cells. Understanding dawned on him. This state would consume the equivalent of a day's nurturing effect in just 1 minute. The moment this pale red aura surged forth, a profound silence enveloped King Kai's planet. Everyone felt it, their gazes converging on Red as if drawn by an invisible force. "Is that really you, Red? How did you accomplish this?" Krillin could not help but exclaim, his voice trembling with disbelief. The king's figure almost instantly appeared before Red, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with immense shock and curiosity. He fixedly focused on the gentle yet powerful pale red aura surrounding Red, exclaiming, "This rhythm is strikingly similar to the Kaioken, yet the aura is gentle and restrained, imbued with a thrilling sense of life's weight." You have managed to mimic the Kaioken and create a technique that Earthlings can withstand? This is inconceivable. Red slowly rose, suppressing his excitement to respond. Lord Kai. The Kaioken you imparted is too domineering and extreme, extracting and consuming the foundation, which the bodies of Earthlings cannot bear. Therefore, I combine the essence of the Kaioken with the nurturing release philosophy of the Source God Stream, developing a new technique, where the cost is a temporary regression in the nurturing process rather than foundational damage. A genius. An unparalleled genius. The king's voice brimmed with unprecedented excitement as he paced around Red, unable to contain his admiration. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Trading a regression in nurturing for temporary power that does not harm the foundation. The side effects are nearly non-existent, as long as it is not overused. The foundation remains as solid as ever. This is a secret technique tailor-made for your Source God Stream. Excellent. What shall this technique be called? Red smiled slightly. I just created it and have yet to name it. Source God Fist. The king declared emphatically, his voice resounding. The martial art most befitting the Source God Stream shall be named Source God Fist. A name well-deserved. Red nodded in delight. Indeed. Source God Fist. The king rubbed his hands together in excitement. Quickly, allow me to observe it in detail. I want to feel it. His enthusiasm for this entirely new, revolutionary technique was palpable. Boom. With a mere thought, Red's pale red aura erupted once more, enveloping him entirely. Gentle, yet substantial, it brimmed with the essence of life, starkly contrasting the violent oppression of the Kaioken. Incredible. This is simply astonishing. The king marveled as he keenly sensed the rhythm, repeatedly expressing his admiration. The energy conversion efficiency is extraordinarily high, with minimal burden on the body. This is nothing short of miraculous. His gaze towards Red was filled with respect for a true innovator. Red retracted the Source God Fist state, allowing his aura to stabilize. He said to the king, however, the multiplier should not be pursued excessively. When I attempted to derive higher multipliers, I found that forcefully increasing it would impose doubled pressure on the cells, potentially leading to exacerbated regression or even irreversible damage, undermining the fundamental philosophy of nurturing. It is counterproductive. Currently stabilizing at 1.5 times is the perfect equilibrium between power and cost. This was the precise conclusion he had drawn from countless deductions and internal experiments. The king nodded in agreement. Absolutely correct. The foundation of the Source God Stream lies in long-term accumulation, achieving great results from small increments. The Source God Fist is merely a technique to embellish. It must not be overly relied upon, nor should the fundamentals be neglected. The foundation is the source of all power, he reiterated. Amidst the king's lavish praises, and under the gaze of the others filled with almost tangible admiration, excitement, and anticipation, Red did not rush to impart his knowledge. He understood the wisdom and moderation, and in his heart, he knew that his deductions regarding the spirit bomb had reached a critical stage. After exchanging a few brief words with the group, he once again settled into a cross-legged position, delving deep into the analysis and reconstruction of the spirit bomb. Time continued its relentless march, and 3 more months passed in silence. Red's deductions entered their final phase. The spirit bomb, which gathers the essence of all life, possesses immense power and purifies evil. Yet its activation is sluggish and greatly limited by environmental factors. Red's goal was to extract the core rhythm of its aggregation and purification, combining it with his advantages to create a more practical skill. He continued to use the peaceful, life-filled energy of the Source God Stream as his foundation, beginning to simulate the unique rhythm of the spirit bomb that aggregates life energy and purifies evil. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The energy within him began to simulate aggregation, compression, and transformation. Buzz, an energy sphere, as translucent as air, yet radiating a dazzling white light from its core, swiftly took shape in his palm. The internal energy was highly concentrated, emitting an aura of terrifying fluctuation. It lacked the sacred purifying brilliance of the spirit bomb, but instead carried a peculiar rhythm that suppressed negativity. The aggregation speed far surpassed that of the sluggish spirit bomb by 100-fold. What is this? The king's voice echoed once more. Feeling that his moments of astonishment this year surpassed the entirety of the past 10,000 years combined, Red calmly explained, I have comprehended the essence of the spirit bomb's aggregation and purification, simulating it with the peaceful, life-filled energy of the Source God Stream as the foundation. Although devoid of the purifying and sanctified power akin to the spirit bomb, it harbors a rhythm that exerts a certain suppression over negative energies and emotions. The lad dubs it the Source God Bomb. After a brief pause, Han continued, stating that its activation speed, when compared to ordinary key techniques, is somewhat slower, yet its potency vastly surpasses that of conventional techniques. Moreover, should the target's negative emotions be more intense, the suppression they experience will be greater, thereby amplifying the power of the source god bomb accordingly. You simulate the purifying rhythm with tranquil ki. You mimic life energy with the vitality of life itself, and yet you claim it is merely slightly slower? Its might far exceeds the ordinary, and it even inflicts additional damage. The king of the Kai felt his nerves fraying, pointing at the luminous orb in Hong's palm that radiated terrifying waves of energy. His voice rising in pitch. Is this what you call simulation? Its activation speed is at least 100 times quicker than that of the spirit bomb. While it lacks the purifying prowess of the spirit bomb, its single-target lethality and enhancement against malevolent entities already classify it as an attack skill of the rudimentary realm of gods. How on earth did you conceive such a thing? You have truly transformed the source god flow into something extraordinary. This is a divine technique. The king of the Kai inwardly lamented, feeling as though his cognitive framework was being relentlessly ground into the earth by this young earthling. His mind raced like 1,000 rampaging bulls. Hong smiled slightly, dissipating the source god bomb from his palm. He gazed at his companions, who were numbed yet immensely eager after being repeatedly astonished by the miracles witnessed. Well then, the new technique has matured. It is time to impart it to everyone. Hong's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was predominantly filled with the satisfaction of creation achieved. In the days that followed, King Kai's planet became Hong's exclusive teaching ground. Chapter 42, Super Saiyan Hong? On the verdant grass of King Kai's planet, Hong's gaze swept over the excited faces of his companions, and with a serious demeanor, he declared, the source god fist. A technique that sacrifices the process of nurturing for the sake of power, contradicts the core tenets of our source god flow. Thus, it is merely a means reserved for the battle against Vegeta, not to be disseminated or misused. He paused momentarily before continuing. Nurturing the foundation is the eternal pursuit of the source god flow. After this battle, I shall endeavor to refine it further, eliminating its costs. Until then, remember, it is our final trump card. Understood. The group quelled their excitement, responding earnestly, and immediately immersed themselves in even more rigorous training. Observing their dedication, Hong too closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, delving into contemplation. Establishing a source god fist and source god bomb suitable for earthlings had consumed considerable time. The next step was to devise a method to accelerate their training speed. Otherwise, with a power level barely surpassing 2,000, how could he hope to contend with Vegeta? Moreover, the impending threat of the third prince was looming. Having arrived in this world, one could not simply cling to Goku's leg indefinitely. King Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Hong, who once again sat in meditation, his expression laden with complexity. The emergence of the Source God Fist and Source God Bomb had profoundly shocked the North Kai. He recognized that this earthling would not relent. Hong's mental energy plunged once more into his being, his thoughts racing. He intended to experiment with the enhanced Namekian cells and Saiyan cells he had cultivated over time. The King Kai Fist violently stimulated the cells to extract potential, fundamentally forcing the accelerated division and proliferation of cellular factors. If he could harness only the acceleration aspect while discarding the potential extraction hazards, and blend it with the regenerative rhythm of Namekian cells as a foundation, then stabilize it with the life force and tranquil energy of the Source God flow, a clear vision unfolded in his mind. With formidable mental strength as his guide, he captured the catalytic frequency of the King Kai Fist stimulation, parsing it, discarding the extraction elements, and retaining the core rhythm of acceleration. When this transformed catalytic rhythm resonated within his Saiyan cells, they began to tremble ever so slightly. Deep within the cells, those factors representing potential, as if infused with a gentle catalyst, commenced rapid division and proliferation. Immediately thereafter, Hong's mental energy guided the regenerative rhythm of the Namekian cells to join the fray. The regenerative rhythm and catalytic rhythm fused perfectly, forming a powerful yet gentle force of catalysis and protection. Division accelerated. The ferocity and rampant nature within the Saiyan cell factors surged. At that moment, he infused the nurturing life force and tranquil energy into the cells. The negativity within the Saiyan cell factors was transformed by the tranquility of the nurturing energy. The life force of the nurturing cells became nourishment for the Namekian regenerative rhythm. The regenerative rhythm safeguarded the division and proliferation of the Saiyan cell factors, mending any potential microdamages. The negative factors were neutralized by the nurturing tranquil energy. The three elements formed a delicate cycle. Ultimately, those synthesized factors were expelled from the cells, traversing within him and converging near his spinal column, initiating the mutation of the S cells. Hong was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his experiment would trigger the S cells. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, 4 months had slipped by. Although Hong's power had not significantly increased, remaining just above 2,000. The S cells within him had developed a certain scale. He suppressed his inner excitement and a tinge of uncertainty, gathering his full mental strength. He cautiously attempted to stir the dormant S cells. However, it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, creating no ripples. The key to unlocking the S cells was anger. A thought flickered through his mind. He took a deep breath, letting his mental energy no longer directly touch the cells, but rather enveloping it with his own ki, beginning to simulate an extreme rhythm. Anger. As this simulated rhythm of anger brushed against the S cells, they began to hum and tremble as if awakening. The pain. It surpassed any agony he had previously endured in battle. It felt as though every nerve, every muscle was being torn asunder. The pressure on his bones was relentless. His muscles uncontrollably swelled and twisted. A fierce exhilaration surged within Hong. Golden light erupted uncontrollably from every pore, growing brighter and more blinding. His body began to tremble violently, as if the power within was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. He clenched his teeth, a beastly growl emanating from his throat, veins bulging on his forehead. His once jet-black hair began to explode upwards, flickering madly between black and gold. Even his eyebrows danced with golden radiance. This overwhelming aura instantaneously eclipsed the energies of all others on King Kai's planet. Goku was the first to turn, his eyes flashing with uncertainty, his body tensing instantly. Uncle, little Gohan, emulating Piccolo's training, was so overwhelmed by the sudden surge of terrifying pressure that his face turned pale. Instinctively, he hid behind Piccolo, clutching his pants tightly. Teacher. Piccolo had long since dropped his crossed arms, staring at Hong with astonishment, his face etched with utmost gravity. What is this energy? This is Hong's ki? What has transpired? It is overwhelmingly powerful. The others, caught in their training, were rendered pale by the sudden influx of energy, their faces a canvas of sheer horror. They had never felt such a formidable presence before, trembling as they focused their gaze on Hong. King Kai's mouth gaped. He sensed the surging power within Hong, shock rendering him speechless as this transformation shattered his previous understanding. That wild power finally broke through the threshold. Boom. A previously unseen golden aura erupted from Hong, soaring skyward. The terrifying oppressive force swept across King Kai's planet like a tangible entity. The verdant grass beneath his feet was instantaneously flattened, and stones were lifted into the air. The entire diminutive planet quaked violently. Hong slowly lowered his head, gazing at his hands enveloped in a golden aura. He felt an unceasing torrent of power coursing through him, as if it were boundless. A mixture of confusion and astonishment filled his heart, yet his eyes sparkled with uncertain anticipation. With a flick of his finger, the moisture in the air rapidly coalesced before him into a smooth mirror of water. The reflection that stared back was no longer the familiar visage of a young man with black hair. Instead, it showcased a wild mane of golden hair, radiating brilliance. His eyes, a striking emerald green, and even his brows had transformed into gold. Enveloped in this golden flame, he exuded an aura that was both awe-inspiring and formidable. Could it truly be a Super Saiyan? Hong gazed at the figure in the mirror, both familiar and alien, murmuring in disbelief. This form, which had only existed in the memories of a past life and in Saiyan legends, had manifested in reality through his own hands, as a mere earthling. The entirety of King Kai's planet was engulfed in a stunned silence. Only the humming of the golden flame and the heavy, suppressed breaths of those around echoed in the air. Chapter 43. The King's perception has been shattered again. Staring at the golden silhouette in the water mirror, Hong remained somewhat dazed. He clenched his fist. The sensation of power radiating from his hand felt overwhelmingly real. The energy within him surged like a dream. A combat power of 100,000. A 50-fold increase. He had truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. In fact, he had long since deduced the secret behind the emergence of the S cells within Son Goku. The accumulation of S cells bore no direct correlation to base combat power. Those mysterious S cells originated from negative factors produced during the cellular division and proliferation of Saiyans. These negative factors would undergo peculiar mutations when combined with a tranquil aura, eventually settling into S cells. Once the S cells accumulated to a certain extent, they could trigger a transformation into a Super Saiyan through fury. However, typically, such negative factors would only manifest during intense battles or when nearing death. The youthful transformations of Son Goten and Trunks were a result of their earthly heritage, which enabled them to harmonize the violent factors within their Saiyan blood, thus accelerating the generation of S cells. What have you done? King Kai shrieked, his voice cracking. He abruptly darted before Hong, his pudgy finger trembling as it pointed at him, his antennae wildly probing the air. How could your energy surge to such an extent? A mere earthling can transform? His worldview crumbled anew, surpassing his comprehension. Hong was still mulling over how to elucidate this unforeseen experimental achievement. For he too had merely attempted to stimulate the S cells, never anticipating such a meteoric rise. Yet King Kai had descended into a frenzy. Circling around Hong in a manic whirl, his round face etched with the words heart shattered. Quick, speak. What sorcery did you employ? The frantic twitching of King Kai's antennae betrayed his desperation. No, this energy is not malevolent. It is divine. This is undeniably divine. Tell me, as an earthling, how did you transform? If you don't tell me, I shall not survive today. King Kai beat his chest in a frenzy, his expression revealing an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a desire for this revolutionary information that shattered his understanding accumulated over eons. Observing the round face of King Kai, brimming with curiosity, Hong spoke candidly. My lord, I merely stumbled upon this during experimentation. As for the secret to transformation, he paused, pointing at Son Goku. It originates from Son Goku. It comes from me? Son Goku said, his expression bewildered, pointing at his own nose in confusion. Continue, King Kai urged. When I sensed the immeasurable potential within Goku's body, I endeavored to guide my cells to mimic the unique frequency of his cells. Over time, a small portion of my cells gradually aligned with his frequency. Today, during training, I inadvertently touched upon these cells, resulting in this transformation. Are you saying that imitating me led to your transformation? Son Goku remained puzzled, struggling to comprehend. Meanwhile, Yamcha and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, instinctively swallowing hard. The mention of transformation instantly reminded them of that terrifying giant ape on the night of the full moon. Nanny? Goku? King Kai exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Son Goku. His antennae once more probing. So that's it. It's a Saiyan. King Kai nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. So it's a Saiyan? Then it's no problem. He murmured softly, seemingly reassuring himself with this newfound understanding. Ever since these beings arrived on King Kai's planet, his comprehension had been wholly inadequate. But hold on, why aren't you transforming into an ape? Could it be? King Kai's pupils dilated as he appeared to connect the dots. Hong nodded. He possesses another unique type of cell within him. I merely imitated that type of cell to transform. King Kai abruptly turned his head, his gaze honing in on Son Goku like a searchlight, his voice trembling with disbelief. Goku? Could it be? Son Goku scratched his head, his confusion deepening. This group had continuously reshaped his understanding, overturning his knowledge base time and again. Each day brought either astonishment or shock. It felt as though 1,000 hammers were racing through his mind. Fabulous, keep your distance. And put down that hammer. King Kai's roar echoed throughout King Kai's planet. Fabulous stood frozen. Everyone else. After a brief silence, a voice shattered the eerie stillness. Hong, no, teacher. Krillin mustered courage, representing the group, to voice the question that weighed on everyone's hearts, his tone filled with awe and anticipation. How on earth did you achieve this? It's astounding. Can we learn it? Yamcha, Tenshinhan, Chaozu, and even Piccolo held their breath, gazing intently at Hong. Before Hong could respond, King Kai interjected with a complex mix of emotions on behalf of Hong. Learn? Do you think this is some roadside martial art? He pointed at Hong, his round face suffused with indignation, as if to say, you have no idea what you're dealing with. He can accomplish this because he can perceive. He perceives cells, even the factors within those cells that are smaller than dust. His terrifying mental prowess is so refined that he can sense their most minuscule vibrations and rhythms. King Kai took a deep breath, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire manner, as if he feared he might suffocate if he paused. Moreover, he can utilize energy, extremely refined energy, to manipulate those factors, compelling them to dance to his desired rhythm, mimicking the stimulating pulse of King Kai's fist, merging it with the regenerative rhythm of Namek, while adding his own nurturing touch. Do you understand how monstrous the control required for this is? Perception, control, both are indispensable. Without the ability to perceive cellular factors, everything is mere talk. If you perceive but cannot refine your energy to influence them, that too is nothing but a fantasy. Let me tell you, not just you, even I, having lived for over 70 million years, could never achieve this. Even higher beings might not possess such precise control on a microscopic level. King Kai's voice was laced with profound frustration and a barely perceptible awe. The source of the divine energy you cultivate is the path he has already forged. A ready-made technique. You need only follow it to nurture and strengthen yourselves, but to directly cut at the very essence of life, propelling one's own evolution. That is a path unique to him. It is truly a defiance against the heavens. A single utterance fell upon the assembly like a deluge of ice water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited in their hearts. Yet, it also elevated their understanding of Red to a near-miraculous zenith. The faces of Krillin and his companions were etched with profound shock and reverence. It dawned upon them that the path they had traversed in their cultivation was merely a small segment of the grand, celestial road forged by Red. Meanwhile, Red himself was tirelessly exploring uncharted territories in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Sun Wukong, though unable to comprehend the nuances, felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Red, igniting a fiercer battle spirit within him. Piccolo cast a deep, respectful glance at Red. After all, he was his mentor. After venting his frustrations, King Kai, like a deflated balloon, despondently approached his prized vehicle, collapsing onto the ground, his silhouette reflecting a tinge of melancholy. After all, one could only feel so dwarfed by the divine. Very well, Red's calm voice pierced the shroud of reverence and despondency enveloping the atmosphere. Calculating the time remaining, the Saiyan shall arrive in just over a month. We must seize this fleeting month to prepare for the ultimate test of our arduous training, which is now drawing near. An invisible weight descended upon King Kai's planet. As the prior astonishment and awe were swiftly supplanted by an even more acute sense of urgency and fervor, every individual felt the impending storm brewing. Chapter 44. Vegeta's arrival. Red's unexpected transformation into a Super Saiyan was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating not mere ripples, but a surging wave of desire for strength among the onlookers. The emerald grass had long succumbed to the violent currents of energy, now pockmarked and ravaged. Two figures collided at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, separating only to clash once more. With each punch and kick, Red wielded the raw power capable of cleaving mountains, yet his strikes were tempered by an almost terrifying precision, concentrating destruction solely upon the intended target. Opposite him, Sun Wukong bore an unprecedented mix of exhilaration and seriousness, having fully awakened his combat instincts dulled by years of tilling the land. He maneuvered with agility, seeking the nearly non-existent openings in Red's onslaught. Meanwhile, solar flare ready, Krillin called out, beads of sweat trickling down his gleaming forehead. Understood, Yamcha responded, his form maintaining a rapid pace even under tenfold gravity. Tien, with all three eyes wide open, roared, New Kikaho. A highly condensed, spiraling beam of white light erupted from his hands, aimed at a colossal rock manipulated by Dende's telekinesis. Just as it was about to strike, the rock suddenly changed course, and astonishingly, the white beam followed suit, crashing into the target. Boom. The rock shattered into fragments. Now was the moment. Krillin seemed to teleport into the midst of the debris, thrusting his palms overhead as blinding white light erupted forth. At that instant, Yamcha's silhouette also appeared beside the scattered stones. New Wolf-Fang fist. He shouted. Thud, 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 thud. A barrage of rapid punches rained down upon the debris, reducing it to mere dust. Dend floated slightly above, his small face tense as he endeavored to maintain his psychic interference, creating opportunities for his comrades. Through relentless practice, the four honed their synergy into a seamless dance, fully harnessing the essence of the source chi flow, mastering their control and unique techniques to perfection. Nearby, Piccolo sat cross-legged in midair, his aura dense with concentration. He opened his palm, and a faint white orb began to slowly rotate above it, coalescing into a more solid form. The tranquil energy nurtured by the source chi flow fused with his innate connection to nature as a Namekian, rendering this energy sphere even more formidable. Below him, the young Gohan mimicked Piccolo's posture, his small face flushed as he concentrated with all his might. His large, clear eyes were filled with determination, and above his palm, a purer, more compact white energy sphere began to gather. Though diminutive, it radiated a warm, life-affirming glow. Focus. Feel the serene power within you, and let it envelop your energy like a flowing stream. Piccolo's emotionless voice guided him through the nuances. Gohan nodded vigorously, his brows knitted tightly as he strived to maintain control. Time slipped away rapidly with every droplet of sweat that fell. Each individual was pushing their limits, their foundations solidifying under the nurturing of the source chi flow, and their mastery over power surged. A month passed in the blink of an eye. King Kai stood beside his cherished vehicle, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the transformed individuals, their auras revitalized. All right, time is up. His voice resonated in their minds. Instantly, every movement ceased, and all eyes were fixed upon him. The Saiyan spacecraft was approaching rapidly, and King Kai's tone turned grave. An invisible pressure enveloped them, dispelling the fatigue from training. Red's foundational combat power had steadily risen during their training, quietly surpassing the threshold of 2,500. Sun Wukong had become exponentially stronger, akin to his original self, reaching a baseline of 8,000. Krillin's eyes shone with steady confidence. His foundational power now elevated to 2,200, with his control over energy refined to an art form. Yamcha clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of power surging within him. 2,100. His speed and explosive power had undergone a qualitative leap under the strain of tenfold gravity. Tien exuded a calm demeanor that belied the tumultuous strength he now wielded, his power rising to 2,300. Din floated, his energy reaching 1,800. With a notable enhancement in the range and intensity of his psychic control, Piccolo descended gracefully, the faint white glow in his palm dissipating. His foundational combat power had also reached an astonishing 3,500. Young Gohan tucked away the energy sphere in his hands and dashed back to his father, his small face reflecting a seriousness beyond his years. His immense potential lay dormant, akin to a volcano buried deep underground, awaiting the right moment to erupt. Raditz must have been busy as well, Red remarked, breaking the silence. It's time to return. He cast his gaze over the assembled group, finally resting on King Kai. Thank you, King Kai, they chorused in unison. King Kai waved his hand, his plump visage devoid of jest. Go now, and let those Saiyans know that Earth is not a place for their recklessness. Buzz. The passageway to the underworld of Earth reopened. The group took one last glance at the small planet that had facilitated their transformation, feeling the surge of power and fervor within them. In the next moment, light engulfed their figures. The passage closed, and King Kai's planet returned to its usual tranquility. Bubbles had long awaited on the other side of the passage, ready to escort the group back to the sacred temple. Meanwhile, in the cosmic expanse at the edge of the solar system, two spherical spacecraft sped toward the Azure planet, heralding the imminent arrival of a great battle. Chapter 45. Nappa, get over here. The Bull Demon King's castle, a hallowed sanctuary for Earth's martial artists, stood majestically at the foot of Flame Mountain, exuding an air of solemnity and tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, the castle had expanded several-fold over time. At the entrance, Raditz leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed, his eyes gently closed as he reveled in the transformative memories of the past year. The arrogance and volatility he once harbored had been shattered by the punches and wisdom of these earthlings, mere ants in his eyes. Krillin's cunning solar flare combined with Yamcha's ghostly ambush, and Tien's three eyes could always pierce through the weak points of his energy flow. Even that little Dend, with his telekinetic interference, always managed to exploit the moments when Raditz was drained. The term source chi flow rolled off Raditz's tongue, his lips curving into a complex smile he hadn't even realized he wore. How surprising it was to discover that power could be controlled in such a manner. How astonishing that every ounce of energy could be utilized so efficiently, rather than squander his innate brute strength like a nouveau riche as he once did. This year he has learned to temper his aura, mastering the art of unleashing maximum destruction with minimal movement. He has discovered how to transform the cold numerical value of 1800 combat power into a genuine martial prowess that flows through his muscles and nerves. Just as his thoughts surged, several formidable presences descended with a thunderous force upon the castle square. Raditz's eyes snapped open, his body instinctively tensing. Within the depths of his pupils lay shock and disbelief. Those familiar yet strange auras were exponentially more potent than a year ago. What sent a tremor through Raditz's very soul was the crimson figure leading the charge, Red. He still donned that unpretentious red martial arts uniform, his aura serene and even more restrained than a year prior, devoid of any detectable fluctuation of power. He stood there casually, yet it felt as though he was the very epicenter of the universe, every breath resonating with a rhythm that harmonized with the surrounding environment. Although Raditz's scouter had long since been destroyed by Red himself, he was now utterly convinced that this seemingly ordinary earthling harbored a terror beyond his wildest imaginings. That natural ability to merge with all things was far more disquieting than any ferocious display of power. Raditz, Red's voice broke the tempest within Raditz's heart, calm and steady. It seems you have not squandered this year. Raditz inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of his emotions, and stood tall. Yes, as per your instructions. He bowed slightly, a gesture that would have been unthinkable a year ago, now imbued with genuine sincerity. Perhaps his choice had indeed been the right one. Red nodded, his gaze not lingering on Raditz for long as he turned towards the side of the square, casually beckoning a Minotaur warrior standing by. The Minotaur immediately understood, respectfully jogging over to present a communicator. Red deftly pressed a few buttons, and soon Bulma's vibrant voice emanated from the device. Moses? Red? You're back. Have you grown stronger? Bulma, I need your assistance, Red stated directly. That spherical spaceship belonging to Raditz. I've sent someone to transport it back to West City for your father to study. A spaceship? Studying alien technology? My dad will absolutely love that. Count on me. Bulma's tone brimmed with eager curiosity. Additionally, Red continued, please ask the doctor to design and construct several gravity training rooms at the Fire Mountain base. The basic requirement is to achieve a stable gravity of 50 times and 100 times that of Earth. If feasible, 200 times or even 1,000 times would be acceptable. 50 times? 100 times? Goodness, Red. Are you sure this is for humans? Not for crushing meat patties? Bulma's exaggerated gasp came through the communicator. All right. Although it sounds like a fairy tale, it should be doable. Wait for my good news. She excitedly hung up the call. Just as Red returned the communicator to the waiting Minotaur warrior, a slight frown crossed his brow. Almost simultaneously, Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and the others abruptly looked up, their gazes piercing the distant horizon. They're coming. Two aggressive and arrogant powerful auras descended like burning meteors, ruthlessly tearing through the Earth's atmosphere, carrying the cold ferocity of deep space and targeting this continent. The intensity of these auras far exceeded that of Raditz from a year ago, one of which felt unfathomably deep, like an abyss. Vegeta, Nappa's voice dropped low. His body instinctively tensed, his tail subconsciously tightening. Yet this time, beyond fear. A long-suppressed battle intent surged and ignited in his eyes. Let us go. Red's voice was resolute. With a whoosh, several figures soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the points where the two auras were descending. On their faces, there was no fear, only a spirited battle intent and eager excitement. The moment of reckoning for their year of arduous training had finally arrived. In the wasteland, a massive impact crater still emitted wisps of smoke, and the hatches of two spherical spaceships had already opened. The hulking Nappa was the first to step out, his bald head reflecting the blinding midday sun. He cracked his thick neck, letting out a sound, his fierce gaze brazenly scanning the group that had swiftly landed by the crater's edge. As his eyes swept over Piccolo's distinctive green skin, a flicker of surprise and greed flashed across his rugged face. Hey, Vegeta. Nappa turned his head, his voice booming towards the figure standing behind him with crossed arms, emanating an icy aura. That greenskin guy is definitely one of those Namekians. Vegeta's cold gaze swept over Piccolo, a proud smirk on his face. The Dragon Balls must have been created by him. With Vegeta's confirmation, Nappa grinned wickedly at Piccolo, his gruff voice dripping with undisguised menace. Hey, hand over the Dragon Balls if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, I'll have to take action myself. Even if you are a Namekian, you won't be strong enough in our eyes. You are mistaken. I did not create the Dragon Balls, Piccolo replied, arms crossed. His voice calm yet clear. He slightly raised his chin, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. I, Piccolo, am only proficient in one thing, combat. Combat. Nappa seemed to have heard the greatest joke. He pressed his left eye scouter, and the device quickly flashed the readings of the group, most hovering around 1,000. Nappa's disdain deepened, a bunch of weaklings, even inferior to Raditz. However, when his gaze fell upon the figure at the end of the group, his coarse smile abruptly froze. Raditz? Nappa's pupils dilated, his voice rising with disbelief. The scouter showed your signal had disappeared. We thought you were dead. Vegeta, look. Vegeta, who had remained silent by the crater's edge, was momentarily taken aback by Nappa's exclamation. He turned his gaze to Raditz among the crowd. You worthless fool. Mingling with Earthlings is a disgrace to the Saiyans. Vegeta crossed his arms, his face adorned with innate arrogance. Indeed, garbage deserves to be with garbage. As a Saiyan, you are truly a disgrace, Raditz. How did you beg for your life? Nappa pointed at Raditz and the Earth Warriors, his tone dripping with scorn. Nappa. Raditz's face instantly flushed with a mix of shame and fury, turning a deep shade of purple, his forehead veins bulging from anger. Shut your filthy mouth. Stop looking down on me. Do you think I am still the Raditz from last year? Come at me. Chapter 46. The advancing Raditz Goku made his move. You're asking for death. Nappa was utterly enraged, a mere second-rate Saiyan daring to provoke him so. He grinned maliciously as his massive form erupted with astonishing speed, his colossal fist barreling towards Raditz's face without a hint of finesse. With only 1,800 combat power, he would crush this traitor as easily as squashing a bug. Bang! The expected scene of Raditz being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, he brought his hands together to shield his face, astonishingly withstanding Nappa's powerful punch. He blocked it. Tien gasped, his energy level comparable to Raditz's, clearly believing he couldn't so easily withstand such a blow. The others were equally surprised. While Raditz's energy had not increased, his progress was indeed significant. The slightly stronger Piccolo and Goku nodded, having witnessed Raditz channeling his energy into his arms just as he was struck. Trash, get down. As Raditz found his attack thwarted by Nappa, a momentary pause overtook him, soon replaced by a surge of indignation. With renewed vigor, he unleashed another fierce blow aimed squarely at Nappa's face. However, Raditz no longer engaged in a brute force struggle. He leaned his body to the right, executing a movement that was both concise and precise, while his right arm swung out, delivering a powerful strike to the joint of Nappa's wrist. This technique, learned from the Earthlings, was put to practical use. A sharp crack echoed, although his strength was far inferior to Nappa's. The precision of the hit caused Nappa's arm to veer unexpectedly. The fist grazed Raditz' ear and struck nothing but air, the ferocity of the punch sending ripples through the atmosphere. Humph, just a trivial trick learned from insects. Nappa shook his somewhat numb wrist. His face contorted into a scornful sneer, though a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. This fool actually dodged? It is sufficient to teach you a lesson. You brutish ox. Raditz growled. Seizing the moment when Nappa's strength was waning, he dashed forward with incredible speed. His movements became streamlined and efficient, no longer seeking unnecessary afterimages of speed. He targeted Nappa's vulnerable midsection, landing blows with his fists, elbows, and knees in rapid succession. The sound of impacts echoed. Each strike from Raditz was imbued with the full force of his 1800 combat power, with no energy wasted. Nappa's battle suit bore clear depressions from the relentless barrage. While it could not breach the Saiyan armor's formidable defenses, the concentrated force reverberated through, causing Nappa's muscles to ache and his blood to surge. Damn it! Nappa, both astonished and enraged, found Raditz's moves quick and cunning, exploiting the moments of transition and discomfort, rendering him unable to fully unleash his immense power. Leaving him utterly frustrated, he swung his robust arms, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy in an attempt to push Raditz back. Yet, like a relentless parasite, Raditz consistently evaded his strikes, re-engaging in close combat. He even had the audacity to taunt Nappa during the fight. Nappa, this is the technique of those earthling insects you so disdain. Are you beginning to taste the bitterness? Once, Raditz himself had felt similarly constrained by those with a mere 100 battle power. Hey, this kid Raditz has finally learned to utilize his strength effectively. Krillin observed with crossed arms, thoroughly entertained. The tuition paid was well worth it. His control over energy allowed him to channel every ounce of strength precisely. Tien, with his 3 eyes, remained calm, observing intently. Alas, the disparity in power was still too great. That bald-headed one hadn't yet taken the fight seriously. Go for it. Raditz. Goku cheered excitedly, pumping his fists. The wasteland was shrouded in dust, the two figures entwined, energy surging. Nappa's furious roars echoed intermittently. Through precise control and crafty tactics, Raditz had managed to temporarily entangle the far stronger Nappa. Nappa, a voice laced with impatience suddenly cut through the chaos. Are you playing house with insects? Vegeta, who had been observing with crossed arms, finally lowered his arms. His voice, though soft, bore an oppressive weight that momentarily halted the movements of the two combatants. These insects can control their power. Cease your ridiculous underestimation. Do not trust the data. Eliminate that traitor swiftly. Vegeta's rebuke was like a bucket of cold water, instantly replacing the mockery and anger on Nappa's face with a vicious snarl. Yes, Vegeta, he growled, his aura surging dramatically, like a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. The game is over, trash. Nappa's eyes turned fierce and predatory. Devoid of any hint of playfulness, he gathered his right fist to his waist, the violent energy flaring once more, and unleashed a thunderous punch towards Raditz's chest. This strike, in terms of speed and power, far surpassed his previous attempts. Bang! Ugh! Raditz was sent flying by the force of the blow, a pained cry trailing behind him as he soared into the distance, the air thick with the scent of blood. Clearly, this strike had grievously injured him. Nevertheless, Nappa did not relent. He clenched an even mightier fist and charged towards Raditz with alarming speed. Raditz's pupils dilated in horror, the shadow of death looming over him. In his wounded state, he was powerless to evade or block. He could only watch helplessly as that lethal fist rapidly grew larger in his field of vision. At the last moment, an orange figure appeared before Raditz, as if teleporting. The speed was so swift that even an afterimage was nearly imperceptible. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated. The violent energy wave exploded outward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nappa's determined punch was firmly caught by a hand clad in orange gauntlets. It stood unmoving. The sinister grin on Nappa's face froze, replaced by shock and confusion. His full-force attack had been intercepted? By whom? As the dust began to settle, the figure of Goku emerged, standing protectively in front of Raditz. He grasped Nappa's massive fist with one hand, his expression serious yet perplexed. Hey, he was once your ally. How can you strike him so ruthlessly? Ally? Nappa seemed to hear the most ludicrous statement, yanking his fist back with disdain and absurdity plastered across his face. Kakarot, has your brain been gnawed by earth insects too? Surrendering to enemies and betraying the Saiyans. A waste like you deserves to die? Such cold words revealed the Saiyans' inherent indifference and cruelty. Nearby, Red shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. The violent factor corrupts the mind. possessing strength yet behaving like a mere brute. Hey, Vegeta. Nappa shook off his slightly numbed wrist. A sinister grin returning to his face as he turned his attention to Goku and Raditz. I'll handle these two fools. They can accompany this pair of shameful brothers to the underworld. Vegeta, arms crossed, displayed no emotion, as if merely watching an inconsequential farce, casually uttering 2 words, suit yourself. Haha. With Vegeta's permission, Nappa excitedly cracked his neck with a sound. His ferocious gaze locked onto Goku and the Raditz he shielded. Did you hear that? Kakarot. Raditz? Your good days are over. Today, let Nappa send the disgraceful Saiyan brothers to hell together. The ferocious aura erupted from him once more, this time without restraint. Chapter 47. Did Nappa cry? Hahaha, Kakarot. Raditz. Prepare to meet your demise. Nappa sneered, his massive frame trembling with excitement, as his violent aura surged once more. Just then, a calm voice broke through the tense atmosphere, clear and unwavering. Goku, save your strength. Do not waste it on fools. Red's gaze shifted to Goku, his tone dispassionate. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears. What did you say? Red-haired insect. Nappa's mocking grin instantly stiffened, twisting into a mask of fury. A mere earth insect dared to insult him? The rage obliterated his rationality, making him forget Vegeta's earlier warning. Without a second thought, he raised his left hand and violently swung it in Red's direction. Boom. An orange energy blast, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtled toward Red's location. The chaotic energy fluctuations distorted the air around it. This furious strike possessed far greater power than the casual punches he had thrown at Raditz, containing the ferocious energy of Nappa's combat power exceeding 3,000. Faced with this devastating energy blast capable of leveling hills, Red's response was remarkably subdued. He didn't even raise a hand. He merely tilted his head slightly and casually exhaled toward the terrifying energy sphere that was now mere inches away. It was as if he were extinguishing a candle. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no fierce clash of energies. Poof! The wildly surging orange energy sphere vanished silently upon contact with Red's breath, not even generating a ripple. The chaotic energy turbulence abruptly subsided, as if it had never existed. The wasteland fell into an eerie silence. Klin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan displayed no signs of surprise on their faces. Only a calm demeanor, as if the presence of Hong was merely akin to brushing away a speck of dust. Nappa's rage was frozen in place, his mouth agape, eyes bulging as his mind turned blank. What had he just witnessed? His furious energy blast extinguished in an instant? How could this be possible? Vegeta, who had been observing with a cold detachment, felt his pupils constrict suddenly. His arms, which he had crossed over his chest, fell to his sides involuntarily, a clear expression of astonishment and gravity appearing on his face for the first time. Indeed, it was him. A tumult of emotions surged within Vegeta. The mysterious figure in red who had effortlessly crushed him was the same one. He had assumed that no matter how strong his opponent was, he would at most be on par with Nappa, certainly not surpassing him. Yet, the scene before him revealed that while Nappa had let his guard down with a casual strike, the intensity of that energy blast was undeniably above 3,000. Vegeta himself could have easily blocked or even dispersed it, but to do so with such nonchalance, let alone extinguish it, was beyond his understanding of power manipulation. This enigmatic character named Hong was unfathomable. A profound sense of trepidation swiftly replaced his previous arrogance. Nappa, stand down. Vegeta's icy voice carried an undeniable command, instantly rousing the still-dazed Nappa. Coming back to his senses, Nappa's face still bore traces of shock and confusion as he cast a reluctant glance at Hong. Ultimately, under Vegeta's imposing authority, he begrudgingly took a few steps back, yet his gaze towards Hong was now filled with dread. Hong, seemingly having merely brushed off dust, cast a calm look over Nappa before finally settling his gaze on Vegeta, his tone remaining unperturbed. This hulking brute shall serve as a means for you to assess the results of your training over the past year. He pointed toward the battle-ready Klin, Yamcha, and the others behind him. If he can defeat any one of you, I shall grant you the Dragon Balls. What do you say? Hong's eyes turned to Vegeta, a hint of amusement barely perceptible. Vegeta narrowed his cold eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth between Hong's tranquil face and the group of Earth warriors behind him. Assessing results? Humph. Did he intend to use Nappa as a whetstone to wear them down, or did he truly possess confidence? Thoughts raced through Vegeta's mind. This Hong was too enigmatic. Direct confrontation was unwise for the time being. Using Nappa to probe the depths of these Earthlings, to discern the nature of their so-called controlled combat power, would indeed be prudent. As for the Dragon Balls, with strength at his disposal, what was there to fear? Humph. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he crossed his arms, his demeanor restored to its customary arrogance. Very well. Nappa, Entertain these insects. But do not crush them too soon. I wish to see what tricks they possess. Haha, excellent. Vegeta. Nappa's initial terror was swiftly replaced by a frenzy of excitement and bloodlust, though he could not contend with that red-haired monster. Dealing with these earthlings, whose power levels hovered around a mere 1,000, would be child's play. He eagerly twisted his neck, his fierce gaze scanning Klin and the others as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Come on, insects. Let Nappa stretch his muscles. Who dares to be the first to perish? Hong's calm voice interjected at the opportune moment. Let us truly assess the results of this year's training. You are permitted to use the Source God Fist, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Let us see who can dispatch this brute the quickest. Hong's words bore a touch of encouragement and anticipation. Yes, Klin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Den's eyes instantly ignited with fervent battle spirit. I'll go first. Baldy, prepare yourself. Klin stepped forward unhesitatingly, a confident smile gracing his face. Humph, ignorant fool. Nappa sneered, dismissing the bald-headed warrior entirely. However, the moment his words fell, a gentle yet overwhelming rosy hue radiated from Klin's form. His energy skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, with a base power of 2,200. And under the 15-fold amplification of the Source God Fist, it surged to an astonishing 3,300. The Source God Flow's supreme control over energy allowed Klin to unleash this sudden surge of power with efficiency far exceeding mere numerical value. The pressure he exuded caused Nappa's derisive grin to freeze instantly. This intensity, Klin shot Nappa a mysterious smile before vanishing from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind. As expected of a battle-hardened warrior, Nappa reacted swiftly, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Solar Flare. Klin seized the opportunity, unleashing the technique in an instant. Caught off guard, Nappa screamed, shielding his eyes. Source God Kamehameha, a highly concentrated, blue-white beam, pulsing with the rhythm of pure life energy, slammed into Nappa's chest as he flailed blindly. Boom. Nappa screamed as he was sent flying, the pain in his chest causing his blood to surge violently as he crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? This is a power level of around 1,000? Is the scouter malfunctioning? The injured Nappa lay on the ground, bewildered, questioning whether the scouter had broken. Before he could rise, a gentle, powerful, life-filled warmth silently flowed into his body. The depleted energy, the shock to his insides, and the burning pain in his chest rapidly healed. In just 30 breaths, he was restored to his former state. Nappa and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances at Hong, who had merely retracted his fingertips, calm as ever. What was this? Vegeta's confusion and unease deepened. 7 minutes. Next. Klin smugly gestured to Yamcha. Nappa once more screamed as he was hurled backward. After another 30 breaths of warmth, he was revitalized again, and a trace of fear and confusion began to creep into Nappa's eyes. I took 7 minutes as well. Next. Yamcha said, glancing at Klin and then at Den and the others. Nappa lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as the warmth restored him yet again. He felt numb, like a joke. How could he take 9 minutes? I can't believe it. Den growled in frustration. Nappa lay sprawled on the ground, waiting for recovery, tears barely visible in his eyes. True to his name, Tenshin had managed to finish in 6 minutes. Just then, the youthful voice of Gohan chimed in. Is it my turn now? Chapter 48. Vegeta, it is your time. Do I really have to fight? Gohan stood beside Piccolo, looking up at him. Everyone had finished their turn, and it seemed to be his turn now, his eyes filled with uncertainty and a hint of apprehension. After all, he was only 5 years old and had never fought before. Klin looked at Gohan with renewed interest. Hey, Gohan, why don't you give it a shot? Huh? Gohan shook his little head anxiously. I can't, Gohan. Don't be afraid. Yamcha quickly interjected, encouragingly saying, look at that big guy. He has already been worn down by us. Go in and give him the final blow. Believe in yourself, Gohan. Tenshinhan said earnestly, you possess great strength within you. You can do it, Gohan. Den floated over, his small face filled with encouragement. Goku watched his son with eyes full of trust. Gohan, go give it a try. Daddy believes in you. Go ahead, Gohan, your uncle is here. Hong chimed in with timely encouragement. Piccolo looked down at the little figure standing behind his pant leg, his typically stoic voice carrying a hint of gentleness. Go on, strength comes from the heart of protection. Think about who you want to protect. The collective encouragement from everyone, especially Piccolo's words about the heart of protection, pierced through Gohan's anxiety like a faint yet warm light. His small frame grew less resistant, and his clear eyes turned toward the massive figure lying on the ground, appearing numb with tears on his cheeks. He then glanced at the expectant faces of those around him, particularly the trusting gaze of Uncle Hong and his father, along with Piccolo's watchful eyes. A flicker of feeble courage began to take root within him. Useless. Stand up. Vegeta's cold reprimand lashed at Nappa like a whip. If you lose again, then you might as well die. Vegeta was utterly disillusioned. All Saiyans, save for himself, were worthless. They couldn't even defeat a few Earthlings, leaving the Saiyan race utterly disgraced. Nappa rose, his body trembling slightly, his gaze vacant, his fighting spirit nearly extinguished. A mere child, Nappa had already felt like a lifeless husk, devoid of hope. He felt as though he were being humiliated in turn by a cadre of monsters, stripped of even the will to resist. Yet, upon seeing that timid little boy being pushed forward, a flicker of ferocity erupted in his lifeless eyes. A mere weaned child? Hope ignited the last remnants of his ferocity. Yes, crush this smallest of insects. At least regain a modicum of Saiyan pride. Ha ha ha, you little thing. You dare to challenge Lord Nappa? Then let me show you some real pain. He forced a sinister grin onto his face, channeling his last vestige of bravado as he deliberately slowed his pace. Pouncing upon Gohan, as if to toy with his prey. Gohan! Goku exclaimed in alarm. As he beheld the enormous hand descending upon him, Gohan's small face turned pale. Fear surged within him, but the voices of encouragement rang in his ears. Uncle Piccolo's words echoed in his heart. Protect everyone. Do not allow anyone to be harmed. The innocent voice carried an unprecedented sharpness and fury. Buzz. No soft crimson glow. A torrent of pure, overwhelming, primal fury, emanating from the depths of his very being, erupted from Gohan's small form alongside his roar of rage. The gentle aura of life and the Saiyan's ferocious potential ignited at this moment, resonating with his spirit of protection. Unadulterated talent and the rage of emotion collided. Boom. His diminutive fist, imbued with an intensity of power and a belief in guardianship, struck with a swiftness that surpassed all expectations. It landed solidly within the palm that Nappa had extended. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded. The ferocious shockwave radiated outward. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The sinister grin on Nappa's face contorted into sheer shock and indescribable agony. This power. Impossible. A colossal force surged violently through his arm, far exceeding what he could currently withstand. Crack! The sickening sound of splintering bone echoed clearly. Nappa's towering, iron-like frame was hurled backward with a cry of despair. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the bones fracturing one by one. Thud! Nappa crashed heavily to the ground, cradling his mangled arm, unable to even voice a wail, left only with desperate convulsions and a vacant gaze. His final hope and dignity had been utterly shattered by a 5-year-old child. Monsters! Earth is filled with monsters. The entire wasteland fell silent. Only the sound of the wind and Nappa's labored, pained breaths lingered. On Vegeta's icy countenance, genuine shock emerged for the first time, unmasked. His gaze was fixated upon that small figure. Kakaroto's son possesses such potential. In an instant, this astonishment morphed into a raging inferno. His subordinates, the elite warriors of the Saiyan race, had been humiliated by a group of Earthlings. And now, a mere child, devoid of battle experience, had rendered one of them incapacitated with a single punch. This was a profound disgrace. It was an affront to Prince Vegeta himself. Useless fools. Vegeta's voice, like the chill of the abyss, bore an intensity of murderous intent. He abruptly lifted his right hand. A sphere of energy pulsating with terrifying destructive waves coalescing at his fingertip. The target, the twitching Nappa below. If you cannot even handle an Earthling brat, what use are you? Die. Whoosh. The energy blast, shrieking with the heralding of death, shot toward the defenseless Nappa. In that critical moment, a red figure vanished from sight. Appearing between Vegeta and Nappa, with a gentle lift of his index finger, he casually addressed the incoming energy blast. Boom. With a flick, the energy orb, infused with Vegeta's wrath and potent enough to obliterate both Nappa and the earth beneath him, was suddenly deflected into the sky, vanishing into the heavens. Boom. Moments later, an explosion echoed from above, accompanied by waves of energy that pressed the flora of the ground downwards. Such formidable energy. The onlookers gazed upwards in astonishment. The aura from the explosion had surpassed 10,000. Nanny? Vegeta felt a profound dread. His strike had not been restrained, yet it was effortlessly dismissed. Who exactly is this being called Red? This was beyond the realm of possibility for an Earthling. Red calmly withdrew his gaze, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. His tone was indifferent, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have not permitted him to die. Therefore he shall not perish. His eyes swept over the writhing Nappa, gripped by pain and despair, then turned to the pale-faced Vegeta, whose pupils had constricted in extreme shock. His tone laced with amusement. After all this time spent training them, even if there are no accolades, there has been toil. Returning to guard the home and trim the lawn can also be seen as a form of utilizing waste. What say you, Prince Vegeta? The wind across the wasteland seemed to freeze in that moment. Vegeta clenched his fists, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, His apprehension towards Red had reached unfathomable heights. Red's calm voice resonated once more. Vegeta, it is your turn. Chapter 49. The Great Ape's Shackles, the Bewildered Prince. The wasteland lay in utter silence. Vegeta stared intently at Red, his eyes filled with shock and trepidation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta's inner turmoil roared as he rapidly assessed Red's strength. He casually flicked away my energy blast with a finger. His true combat power must exceed 30,000. No. It could be even higher. How could such immense power exist on this desolate, insignificant planet? Vegeta's gaze abruptly shifted to Piccolo beside him. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Did the Dragon Balls grant him such extraordinary power? A slight smirk crept across Red's lips, as if he could see through Vegeta's thoughts. He spoke calmly, his voice clear as it reached Vegeta's ears. It seems Prince Vegeta has many questions. Vegeta snapped back to reality, fixing a fierce stare upon Red, his voice barely containing his fury. Who are you? There is no way Earth could harbor such strength. Me? Just an Earthling. Red's gaze remained serene, as if stating the simplest of facts. How can this be? Vegeta exploded with rage. He could not accept this answer. It was more absurd and humiliating than the notion of facing a cosmic monster. An Earthling? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? How could an Earthling possess such power? It must be the Dragon Balls. Red interrupted his tirade, his tone laced with amusement. Rather than speculate here, Prince, why not confirm through action? His gaze swept over Vegeta, then to Goku and the others behind him, their fighting spirit ablaze. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Defeat us, and the Dragon Balls, along with all that you wish to know, shall be revealed to you. Defeat you? Vegeta felt as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, quickly followed by an overwhelming fury. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, the strongest warrior race in the universe, was being regarded as a mere stone for this group of insects to sharpen their skills against. First, Nappa had been humiliated as a punching bag. Now it was his turn? Such a disgrace. This was a blatant trampling of Saiyan dignity. You insolent fool. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. Vegeta's fury utterly shattered his rationality, and a tempest of rage erupted from him like a raging inferno. Come at me, you insects. Today I, the great Prince Vegeta, shall crush you and make you acquainted with true despair. Red, allow me. Let me engage him. Goku, unable to contain himself any longer, fervently called out to Red, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. He had been yearning for this confrontation while watching the clash between others and Nappa. The Saiyans' intrinsic desire for formidable opponents made him completely disregard Vegeta's terrifying presence. Red cast a glance at the battle-hungry Goku and then at the enraged Vegeta. He inclined his head slightly and silently retreated. Very well, Goku. Haha. Vegeta, bring it on. With permission granted, Goku shouted in exhilaration, activating his Kaioken ×2, transforming into a streak of crimson light, charging toward Vegeta with an unstoppable momentum. Kakarot, you a lowly lower-class warrior, dare to challenge me? Vegeta regarded the approaching Goku with utter disdain and contempt. He waved his hand dismissively, unleashing a massive energy wave that lashed out like a whip toward Goku. Boom. Goku deftly sidestepped, the energy wave exploding behind him and creating a massive crater. Undeterred, he closed in on Vegeta, his fist engulfed in crimson energy, preparing to strike directly at Vegeta's face. With a cold snort, Vegeta responded, meeting Goku's punch with his own. He intended to crush this insubordinate lower-class warrior with absolute power. Bang, bang, bang. Two figures collided fiercely on the desolate plain. Each punch ignited a thunderous roar and a violent gust of energy. Their speed was so incredible that Krillin and the others could barely catch a glimpse of their blurred silhouettes. Just like in the original tale, as the battle dragged on, the fact that he was being pushed to this extent by a lower-class warrior ignited an explosive fury and profound humiliation within Vegeta. You bastard. This is your doing. Vegeta abruptly leaped back, creating distance, a crazed and sinister grin spreading across his face. Kakarot, and you damned insects. Witness the true power of a Saiyan. He raised his hand, hurling an energy sphere that shimmered with an eerie light into the sky. Huh. Despair, insects. Be reduced to mere dust beneath the might of the great ape. Not good. That's an artificial moon. Piccolo exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. Being attuned to nature, he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from it. What? Krillin, Yamcha, and the others turned pale. They all understood the terrifying transformation of the Saiyans into great apes. The light spread, and an ancient, heart-stopping aura of fury began to envelop the area. Vegeta felt the boiling blood within him, his tail wagging with excitement, eagerly awaiting the cataclysmic power to descend. He could almost envision the scene of these insects being trampled into a pulp by the great ape. However, 10 seconds ticked by, then 30, Yet the light in the sky persisted, and the power Vegeta anticipated did not surge. His form did not expand. Nothing occurred. He remained rooted in place, his body unchanged. Only his tail continued to sway instinctively, appearing utterly ridiculous. The maniacal laughter on Vegeta's face froze, replaced by profound shock and confusion. He instinctively touched his face, then glanced at his unchanged body, his mind a blank slate. What is happening? Why am I not transforming? He abruptly looked up at the artificial moon, its glow still expanding, but something seemed amiss. Impossible. My energy sphere is flawless. Vegeta shouted, disbelief and panic lacing his voice. He attempted once more to activate the Saiyan blood within him, but felt as though the switch that guided the transformation had been completely locked. What have you done? Vegeta whirled around, his crimson eyes locking onto Red, who stood calmly observing from a distance. His instincts informed him that this entire anomaly was undoubtedly related to this enigmatic figure. Red slowly lowered his hand, still emanating waves of energy. Meeting Vegeta's furious gaze with a composed demeanor, it's nothing. Merely a slight interference with the frequency of the moonlight particles. He paused, glancing at Vegeta's tail, which was still moving unconsciously, and continued in an unperturbed tone. The Saiyan tail is both the regulator of the violent factors within your body and the key to receiving the specific frequency of light from the full moon. Since the key has been altered, the moonlight can no longer unlock the transformation. Such a simple concept, the Prince of all Saiyans should comprehend. No? On the desolate plain, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Vegeta gaped, his mind whirling. Interfering with the frequency of moonlight particles? What devilish technique is this? This was beyond his comprehension of power and the cosmic order. He gazed at Red's tranquil face, feeling a deep-rooted fear beginning to take root within him. What manner of monster is this earthling? Chapter 50. The Emergence of Super Saiyan, Shadows of Frisia. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the charred remnants of energy burns. Two figures lay sprawled on the cracked ground, several meters apart. Goku was drenched in blood, his orange GI tattered and torn, his aura flickering at its lowest ebb. The side effects of the Kaioken and the grievous injuries inflicted by Vegeta had left him on the brink of collapse. Yet, his eyes still blazed with indomitable fighting spirit. Fixated on his opponent, Vegeta, equally battered, bore deep cuts across his battle suit, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The power he held so dear had been forced to this humiliating brink by a lower-class warrior. An utter disgrace. As the two warriors clashed fiercely, Red's psychic energy had already begun to analyze the cellular changes within the Saiyan bodies. He sensed the rhythm of their power surging, the potential bursting forth at the edge of their limits, and the traces of violent factors coursing through their veins. Each collision and energy explosion provided him with invaluable data to decode the mysteries of the Saiyan bloodline. The simulated Saiyan cells within him grew increasingly active, their fusion efficiency quietly enhancing, their frequency of fluctuation becoming more effective. Vegeta, you have lost. Red stepped forward, approaching the struggling Vegeta, each footfall echoing clearly in the stillness of the plain. Vegeta lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting fiercely with humiliation and fury. He glared at Red and growled, you bastard. With every ounce of remaining strength, Vegeta struggled to crawl towards his ship, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He could not perish here. He was the Prince of Saiyans. His vengeance remained unfulfilled. Wait. Just then, Goku's feeble voice broke through the tension, capturing everyone's attention. He strained to turn his head towards Red. Red, please don't kill him. Let him go. Goku, Krillin, and the others were bewildered. Why? He nearly destroyed the earth. Yamcha urged anxiously. Raditz furrowed his brow in concern. My foolish brother. Goku gasped for breath, yet a weak smile crept across his face, his eyes shining with an unusual brightness. I didn't win. I couldn't defeat him even with the Kaioken. I want to grow stronger and face him head on. His words carried no hatred, only an unadulterated yearning for battle and respect for a formidable opponent. Red halted, gazing into Goku's eyes, which burned with pure fighting spirit, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This was Goku, the relentless seeker of strength, unclouded by any distractions. He nodded slightly, very well. Before the words could dissipate, Red raised his right hand, the tip of his thumb emanating a gentle golden glow. He lightly gestured towards the severely injured Goku and the struggling Vegeta. With a hum, two extremely fine threads of pale gold energy quietly unfurled, seamlessly integrating into their bodies. A miracle unfolded once more. The wounds on both warriors began to staunch and heal at a visibly rapid pace, scabbing over. Exhausted energy surged forth anew, akin to a spring bubbling to life. After 30 breaths, vitality was restored to its former glory. Vegeta abruptly lifted his gaze towards Red, his pupils brimming with profound shock and bewilderment. What kind of power is this? Thank Goku. Red's voice resonated calmly, interrupting Vegeta's contemplation. It was he who pleaded on your behalf. Red's gaze fixed on Vegeta, and since Goku stated that he had not triumphed, the conditions previously promised to you can now be fulfilled. Vegeta's breath became labored in an instant, his eyes igniting with uncontainable joy. The Dragon Balls. Eternal life. Invincible strength. He finally, however, Red's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. What wish do you desire? To grow stronger? Or to attain immortality? He observed the burning desire in Vegeta's eyes, gently shaking his head, his tone imbued with an insightful calmness. Do not be overly naive. No matter how miraculous the Dragon Balls may be, they cannot transcend the limits of their creator's own abilities. Otherwise, how could Earth, possessing the Dragon Balls, be deemed a mere trash planet by you? The ecstasy on Vegeta's face instantly froze, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. He stared intently at Red. But you? You are clearly human. How could you possess such power? This is beyond what the Dragon Balls can achieve. What are you really? My uncle can transform into a Super Saiyan. A sweet, innocent voice interjected. Young Gohan tilted his little face upwards, his clear, bright eyes gazing at Vegeta, as if discussing something utterly commonplace. Thunderous. This statement struck Vegeta's mind like a bolt of lightning. What? Vegeta felt as if struck by thunder. His body trembling violently. His pupils dilated to their utmost, fixated on Gohan, before abruptly turning to Red. A Super Saiyan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The entire universe's Saiyans number only a handful. How could you be one? In an instant, ancient legends of planet Vegeta surged through his mind. Tales of warriors possessing world-destroying powers that appeared once every millennium. It is true. Gohan seemed startled by Vegeta's reaction, pouting defiantly, but the King Kai himself stated it. My uncle is a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was utterly confounded, his mind a blank slate. The King Kai? Red met Vegeta's gaze, intermingled with horror, skepticism, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and slowly spoke. I am indeed human. He observed the intense denial swelling in Vegeta's eyes and continued, yet if I were to rephrase, I possess Saiyan cells within me. Vegeta's breath halted instantaneously, his mind erupting once more. Possessing Saiyan cells? A human fused with Saiyan cells? This, just as Vegeta was overwhelmed with astonishment, yearning desperately for answers, Red ceased to elaborate. He gently closed his eyes. Buzz. An indescribable thrill emanated from within him. A gentle, vast, pale red aura suddenly illuminated, soon replaced by a more dazzling and purer golden brilliance. Thunderous. A power far more terrifying, noble, and ferocious than ever before erupted. The golden aura blazed like a sun in full fury, soaring skyward from Red's form. When Red reopened his eyes, his once jet-black hair had transformed into an explosive shock of golden locks. His emerald eyes, calmly gazing forward, harbored an indescribable pressure. A Super Saiyan. Vegeta stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. His mouth agape, pupils widened to their limit. He stared, entranced, at the figure bathed in golden flames. That posture, that aura, shock, ecstasy, jealousy, resentment, and an insatiable longing instantly engulfed Vegeta. How could this be? How is it possible? Tell me. Vegeta's voice soared, tinged with a near-manic scream, completely forsaking the calm and pride of a prince. Red gradually retracted the golden aura, returning to his black-haired appearance. Calmly gazing at the seemingly frantic Vegeta, the power of a Super Saiyan arises from rage, but it also requires a tranquil heart. A tranquil heart? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, as though he had heard the most contradictory of statements. Rage and tranquility? How could they possibly coexist? Vegeta. Just then, a weak, hoarse voice broke through. There stood Nappa, clutching his arm, his face ashen with fright. I just received an urgent assembly order from Frisia's army. Frisia himself is leading the fleet, targeting Namek. Chapter 51. Do you wish to grow stronger? There lies what you need. Frisia? Namek? The sudden information left everyone in a state of uncertainty, all eyes converging on Piccolo. As if mocking their ignorance, Vegeta recounted the deeds of the cosmic tyrant named Frisia, along with his heinous crime of annihilating planet Vegeta. His voice laced with hatred. What? Piccolo felt as if struck by lightning. Namek. It is the source of his bloodline. The homeland he had never set foot upon yet yearned for. The demon Frisia seeks to eradicate his race has gone there? Piccolo instantly turned to Red, his eyes filled with unprecedented urgency and pleading. Master. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others wore grave expressions. That place was not only Piccolo's homeland, but also the origin of the dragon god. Piccolo, let us go together. A flame of shared enmity ignited in everyone's eyes. Especially Goku, upon hearing of an existence more powerful than Vegeta, his fighting spirit surged, his face alight with eagerness. Hold your horses. Red's voice remained calm as his gaze shifted to Vegeta. Vegeta, how long will it take for Frisia's fleet to reach Namek? Vegeta crossed his arms, reverting to his haughty demeanor. At the fastest, it will take a month. A month. This time frame allowed Piccolo's taut nerves to ease slightly. Yet the urgency in his eyes remained undiminished. Red nodded slightly, continuing to inquire. Departing from Earth, how long would it take for your Saiyan ships to reach Namek? 6 days. The proud Vegeta provided a specific answer. In other words, we have a maximum of 24 days. Red contemplated. 24 days is sufficient. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Red's eyes. Goku could reach Namek from Earth in a time reflecting a battle power of 60,000. Indeed, 24 days was ample. He addressed the group. I have requested Dr. Bulma to construct a gravity training chamber in the Fire Mountain. The basic requirement is 50 times Earth's gravity, even 100 times, or even higher. That place will serve as our primary battleground during this 24-day sprint. This news invigorated the group. The gravity chamber. The tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet had transformed them immensely. 50 times, 100 times. What terrifying training efficiency that would entail. Foolish optimism. Vegeta's cold voice shattered the uplifting atmosphere. He cast a scornful gaze over the group, unabashedly mocking. You think you can contend with Frisia's army in just 24 days? You bunch of frogs in a well, utterly unaware of the horror of Frisia's forces. Do you know how many elite warriors possess battle powers exceeding 20,000? The entire Jinyu force boasts powers above 50,000. The captain, Jinyu, is rumored to exceed 120,000. With each number he uttered, the air grew heavier, like an invisible boulder pressing down upon everyone's hearts. As for Frisia himself, Vegeta's voice carried a tremor he himself was unaware of, laced with deep-seated hatred. So what? Red's voice remained calm, confidence resonating in the ears of everyone present. All gazes, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Goku, Piccolo, and even young Gohan, unanimously turned towards the same figure. That silhouette clad in a simple red martial arts gi. Red. In their eyes, there was no doubt, no retreat, only a blind trust. On Planet King, a year of transformation. Source God Flow, Source God Fist, Source God Bullet, and that mind-bending golden transformation. The man before them has repeatedly shattered the barriers of impossibility, turning despair into hope. Last year, they were suffocated by Raditz power of 1800. Now, they can effortlessly crush Nappa, who boasts over 4,000. This miraculous leap, who has brought it about? Indeed, what of it? Krillin clenched his fists tightly, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. Just think of our time on Planet King. In merely a year, we have risen from a battle power of a few hundred to what we are now. In 24 days, we can grow even stronger. Do not forget the core essence of our source God flow, Tien Shinhan solemnly stated, his 3 eyes glimmering with intensity. Yes, we are set to conquer Namek, Yamcha declared with resolute certainty. Goku exclaimed with excitement. There are so many stronger than Vegeta. How fantastic. I must defeat them. Little Gohan also clenched his tiny fists. Although he did not fully comprehend the specifics of what was transpiring, he sensed the unwavering resolve of the adults and their concern for Uncle Piccolo. Nodding vigorously, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan will do his best. Piccolo gazed at his steadfast companions, listening to their unreserved support, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded heavily. All was understood without words. This bond of friendship, he would remember. Red observed the group's spirited resolve, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Excellent, morale is high. Piccolo, Red's gaze shifted to him. You must set off immediately to Korin Tower and request as many Senzu beans as possible. We will need them for our training and the battles to come. A glint of determination flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Without hesitation, he nodded firmly. Understood. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Korin Tower. For the sake of his kin, he must seize every moment. As for the rest of you, return with me to Fire Mountain. Red paused, his gaze landing on Vegeta and Nappa. If you seek vengeance against Frisia and wish to acquire greater power, then return to Fire Mountain with us. There lies what you need. With that, Red spoke no more, turning into a flash of light and soaring towards the castle of Fire Mountain. The others followed closely behind. Raditz huffed, casting a complex glance at Vegeta, but ultimately joined the main group. In the wasteland, only Vegeta and Nappa remained. Vegeta fixated on the direction in which Red had vanished, then glanced at his tightly clenched fists. Vengeance. Frisia. Super Saiyan. Power. These words flickered incessantly in his mind. Red's statement about where they could find what they needed acted like a spell, drawing him in. Finally, the Saiyan prince let out a resolute growl through clenched teeth. Nappa? Keep up. He then unleashed a surge of energy, charging towards Fire Mountain. Chapter 52. A million scales. Namek has arrived. Time flew by under the extreme pressure of 23 days of rigorous training. At the foot of Fire Mountain, the Bull Demon King's castle stood with two colossal ships. The interstellar vessels painstakingly crafted by Dr. Brief. Done. Bulma placed her hands on her hips, triumphantly shaking a precisely designed detector. Eagerly, she donned the device over her left eye, the lenses automatically adjusting for a perfect fit. Come, let me test the improved instrument and evaluate your training results. The camera first focused on the bald Krillin. He grinned widely, deliberately puffing out his chest as a steady, refined aura surged forth. 5002. Not bad, Krillin. Bulma announced the number. Krillin winked at Yamcha, a confident glow illuminating his face. Hey, this will surely give the Frieza Force a run for their money. Yamcha shook his head in resignation but smiled. Don't get too cocky, Krillin. The real battle lies ahead. Tien Shinhan, 5,700. Piccolo, 15,300. Bulma's voice carried a hint of surprise. Tien nodded steadily, his three eyes radiating battle intent. Piccolo, arms crossed, gazed into the distance as if already envisioning the outline of Namek, his heart swelling with the resolve to protect his ancestral homeland. Lastly was little Gohan. Nervously, he clenched his tiny fists, striving to harness his energy under his father's encouraging gaze. Wow, Gohan, for 1,200. Impressive, Gohan. Bulma exclaimed. Gohan's cheeks flushed, and he looked down shyly, filled with courage to protect Uncle Piccolo's homeland. Raditz, 21,000. Nappa, 48,000. Bulma continued her scanning. Truly remarkable, the Saiyans are extraordinary. Bulma marveled again. Nappa flexed his muscular arms, feeling the surge of power within him, growling as a bloodthirsty light sparkled in his eyes, eager for the battles to come. Raditz appeared much steadier, saying nothing but harboring satisfaction in his newfound strength and a thirst for revenge against Frieza. The detector turned its focus to Vegeta. 1,000. Bulma read aloud, confusion evident in her eyes behind the lenses. Hey, Vegeta, she strode over, her tone laced with authority and the unique petulance of a spoiled princess. Hurry and let me see your battle power. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilting his chin haughtily, exuding an air of utter disdain. Humph. After this period of training, he had long since dismissed the rigid numbers of machines, yet deep within, he brimmed with unprecedented confidence for the impending battle on Namek. Frieza? This time, he would surely pay the price. Vegeta, your wretched battle suit was mended by me, and I also washed your clothes. Vegeta furrowed his brow, squeezing out a retort. Boring woman. A violent aura erupted, causing the detector to screech wildly as the numbers skyrocketed to a staggering height. The body is quite honest. 260,000. Bulma's voice rose in pitch, filled with disbelief. Bulma, look at me. A loud voice rang out, as Goku grinned widely at Bulma. Excitement and anticipation radiating from his face. Goku beamed, a burst of energy flickering around him, and the detector emitted another piercing alarm. Goku, 250,000. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta's expression of arrogance froze instantly as he glared at Goku. 250,000. This lowly warrior, Kakarot, is merely 1,000 below him? Kakarot, you scoundrel. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, brimming with uncontainable fury. He could not comprehend how he had pushed his battle power to that terrifying height of 260,000 through countless grueling sessions in the gravity chamber, relying on the Saiyan bloodline's near-death recovery trait. And Kakarot, how could he? Haha, Red has been seriously helping me train. Goku scratched his head, then turned his gaze to Bulma. Bulma, quickly check Red's power level. Goku's words drew everyone's attention to him, their curiosity piqued. 300,000. Before Bulma could gauge, Red calmly stated. Vegeta abruptly turned to the composed Red, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. This monster, over the past 23 days, Red had combined methods from Planet King to stimulate the division of cells continuously, yet he had refrained from infusing the serene energy of the Source God flow, as doing so would convert most of the division factors into S cells. On the contrary, he was relentlessly simulating the rhythmic tumult of anger, precisely transforming each increment of growth into pure combat power. Unfortunately, the simulated Saiyan cells were far too few, and only by maintaining this state daily could he barely surpass 300,000. During his training, he inadvertently discovered that his Super Saiyan Z state seemed incomplete, lasting only 10 minutes before he had to wait for the S cells to fully calm down before he could activate it again. This left him perplexed. As Saiyan transformations appeared to have no time limitations, during the Cell Saga, Goku and Gohan had maintained their forms throughout. Perhaps the simulated cells were incomplete? Or was it related to the S cells? In any case, he urgently needed to wait for Goku to transform and then thoroughly analyze the cause. He planned that during the forthcoming journey, he would maintain his Super Saiyan form whenever possible. which would help him acclimatize to the energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan state and also enhance its power output. The farewells were silent, yet filled with reluctance. Launching their hands in farewell, Launch and Tien Shinhan waved, while Ko and Master Roshi observed in silence. Chi-Chi was instructing Gohan about his meals, urging Red and Goku to take good care of him. Bulma, under the pretense of preventing ship malfunctions, hopped aboard one of the ships, though everyone knew that this restless spirit merely wished to broaden her horizons. As the hatch closed, the spaceship ascended. 6 days of monotonous yet tense interstellar travel passed in the blink of an eye, when the ship pierced through Namek's verdant atmosphere and landed steadily on the planet. A refreshing and formidable breath of nature greeted them. Piccolo inhaled deeply, a complex expression adorning his green face. This was the source of his bloodline. As the hatch opened, the group stepped onto this unfamiliar land. The air was suffused with tranquility, and the shadow of the Frisia force had yet to loom overhead. Red surveyed the group and spoke gravely. Time was of the essence. We have forcefully pushed our limits to the brink. And even with each Senzu bean divided into 10 portions, we have nearly exhausted our supply. He produced a small cloth bag from his bosom, revealing only a few fragments of Senzu beans, which he distributed among them. Split up. Find the scattered Namekian villages as swiftly as possible, inform them of Frisia's impending invasion, and ensure they carry the Dragon Balls to gather at the Elder's village. Remember, the primary task is to safeguard their safety and avoid encounters with any Frisia scouts that may have already infiltrated. Move out. There was no time for superfluous words. The orders were clear and urgent. In an instant, figures transformed into streaks of light, darting in all directions across Namek. On the tranquil Emerald Planet, a race against time to rescue commenced quietly. A storm was brewing in the distant depths of the Starry Sea, hastening its approach towards this ancient homeland. Chapter 53, Dragon Pulse Resonance, Frisia's Ace Unleashed. On Namek, Goku descended with little Gohan at the edge of a grove of crystal pillars. Not far away, a small village nestled beside a stream came into view. A few Namekians busily attended to their tasks, and upon seeing the two descend from the sky, their eyes instantly filled with wariness. Hey, hello. Goku waved enthusiastically, his face adorned with his characteristic goofy grin. I am Goku, and this is Gohan. We come from Earth. There's a guy named Frisia who wants to steal your Dragon Balls, so you all need to grab them and gather at the Elder's place. The Namekians exchanged glances, clearly filled with skepticism towards this loud and boisterous stranger. An elder Namekian stepped forward, asking in a deep voice, Stranger, how do you know we possess Dragon Balls? Scratching his head, Goku replied, Our Earth's guardian is a Namekian, and Earth also has Dragon Balls. Ah, I see. Our kin who went out have yet to return. Can you wait a moment? The elder Namekian nodded, sensing no malice from the two. The other villagers' expressions softened as well. Well, all right, but please hurry. Frisia is coming soon, Goku said anxiously, as Red had stressed the need for speed. Just then, Goku and Gohan abruptly turned around. 3 figures clad in Frisia Force battle attire, grinning maliciously, soared towards them from a distance. Hey, you green guys. We are the advanced team of the Cosmic Emperor. King Frisia, hand over the Dragon Balls if you know what's good for you. The lead henchman shouted arrogantly, brandishing an energy gun at the villagers. Bastards. Goku vanished from his spot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds of flesh colliding resonated simultaneously. The 3 cosmic beings, who had been boastful just moments before, fell to the ground before their expressions could even shift from arrogance to shock. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that the villagers could barely comprehend it. Goku reappeared at his original position, his face radiating that familiar bright smile. Red said to deal with any Frisia forces directly. The Namekian villagers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unconscious aliens on the ground, replaced by shock and gratitude. Hurry, notify the kin who are out to return to the village immediately. We need to take the Dragon Balls to the Elder's village. The elder Namekian decisively commanded. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa had not long landed when they encountered a 5-man reconnaissance team. Finally found some living ones. Trash. Nappa cackled, his massive form trembling with excitement. He employed the energy control techniques learned on Earth to forcibly suppress unnecessary energy leaks, condensing his ferocious energy into his right palm. Die. Boom. The condensed energy blast flew at astonishing speed, obliterating one of the team members who bore resemblance to a squad leader into a mist of blood. Raditz moved swiftly, his body flashing about. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 4, their pupils dilated, fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Nappa grinned wickedly. Hey, this feels great. It's so much easier to fight like this. Raditz remained expressionless. The Scion's ferocity was laid bare in the slaughter. Yet the once heedless waste of energy had indeed been replaced by efficient and precise killing. Without a glance at the corpses below, They continued their search for Namekians. The scene shifted to another area. Humph. Scum. Fragments of bodies and tattered battle attire lay scattered across the ground. Vegeta spat disdainfully, his face a mask of arrogant contempt. He did not search for Namekian tribes, but rather hunted for Frisia's advanced teams, as if slaying these worthless beings would quench a sliver of his thirst for vengeance. Similar scenes unfolded across various regions of Namek, with individuals either waiting to gather, escorting evacuations, or eliminating Frisia's advanced units. Red, accompanied by Bulma, escorted a group of Namekians gathering for relocation and arrived at the Elder's location. Neru, the Elder's guardian, a tall and composed Namekian warrior, had been waiting there. His gaze swept over Red, imbued with a hint of familiarity. Outsiders, the Elder has informed me of your purpose. Thank you for coming to protect my kin. Neru spoke solemnly, his words laced with gratitude. May I meet the Elder? Red inquired directly, his gaze steady as he faced Neru. Neru nodded slightly. The Elder has been waiting long. Please follow me. Within a simple yet natural atmosphere of the vast dwelling, Red encountered the Elder of Namek. The large, aged figure emanated an air of wisdom and the essence of life. Without the need for words, a powerful spiritual resonance instantaneously established itself between Red and the Elder. Red could clearly sense the vast, yet waning life energy within the Elder, along with the mysterious and extraordinary rhythmic pulse of the Dragon Clan's cells. The Elder's voice, aged yet grand, resonated directly within Red's consciousness. Within your veins flows a fragment of my kin's bloodline, albeit somewhat incomplete, yet pulsating with the rhythm of evolution. Truly remarkable. Esteemed Elder, Red responded with mental fortitude, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. I have come for two reasons. Firstly, to forewarn you of the impending invasion by the Frisia force, and secondly, he candidly expressed his desire to decipher the complete draconic life rhythm residing within you, to rectify the deficiencies of my own Namekian cells. Subsequently, Red briefly recounted his method of cultivating simulated cells. The Elder fell silent for a moment, his vast mental energy enveloping Red, as if probing the depths of his soul. After a brief interlude, a voice aged and wise spoke with a hint of understanding and entrustment. I perceive your heart. Your path is unprecedented, filled with the potential of my dragonkin's rhythm. You may sense it, but remember this. The Elder's mental vibrations grew serious. The powers of my dragon race are governed by numerous rules, the core of which is the principle of causality. The simplest manifestation of this is the Dragon Balls. A wish is the cause, and the granting is the effect. The strength of my dragon lineage lies in the comprehension of the truths of all existence. Contemplate this deeply. The Elder's life force waned, and the exchange of thoughts became intermittent. Red bowed deeply to the Elder and subsequently extended his mental energy towards him. The dragon cells within the Elder radiated a serene and peculiar energy, which Red immediately began to analyze, comparing it with his own Namekian cells, initiating a process of deduction and simulation. As time flowed by, Red's Namekian cells incessantly refined their rhythm, beginning to emanate a holy and tranquil aura, resonating with the dragon cells within the Elder. In the vast cosmos, aboard Frisia's flagship, Frisia reclined in his infant pod, elegantly sipping a drink as crimson as blood. Frisia-sama. The communications officer's voice trembled slightly. The signal from the advanced reconnaissance team is rapidly dissipating. The final transmitted data is exceedingly unusual. Oh, what intriguing developments are afoot. Frisia set down his goblet, his tone laced with languid interest. Indeed, according to the scant battle data received, there exists a group of outsiders on Namek. Their base energy readings generally ranging between 3000 to 5000. Furthermore, the signal from the esteemed Vegeta and the Scions Nappa and Raditz has vanished. They are on Namek. The communications officer gulped audibly before stammering. Raditz's battle power is over 20,000. Nappa approaches 55,000. We cannot gauge Lord Vegetas. Oh dear, Frisia chuckled softly, exuding an air of refinement, yet his gaze bore the chilling intent of murder, suffusing the surrounding atmosphere with a sense of dread. The Scions truly are a source of constant concern. Have these wild monkeys grown stronger? How amusing. Frisia paused, continuing, it seems our Prince Vegeta can hardly contain himself now. He floated gracefully to the window of the flagship, gazing into the starry cosmos, elegantly issuing several commands. Relay to the first, second, and third elite combat teams to cancel all secondary missions and proceed to Namek at full speed to seize the Dragon Balls. Also, let us invite the Jinyu Force to have some fun on Namek. How delightful. Time passed slowly, and a day later on Namek, several teams were hastening towards the Elder's location. Let us hasten. We are almost there. An Elder called out, and at the edge of his vision appeared a colossal domed structure. The Elder awaited within. Everyone move quickly. Krillin's urgent voice rang out, his fists clenched at his sides, eyes scanning the skies with trepidation. Before Krillin's words could fully escape, Yamcha assumed a battle stance, vigilantly watching the heavens. Numerous powerful and malevolent presences surged towards them. By estimation, the weakest exceeded 8,000, while the strongest likely reached 12,000. A piercing howl sliced through the air as a sleek battle craft swooped down, halting before them. The hatch opened, and 10 warriors clad in the elite uniforms of Frisia's army surged forth, grinning maliciously as they surveyed the crowd. "We found you, insects. And these green-skinned natives. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and perhaps we'll grant you a swift demise." The captain, baring his fangs, eyed them with unmasked predation. "With a mere 5,000 battle power, I fail to comprehend why Lord Frisia has dispatched us elite to undertake such a trivial task." One elite warrior scoffed, tapping on his scouter in disbelief. "Isn't it fascinating to witness the final struggles of insects?" Haha, indeed. The elite team, dispatched with haste, was Frisia's ace combat squad, tasked with rapid reinforcement. "Everyone retreat. We will handle this." Krillin's voice boomed like thunder, beads of sweat forming on his brow, though his eyes burned with fierce determination. "You scoundrels, underestimating us." Yamcha roared, a faint crimson aura enveloping him as he activated the Source God Fist. Though their foes were formidable, they were not insurmountable. With a 1.5 times boost from the Source God Fist, his power surged to 7650, coupled with exceptionally efficient energy control, allowing him to exceed a battle power of 11,000. Source God Fist. Activate. Krillin bellowed almost simultaneously, his power skyrocketing to 7,800. Feudal resistance. The captain scoffed, unimpressed despite the increase in power values, his expression rife with disdain. He gestured, sending 2 squad members to bypass Krillin and Yamcha, racing towards the Namekian villagers. "Halt! You ruffians! Your opponents are right here." Enraged, Krillin and Yamcha charged towards the squad members pursuing the Namekian villagers, but their assault was thwarted by the remaining soldiers. "Look at the insects in a hurry." Haha. Source God Energy Slash. Krillin raised a hand high, conjuring a finely honed, rotating circular aura with unparalleled cutting force, which he unleashed. The aura sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, cleaving through the ranks of enemies. Uffed. One elite warrior, caught off guard, was instantly bisected, astonishment frozen on his face. "What? You wretches!" Another elite warrior roared in fury, unleashing an energy blast towards Krillin. Krillin deftly evaded the energy blast, countering with a precise hand strike aimed at the warrior's elbow joint. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated as the elite warrior howled in agony, staggering backward. Energy control. Source God Bullet. Yamcha's fingers danced, launching a sphere of energy radiating an intense white light. One elite warrior, attempting to flank Krillin, found himself targeted by the seemingly sentient energy sphere, which relentlessly pursued him. In a fit of shame and fury, he crossed his arms defensively, bracing for impact. Uffed. There was no explosive thunder. The sound of the energy bullet was akin to a damp firecracker. Yet, in a flash of brilliance, the elite warrior collapsed, lifeless. As though a desiccated corpse, the Source God Bullet had effectively obliterated the negative energy and vitality of the elite warrior. Unforgivable. Attack together, kill them. The elite captain, witnessing his 2 comrades fall, felt humiliation morph into rage. Behind the duo, 2 elite warriors flanking Krillin and Yamcha grinned maliciously as they charged towards the Namekian villagers. In that instant, 2 energy bullets shot forth from afar, striking true. Boom, boom. The explosions scattered dust, leaving 2 extraterrestrials reduced to mere ashes. "Everyone, retreat to the Elder. I shall go assist the other villagers." A serene voice resonated, yet the figure did not linger, propelled by a fierce momentum that tore through the air. Hastening towards Krillin and Yamcha, this figure was none other than Neru from the Elder's side. By the time Frisia's elite team arrived, he had already sensed their presence and rushed to assist Krillin and Yamcha. Meanwhile, Tien's 3 eyes gleamed with intensity, his demeanor as steadfast as a mountain. "Dumpling, disrupt them." Yes. Dumpling levitated slightly higher, his small face taut, as invisible waves of psychic energy spread like a spider's web. Just as an elite warrior captain attempted a flanking maneuver to seize the Dragon Balls, his movements abruptly faltered, his speed reduced to a crawl. "Now, Spirit Bomb." Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tien thrust his palms forward. A beam of light, highly condensed and radiating a brilliant white glow, hurtled towards the elite captain. Though startled, the captain remained composed, clearly a seasoned warrior with exceptional psychological fortitude. His instincts prompted him to cross his arms defensively in front of his chest, bracing himself. Boom. The beam erupted. The elite captain was forced to stagger back, his arms numb, scorch marks appearing on his battle suit. Although he was not gravely injured, he was left in a state of disarray. How could his proud battle power of 12,000 be overwhelmed by a mere earthling with a power level exceeding 7,000? A disgrace. Damn insect. Despite his high psychological resilience, the captain's fury began to boil over, ready to unleash his full might. Roar! Get out of my way. A deafening roar erupted like thunder. Raditz and Nappa charged into the fray like two frenzied beasts from another direction. Raditz's gaze was cold, his movements swift as lightning, targeting the ordinary elite warriors. With a single punch, in an instant, the chest of an elite warrior boasting a battle power of 10,000 caved in, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying, clearly on the brink of death. Nappa, like a tiger among sheep, moved with astonishing speed that belied his massive frame, his fists creating a tempest as he swung. The two elite warriors who attempted to block him had no time to scream before being reduced to mere clouds of blood mist by his devastating punches. A display of absolute violent dominance. Ha! Too weak. Too weak. But this is exhilarating. The Saiyan ferocity was laid bare. Yet their precise and efficient slaughter starkly contrasted with past reckless abandon. It turned out that Raditz and Nappa had brought another group of Namekians nearby, sensing the battle aura of Tien and the others, and chose to join the fray. Every elite warrior they encountered along the way was transformed into nourishment for the earth. Chapter 55. The Power of the Source God Bomb. Soloing two teams as Piccolo. The scene shifted back to Krillin and Yamcha, who found themselves perilously encircled by the remaining 6 elite troops. The brilliance of the Source God Fist flickered amidst the dense barrage of energy blasts. Insects. Let us see how long you can hold out. The elite captain sneered, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hand, its destructive waves locking onto Yamcha. In that critical moment, a greenish-blue figure, like a bolt of lightning tearing through space, fiercely entered the battlefield. It was Neru. Those who offend my kin shall perish. Neru's voice thundered. Without a glance at the impending energy sphere, he seemingly casually struck towards the elite captain's direction. Boom. A colossal torrent of energy instantly engulfed the elite captain and his incomplete energy sphere. There was no explosive roar, only the silence of annihilation. The captain and the 4 elite warriors surrounding him vanished in an instant, leaving only a deep crater where they once stood, stretching into the distance. Wisps of green smoke rising from within. What? The last remaining elite warrior was utterly horrified, his movements freezing in shock. Now, Kamehameha. Yamcha and Krillin's eyes sparkled with intensity as they gathered their hands at their waists, suddenly thrusting them forward. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of energy instantly engulfed the last remaining warrior, the light dissipating, leaving only dust in the air. Neru's sharp gaze swept towards an area in the distance where the energy fluctuations were chaotic and intense. The evil aura there was palpable, with 2 fierce auras close to 12,000 erupting in fury. Valiant warriors, please protect my kin. I shall go assist others. Neru spoke rapidly, his voice steady. And in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the distance. Don't worry, be careful, Krillin and Yamcha shouted after his receding figure. After dispersing the Source God Fist, the two felt somewhat drained. Their current state would indeed hinder their ability to assist much, so they hastened towards the Elder to safeguard the gathered Namekians. Moreover, that Namekian had reminded them of Piccolo, yet more powerful. His words should hold weight. Meanwhile, in the direction Neru sped off to, Piccolo stood alone, his emerald cloak fluttering amidst the raging winds. Before him, 2 entire teams of Frisia's elite warriors surrounded him like an iron wall. Ha, green-skinned insect, with your meager energy reading, you dare to block our path? The captain on the left scoffed, pressing his detector, which fixed at 15,000. How laughably foolish. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may grant you a swift death. Enough talk. The captain on the right sneered, gesturing to tear him apart. Lord Frisia awaits the Dragon Balls. Behind him, an elite warrior eagerly screeched, transforming into a blur. His energy claws, possessing nearly 10,000 battle power, lunging straight for Piccolo's heart. Several others unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, sealing off all of Piccolo's escape routes. Humph. Scum. Piccolo's eyes flared with intensity. Like a specter, he weaved through the rain of energy blasts. Thud, thud, thud. 3 highly condensed and penetrating energy blasts simultaneously erupted from Piccolo's hands. They accurately struck the 3 most aggressive elite warriors charging forward. The energy blasts detonated instantly. The 3 corpses fell, still in their forward charge. Their combatants, do not underestimate them. The 2 captains, enraged, exploded into action. One from the left and one from the right charged towards Piccolo. Their cooperation was seamless, completely locking him in. Piccolo crossed his arms to withstand, but the intermittent energy blasts from the surrounding warriors left him vulnerable. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless barrage of energy and the two captains' opportunistic strikes, Piccolo, worn from battle, was finally struck. Ha! Is that all? The left captain cackled, seizing the chance to hurl energy blasts at Piccolo. Green-skinned insect, you shall die? The right captain's eyes gleamed with malice as he gathered a massive energy wave to unleash upon Piccolo. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions resounded, thick smoke shrouding the air. Ha ha. Now you're finished. The green-skinned insect dares to obstruct us, huh? The elite captain laughed maniacally, joined by the surrounding elite warriors in their mocking laughter. Source God Fist. Activate. Buzz. A pale red aura surged from Piccolo, dispersing the smoke. What? The sneers on the faces of the two captains froze, transforming into disbelief. The readings on their power detectors flickered wildly, ultimately blurring to indicate 22,000. Thunder Flames Source God Bomb. Piccolo's icy voice echoed like a death knell. He raised both palms, each gathering a highly condensed red orb of light, filled with a sense of destruction, pulsating with silver currents. A pure white core pulsating with the rhythm of life. Destruction and vitality merged perfectly at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh. Two energy blasts, exuding the aura of annihilation, tore through the air in erratic trajectories, trailing long tails like the spears of judgment that ripped through the void, crashing into the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. The energy orb sliced through the elite warrior, failing to detonate, instead leaping onward to another elite warrior nearby. Those struck seemed as if they had been jolted by a powerful electric shock, instantly numbed, their breaths evaporating in an instant, followed by their bodies being horrifically vaporized by the terrifying energy, leaving behind only wisps of blue smoke and scorched marks. The lightning-infused energy sphere, with its unparalleled speed and erratic trajectory, unleashed a red flame energy that began to incinerate from within, while the source energy orb directly purified the malevolent negative aura. This was a remarkable technique newly developed by Piccolo. Damn it, you green-skinned bug, roared two captains, their eyes bulging in rage as they witnessed several of their subordinates vanish in an instant. Their overwhelming fury eclipsed their arrogance. What did it matter if they had a battle power of 22,000? There were many of them, spread out in pairs, maintain the rhythm, and attack continuously to wear him down. They bellowed. Truly, they were elite warriors of Frisia's force, seasoned in battle, resorting to a war of attrition against a foe of higher power. Energy blasts began to rain down upon Piccolo relentlessly, attacking in synchronized pairs, retreating together when met with counterattacks, while others maintained the rhythm of assault. Despite Piccolo's strength, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of a dozen elite warriors, each averaging a battle power of 10,000. When Nero, transformed into a green meteor, descended onto the battlefield where Piccolo fought, he was met with a scene that made his blood boil. Piccolo was drenched in blood, his cloak tattered in several places, while two elite captains, each approaching a battle power of 12,000, either ambushed or blocked him. As the remaining elite warriors darted in pairs to harass him, intent on wearing him down like a kite. Despicable, Nero roared. He barely had time to land completely. Suspended in midair, he thrust his palms forward with the force of mountains and oceans. The ground shook as two robust torrents of energy, infused with the primal fury of the Namekians, surged into the ranks of those besieging Piccolo. Uft, uft. The three elite warriors who stood in the path of the energy torrents had no time to scream as their bodies were instantly obliterated, reduced to dust. The frenzied energy surged forth, crashing violently into the captain who was about to ambush Piccolo from behind. Ugh, he barely managed a short, horrified cry as his protective suit crumbled like paper, his body struck head-on by the torrent. There was no explosion, only annihilation. His arm, along with his upper body, was instantly vaporized by the terrifying energy, leaving behind only a charred lower half that fell lifelessly to the ground. This earth-shattering blow instantly shattered the attacker's formation. All were rendered paralyzed by the sudden, devastating strike and the horrific sight of their comrades vanishing in an instant. This individual is formidable, a warrior like myself. The light in Piccolo's eyes shone with utmost brilliance. A suppressed fury, unwilling to be outdone by his kin, surged forth from within him. Double source energy fist. Go. A deep crimson glow erupted from Piccolo, soaring skyward. The air groaned under the immense pressure. The battle power index on the remaining enemy's scanners fluctuated wildly, ultimately pointing to 30,000. What? The remaining elite captain and warriors' mocking grins froze, morphing into boundless terror. Source energy. Flash cannon. Piccolo's cold voice resonated like a death knell. He thrust his palms together, unleashing an energy beam intricately woven with pure white light. Under Piccolo's precise control, the beam darted through the ranks of his terrified foes like a swift serpent. Where the beam passed, nothing could withstand its might. The elite warriors, along with their battle suits, were instantaneously vaporized, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating blue smoke. The last remaining captain watched in horror as the beam enlarged in his vision, emitting a desperate, twisted scream. No. The next moment, his scream was abruptly silenced. The beam pierced through his skull, taking with it his final moments of fear and arrogance. Reduced to cosmic dust, amidst the battlefield shrouded in dust, only Piccolo's labored breaths and Neru's steadfast figure remained. The two combatant Namekians gazed silently at each other, their eyes filled with mutual respect. Without excessive words, they nodded to one another before shooting towards their ultimate destination. Chapter 56. The hunt for Vegeta. In a more distant region from the Grand Elder's village, the air was thick with the scent of blood and fear. Monstrous creatures. Saiyan monsters. Lord Vegeta. Spare us. Spare us, please. Several remaining elite Frieza warriors huddled against a massive rock, bloodied and etched with despair. Their energy guns lay twisted and deformed, the lenses of their scanners shattered, futilely aimed at the figure hovering in midair, resembling a god of death. Vegeta floated, arms crossed, a cold and cruel smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with a bloodlust for vengeance and a cat-and-mouse mockery. Despite the absence of any formidable aura, the intangible pressure he exuded left these elite warriors with an average battle power of 10,000, steeped in despair. Spare you? Vegeta's voice resonated like ice, laced with cutting sarcasm. Did you ever consider sparing anyone when you annihilated planets? The dogs of Frieza deserve to die. He slowly raised his right hand, without even curling a finger, merely flicking at the loudest of the warriors. Uft! A finger-sized hole appeared in the warrior's forehead, his skull erupting in a grotesque mixture of gore. His body collapsed, frozen in a plea for mercy. The remaining few completely broke down, shrieking in terror as they scattered. Vegeta's figure vanished like a flash, reappearing before one of the fleeing warriors. Bang! Vegeta's knee brutally collided with the warrior's abdomen. Ugh! The warrior's eyes bulged, his body curling like a boiled shrimp as he spewed forth a torrent of internal organs mixed with blood. Vegeta's figure vanished once more, materializing above another terrified warrior, his palms coming together and crossing, striking down like a battle axe. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering skulls sent chills down the spine. The last warrior fell to his knees in despair, tears streaming down his face. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Vegeta landed before him, looking down with an unyielding gaze, devoid of any emotion. Surrender? The curve of his lips widened. Those who surrender are not even worthy of a complete corpse. He raised his palm, facing the warrior's terrified, desperate face, and unleashed a beam of energy that shot forth, magnified infinitely in the warrior's despairing eyes. Boom! As the beam vanished, only dust remained, drifting through the air. Vegeta flicked his hand, shaking off non-existent blood as if he had merely crushed a few ants. He gazed skyward, towards the vast cosmos, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Frieza, you're next. Not far from the Grand Elder's village. Everyone, keep pushing. We're almost there. Goku's voice resonated with an inspiring strength. He and Gohan moved in tandem, protecting the last weary Namekians. Behind them lay several charred corpses in Frieza's battle suits, evidently dealt with decisively by the father-son duo. Dad, it's everyone. Gohan, with keen eyes, spotted familiar figures at the edge of the village. At that moment, a considerable number of people gathered in the open space outside the Grand Elder's village. Tien and Kaiatsu had just landed, while Nappa and Raditz, exuding an aura of intimidation, also arrived. Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Neru nearly arrived simultaneously. However, the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. Many Namekians bore wounds. Some were injured by the shockwaves of battle, others grazed by stray bullets, and a few suffered severe burns from elite warriors' energy attacks, lying on the ground and emitting pained moans. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of charred flesh. Senzu beans. Quickly, bring out any fragments of senzu beans you have. Krillin shouted anxiously, being the first to produce his last remaining sliver of senzu bean. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu promptly revealed their own meager supplies, cut into tiny pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, they stuffed the fragments into the mouths of the gravely injured elderly Namekians, whose breaths were faint. The potent life energy contained within the senzu bean fragments instantaneously took effect, restoring color to the elders' pale faces and miraculously healing their mortal wounds. The senzu beans were limited, and there remained over 20 severely injured Namekians on the brink of death. Dandy. Quickly, Nera glanced at a small Namekian boy with green skin and clear, pure eyes. Yes, Lord Nero. Young Dandy nodded vigorously, showing no signs of hesitation. He extended his small hands, palms radiating a gentle and vibrant light, enveloping the wounded. Where the light reached, wounds began to slowly scab and heal, and the agony of energy burns swiftly diminished. His focused expression subtly conveyed a maturity and compassion beyond his years. At that moment, a crimson figure emerged at the center of the crowd. His gaze swept over the injured, and without uttering a word, he slowly raised his right hand. 9 streams of golden energy, exuding a magnificent life force, instantly penetrated the bodies of 9 gravely injured Namekians. Their horrific penetrating wounds and nearly charred forms began to heal at an astonishing rate, nourished by the golden light imbued with the essence of life. Broken bones reconnected, charred skin peeled away, and tender new flesh covered the wounds. In 30 breaths, they were restored to their former selves. Dandy cast a grateful glance at the red figure before turning to tend to other injured individuals. The surrounding Namekians nodded in gratitude towards him. At that moment, words seemed superfluous. Master, Piccolo called out with concern, we've run out of Senza beans, and your life energy is depleted. The real battle lies ahead. Red subtly shook his head, signaling that all was well. Then his gaze sharpened as it turned towards the distant horizon. Suddenly, he called out in a deep voice that resonated throughout the village, everyone, into the shield. Quickly, in the far-off sky, a multitude of Frisia's army soldiers were rapidly approaching. With a thunderous roar, a massive tricolored energy shield unfolded. The dark, engulfing layer spun violently, silently consuming the sporadic energy blasts that came from afar. The red cutting layer vibrated at a high frequency, producing a sound that sent chills through one's bones. The inner white barrier was as solid and weighty as the earth itself, emanating an indomitable will. Gohan, quickly lead them inside. Goku and his son finally arrived, with Gohan ushering the crowd into the shield. Gohan, do we have any Senza beans left? There were still 3 Namekians teetering on the edge of death, and Gohan hurriedly distributed the Senza beans he and Goku had left. Dandy was focused on treating the last injured individual when the tension in everyone's brows began to ease slightly. In the sky, more and more members of Frisia's army blotted out the sun, densely packed. Some, emboldened and impatient, began attacking the shield. As the assault commenced, a chain reaction ensued. The Frisia soldiers launched a furious barrage against the shield, with energy blasts raining down like a torrential storm. Yet, they were all consumed by the dark outer layer, vanishing into nothingness. At that moment, a colossal energy sphere erupted among the enemy ranks outside the shield. The explosion's shockwave instantly cleared a vast area, obliterating dozens of attacking cosmic warriors before they could even scream, reducing them to ash. Chapter 57. The dazzling death show. The Ginyu Force arrives. Oh, it's Vegeta! Goku exclaimed as his eyes lit up, catching sight of the Saiyan prince gradually emerging from the smoke of the explosion. Vegeta hovered above the epicenter of the blast, radiating an icy, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent, plunging into the enemy ranks like a demon, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Vegeta, I'm coming to help you. Goku could no longer contain the boiling battle fervor within him. He shouted excitedly as his energy erupted, transforming into a streak of orange light that charged towards the enemies near Vegeta. Let us go. We can't let Goku and Vegeta steal the spotlight. Krillin's blood surged with adrenaline. Yamcha followed closely behind. Kaiatsu, we're going in. Tien's 3 eyes gleamed with determination. Let us wipe out Frisia's lackeys. Raditz and Nappa, fueled by long-standing hatred, roared as they charged into the fray. Piccolo, brimming with battle spirit, cast a glance at Naru, then let out a low growl, his figure becoming a flash of light as he surged forward. Naru was not to be outdone, following closely behind. In the sky, the sounds of fists and feet colliding, the explosive blasts of energy, the furious roars, and the anguished cries intertwined into a cacophony. The sky was illuminated with colorful energy blasts, resembling neon lights in a nightclub, while the explosive brilliance resembled New Year's fireworks, cascading through the air. It was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter, particularly Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who moved like reapers, their forms flickering unpredictably, each appearance accompanied by precise and lethal strikes. They no longer sought widespread destruction but relished the thrill of personally slaying their enemies, piercing hearts, crushing throats, employing brutally efficient methods that left their foes trembling in terror. The Frisia army soldiers were utterly shattered. The earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. Devils. They are devils. Run. Quick, flee. No, don't kill me. I surrender. The sounds of pleas, cries, and desperate howls merged into a chorus. They scattered like headless flies, but often did not get far before a well-aimed energy wave caught up with them, reducing them to cosmic dust. The courage to counterattack was crushed beneath the overwhelming disparity of power. The entire battlefield was suffused with the stench of blood, charred flesh, and a thick atmosphere of despair. Within the shield, Red's mental energy delved into the rhythmic pulse of Dandy's cells, meticulously analyzing and simulating. Dandy's dragon cells emitted unique fluctuations at a specific frequency, each cell radiating a different wave, akin to an intricate code, forming a colossal formula. It turned out that Dandy's healing ability was also composed of countless symbols, constituting a code of restorative causality, and Red began to gain insight. However, it was neither the time to trace the origins nor to study the principles. Red's mental energy greedily replicated the rhythm of Dandy's dragon cells, concentrating on simulation. Moments later, one hand supporting the shield's energy, the other mimicking the rhythm of Dandy's dragon cells, he emanated a gentle glow that enveloped the injured. How is this possible? A Namekian exclaimed in disbelief. By the dragon god, he has mastered the light of life? Another elder's voice trembled. Dandy's mouth fell open in shock. His cherished healing ability, a symbol of the dragon clan's blessing, was so easily grasped by an outsider. Do not be surprised, my children. He carries a fragment of our bloodline within him, albeit flawed, yet possessing the rhythm of evolution. I believe that in the future, he can lead our race back to its ancestral glory. The great elder's weak, intermittent voice resonated in the minds of every Namekian. All their confusion and doubts transformed into shock and reverence in an instant. Their gazes towards Red shifted from gratitude and trust to profound awe and a deep sense of kinship. He was the hope foretold by the great elder, destined to guide Namek back to its former splendor. Outside the shield, as the last warrior of the Frisia force was pierced through the skull by a mere finger from Vegeta, convulsing as he fell, the tumultuous battlefield was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet, this stillness persisted for but a fleeting moment. A colossal and frigid malevolent aura surged forth, permeating the very atmosphere of Namek, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that weighed heavily upon all present, as if gravity itself had intensified tenfold. Son Goku's smile froze instantaneously, replaced by an unprecedented gravity of expression. The energy radiating from him involuntarily diminished, as if facing a formidable foe. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his body tensed to its utmost limit, teeth grinding audibly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was an instinctive reaction, a blend of fear and hatred. Nappa and Raditz stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror. Having learned to sense and control Ki, these three Saiyans now comprehended the true horror that was Frisia. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Gohan appeared as pale as ghosts, struggling to breathe, as though they were drowning. Is this really Frisia? Krillin's voice trembled uncontrollably. This aura is profoundly sinister. It feels like the abyss itself. Yamcha gasped for air. How incredibly powerful. It's beyond reason. Tien's three eyes were filled with disbelief. How could such a monstrous being exist? Kaiatsu floated in the air, his small face ashen. Young Gohan bit his lip, his body trembling involuntarily. Piccolo and the other Namekians felt an icy shiver emanating from the depths of their souls, despair washing over them, drowning the faint flicker of hope that had just emerged. Boom, boom, boom. As if to respond to this ultimate fear, the sky was violently torn asunder. A massive flagship surged forth, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom that rent the very fabric of space, before descending slowly to the ground. As the ship landed, 5 spherical vessels trailed long, fiery contrails, crashing down into the heart of the battlefield. Clouds of dust mixed with the turbulent energy surged into the sky. As the dust began to clear, an exceedingly grotesque and distorted purple figure stood upright, arms outstretched in an exaggeratedly theatrical bow, a cruel and mocking smile adorning his face. He took a deep breath, straightening with all his might, and dramatically pointed towards the ominous sky, the Jinyu Force. Another figure flexed his exaggerated biceps, striking a muscular pose. His expression fierce. Lord Guldo has arrived. Power is art. Feel the beauty of muscle. Wahaha. The third figure, hands on his hips, leaning forward in a posture ready to sprint. The universe's fastest. Berta is here. I'm the red and blue. The fourth figure, with a cold expression, arms crossed, maintaining a relatively normal stance, coldly retorted, Berta, your skin is blue, not red, and your entrance was far too loud. The fifth figure remained silent, standing like a sturdy pillar, breathing heavily, exuding a minimal presence. The purple figure cleared his throat, using his exaggerated tone to draw out his announcement. Ho ho ho. Can you feel this unparalleled aura? you humble beings? We are the Jinyu Force, under the command of the mighty Lord Frisia, unbeatable in battle, invincible in assault. The ultimate team where elegance and power seamlessly converge. He abruptly gestured towards his rigid teammates, his voice rising with fervor. The Jinyu Force, making a grand entrance. Entrance. Goldo bellowed in coordination, tightening his muscles once more. Entrance. Berta murmured, his posture somewhat unsteady. Entrance. Goldo echoed, bewildered, drooling. Jinyu rolled his eyes, entirely abandoning any semblance of emotional restraint. Chapter 58. Frisia's moment of mercy. The utterly extravagant and somewhat clumsy manner of their entrance stood in stark contrast to the grim and bloody atmosphere of the scene, as well as the suffocating imperial pressure that had just enveloped the battlefield. The warriors within and outside the protective shield, be it the cold-hearted Vegeta, the fiery Goku, or the anxious Krillin, found themselves momentarily rendered speechless. The gravity of their earlier trepidation had yet to dissipate, only to be brutally contorted into a blend of astonishment, bewilderment, and a sense of absurdity at this spectacle. The tense atmosphere was instantly diluted by an inexplicable absurdity. What on earth are these guys doing? Krillin's lips twitched, uncertain how to respond. Are they performing a circus act? Yamcha looked utterly baffled. Even young Gohan, who had been on edge, nearly burst into laughter at this bizarre display, hastily covering his mouth. However, this fleeting sense of absurdity brought forth by the Jinyu Force shattered like a soap bubble. The vast belly of the flagship silently slid open, revealing a small infant's carriage, which gracefully floated forth like the most esteemed throne, starkly contrasting with the Jinyu Force's boorish entrance. The silent imperial pressure descended like a tangible weight. The absurdity that had briefly arisen due to the Jinyu Force evaporated instantaneously, the air feeling as though it had solidified, pressing down heavily upon each heart. Behind that elegant posture lay an absolute power and coldness that froze the very soul. The infant carriage slowly descended before the Jinyu Force. Behind Frisia stood three figures, Chui, Dodoria, and Zarbon. Frisia's gaze first fell upon Vegeta, his hands elegantly folded over the armrests of the carriage. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the silence of the battlefield, imbued with a tone of genteel mockery. Oh my, is this not our esteemed Saiyan Prince, young Prince Vegeta? How delightful to encounter you. It seems you have fared well on Earth. Even your fighting prowess has become quite impressive. He deliberately emphasized the word impressive, laden with scorn. Vegeta's countenance turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Frisia's condescending demeanor, treating him as mere plaything, cut deeper than any direct insult. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, an uncontrollable rage simmering beneath the surface. Frisia, Vegeta's voice was forced through clenched teeth, laced with seething hatred. Put away your repugnant pretense. You, the fiend who annihilated planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho. Frisia let out a low, amused chuckle, as if he had just heard a delightful joke. Annihilation? Such a crude term, Prince Vegeta. I merely disposed of a few disobedient, potentially troublesome wild monkeys. Wasn't the fireworks during the planet's explosion quite beautiful? He nonchalantly described genocide as mere waste disposal. Chui immediately chimed in with sycophantic zeal, his voice sharp and cutting. Exactly. Vegeta, who do you think you are? Just a stray dog beneath the king's feet. Look at you now, mingling with these lowly beings from inferior planets, truly disgraceful for the Saiyan race. Your father, King Vegeta, would surely rise from the depths of hell in anger if he knew, only to perish again. Ha ha. He laughed uproariously, relishing in the humiliation. Vegeta's eyes flared with murderous intent, fixating on Chui, but Frisia's unfathomable aura loomed over him like an invisible mountain, restraining him from any reckless actions. Frisia savored Vegeta's suppressed rage, then shifted his gaze toward the Namekians within the protective shield, his tone softening, yet laced with undeniable authority. Well then, enough of the pleasantries. My dear green-skinned friends, he inclined his head slightly toward the shielded group, his posture elegant as though inviting a dance partner. I, Frisia, come with the utmost sincerity. All I require are those miraculous Dragon Balls in your possession. Entrust them to me, and I assure you that both you and this exquisite planet shall receive the most benevolent treatment. He emphasized the word benevolent with deliberate intent. Yet the crimson gaze in his eyes harbored no warmth, only a chilling threat. It was as if rejecting him was the gravest disrespect, destined to invite a cataclysmic mercy. Within the protective barrier, the Grand Elder's mental waves reverberated with profound concern and a hint of resolve in the crimson mental realm. The power of the alien child Frisia is far too formidable. You alone are unlikely to withstand it. My life is nearing its end, and the final vestiges of guiding the primal force of life can awaken the dormant potential within you. However, this method may only be utilized once in a lifetime. Initially, Red had intended to decipher how the Grand Elder could unlock potential, but upon hearing this, he was disheartened. Although this skill, which could elevate others' combat power, was akin to an external aid, the unfortunate limitation of one opportunity per lifetime was a bitter pill to swallow. Indeed, if an individual could unlock their potential indefinitely, the universe would have descended into chaos long ago. The Namekians would have been seized for unlimited enhancement, and they could scarcely live in tranquility. His sharp gaze swept over the warriors. Unlocking potential might elevate them by tens of thousands, perhaps even over 100,000. Yet, against Frisia's staggering combat power of 1.2 billion, it would still be but a drop in the ocean. Red's thoughts raced, and he swiftly made a decision. Esteemed Grand Elder, we comprehend your intentions, rest assured. We will safeguard everyone. Red's mental response was calm and resolute. Time was of the essence to ensure everyone's safety, and thus they could only summon the Eternal Dragon for relocation. Red fixed his gaze upon Dandy. Dandy, listen well. Immediately summon the Eternal Dragon. Be swift. Dandy's small frame jolted, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, quickly transforming into unwavering determination. He nodded vigorously before turning towards the Dragon Balls. Chapter 59, A Slap for Each. The chaos commences. Outside the barrier, Frisia's patience was swiftly evaporating beneath an elegant facade. It seems my sincerity has been misconstrued. He sighed softly, his voice still gentle, yet the icy malice in his crimson eyes had solidified into palpable murderous intent. What a regrettable choice. Just as Frisia was poised to issue the command to attack, a resonant, ancient roar echoed through the heavens. The sky of Namek was suddenly shrouded in tumultuous dark clouds. Golden lightning danced wildly within the layers. A colossal, green dragon exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty, Purunga, loomed amidst the clouds, its massive form partially obscured, while its enormous eyes gazed down upon the earth. What? The elegance on Frisia's face froze into disbelief, swiftly morphing into rage. The Dragon Balls? They dare summon the Eternal Dragon before me. The fury of his disrupted plans shattered Frisia's pretentious, gentlemanly mask. He abruptly rose from his infant carriage, a terrifying aura erupting from him like never before. The entire planet trembled under the weight of his wrath. Attack! Tear apart that damned barrier. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive. Frisia's voice was sharp and frenzied, brimming with the fury of having been trifled with. He raised his hand, unleashing a devastating death beam aimed squarely at the tri-layered barrier. The very fabric of space trembled in its wake. Engage! Red's voice thundered within the barrier. The three-layered structure of the shield activated to its utmost capacity. The dark devouring layer spun wildly, silently obliterating the majority of low-tier energy blasts. The red cutting layer vibrated at high frequency, emitting a piercing sound as it sheared through and diminished the energy beams. The inner white barrier glowed brilliantly, steadfastly meeting the powerful onslaught, producing deep rumblings and violent fluctuations, yet remained unyielding. The battlefield erupted in fervor. The first to strike was Vegeta, harboring endless humiliation and hatred. Kaiatsu, die! His roar eclipsed the clamor of the battlefield. He held back his rage, the terrifying combat power of 260,000 coiled within him. His speed so great that it left a clear afterimage in its wake. Kaiatsu's mocking expression had yet to morph into terror when Vegeta's figure appeared before him like a specter. Kaiatsu saw only a hand, magnifying infinitely before his eyes. What? Kaiatsu managed to emit half a desperate scream. Bang! Vegeta's hand crashed down upon Kaiatsu's face with the ferocity of shattering a bubble. The unrestrained force of 260,000 combat power unleashed without reserve. Kaiatsu's head, along with his scouter, was instantly obliterated into a grotesque mess. The headless corpse quivered as it fell backward, blood gushing forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. In the most primal, violent, and cathartic manner. He avenged all of Kaiatsu's past humiliations. Without a glance at Kaiatsu's remains, Vegeta's crimson gaze locked onto the horrified Dodoria and Zarbon. It's your turn now. Frisia's lackeys. Dodoria, terrified, screamed and burst forth with astonishing speed, attempting to flee. Zarbon, enraged and horrified, contorted his handsome face, his body swelling in size, his skin turning deep purple as he transformed into a more formidable state. Die, Vegeta! Zarbon roared, launching powerful energy blasts from both hands. A cruel smile crept across Vegeta's lips as his figure vanished once more. Bang! Uft! The two dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Vegeta appeared behind the fleeing Dodoria, effortlessly piercing through his ample back with a knife hand strike, emerging from his chest while gripping a still beating heart. Dodoria's eyes bulged as his massive frame crumpled to the ground. Almost instantaneously, Vegeta's other hand, fingers aligned, concentrated a highly compressed death beam, striking first as Zarbin's energy blast bore down upon him. Sizzle. The beam penetrated precisely through Zarbin's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull. Zarbin's twisted expression froze in place as his gathered energy blast dissipated instantly, his purple form collapsing limply to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the three of Frisia's most capable subordinates fell like mere chickens before the overwhelming power of Vegeta's 260,000 combat strength. The entire process was clean and efficient, exemplifying the violent beauty of the Saiyan Prince's vengeance. After dispatching the three, the murderous intent in Vegeta's eyes did not wane. He turned and charged towards Jinyu, determined to eliminate Frisia's strongest arm. Ha! Vegeta, well done, Nappa cackled, his massive frame surging with fervent battle intent as he charged straight at the hulking form of Guldo from the Jinyu force. Big guy, your opponent is Lord Nappa. Let me show you what true power looks like. Wahaha, you've got guts. I'll play with you. Guldo, excited, flexed his exaggerated muscles, fearlessly meeting Nappa head-on. The two powerhouses collided instantly, fists meeting flesh with a resounding thud, a pure clash of brute force. Raditz' gaze was icy, facing the lightning-fast G's. He roared without hesitation. KO Ken. Go. Buzz. The red aura enveloped him in an instant, his combat power surging to 420,000, though still slightly inferior to G's. Raditz utilized the techniques learned on Earth, swiftly countering G's rapid assaults, blocking and dodging with precision, seeking opportunities for retaliation. The two combatants became streaks of red, entangled in a high-speed collision. Two green-skinned insects? Allow me to show you what the universe's speed champion can do. Berta's figure blurred, appearing almost simultaneously before Piccolo and Nail, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Double instant transmission punch, go. As Piccolo and Nail simultaneously uttered low growls. They stood back to back, their spirits ablaze. Without hesitation, Piccolo unleashed the double Source God Fist once more, his combat power soaring to an astounding 30,000. With the exquisite mastery of energy control inherent in the Source God flow, he effectively wielded strength far exceeding 40,000. Their energies intertwined. The unique telepathic bond of the Namekians enabled their coordination to be seamless. Piccolo remained steadfast as a mountain, his Source God energy coiling in anticipation, blocking Bart's assault route. While Nail, akin to a drawn blade, combined his life energy with unwavering combat resolve, delivering fierce gusts of wind to precisely intercept Bart's elusive attacks. Together, they resiliently established a defensive stronghold amidst Bart's tempestuous speedstorm. Chapter 60, The Joy of Slapping Faces. Krillin, Tien, and Gohan, along with two others, were encircling Guldo. Given their current levels of power, confronting the other members of the Jinyu force was indeed a daunting task, yet dealing with this relatively weaker Guldo was perfectly suitable. Dumpling, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Gohan. This four-eyed fellow possesses a unique ability. Let us refrain from killing him for now and compel him to utilize his powers. Red's voice pierced through the cacophony within the shield, resonating clearly in the ears of the four. Understood, they chorused, their confusion overshadowed by their absolute trust in Red's command. Dumpling, telekinetic interference. Krillin, prepare the solar flare. Yamcha, bind him with the energy sphere. Gohan and I will provide support from the side to prevent him from countering. Tien's three eyes glimmered with intensity, instantly becoming the core commander of the team. Dumpling levitated midair, his small face taut. As immense telekinetic power enveloped Guldo like an invisible shackle, causing his movements to slow dramatically, shock and pain etched across his rotund visage. Krillin positioned his hands above his head, a blinding white light gathering in his palms. Yamcha's fingers danced rapidly, several energy spheres swirling around Guldo, encircling him to restrict his range of motion. Tien's eyes widened, fixated on Guldo, as the energy of his attack coalesced at his fingertips. Seeking vulnerabilities to force Guldo to employ the special ability Red had mentioned, Gohan clenched his fists, poised at his waist, his gaze sharply fixed upon Guldo. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly dispatched the trio of Zarbin, Dodoria, and Guldo, his gaze now locked upon Jinyu. In an instant, he moved before Jinyu with the speed of teleportation. Jinyu. Vegeta crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised, exuding an innate arrogance. His eyes surveyed Jinyu as if appraising an object. It's your turn. The mockery on Jinyu's face vanished, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Vegeta's effortless elimination of Guldo, Dodoria, and Zarbin had showcased strength and speed that far exceeded his expectations. Jinyu emitted his signature laughter, though this time it lacked flamboyance and bore a weight of seriousness. Vegeta, you truly are impressive. It seems your journey on Earth has endowed you with considerable prowess. He elegantly gestured an invitation. Your strength merits my recognition. How about joining the Ginyu Force? I will intercede with Lord Frieza on your behalf. With your power combined with my elegance, we shall usher in a more resplendent era. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of discovering a treasure. He genuinely admired the strong, particularly those who exhibited such transformative strength. Intercede for me. Join the Ginyu Force? Ha! Vegeta appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe, his laughter laced with derision. You lot, mere jesters who can only strike ridiculous poses? Clowns performing tricks under Frieza's command? He mimicked Jinyu's tone deliberately, each word dripping with scorn. Jinyu's expression darkened instantly, unappreciative. Then let me show you what true elegant power is. His immense energy erupted forth, the readings on the scouter steadily climbing to 120,000. Elegance. Power? Vegeta scoffed. Allow me to demonstrate what real power is. An overwhelming force. As his words fell, the previously restrained energy emanating from Vegeta began to ascend steadily. Boom. A surge of energy far beyond normalcy erupted forth, causing the scouter's readings to spike to 100,000. Jinyu's previously stoic demeanor was replaced with astonishment. 100,000? Impossible. He instinctively took a half step back, his heart racing. Yet this was merely the beginning. Vegeta's energy showed no signs of abating, continuing to rise at a terrifying pace. Boom. 120,000. Jinyu's eye twitched, his elegant smile frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This battle power equaled his own. Boom. 150,000. Gulp. Jinyu distinctly heard the sound of his own gulp. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. How can this be? 150,000. This is the absolute limit of my scouter's detection. His once proud power of 120,000 now felt as insignificant as dust before Vegeta. Yet Vegeta's energy continued to soar, seemingly without an end. Bang! A sharp crack echoed. The scouter's lens shattered under the unbearable energy readings that surpassed its detection limits. Shards scattering across Jinyu's bewildered and contorted face. Ah! Jinyu shrieked, clutching his face as he stumbled back, his expression rife with profound terror and disbelief. The scouter exploded? This means Vegeta's current power level utterly exceeds 150,000, perhaps even higher. This was no longer mere surprise, but an overwhelming sense of fear and cognitive collapse. Clown, do you understand now? Vegeta's voice was as frigid as the winds of the underworld, relishing in Jinyu's disheveled and terrified appearance. The thrill of vengeance and the arrogance of power filling him with unbridled delight. Before me, Vegeta, your ridiculous elegance has no right to even struggle. He slowly raised his hand, a destructive radiance coalescing at his fingertips. Simultaneously, on the other side of the battlefield, as Frieza's unrestrained and terrifying energy erupted, mercilessly bombarding the shield, Son Goku's Saiyan blood boiled to a fever pitch. His eyes, ablaze with pure combat intent, locked onto Frieza, positioned directly in front of the shield. So powerful. Son Goku's voice trembled slightly with sheer exhilaration. Frieza, your opponent is me. With a fervent roar, Son Goku's aura exploded forth. Kaioken, double, activate, buzz. A crimson tempest of fury enveloped Son Goku in an instant. His muscles swelled slightly, veins bulging, an overwhelming sense of power surging forth. With a foundational combat power of 250,000, under the ferocious amplification of the Kaioken, it skyrocketed to 500,000. Boom. Son Goku transformed into a blazing crimson meteor, charging forth with unyielding momentum toward the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza's crimson gaze shifted, locking onto the Earthling charging toward him, unaware of your own mortality. He elegantly raised his hand. A beam of death, thicker than any before, shot forth toward the oncoming Son Goku. Yet, in the face of this obliterating beam, Son Goku's eyes were filled solely with pure combat zeal and exhilaration. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he drove his right fist, enveloped in a raging crimson aura, forward with unrelenting force, striking the beam's side. After a brief stalemate, Frieza's cataclysmic death beam, capable of annihilating mountains, was abruptly deflected by Son Goku's punch, which had coalesced with a combat power of 500,000, veering off course and soaring into the distant sky, erupting into a massive mushroom cloud. What? For the first time? The elegance and composure on Frieza's face cracked, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. This Earthling could so easily divert his attack? In that fleeting moment of Frieza's shock, Son Goku's speed surged even further. He crossed the final distance in an instant. Take this punch. Son Goku's roar was almost upon him. Bang! A heavy punch, infused with all his might and fervent passion, landed squarely on Frisia's face, which was etched with astonishment. Chapter 61. I haven't boarded yet. The law of time stopped. Son Goku's formidable strike seemed to momentarily freeze the air. Frisia's head jerked back violently from the force, propelling him backward and leaving a vivid crimson imprint on his visage. Elegance shattered. Ack! Frisia emitted a muffled groan, a blend of excruciating pain and utter disbelief. How could he, the cosmic tyrant Frisia, be struck in the face by a mere earthling? Infuriated, an unprecedented rage and humiliation engulfed Frisia in an instant. His scarlet eyes ignited with a frenzied flame of annihilation. His diminutive frame erupted with a terrifying wave of power, capable of shaking planets. No longer was there any semblance of grace. Frisia, like a thoroughly incensed beast, clashed with Goku, who was roaring with exhilaration and wielding a ferocious strength of 530,000. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thuds of fists connecting echoed like explosive firecrackers. The two figures moved so swiftly that they were nearly imperceptible, the only evidence being the rippling air expanding outward like waves. The shockwaves from their collision lifted the ground in layers, sending debris flying in the distance. The scarlet flames of energy intertwined wildly with destructive forces, tearing at the very fabric of existence. Goku's face was a portrait of pure excitement and intensity, his eyes aflame with the desire to challenge the strongest. Each block and counterattack imbued with exhilarating breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Frisia was wholly consumed by a frenzied wrath, unable to comprehend or accept such an affront. Each strike carried an insane intent to reduce this insect before him to cosmic dust. The fierce battle between two top-tier warriors became the eye of the most ferocious storm on the battlefield. Inside the shield, Red exerted all his strength to maintain the barrier, shielding the Namekian from the aftermath of the battle. As Dandy successfully summoned the dragon Purunga, Red immediately transmitted instructions to him. Dandy, listen carefully. Make your wishes to the dragon right away. First wish, instantly transport all warriors opposing Frisia's army, except for me and Son Goku, back to Bulma's home on Earth when they receive a fatal attack beyond their limits. Second wish, after the wishes are granted, relocate the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek to Bulma's home on Earth. Third wish, instantly transport all non-combatants on Namek, excluding Frisia and his army, to Bulma's home on Earth. Dandy nodded vigorously, fully aware as a member of the Dragon Clan that Purunga granted 3 wishes. He immediately looked up and, in clear Namekian, loudly articulated the 3 wishes to Purunga. Understood. Purunga's enormous eyes glimmered with a red light, its massive form emanating vast waves of divine power. As the invisible laws of causality began to take effect, invisible energies infiltrated the bodies of the warriors, and in an instant, the Namekians vanished as if they had never existed. Finally, a divine glow enveloped Purunga, its colossal body coalescing into the 7 Dragon Balls, which then mysteriously disappeared. Only the distant echo of Purunga's voice lingered, wishes fulfilled. A shriek, tinged with panic, abruptly pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield. Red turned toward the sound, only to see Bulma covering her face, bouncing in place like a startled rabbit, her right hand tightly gripping a standard-issue laser gun from Frisia's army. Wait, I'm still here. I haven't gone back yet. Dragon, you left someone behind. She futilely screamed toward the now-vanished Dragon Balls, her face reflecting a breakdown of despair. Red suddenly understood, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth as he spoke with a hint of resignation. Hey, Bulma. Bulma whirled around, spotting Red as if grasping a lifeline. Red, what's happening? Why am I still here? Everyone else is gone. Red pointed at the weapon in Bulma's hand. Sighing, you're holding a weapon, so you're classified as a warrior. Bulma paused, glancing at the laser gun in her hand. Speechless, this was picked up by a Namekian and given to me for self-defense. She only wanted a semblance of safety. She was merely curious about studying alien technology. Who wanted to be a warrior fighting against Frisia? This mix-up was utterly absurd. Bulma was on the verge of tears. Red shook his head helplessly. You need to get away from here quickly. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Originally, Red intended to escort Bulma to safety. But sensing the divine rhythm of the Dragon Clan within her, he realized that Purunga's first wish would also apply to Bulma. Oh, right. Hide. Bulma, suddenly awakened, disregarded her appearance, clutching the cursed laser gun, and dashed toward a substantial rock formation that seemed sturdy enough for cover. Just as Bulma sought refuge, Red's keen psychic energy detected a peculiar and elusive energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of Tien and the others encircling Guldo. This wave carried a strange and eerie rhythm. It's coming. A glimmer of determination flashed in Red's eyes as he vanished from his position in an instant. The next moment, he found himself near Krillin, Tien, Gohan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. The scene before him caused his gaze to sharpen. Tien was poised in a stance, preparing his tri-beam. Krillin had his hands atop his head. Yamcha was still gesturing for the spirit ball. Kaiatsu wore a tense expression with his palms facing forward, and Gohan was in a launching posture. The five of them frozen as if time itself had been paused. Time stopped, even with prior anticipation. Witnessing this transcendence of physical law filled Red with intense shock and yearning. Imprint. The thought arose instinctively, and Red unleashed his full psychic energy, mirroring the rhythm of this space. Moments later, the frozen time began to flow once more. The five felt a blur before their eyes, and the once struggling Guldo simply vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Krillin exclaimed. Gone. Was it instant transmission? Yamcha warily scanned the surroundings. Be careful. He might be launching a sneak attack. Tien's three eyes rapidly surveyed the area. Kaiatsu and Gohan hovered in the air, their faces bewildered. The interruption of the imprinting caused Red to frown. With a subtle gesture, he shot a small beam towards a nearby mound of earth. Boom. The mound exploded, revealing a gasping Guldo, startled by the sudden blast, his survival instincts kicking in as he activated his powers again. Buzz. The bizarre energy fluctuation that froze time surged forth once more. This scene had already been calculated by Red. As the mound exploded, he swiftly distanced himself from the spot. Simultaneously, he unleashed his full psychic energy, diving into Guldo's being. Frequency, path, energy nodes, resonance patterns. Red's mind operated with the fervor of a supercomputer, his psychic energy greedily imprinting this unfathomable rhythm. Every cellular vibration, every energy circuit's flow, was forcibly etched into the depths of his psyche. As Guldo struggled to catch his breath, the rhythm dissipated, yet every moment had been perfectly captured and replicated by Red's psychic energy. All right, you're no longer of use. The corners of Red's mouth curled slightly as he made a subtle motion, unleashing a bolt of purifying life force lightning. The lightning, trailing a long tail, took on an erratic shape and raced toward Guldo, who was hiding behind another massive boulder. Whoosh! The lightning pierced through the boulder, striking Guldo without an explosive sound, reducing him to dust in an instant. Clean, precise, imbued with a cold beauty that thoroughly purified the essence of life. Krillin, Tien, and the others stared, dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how Red had struck. The formidable foe with that peculiar pausing ability had simply ceased to exist. Just then, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the earth and space to tremble, and Red furrowed his brow. At long last, are we about to engage earnestly? Frisia. Chapter 62, The Hunt Feast. A fierce battle on the battlefield. The overwhelming and unparalleled aura emanating from Frisia caused the earth and space to tremble. Tien and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies involuntarily quaking under the immense pressure. Han glanced at the group, striving to maintain their composure, and spoke gravely. The impending conflict transcends the realm in which you can intervene. He directed his gaze towards the increasingly tempestuous center of the energy storm in the distance, remaining here to observe from afar. Absorbing the energy, manipulation, and combat spirit of top-tier warriors will yield immeasurable benefits for your future endeavors to transcend your own limits. Remember, observe with your heart, not merely with your eyes. Yes, teacher. Yes, uncle. The group responded in unison, their faces reflecting both reverence and a hint of exhilaration. To witness a battle of Frisia's caliber firsthand is, in itself, an extraordinary opportunity. They immediately stifled their auras, seeking a safe vantage point, and focused intently on the cataclysmic heart of the battlefield. Time advanced. On another side of the battlefield. Piccolo growled, a faint red aura enveloping him. The power from the double Source God fist allowing him to barely catch a glimpse of Buddha's elusive movements. He swung his palms in rapid succession. The Source God bullets entwined with sacred white light not aimed at direct assault, but rather dispersed and suspended in the surrounding air, attempting to confine Buddha's exceptional speed. A mere parlor trick. Buddha's figure left behind afterimages as he moved at high velocity, his voice dripping with arrogance. To think that one could restrict the unparalleled speed of the esteemed Buddha in such a manner. Utterly naive. He effortlessly evaded the blockade of the Source God bullets, instantly appearing at Piccolo's flank, delivering a devastating kick accompanied by a sonic boom to his midsection. However, the moment Buddha initiated his attack, "Do not underestimate me." Nera's calm voice resonated. His arm elongated unexpectedly, striking precisely at the side of Buddha's ankle. Crack! The sharp sound echoed. Buddha felt an overwhelming and resilient force surge through him, not only dissipating much of his strength, but also throwing his balance into disarray. What? The smug expression on Buddha's face froze. This green-skinned insect could extend its arm to intercept him? Source God flash cannon. Piccolo seized the fleeting opportunity. He thrust his palms forward with force. A beam of energy, refined to perfection and embedded with sacred white light, transformed into a straight ray of judgment, hurtling towards the momentarily dazed Buddha. Too fast, too close. Buddha's prideful speed was rendered meaningless at this moment, leaving him no time to evade completely. Ugh! Buddha barely managed to cross his arms defensively across his chest. Boom! A blinding white light erupted. Buddha screamed as he was sent flying, his arms charred and bleeding profusely. The excruciating pain and overwhelming humiliation contorted his face. He had been injured by 2 sluggish green insects? Unforgivable. Buddha descended into madness, relinquishing all restraint. Pushing his speed to the limit, his form blurring entirely. He aimed to obliterate these 2 damned insects with the most ferocious of attacks. Piccolo and Neru stood back to back, their expressions grave yet unyielding. The battle-hardened aura of a Namekian resonated between them, their minds in sync. Neru was responsible for support and lethal strikes, while Piccolo, with his keen perception of life energy and precise grasp of combat rhythm, focused on restricting and blocking. They stood like a bastion, repeatedly thwarting Buddha's high-speed assaults at critical moments. Amidst the tempest of Buddha's speed, they upheld a defensive stronghold, constantly seeking opportunities for counterattack. Just as Buddha was once more deflected by Neru's palm, Piccolo's source god Thunder Flame struck true. Zing! The electric energy momentarily numbed Buddha. Simultaneously, Piccolo gathered energy for the source god Flash Cannon, unleashing it upon Buddha. At the same time, Neru unleashed a fully charged energy beam towards Buddha as well. The beams emitted simultaneously coalesced into a single, colossal, and terrifyingly powerful ray. Boom! Damn it! No! Buddha's agonized screams echoed through the sky as the beam shot away, carving a deep trench into the earth. At this juncture, Buddha had transformed into a charred corpse, collapsing lifelessly. Piccolo and Neru gasped for breath. Their victory yet to be savored, when a malevolent and overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from Frisia's direction. Both Piccolo and Neru froze, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. This aura surpassed their wildest imaginations. Time rewound, the scene shifting to another part of the battlefield. King Kai Fist. Activate! Raditz roared, a crimson aura enveloping him. His battle power soaring to 420,000. His gaze was icy, having discarded the Scion's past reckless tactics in favor of a more streamlined and efficient approach. Oh, when did Scions gain power without transforming into monkeys, but barely managing to keep pace with my speed through augmentation? Ultimately, they are worthless. Ji's face twisted with disdain, resembling a flash of red lightning, his speed astonishing as his fist transformed into countless afterimages, assaulting Raditz. Bang, 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 bang. Raditz swung his arms, expertly blocking each of Ji's strikes, though his battle power was slightly inferior. The energy control techniques learned on Earth allowed him to utilize every ounce of strength for deflection and defense while constantly shifting his footing to exploit openings in Ji's attack transitions. Is this the extent of a proud Scion? Ji's, growing increasingly frustrated from his inability to break through, intensified his assault, attempting to overwhelm Raditz with absolute speed and power. Having gained no advantage even under the double King Kai Fist, Raditz's heart roared with indignation. The trials of a year on Earth, the humiliation of being a Scion surged within him. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Triple King Kai Fist. Activate. Virum. The crimson aura surrounding Raditz erupted violently. It expanded outward, deepening in hue. A torrent of wild power surged through him, bringing with it a tearing pain, yet his aura shattered its limits. His battle power index instantaneously surged to 630,000. What? Ji's disdain transformed into sheer shock. The readings on the scouter indicated that Raditz's strength had, in an instant, surpassed his own. Just as Ji's was caught in this moment of terror, Raditz's figure vanished. No, not vanished, but rather, his speed exceeded Ji's visual grasp. Behind you. Ji's combat instincts kicked in, causing him to whirl around. But it was too late. Die Ji's. Raditz's chilling voice echoed like the pronouncement of death. He concentrated the ferocious power of the triple King Kai Fist into his right fist, striking mercilessly at Ji's back. Bang! Ji's felt an irresistible, destructive force penetrate him. His battle suit crumbled like paper, his spine fracturing inch by inch. Blood mixed with shredded internal organs erupted forth. His expression of horror froze on his face. His body launched like a football, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Raditz gasped for breath, the burden of the triple King Kai Fist immense. Yet his eyes burned with the thrill of battle and the exhilaration of growing stronger. Even after vanquishing Ji's, Raditz's fervor for combat blazed on. His gaze swept towards the battlefield where Nappa and Likum clashed, and he transformed into a streak of red light, racing towards them. Chapter 63, Bulma's Divine Intervention. The frog saves the prince. Ha! Delightful. Bring it on. Likum cackled wildly, flexing his exaggerated muscles as he withstood a heavy punch from Nappa, his body merely swaying. He retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Nappa's face. Nappa roared lowly, sidestepping just in time, the punch's wind grazing his bald head, igniting a stinging pain. You bastard. Such strength. Nappa cursed inwardly, yet his face displayed a bloodthirsty excitement. No longer did he engage in mindless brawls, but instead utilized the energy control combat techniques learned on Earth, continually probing for weaknesses in Likum's defenses, unleashing his strength only when the moment was right. Bang, bang, bang. The combat suit of Rikum was continuously marred by dents. Although they were not capable of inflicting fatal injuries, the concentrated impact reverberated through his protective gear, causing his blood to surge and his muscles to ache. Damn those Saiyan monkeys. Their strength is formidable, and their blows truly sting. Rikum was both astonished and enraged. At that moment, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Nappa, get out of the way. It was Raditz, having just dispatched Jinyu, his crimson form hurtling into the fray like a cannonball. The aura of his triple Kaioken still crackled around him, exuding a ferocious intensity as he delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Rikum's midsection. Rikum, caught off guard, hastily attempted to block the strike. Boom. The overwhelming force sent him staggering backward, his arm tingling with pain. What a golden opportunity. A fierce glimmer ignited in Nappa's eyes, seizing the moment of Rikum's unsteadiness. His massive frame burst forth with astonishing speed, crashing into Rikum's chest like a raging bull. Ugh! Rikum let out a pained grunt, his body sent flying. But that was not the end. Heavy pressure cannon. Raditz, capitalizing on this fleeting opening, placed both hands at his waist, and a highly compressed sphere of energy swiftly took shape, charged with the wrath of the triple Kaioken, and struck fiercely at Rikum's exposed back. Boom. A blinding light engulfed Rikum. The violent energy rampaged within him. His once proud muscles felt like a mere joke in the face of such overwhelming power. Rikum could only emit a cry filled with disbelief and resentment before his imposing figure was obliterated in the center of the explosion. Damn it, Raditz. How could you kill him? He was my prey. Nappa roared in frustration, sharing the warrior spirit of the Saiyans. Prey should meet its demise at his hands. Yet, before Raditz could respond, an ominous presence descended upon them, emanating from Frisia, weighing down upon the two like a hundredfold gravity. They both gazed in horror towards the eye of the storm, their faces etched with disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta hovered before Jinyu, his fingertips aglow with destructive energy, a cruel delight dancing upon his features. How does fear taste, Captain Jinyu? What has become of your ridiculous elegance? You monster, Vegeta. Jinyu finally comprehended how laughable his own strength appeared in the eyes of his opponent. Monster? Vegeta scoffed. No, this is the power befitting me, Prince Vegeta. The light at his fingertips flickered momentarily. Whoosh. A slender beam of energy instantly pierced through Jinyu's right shoulder. Ugh! Jinyu screamed in agony, his body faltering. An elegant scream. Perhaps? Not melodious enough. Vegeta's tone was frigid as the light at his fingertips flickered again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jinyu's left knee and left arm were simultaneously pierced. He could no longer maintain his levitation, plummeting to the ground with a cry, landing heavily. Please, please, Lord Vegeta, spare me. Jinyu knelt, prostrated on the ground. His prior arrogance completely evaporated, leaving only a pitiful plea. He had never been so close to death. Spare you? Vegeta slowly descended, planting a foot upon Jinyu's intact left hand and applying pressure. TCH, Frisia's dog always resorts to the same tired lines. The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable as Jinyu let out a wretched howl, just as Vegeta reveled in the thrill of vengeance, preparing to deliver the final blow. Jinyu's lips curled into a strange smile. You've fallen for it, Vegeta. Such a robust physique. I, Jinyu, shall gladly accept. Exchange. Jinyu suddenly activated his unique ability. Even with Vegeta's rapid reflexes, he could not escape the clutches of Jinyu's special power, rendered immobile. A bizarre beam shot forth from Jinyu's mouth, connecting with Vegeta's. A force that forcibly sought to strip away his very soul enveloped Vegeta instantly. His expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his consciousness was being violently torn from his body. What the hell is this sorcery? He fought against the pull with all his might. Yet the strength within him felt as though it were shackled by invisible bonds, unable to be summoned. The agony of his soul being yanked from his body was excruciating. Was he, the proud Saiyan prince, to fall victim to such despicable tactics? In the nick of time, Bulma, having drawn near unbeknownst to him, peeked out from behind a boulder, puzzled as she observed the two immobile figures. Suddenly, her expression shifted, gripping a standard-issue laser gun from Frisia's army. She unleashed a flurry of shots at the motionless Jinyu. Zap, 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 zap. The laser beams pelted Jinyu's body like a torrential downpour. Bulma expended the last of the gun's energy, smoke curling from the barrel. Yet that purple fiend remained standing. Panic surged through her as she noticed some debris on the ground. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, bending down to grab handfuls of stones, hurling them at Jinyu. Take that. Crush you. Damn it. I am a warrior too. In a fit of rage, Bulma hurled the stones at Jinyu, her face flushed with indignation. Though they caused no real harm, the humiliation was palpable. As she continued to throw, her hand inadvertently launched a soft object into the air, which let out a croak. A frog? Bulma froze, her courage swiftly dissipating, and she shrieked as she darted behind the rock formation. The Namekian frog arced through the air, its eyes wide with confusion, croaking as if to inquire what was happening. Thud! It landed squarely in Jinyu's mouth. A sudden turn of events. Jinyu's pupils dilated in utter horror and disbelief. He watched helplessly as the frog expanded within the beam of light, seemingly becoming the center of the universe. An irresistible force of rule took effect. No. Jinyu's soul screamed in despair. Buzz. The frog erupted in a blinding flash, then abruptly contracted, vanishing. Thud. Vegeta instantly regained his mobility, his body trembling as he dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had been perilously close to oblivion. And before him lay the Namekian frog that Bulma had thrown, now sprawled on the ground, its large eyes filled with a human-like terror, confusion, and humiliation. It futilely kicked its legs, emitting weak croaks that resonated with despair. Chapter 64. Bulma, say thank you. The transformation of Piccolo. All that remained of Jinyu's former position was a shattered shell of a body, left limp and lifeless on the ground. The air hung heavy with silence for a moment. A bright flash illuminated the scene, and instinctively, Bulma turned to look. She gazed at the expressive frog, then at Jinyu's slumped form, and finally at Vegeta, who was gasping for breath, her mind momentarily in a state of confusion. Did she just use a frog to kill that purple monster? Had she inadvertently aided the insufferable Vegeta with a frog? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, ultimately settling into a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a proud realization that she was indeed a genius. Vegeta, finally steadying his breath, lifted his gaze, only to meet Bulma's astonished yet slightly triumphant eyes. A wave of embarrassment, fear, and a bizarre sense of absurdity washed over him at being saved by a woman he considered trivial. TCH, damn Jinyu. Resorting to such despicable tactics. I, Vegeta, have been saved by a tiresome Earth woman. How utterly shameful. Bulma, observing Vegeta's expression of relief mingled with a desire to disappear into the ground, felt her own pride swell to its peak. She straightened her posture, hands on her hips, striving to appear assertive, though her voice trembled slightly. Hey, Vegeta, behold the prowess of this young lady. It was I who vanquished that monstrous fiend and rendered assistance to you. Not even a simple expression of gratitude. Vegeta's countenance instantly turned the hue of a pig's liver. The proud prince of all Saiyans, forced to thank a woman from Earth? He straightened his posture abruptly, attempting to mask the tumultuous storm brewing within him with his habitual coldness and arrogance. Humph, foolish woman, who asked you to meddle? I could have dealt with him in an instant. Though his voice rose in pitch, it was laced with an unmistakable undertone of insecurity, tinged with embarrassment and a stutter. Bulma refused to back down, placing her hands on her hips and advancing a few steps. Go ahead and boast. Ultimately, it was I who resolved the matter. How infuriating. This obstinate woman. Vegeta ground his teeth together, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Humph, a man devoid of grace. Incapable of uttering a word of thanks. He turned his head away in a huff, letting out a heavy snort. Just as Vegeta was about to retort, an earth-shattering force erupted from the center of the battlefield, the very location where Frieza stood. This terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to tremble, and the ground began to quake and crack. The argument between Vegeta and Bulma was abruptly severed by this cataclysmic aura. The embarrassment and fury on Vegeta's face transformed into sheer horror, his body shaking uncontrollably as he sensed this malevolent energy. His heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of despair and a maddening unwillingness to succumb. He racked his brain, clinging to the only glimmer of hope he had, the Saiyan trait of an explosive power increase upon the brink of death. He abruptly turned to Bulma, who, paralyzed by fear and trembling on the ground, was overwhelmed by the tremors. Hey, woman, quickly injure me. Huh. Bulma thought she had misheard, looking up at Vegeta in disbelief. Have you lost your mind due to Frieza's terror? She could not fathom the madness behind his reasoning. Stop wasting time. You foolish woman. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he rapidly scooped up the laser gun from the ground, thrusting it into Bulma's hands. Use this piece of junk. Aim for me. Hit me hard. The more force, the better. Hurry, he nearly shouted. Aye. Bulma gazed at Vegeta's expression, which was devoid of any jest. The gun. It has no energy left. Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Vegeta roughly infused a fraction of his energy into the weapon. Now it's charged. Quickly, aim for the vital spots. The heart. The head. Just do it. No dilly-dallying. Bulma trembled as she raised the gun, its barrel pointed at Vegeta's chest, her finger hovering over the trigger. But she couldn't bring herself to pull it. Aye. Shooting vital spots could kill. You won't die? Saiyans are not that fragile. Hurry. Vegeta nearly roared in urgency, casting a nervous glance towards Frieza, whose aura was still surging uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, Bulma shut her eyes and screamed as she pulled the trigger. Aw. Zing. 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 Vegeta let out a muffled groan as several charred, smoking wounds appeared on his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Go find Red. Vegeta commanded weakly. Reluctantly, Bulma supported Vegeta's arm, and the two of them staggered towards Red, with Bulma crying out in a choked voice. Red. Red. Help. Vegeta has lost his mind. He's forcing me to shoot him. You must check on him. At this moment, Red was observing Gohan and the others from a distance, preparing to head towards Frieza when he heard the cries. He turned to see Bulma supporting Vegeta, and upon hearing her claim that Vegeta had made her shoot him, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Looking at Vegeta, Red's gaze was calm yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Vegeta, this self-inflicted harm is utterly futile. You have grossly underestimated Frieza's power. Even if you were to enhance yourself in this manner, the disparity remains insurmountable. Moreover, intentionally inflicting severe injuries upon yourself cannot effectively awaken the dormant Saiyan potential within you. Your subconscious is telling you that you will not perish. True strength arises from the struggle and breakthrough at the precipice of life and death, not from cunning tricks. Vegeta's expression darkened further, and he opened his mouth. Yet no words escaped. Deep down, he knew that such deliberate self-harm could not genuinely enhance his power. The increase would be negligible, a mere drop in the ocean compared to what he required. Red. Bulma, however, was in a frenzy, a sudden sense of responsibility washing over her as she recalled that she had indeed fired the gun. Please help him. Regardless of whether it works, he needs treatment. What if he truly dies? If he dies, who will share the burden against Frieza? The latter part of her statement held a strategic significance. Red sighed silently. The Senzu beans are depleted, and my life energy is exhausted. The healing techniques I learned from Dend can only be used once more, having consumed too much of the Namekian cell energy in the previous treatment. Red paused before continuing. Vegeta, for Bulma's sake, I will assist you this time. Red's tone turned serious. Listen closely. What you must do now is to deceive yourself with your will, convincing your subconscious that you are truly on the brink of death, filled with resentment and a yearning for battle. This may stimulate your potential to the greatest extent. Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded gravely. Red raised his hand, and healing light enveloped Vegeta. At that moment, Red suddenly looked up, his gaze directed towards another direction. He distinctly sensed a vast and vibrant energy erupting. Is this Piccolo's energy? How has it surged so dramatically? A flicker of astonishment crossed Red's eyes. Nappa's energy has vanished? Chapter 65. So, you are his son. Time moved forward. After Frieza was sent flying by Goku's mighty punch. Scoundrel. Elegance. Composure. The majesty of a cosmic emperor. All shattered beneath the weight of Goku's punch. Frieza had completely lost his mind. His diminutive frame erupted with a cataclysmic aura, conjuring a violent force of 530,000 battle power as he lunged towards Goku. You wretched insect. How dare you mar the beauty of my face? I shall shred you into a million pieces. Frieza howled, his fists and feet morphing into countless afterimages, each blow accompanied by a sonic boom, imbued with a mad intent to reduce this insect to cosmic dust. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of fists and feet colliding echoed as two figures became embroiled in a frenzied struggle above the wasteland, crashing into one another. Each clash unleashed visible shockwaves, further ravaging the already devastated ground. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous assault, Goku displayed no trace of fear, only an intense battle fervor and exhilaration. Frieza, you truly are formidable. Ha! Goku shouted in excitement, his red aura of double Kaioken ablaze around him, propelling his base power to its zenith of 500,000. His form danced nimbly amidst Frieza's furious attacks, astonishingly agile. Frieza's strength was greater, and his speed was blinding. But Goku's combat skills were honed through countless life and death struggles and grueling training under gravity. He was far beyond the indolent yet enraged Frieza. Bang! Goku ducked low, precisely evading Frieza's sweeping tail, and in one fluid motion, delivered a powerful elbow strike to Frisia's ribcage. Ugh! Frisia grunted in pain. Swish! The death beam fired from Frisia's furious eyes was effortlessly dodged by Goku with an incredible aerial maneuver. Simultaneously, a whip-like kick, infused with 500,000 battle power, struck Frisia's blocking arm, sending him flying. In pain, Frisia roared and spun around, unleashing a massive energy wave directed at Goku. Goku reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping and then pursuing Frisia. However, Frisia's energy wave was a feint. He had already adjusted his stance, delivering a knee strike that collided with Goku's abdomen as he closed in. With a pained cry, Son Goku was sent hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Frisia roared furiously, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward the retreating Goku. Steadying himself, Goku began to maneuver swiftly to evade the onslaught. Damn insect! Don't even think about escaping. Frisia bellowed, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied, the energy blasts cascading like torrential rain. Yet, Goku managed to narrowly dodge or deftly deflect each one. As he circled around, calculating the distance, he suddenly surged forward, appearing before Frisia, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon him. The air was filled with the sound of fists colliding with flesh and Frisia's pained grunts. Throughout their fierce battle, Goku, with his extraordinary skill and fervent fighting spirit, subtly began to gain the upper hand over the enraged Frisia. He consistently identified the minuscule openings in Frisia's assault, delivering precise counterattacks. Frisia's frustration mounted. His once prized power seemed utterly ineffective against Goku. The dignity of an emperor was being trampled repeatedly, and as Goku delivered a cunning side kick to Frisia's midsection, sending him staggering backward, he caught sight of the bizarre disappearance of the Namekians. What? How could they vanish in an instant? Even that colossal dragon god has disappeared? Frisia was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Had he been outsmarted? Regaining his composure, Frisia halted his retreat, hovering in midair. The twisted rage on his face suddenly transformed into an eerie calm. This strange scene prompted Goku, who was in pursuit, to halt cautiously. Hee hee. Frisia suddenly let out a low, sinister laugh, devoid of fury, instead carrying a chilling realization. So, while I was preoccupied with battle, you managed to whisk away that band of green-skinned insects. Such audacious little ants. Frisia's fury reached its zenith, yet it strangely tempered into a chilling calm. His gaze was fixated on Goku. The visage of Goku, with his defiant eyes and the excitement he displayed in the face of a formidable foe, suddenly conjured the image of a warrior he had crushed into the dust long ago. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Frisia elegantly brushed off the dust of battle, regaining the composed demeanor of a cosmic sovereign. I recall your appearance. Your repugnant gaze is strikingly reminiscent of that insufferable low-class Saiyan warrior from years past. Goku furrowed his brow, instinctively assuming a battle stance, refraining from responding. Frisia's sudden tranquility was far more unnerving than his previous rage. Just as I was about to obliterate planet Vegeta, all those Saiyan monkeys were still foolishly pledging their loyalty to me, still lost in their dreams of cosmic conquest. Only you, a savage Saiyan monkey, thoughtlessly charged forth, attempting to challenge my authority. Frisia's voice dripped with a cruel nostalgia, as if recounting a trivial anecdote. His crimson eyes narrowed, locking onto Goku as though he were prey. That obstinate, unyielding expression was a replica of the past. Hee ha ha ha. Frisia's smile deepened, brimming with malicious delight. Ah, I comprehend it all now. The Saiyan monkeys truly are like the cockroaches of the universe, possessing a tenacity that is utterly revolting. The only stragglers left, aside from that waste of a Vegeta, are you, this insignificant fish. You must be the fool's illegitimate offspring, right? Indeed, that's you. I remember vividly. He perished without merit, unworthy of even being remembered. Now, it is your turn, little bastard. Father? Goku's heart suddenly constricted. This term was utterly foreign to him, yet Frisia's words evoked the image of the lone warrior who had rushed toward him during the planet's destruction, striking his mind like a bolt of lightning. An indescribable emotion surged within him. Was it anger? Was it sorrow? No. Ultimately, it transformed into a boiling, purer fighting spirit. He abruptly lifted his head, the flames in his eyes blazing even fiercer, his voice calm, yet resonating clearly in Frisia's ears, whether Saiyan or Earthling. It matters not whose son I am. Frisia, you, the embodiment of evil. Goku paused, his fists clenched tightly, a crimson aura erupting around him. Today, I, Son Goku, shall surely defeat you here. Defeat me? Hee hee. Frisia erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the universe. His mirth laden with utmost disdain. How foolish and ignorant. Do you truly believe that by whisking away those green-skinned vermin, you can alter the outcome? Do you think that with this paltry power, you can stand against me, King Frisia? Gradually, Frisia raised his hands, his elegant posture concealing the tempest that was about to erupt. His voice carried a chilling finality. Insects, you know nothing of power. You have utterly exhausted the last vestige of my merciful patience. Now, let you experience, through your lives and souls, what true despair means. Frisia's body began to swell dramatically. A terrifying aura, far more potent than before, erupted from within him. The atmosphere of planet Namek wailed, as the ground shattered like fragile glass beneath the overwhelming force. Before absolute power, be reduced to dust. Hee. The Emperor's wrath had transformed for the first time, initiating his transformation. Chapter 66, The Super Namekian. Boom. The proud afterimage of Berta, the fastest in the universe, dissipated with an unwilling wail, finally extinguished under the combined assault of Piccolo and Nail. Panting heavily, Piccolo knelt on one knee, sweat trickling down his brow. Nail stood beside him, his chest heaving with exertion. They had jointly vanquished the most troublesome speedster of the Jinyu force, yet before they could savor this brief respite, a terrifying aura descended upon them. This aura was frigid, malevolent, pure, and overwhelming, enveloping the entire battlefield with suffocating pressure. Under this horrific presence, Piccolo and Nail's bodies involuntarily trembled, their pupils filled with sheer horror. Is this truly Frisia's real power? Piccolo's voice trembled slightly. His battle power of over 30,000 felt minuscule as dust before this aura. Nail's expression grew grave. As he gazed toward the source of the explosive aura, his eyes reflecting not only fear, but also a profound determination. He slowly turned to Piccolo, who was similarly suffocated beneath the weight of the oppressive aura. Piccolo, Nail's voice was serious, imbued with a sense of solemn trust. Thank you for coming from afar to fight for my home. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Earth warriors struggling under Frisia's pressure. This camaraderie would forever be etched in the hearts of the Namekians. His tone grew heavier, laden with deep remorse. But Frisia is far too powerful. So powerful it is despairing. With our current strength, we stand no chance. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. As the only combat-oriented Namekian, I have failed to protect my kin, to safeguard our home. This is my shame. Nail's gaze sharpened as he refocused on Piccolo. Piccolo, I can sense the purest combat bloodline coursing through you. Your talent and potential are inherently superior to mine. Yet, I can feel that your aura is incomplete. Have you undergone a division? The path of division has compromised your foundation, rendering your potential as if it were a severed mountain, unable to scale greater heights. Nail's voice bore a hint of sorrow. Piccolo remained silent, as Nail's words pierced the deepest wounds of his heart, echoes of sentiments his teacher had once conveyed to him. Neru's gaze transformed into an unwavering determination, imbued with a profound awareness of the sacrifice for their homeland, Namek. It must be protected by the Namekians themselves. I cannot stand idly by while more lives are lost in our aid. He fixed his eyes upon Piccolo, articulating each word with resolute clarity. Piccolo, let us merge. Merge? Piccolo's head snapped up, his pupils trembling. This concept was both alien and instinctively repulsive to him. Can two disparate beings truly amalgamate? After the fusion, will it be Piccolo or Neru, or perhaps an entirely new entity? Neru seemed to perceive Piccolo's trepidation, his voice resonating with undeniable conviction. Listen, Piccolo. Fusion is the essence of the Namekian life force. I shall relinquish my self-awareness, infusing my life energy, my battle experience, and my indomitable will to protect our home into your being, repairing the fractures in your latent potential. After the fusion, your will shall remain, Piccolo. You will inherit a more complete Namekian lineage, a more formidable power. My strength and resolve will serve as your foundation, not as a replacement. You will still be you. Yet, you shall become stronger, capable of bearing the hope of safeguarding our homeland. You will still be you. Neru's words struck Piccolo's heart like a hammer. He glimpsed the pure resolve in Neru's eyes, a willingness to sacrifice himself for the protection of their home. A determination he had never before experienced as the Demon King who once knew only destruction. The phrases, dominance, strength, restoration of fractured foundations, hope for protection, collided violently within Piccolo's mind. A potent resonance surged within him. To fight for the sake of safeguarding, for the source of this bloodline, to honor Neru's heavy trust. There was no time for hesitation. Frisia's threat loomed ominously. The last remnants of doubt in Piccolo's gaze were consumed by an ardent fighting spirit and a resolute determination to protect. Without further ado, Piccolo gradually straightened his posture, nodding firmly at Neru. In his usually tranquil eyes, an unprecedented flame ignited, an affirmation, a sense of responsibility, a determination to protect. Come on, Neru. Piccolo's voice was deep and powerful, infused with a steadfast anticipation of transformation. A look of relief and satisfaction graced Neru's face as he calmly surveyed the land and sky of Namek. No longer hesitating, he clasped Piccolo's hand, his body radiating a soft yet formidable light, transforming into a pure stream of life energy. Flowing toward Piccolo with an unending affection for his homeland, and a resolute will to protect, akin to rivers returning to the sea. Buzz, an indescribable energy, serene and suffused with the essence of natural life, erupted from within Piccolo. This brilliance was not the violent blaze of battle, but resembled the tender sprout breaking through the soil, or a dormant volcano awakening. Resonating with the most primal rhythms of life, Piccolo's body levitated within this luminescence, powerful energy waves cascading outward like tangible tides, momentarily diminishing the terrifying pressure Frisia exuded. He closed his eyes, experiencing the tumultuous transformation within, as a force beyond his imagination began to awaken. After a moment, the light dissipated. Piccolo slowly descended, his aura having undergone a qualitative transformation, steadfast, magnificent, harmoniously infused with nature and power. He opened his eyes, turning to face the direction of Frisia's terrifying energy, his gaze filled with unprecedented resolve and confidence. Victory is assured. Frisia, no matter how formidable you are now, are you prepared to repent before my absolute power? Chapter 67, Sixfold Stubbornness. Frisia's transformed physique, once exquisitely proportioned, had now morphed into a hulking, muscular form, with horns jutting upward like those of a bull. He hovered in the air, his massive tail swaying with casual menace, his eyes locked on Goku with an air of disdain, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Humph! A derisive chuckle echoed as Frisia vanished without a trace. Boom! A colossal fist struck Goku's chest without warning. Goku's figure was sent hurtling like a baseball, crashing violently into a distant mountain. Frisia elegantly withdrew his fist, lightly blowing away non-existent dust, gazing at the crumbling mountain with the cruel delight of a cat playing with a mouse. Do you see, Saiyan monkey? This is the true embodiment of power. Cough, cough, cough. A harsh cough emerged from the ruins. Goku struggled to emerge from the rubble, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Frisia's casual strike bore a weight beyond imagination. Wiping away the blood, Goku raised his head, the fighting spirit in his eyes not extinguished, but rather ablaze with fervor. How strong you are, Frisia! I didn't expect you could transform. Goku's voice was tinged with frenzied excitement. He straightened his back, fists clenched, an even greater momentum surging forth. Kaioken, for times. Unleash. Boom. Crimson energy erupted violently from every pore of Goku's body. In an instant, he was enveloped in a raging crimson fireball. The ferocious aura expelled the surrounding debris and dust in an instant. Goku's red pupils locked onto Frisia in the air, his gaze akin to a predator fixating on its prey. What? Frisia's mocking grin faltered instantly. The instincts of a cosmic emperor warned him that the energy emanating from the Saiyan below had surged to a level that posed a genuine threat. A lower-class warrior's offspring has surpassed 1 million? How is this possible? Before Frisia could recover from his shock, the crimson figure had already dashed towards him. The speed was such that even Frisia, in his transformed state, felt a moment of surprise. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sounds of collision became the dominant theme of the battlefield. The fists of the fourfold Kaioken, now at 1,000,000 level power, rained down relentlessly upon Frisia's body. Each impact produced a resounding thud. Frisia's once proud strength appeared somewhat clumsy when faced with Goku's technique-driven, ferocious assaults. Agonizing pain, accompanied by fury, surged through Frisia's nerves. Damn it! Wildling! Frisia roared in rage, attempting to sweep with his massive tail, but Goku deftly ducked beneath it, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick infused with 1,000,000 units of force directly to Frisia's knee. Ugh! Frisia stumbled, his colossal form revealing a rare moment of vulnerability amidst the confrontation. Meanwhile, on the other side, ugh! Vegeta let out a suppressed groan. The wound inflicted by Bulma's laser gun was healing at a visibly rapid pace under the soft, vibrant white light emanating from his red palm. Vegeta clenched his eyes shut, his teeth gritted. The warning of the red hue flashed incessantly in his mind. Deceive the subconscious, crave battle. Death is imminent. Frisia's claw could crush my heart in an instant. No, I cannot perish. I seek vengeance. I will trample him beneath my feet, making him endure all the suffering in the universe. I demand power. Power sufficient to obliterate his own. Arise now. The deep-seated unwillingness and profound hatred within his soul frantically stimulated the ferocious factors within his cells to divide and proliferate, awakening and exploding in response to the self-created illusion of doom. Moments later, Vegeta's eyes flew open, the feral genes within him ignited, flames of near madness burning in the depths of his pupils. He gazed down in disbelief at his tightly clenched fists, feeling the terrifying power surging within him. 1,200,000. An overwhelming ecstasy of control and the thrill of revenge instantly consumed all rationality. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta gazed skyward, unleashing a maniacal laugh that resonated with twisted exhilaration. Power. It is this very power. Frieza, do you feel it? Your doom has been personally orchestrated by me, Vegeta? He did not cast a glance at the healing Red or the nearby Bulma, but instead, his feet crashed against the ground. Boom. A deep pit erupted beneath him as his figure transformed into a streak of light, enveloped in a ferocious aura of 1.2 million battle power, hurtling towards the distant source of the fierce energy clash. Madman, you uncouth lunatic, Vegeta! Bulma shouted indignantly in the direction Vegeta had vanished. After all, she had rescued him and assisted him in seeking Red's treatment, only for him to run off as soon as he was healed. What rudeness! Red observed the direction in which Vegeta had disappeared, his brow furrowing. Did he really only achieve 1.2 million after exhausting those Namekian cells? By the current energy readings, Goku was also nearing his limits. He dismissed his thoughts, nodded at Bulma, and transformed into a streak of light, racing after Vegeta towards the heart of the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, a tempest of energy raged. Goku's crimson aura, amplified fourfold by the Kaioken, continued to blaze fiercely, sustaining him in his heart-stopping confrontation with Frieza. His million battle power granted him the means to engage Frieza in a fierce exchange. Yet each clash delivered a jarring recoil that caused his body to groan under the strain. Goku took a moment to steady his breath, his fighting spirit still ablaze. Come on, Frieza. At that moment, a verdant figure, imbued with the essence of vibrant natural life, silently emerged at the battlefield's edge. It was Piccolo, having fused with Nail. He crossed his arms, his gaze locked onto Frieza's imposing form. Almost simultaneously, a brazen and brutal energy descended upon the battlefield. Vegeta, engulfed in a tempestuous aura, did not even glance at Goku. His eyes were fixed solely on Frieza, his face contorted in a blend of exhilaration and deep-seated hatred. Kakarot, get lost. Frieza's life is mine. Stand aside for this, prince. Vegeta's tone was imbued with an undeniable arrogance. He was eager to prove himself with Frieza's blood, to cleanse the humiliation of his past. Goku's crimson aura rose defiantly. He glanced at the inscrutable Piccolo, then swept his gaze over the tempestuous yet restless Vegeta, finally landing on Frieza's massive, menacing form that radiated an aura of terror. A more intense, purer fighting spirit surged forth, shattering the limits of his body. My battle is not over. Do not interfere. Goku let out a roar that echoed across the battlefield, a brilliant light igniting in his eyes. Kaioken, 6 times. Activate. Chapter 68. Frieza's brutal beating boom. The scarlet energy of the six-fold Kaioken erupted like an uncontrollable storm, pouring out from every pore of Goku's being. A whirlwind of savage energy swirling around him. What? The arrogance on Vegeta's face froze instantly. His recent ecstasy at surpassing 1.2 million battle power felt doused with cold water, a wave of intense resentment and jealousy flooding his heart. 1.5 million. Why, Kakarot, this lowly warrior. Instinctively, he moved to reclaim the glory and sweet revenge that belonged to the prince. The ferocious energy coalesced at his fingertips. Halt, Vegeta. Red's voice was calm, imbued with an undeniable weight, reaching Vegeta's ears clearly. Vegeta whirled around, his eyes blazing with furious flames as he fixated on Red, who had silently appeared behind him. Red, are you trying to stop me? Red slightly shook his head, his gaze unwavering from the battlefield's center. Frieza is not at his limit yet, and Goku's body cannot endure much longer. Going in now would only be futile and subject you to Frieza's wrath. Humph, so that is how it is. Vegeta forced a derisive laugh through clenched teeth, suppressing the urge to strike. Then let him fall before Frieza, and I shall step in to personally sever Frieza's head. You shall witness who the true strongest Saiyan is. He crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, chin held high, his tone dripping with arrogance, as his aura of 1.2 million continued to blaze fiercely. On the other side, the fused Piccolo merely cast a questioning glance at Red. Red's subtle thought conveyed the directive to refrain from intervening. Piccolo nodded slightly, his emerald eyes fixed on Frieza, his muscles taut and ready, poised to strike. He held absolute confidence in his strength. If the teacher commanded stillness, he would remain still. If Goku were to fall, he would unleash his fury. Daddy, in the distance. The watching Gohan felt his heart constrict as he beheld the terrifying crimson aura enveloping his father, sensing the ferocity and strain emanating from it. Gohan, trust in Goku. Krillin's voice trembled with an unrecognized quaver, his gaze fixated on the battlefield, sweat soaking the edges of his bald head. Tien closed his eyes, attuning himself to the battlefield, attempting to capture every detail of the hyper-accelerated combat. analyzing the application of the source god flow technique under extreme pressure. Yamcha and Kaiatsu paled, the residual energy waves leaving them gasping for breath. Raditz and Nappa were left dumbfounded, having just reveled in their victory over the Ginyu Force members, only now to truly grasp the chasm separating them from the pinnacle of power. 5 million was a force from an entirely different dimension. In the heart of the battlefield, Goku's figure transformed into a crimson lightning bolt. The 5 million battle power brought not only strength, but also an unparalleled acceleration of speed. Bang! A fist imbued with scarlet energy crashed against Frisia's crossed arms. The tremendous force sent Frisia's massive body skidding backward, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. Following the punch, Goku swiftly advanced. Whoosh! Frisia's furious, sweeping tail lashed out. Goku did not flinch or evade. He followed the direction of the tail's swing, executing an incredible spin to dissipate the force, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the side of Frisia's thick neck. Ugh! Frisia grunted in pain, his head jolting to one side from the overwhelming force. Kaioken. Seizing the moment Frisia was off balance, Goku drew his palms to his waist, a highly concentrated azure orb forming instantaneously. No longer was it a crude energy wave, but rather an extremely compressed beam of light, erupting forth at close range. Swish! The beam grazed Frisia's narrowly dodged head, severing one of his sharp horns at the root. You wretch! My! Frisia's fury mixed with agony and humiliation spiraled him into madness. Bang! Before Frisia could finish his sentence, Goku delivered an uppercut that struck hard against Frisia's chest. Crack! The sound of rib bones fracturing echoed. Whoosh! A hand strike imbued with crimson energy sliced through Frisia's chest, tearing through his resilient skin, blood splattering. Wild monkey! Insect! Despicable bug! I shall tear you limb from limb. Frisia's roar was intermingled with incredulous rage and deep-rooted shame. His once proud imperial physique had now become a mere punching bag for his opponent. Bruises, lacerations, broken horns. Each strike felt like a resounding slap to his haughty face. Yet Goku's onslaught did not cease. After a deft evasion that negated the force of the attack, he slipped behind Frisia. With precision, his left hand gripped the end of Frisia's massive tail. Huh! Goku roared, his right hand poised like a blade, infused with the energy of the sixfold Kyoken, striking down. Swoosh! Frisia's massive tail was cleaved in two by Goku's hand, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Frisia's scream twisted into a higher pitch, the humiliation of severed horns and tail unbearable. His colossal form trembled violently from excruciating pain and overwhelming rage, his scarlet eyes fixated intently on Sun Wukong, the flames within burning not merely with fury, but with insanity and malevolence. You despicable Saiyan monkey, how dare you? How dare you? Frisia's voice was hoarse, each word dripping with boundless hatred. At this moment, Sun Wukong staggered backward, having delivered a decisive blow that severed Frisia's tail. The burden of the sixfold Kaioken had finally reached its breaking point. The consequences of forcibly squeezing out his potential were now manifesting as a violent backlash. His body hunched over, muscles spasming uncontrollably, the surface of his skin cracking open with numerous tiny wounds. He gasped for breath with fierce intensity. Ha ha ha! Frisia suddenly grinned, emitting a deep, crazed laugh. You are the first to inflict such damage upon me. Do you believe you have triumphed? His voice was rife with ultimate scorn and venom. His body began to contract violently. A far more terrifying, frenzied, and pure destructive energy awakened from the depths of every cell within him. This energy did not explode outward chaotically, but was instead intensely repressed, coalescing into an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Feel the pain. Experience true despair, Saiyan wild monkey. Embrace the tremors of your very soul. From Frisia's back, two sharp, elongated spikes pierced through his exoskeleton, extending abruptly. His head began to elongate and distort grotesquely, replaced by a more fearsome, alien visage. The second transformation. Piccolo, who had been embracing his own power, had unknowingly lowered his arms, fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had once believed that his fusion had granted him sufficient strength to combat Frisia, but in this moment, sensing Frisia's aura, he realized how egregiously arrogant he had been. The arrogance on Vegeta's face was swiftly replaced by shock and disbelief. His overwhelming aura of 1.2 million felt as insignificant as dust before that oppressive force. Was this truly Frisia's genuine power? In the distance, Krillin, Tien, Gohan, Raditz, and others trembled uncontrollably. The aura emanating from Frisia was an unfathomable abyss. As the transformation concluded, Frisia's gaze locked onto the swaying form of Sun Wukong, a cruel grin stretching across his lips. Chapter 69. Frisia, transform again. Swish. Frisia's figure suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong, his hand slicing deep into Wukong's chest. Hiss! Ah! The speed was so swift. It transcended the limits of Wukong's reflexes, his voice punctuated with the agony of impending death. Almost simultaneously, two figures appeared beside Sun Wukong. Huh! The immense power of Piccolo, unleashed without reservation, manifested in a side kick enveloped in emerald flames, striking precisely at Frisia's left arm. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Frisia was sent reeling from the force. With a swift motion, Red caught the collapsing Sun Wukong, and without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the watching Raditz and others. The speed was so great that only a faint trail remained in the air. Frisia shook off the arm struck by Piccolo, slowly turning to regard the green-skinned warrior before him with a mocking interest, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, green-skinned insect, that kick was indeed somewhat powerful. It seems that not all of the inhabitants of Namek are mere praying fools. He tilted his grotesque head. But to challenge me with such feeble strength? Who gave you the audacity? Frisia, your tyranny ends here. Piccolo's voice was deep and filled with resolve. No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred. Swish, swish, swish. Three highly condensed energy blasts, entwined with a sacred white light, shot towards Frisia from sharp angles, forming a triangular pattern. Their speed was astounding, their trajectories erratic. Frisia snorted dismissively, his figure vanishing as well. The three energy blasts missed their target, detonating in the ground far behind, creating three deep craters. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed violently in midair. Each encounter erupted with thunderous roars. Piccolo moved with the swiftness of lightning, executing the utmost mastery of energy control to perfection. Every attack was refined to perfection, not a single movement wasted, flowing seamlessly with unparalleled elegance. With a battle power of 1.5 million post-fusion, he nearly achieved a fearsome effect of 2 million in his hands. Frisia's assaults, however, resembled a torrential storm, imbued with destructive force. His speed was equally astonishing, every strike accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, his newly transformed body, still adjusting to this surge of power, displayed slight hesitations and awkwardness in its movements. This subtle discord, in the eyes of a warrior like Piccolo, was a fatal flaw. Boom. Seizing the opportunity presented by Frisia's momentary sluggishness, Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Frisia's shoulder. Ugh! Frisia grunted in pain, forced to retreat several steps. His eyes flashing with incredulous rage, he glanced down at the slight indentation in his armor, pain radiating from the impact. Damn it! Frisia ceased holding back, instantly elevating his speed and power to an entirely new level. He would crush this bothersome insect. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of their battle escalated further, the shockwaves from their collisions lifting and shattering the surrounding ground. Yet, Piccolo, wielding his extraordinary control of energy and combat instincts, along with the wealth of experience gained from fusion, continued to withstand Frisia's frenzied onslaught, occasionally exploiting the minor flaws revealed by Frisia's physical discomfort to deliver fierce counterattacks. For a time, the two battled fiercely, their energies clashing tumultuously. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood frozen as if under a spell. The posture in which he had once crossed his arms had vanished. His arms now hung limply by his sides, his body slightly hunched. The pride and ferocity of a Saiyan prince replaced by a blank expression of shock. He fixated on the two figures locked in their fierce exchange. His battle power of 1.2 million. In the face of the auras emanating from Piccolo and Frisia, he felt as diminutive as a mere speck. How laughable. He hovered there, as if a marionette stripped of its soul. On the other side, Red, cradling the barely conscious Sun Wukong, descended before the onlookers. Daddy! Little Gohan rushed forward, his voice choked with tears as he gazed at the hollow wound on his father's chest. Quick! Raditz! Frisia's spaceship. It must have a medical chamber. Take Wukong and Bulma to find it immediately. Red's voice was urgent, turning to Bulma. Do you remember what I told you while treating Vegeta? Keep saying it to Wukong. Huh. Oh, yes. I remember. Both Raditz and Bulma responded in unison. Then, Raditz took one person in each hand and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Frisia's massive flagship in the distance. Red turned his gaze to the towering Saiyan still reeling from shock, his voice imbued with an undeniable command. Nappa, gather the others, and immediately pilot the Ginyu Force's spherical spaceships away from this battlefield. Frisia might go berserk and destroy the planet at any moment. Hurry. Yes. Understood. Nappa, startled by Red's commanding tone, jolted into action. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Frisia, that madman, would certainly resort to destruction if cornered. Without delay, he rallied Krillin and the others to act swiftly. Red watched as they executed his orders promptly, then transformed into a streak of light once more, resolutely plunging back into the heart of the raging storm of battle. At the center of the battlefield, the tide was quietly shifting. Frisia's movements grew increasingly fluid, increasingly rapid. The initial awkwardness is swiftly dissipating. He is gaining control over this new body with astonishing rapidity, achieving a level of mastery that approaches perfection. Each attack is increasingly precise and lethal. In stark contrast, Piccolo feels the weight of pressure mounting. Beads of sweat trickle from his brow, and his breath grows labored. Despite his exquisite mastery of the Source Spirit Flow technique, with each evasion and block executed to textbook perfection, he finds himself at a disadvantage against Frisia, who overwhelms him with sheer force and speed. The opportunities for counterattack diminish, and the space for evasion is relentlessly constricted. Boom. Frisia delivers a cunning knee strike that collides violently with Piccolo's crossed arms. The tremendous force elicits a muffled groan from Piccolo, sending him uncontrollably hurtling backward. Roaring with delight, Frisia hovers in place, refraining from pursuit, merely emitting a low, amused chuckle. What's the matter, green-skinned insect? Where has your earlier bravado vanished to? My body has fully acclimated to this power. The game is about to conclude. Slowly, he raises his clawed hand. Dark energy swirling violently within his palm as a sphere pulsating with destructive energy rapidly forms, locking onto Piccolo. At this critical juncture, a voice, calm to the point of indifference, pierces the air, clear and distinct to Frisia's ears. Frisia? A crimson figure silently appears not far in front of Piccolo, positioned perfectly between Frisia and him. With a tranquil gaze fixed on Frisia, he seems to articulate an undeniable truth. Transform. Chapter 70. The Ultimate Support, Bulma. Frisia's sphere of annihilation abruptly extinguishes, and he lowers his arms slowly, his gaze falling upon that serene face. In his crimson pupils swirls an amalgamation of scrutiny and amusement. I remember you, the shield that withstood my relentless assaults unscathed. I hold you in higher regard now. He tilts his grotesque head, his tone laced with inquiry. Who exactly are you? What is the source of this almost foolish confidence? I am merely a human from Earth, the crimson figure states flatly, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion in the face of Frisia. Earthling. Ha ha ha. Frisia's delight is palpable. What I relish most is witnessing the expressions of your kind as you plummet from confidence to the abyss of despair. The transition between life and death is always exhilarating. His gaze is riveted on the crimson figure, striving in vain to uncover even a hint of wavering or fear within those placid eyes. The silence stretches as Red remains unyielding in his calmness. Frisia's patience wanes as genuine confusion creeps into his mind. With your strength, you could have easily prevented me from slaying that Saiyan monkey. Why wait until the lethal strike to intervene? His voice turns icy. What are you calculating? What are you waiting for? Red's gaze remains steady, as if stating a conclusion. When a Saiyan is gravely injured and on the brink of death, their battle power experiences a dramatic surge. Frisia, you should have already experienced this firsthand. He refers to Vegeta, subtly alluding to Goku, who is currently struggling on the edge of life and death. Oh, Frisia's mouth curls into an exaggerated, sardonic grin, as if he has just heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that saving him with such monkey-like tricks will allow you to vanquish me? Will it alter your fated transformation into cosmic dust? How Navi? Indeed. A hoarse roar erupts, filled with a nearly deranged glee. Vegeta hovers nearby, his body trembling with excitement, a mixture of fear, humiliation, and exhilaration etched across his face. He points accusingly at Frisia. Tremble, Frisia. Kakarot is the one who can end your existence. He is the nightmare you fear most deep within your soul. The legendary Super Saiyan. Your doom is at hand. Super Saiyan. The mockery on Frisia's face abruptly freezes, his crimson pupils narrowing as if pierced by the very words. The ancient legend, long buried in his distant memory and ridiculed, suddenly grips his heart. However, this astonishment lasts but a moment. The next second, a more disdainful laughter erupts. Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta. It seems I have frightened you quite thoroughly, resorting to such childish tales to bolster your courage. Super Saiyan. Merely a fable concocted by your failed race to comfort themselves. Before my absolute power, any legend will be ground to dust. Fool. Vegeta, unwilling to let the Saiyan legend be mocked, raises his hand sharply, pointing at the crimson figure shielding Piccolo. His voice is fervent. Open your eyes and see clearly, Frisia. The Super Saiyan is right here. Well, what? Frisia's laughter abruptly ceases. He spins around, his grotesque head displaying sheer astonishment and bewilderment. His gaze frantically scrutinizes Red, who stands before him, exuding a dense and restrained aura, starkly different from that of a Saiyan. An Earthling? A Super Saiyan? This absurd combination momentarily stuns Frisia's mind. As Frisia grapples with this unfathomable statement, Red's calm voice resounds once more, clearly addressing his confusion. What Vegeta said is correct. Red's tone remains unwavering, as if stating the most mundane fact. I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Or rather, a more accurate description would be, I can mimic it. Because, he pauses slightly, locking eyes with Frisia's astonished gaze, I truly am an Earthling. Mimic? Earthling? Super Saiyan. Frisia instinctively repeats these words. The enormity of the information causing a brief chaos in his thoughts. The absurdity of it all overwhelms this cosmic tyrant. An Earthling has mastered the power of the legendary Saiyan? This completely upends his understanding of the hierarchy of power. A brief silence envelopes the battlefield. Red shatters this eerie quiet, his gaze once more directed at Frisia, his calm voice carrying an undeniable urgency. So, Frisia, you should transform. Red understands that Frisia's ultimate transformation, with its immense energy, can even heal physical injuries. His transformation can only last for 10 minutes. He must wait for Frisia to transform before he can activate his Super Saiyan state, effectively utilizing this limited time to delay and allow Goku to heal. Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's flagship, in the medical chamber, healing liquid envelopes Goku's battered body, the life support system emitting a monotonous hum. His eyes are tightly closed, his complexion pale. As the horrific wound inflicted by Frisia slowly mends under the influence of the healing liquid and nanobots, Bulma leans over the healing pod, her voice laced with desperation and a frantic urgency. Goku, wake up. Please, wake up. Frisia is far too terrifying. The outside, we can hardly hold on. Red is holding the line. Piccolo is fighting with all his might. And that bastard Vegeta can only spout nonsense. Only you can take him down. Aren't you the one who loves to fight? Aren't you the strongest? How can you bear this? She takes a deep breath, her words spilling forth at an accelerated pace. Nearly a scream. Can you really just lie here? Think of Tien. Think of Kaiatsu. Think of Yamcha and Krillin. They are all out there. They could be killed by Frisia at any moment. And Gohan. Gohan is so small. Don't you want to protect him? Don't you want to smash that detestable face of Frisia S with your own hands? Don't you dream of battling the strongest? Frisia is out there. He is right there. Can you bear to miss this? Get better. Go fight Goku. If you defeat Frisia, I'll tell Chi-Chi to let you stop farming. To let you train and fight whenever you wish. I heard Red say that there are beings in the universe even more powerful than Frisia. Every utterance from Bulma resonated like a hammer striking the heart of Son Goku. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs rolled fervently, deep within his body, which lay dormant due to grievous injuries. The repeated invocations of Bulma, echoing words like battle, protection, and Frisia, began to stir his essence, awakening it with a fierce pulsation. The Saiyan cells within him were wildly dividing and proliferating. On the battlefield, the mimicry of a human Super Saiyan Frisia slowly reiterated his intent. His gaze fixed intently upon Red, as if he sought to thoroughly unveil and crush this presence that instilled in him an unprecedented sense of absurdity and threat. Very well. Since you are so eager to witness the ultimate power of this king, he proclaimed. The already terrifying aura surrounding him suddenly collapsed inward, a pressure far more pure and despair-inducing than any previous transformation, silently permeating the air. The sky and earth emitted mournful cries under the unbearable weight. Fine cracks radiating from Frisia's position, silently spreading in all directions. Frisia's form began to undergo even more violent changes. His voice chilling as if it emanated from the depths of hell, prepared to welcome true despair. This is the ultimate form that makes the entire universe tremble. As the aura surrounding Frisia collapsed inward with frenzied intensity, the suffocating pressure was no longer a violent outward force. The ground, fragile as glass, cracked silently around Frisia's suspended form. His grotesque second transformation began to shed like a molted skin, retracting. The thick, armored layer enveloping him rapidly dissipated, revealing a more refined and formidable physique beneath. His stature diminished, contours became fluid, and a white exoskeleton adorned vital areas. The twin horns atop his head vanished. His skull's outline softened and smoothed, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotional ripple, leaving only an extreme indifference and a will for annihilation. His tail became more slender and agile, instantaneously healing all wounds. As Frisia's physical structure underwent this radical transformation, Red's formidable mental prowess firmly locked onto him, directly probing the reconstituting and evolving core of his cells. The feedback stirred an overwhelming tide within Red, who, even with his icy composure, felt an unprecedented shock. Frisia's cells were utterly distinct from any life form he had previously analyzed. They lacked the harmonious rhythm of life that characterized the Namekian cells, which were attuned to nature and embraced all existence. nor did they resonate with the cosmic frequencies akin to the Kaioshin runes, imbued with divine cadence. Instead, they resembled an ultimate amalgamation evolved from the fundamental rhythms of the universe under extreme conditions. Cold, efficient, and exceptionally adaptive. They seemed inherently designed for the conquest of the starry seas. This was the essence of the Frost Demon's dominion over the cosmos, indifferent to their surroundings. Even more terrifying was the fact that these cells exuded an aura of dead silence, a profound abyss that felt endless, emanating a chill that could freeze one's very soul. The terrifying aura emitted by Frisia, at this moment surpassing 100 million, was merely a ripple emanating from the surface of this cellular abyss, barely grazing its edges. This race naturally stood at the pinnacle of power, could be deemed the children of the universe. Their cells, evolved from the collective rhythms of all existence, were the perfect seeds of potent divinity. Yet, ironically, such extraordinary racial gifts were squandered by infighting, lust for power, and inherent arrogance. They never trained, burying the potential bestowed by the universe beneath the depths of silence. Perhaps this was the universe's way of maintaining balance? In an instant, Red comprehended why Frisia in the original timeline could contend with Super Saiyan Blue after merely 4 months of training. It was not solely through arduous cultivation. He had discovered the key to unlock a corner of the reservoir of power that had always existed within him, but had never been genuinely accessed. Unfortunately, his impatient nature prevented him from mastering this newfound strength perfectly, ultimately leading to his downfall due to immense physical exhaustion. Deep within his consciousness, Red silently expelled a breath of non-existent impurities. The so-called warrior race and cosmic emperors indeed had their reasons. Red did not replicate Frisia's cellular rhythms because, at their core, these rhythms embodied the universal truths. He steadied his mind, his gaze regaining its tranquility. This was the moment when Piccolo's resolve to protect was ruthlessly trampled by the cold reality. In the face of such ultimate pressure, disbelief and horror filled his expression. Even 1,000,000 units of power appeared utterly insignificant before this force. Vegeta, too, felt as though struck by lightning. His suspended body trembled violently, the ironic implications of Frisia's transformation weighing heavily upon him. He felt so small, even less than dust. The pride of the Saiyan prince and his vengeful ambitions were crushed by this sheer force of purity. Frisia leisurely stretched his newly formed body, each subtle movement imbued with an oppressive aura. His crimson gaze swept across the battlefield, now shrouded in silence. Do you see this, insects? This is the true form of this king, the embodiment of power that makes the entire universe tremble. His gaze eventually settled on Red, laced with a condescending mockery, as he slowly raised a finger towards him. Come, let me witness your Super Saiyan. With no further ado, Red's body jolted with vigor. Boom. A radiant golden aura erupted from within him, his black hair standing on end, transforming into a blazing gold. His calm pupils were replaced by golden brilliance, his muscles swelling with explosive power. A concentrated, ferocious, yet strangely serene aura radiated from Red, engulfing the surroundings. 15 million. The golden flame blazed fiercely, creating a stark visual contrast against Frisia's cold, lifeless white form. Frisia's pupils narrowed slightly. Is this the mimicry? The transformation? The earthling? He scoffed dismissively, his form vanishing in an instant. Red's golden pupils sharpened, his body morphing into a streak of golden lightning simultaneously. Bang! Without hesitation or feigned moves, the white fist met the golden fist in a brutal clash at the heart of the battlefield. A terrifying shockwave erupted violently, tearing apart the already fractured ground below, shattering and vaporizing it into a massive circular crater. The collision of pure power. Red's form was thrust backward by the impact, his feet carving deep furrows into the earth. The disparity. A colossal, fundamental disparity. Frisia remained motionless, suspended in place, his white tail swaying gently, a flicker of understanding passing through his crimson eyes, soon replaced by a deeper contempt. Huh, is this what you call mimicking a Super Saiyan? In the face of absolute power, it is but a futile struggle. Frisia's voice was frigid. Before the echoes of his words faded, Frisia's figure vanished once more. Red's golden pupils flickered wildly as he executed the utmost mastery of energy manipulation, anticipating, dodging, and blocking. Bang! Sizzle! Boom! Frisia's attacks were like phantoms, moving faster than the limits of sight, their weight capable of shattering mountains and earth. Red's golden form twisted and turned amidst the barrage of attacks, each dodge perilously close, each block accompanied by a violent jolt of golden energy. He relinquished any thoughts of a head-on confrontation, pushing the essence of energy manipulation to its zenith, employing minimal movements to avoid maximum harm, and utilizing the most exquisite force dissipation to neutralize the most ferocious impacts. all while seeking the nearly imperceptible gaps within Frisia's seemingly flawless storm of assaults. Frisia's brow furrowed slightly. This insect, though vastly inferior in strength, exhibited combat skills and mastery over its own energy that were astonishingly exquisite. Remarkably, a significant portion of his attacks, nearly 70 to 80%, were deftly neutralized by the opponent through various ingenious maneuvers, even evading using the residual shockwaves. Despite appearing beleaguered, the creature had yet to be completely vanquished by a single blow. This bothersome insect. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Frisia's eyes, and his frequency and power of attack escalated abruptly. Chapter 72. The Realm of Unconsciousness. Frisia's fury was completely ignited by the insect's unfathomable evasions. Die! A beastly roar erupted from his throat as his speed and power erupted without reservation. His white figure became a blur. Every punch, kick, elbow, knee, and tail strike was imbued with the power to shatter mountains. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a maelstrom of turbulent energy, with the ground fracturing, lava spewing forth, and the terrain transforming under Frisia's violent onslaught. However, at the heart of this storm, that golden figure remained steadfast like a rock amidst raging waves. Red's movements were minimal. Each sidestep, each tilt of the head, each spin was executed with pinpoint precision. Frisia's fists, capable of splitting mountains and parting seas, grazed the tips of his hair, and his whip-like legs, accompanied by sonic booms, swept past him with mere inches to spare. A lethal death beam was narrowly dodged by an inconceivable sidestep, crashing into the distant mountains, which had already been rendered unrecognizable, and sending plumes of dust skyward. There was no brute confrontation, only absolute control and evasion. Red's gaze was eerily calm, with Frisia's every movement clearly reflected in his golden pupils. Frisia's prideful speed and strength appeared as though in slow motion before him. The frenzied energy was deftly redirected and dissipated, never grazing him even slightly. The warm-up has concluded. A serene voice resonated clearly in Frisia's ears. His furious assaults suddenly faltered. Disbelief etched across his face, mingled with a hint of absurdity. A warm-up? To this earth insect, my attacks are merely a warm-up? In that fraction of a second of Frisia's astonishment, Red's figure vanished. No, not vanished. His speed had surged to a level beyond Frisia's visual grasp. It was not an explosion of power, but rather an extraordinary pinnacle of mastery over airflow, bodily finesse, and timing, all achieved in his Super Saiyan form. Swish! A golden hand strike, concentrated to an apex of power, landed with precision on Frisia's astonished visage. The crisp sound reverberated through the battlefield, jarring in its intensity. Frisia's head jerked violently to the side, a vivid red handprint starkly imprinted upon his face. Ugh! Frisia emitted a muffled groan, a blend of excruciating pain and humiliation. Damn it! Frisia was utterly enraged, retaliating with a punch that struck only air. Red's golden figure had already appeared at his side. Bang! A knee strike, engulfed in golden flames, slammed brutally into Frisia's ribs. The angle was exquisitely calculated, instantly dispersing Frisia's gathered power. The diminutive figure of Frisia stumbled. Red's attacks came like a torrential storm, astonishingly precise. Each appearance was accompanied by seemingly light, yet deeply humiliating strikes. Slaps, face smacks, backhanded blows, even yanking his tail to kick his backside repeatedly. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no gruesome carnage, only the sharp sounds of slaps, cracks, and Frisia's increasingly contorted, grotesque, and suffocating roars of rage. Frisia flailed his arms violently, unleashing devastating energy blasts, repeatedly plowing through the already ravaged ground. Yet, Red's golden figure flitted like a specter, perpetually evading the energy with mere millimeters to spare, even utilizing the shockwaves of explosions to accelerate, appearing in the most unexpected angles to deliver further humiliation. His once proud ultimate power, his very form capable of shaking the universe, had now become a mere plaything for his opponent. Not even the hem of his clothing could graze Red. The more Frisia fumed, the more at ease Red became. How is this possible? Vegeta's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes bulging. He fixated on the battlefield, a mixture of profound shock, bewilderment, and a dizzying sense of a shattered worldview washed over him. Red's energy was merely 15 million. In the face of Frisia's terrifying aura, it seemed as insignificant as a firefly. But why? Why could Frisia's planet-destroying power not even touch him? Why could that earthling, no? That monster, play with Frisia as if he were a mere monkey? Power? Technique? The Saiyan bloodline Vegeta took pride in, the combat prowess he cherished, was being rendered a complete joke in light of the scene before him. A strong sense of defeat and a humiliating feeling of being diminished gnawed at his heart. Yet, the instincts of a Saiyan warrior ultimately prevailed. After the shock, Vegeta violently shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. He no longer focused on the vast disparity in power, but instead concentrated all his senses on Red's movements, fixating on the subtle energy flows and body coordination of that golden figure. He needed to see, to understand how this monster accomplished such feats, truly worthy of being a master. A radiant light erupted in Piccolo's eyes, his fists clenched in excitement. Witnessing Red, despite being at a profound disadvantage in power, skillfully toy with Frieza through extraordinary mastery, the flawless embodiment of energy control filled Piccolo with a strong sense of recognition and aspiration for his Master-S realm. However, this exhilaration was soon replaced by a weighty concern. This is bad. Piccolo keenly sensed that Frieza's chaotic and furious aura, instead of diminishing under Red's relentless humiliation, was becoming increasingly refined and smooth at an alarming rate. The initial sluggishness and awkwardness brought on by his new form were rapidly fading. This monster, Frieza, was swiftly adapting to the power of his ultimate form in battle. Each missed strike, each blow received, acted as a whetstone, sharpening this already deadly blade even further. Piccolo's heart sank. How long could the master endure? When Frieza fully mastered this power, on the distant King Kai's planet, the North Kai's antennae trembled violently. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his eyes bulging behind his small glasses. In his perception, Red on the battlefield exhibited no anger, no impatience, nor any discernible battle intent. His movements, his energy flow, every dodge and counterattack seemed to harmonize seamlessly with the very essence of the battlefield. No increase in power. Yet his technique had reached an extraordinary zenith. He was channeling his limited power through absolute control and foresight, achieving effects that transcended limits. This was no mere combat technique. It was a glimpse into a certain realm. No, this is impossible, he murmured, his voice cracking with profound shock. Could this be the realm of unconsciousness? The state of mind that countless martial artists dream of. A state of singular focus, where body and intention align, intention and energy harmonize, and energy merges with the cosmos. At this moment, it was vividly manifested in Red. How could such a monster emerge from Earth? The King Kai wiped his cold sweat, feeling his worldview undergo a tremendous upheaval. Chapter 73, The Perfect Realm of Unconsciousness. The intensity of the battle on the battlefield escalated once more. Frieza's aura had surged to a heart-stopping crescendo. 50 million. He gradually acclimatized to his body, his speed amplifying, his strength deepening, and his assaults came like a tempest. Relentless and unyielding. Yet, Red's countermeasures remained unwavering. The golden figure weaved through the maelstrom of increasingly ferocious power, his movements remaining strikingly concise and efficient. Frieza's frenzied barrage of energy blasts was deftly guided by him, with minimal deviation and occasionally redirected with a clever use of force, causing Frieza's attacks to collide and nullify one another. The close-quarters combat became Frieza's worst nightmare. It was as if Red could foresee all of his intentions, always managing to exploit the slightest opening at the very moment an attack was launched, delivering a precise counterstrike. Though he could not inflict substantial damage, the sensation of being completely read and toyed with left Frieza on the brink of explosion. In the medical bay, therapeutic fluids bubbled energetically. The aftershocks of battle caused the entire flagship to tremble, and alarm lights blared urgently. Bulma clung to the hatch of the treatment pod, her face pale, her voice strained with anxiety. Goku, wake up. Hurry up. It's chaos outside. This wretched ship is about to fall apart. She pounded on the hatch, as if her efforts could rouse the occupant within. The entire planet is on the verge of destruction. Who knows how much longer Red can hold out? Vegeta is unreliable, and Piccolo is in peril. Taking a deep breath, Bulma endeavored to inject motivational fervor into her words. Just think. If Red loses, that little green monster Frieza discovers we've stolen his ship, what do you think will happen to us? Will we be made into specimens? Or simply crushed into cosmic dust? I'm not ready to die yet. My life has only just begun. She gazed at the unresponsive Son Goku within the pod, a mix of urgency and frustration. Hey, you're a Saiyan, the legendary warrior race. The universe's strongest punching bag is out there taking hits for free, and you're here asleep? If you keep snoozing, there will be no battles left for you. Bulma's shrill cries, mingled with the distant vibrations, continually assailed Goku's fragmented consciousness. Inside the pod, Goku's tightly shut eyelids trembled, a part of his scattered awareness sensing the battle's essence, while another part indulged in the yearning for combat. The dormant Saiyan cells within him began an unprecedented process of fission and proliferation. Energy coalesced deep within his near-death form. Meanwhile, at a highland on Namek, Nappa and the others were hastily transporting the Ginyu Force's spherical spaceship, speeding away from the main battlefield. Thunderous sounds echoed. The energy shockwaves from afar reverberated through the ship's exterior, causing it to hum, while the ground quaked violently. Heavens! Is this truly the cacophony that a human can produce? Kaiatsu's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling off him. Merely sensing the residual waves left him weak in the knees. Red-sensei, is he truly battling that monster? Yamcha's voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the experience of being at the eye of the storm. Tien's 3 eyes fixed intently on the direction of the energy explosion, striving to capture the battle's trajectory that transcended perception, ultimately shaking his head in despair. I can't see through it at all. Though Frisia's aura loomed like an abyss, Red's energy showed no sign of waning. How was he achieving this? Little Gohan clung tightly to the edge of the spaceship, his eyes reflecting not only fear, but also a profound concern and admiration for that golden figure. Quick, go faster. That bastard Frisia keeps growing stronger. Red-sensei, we must complete our task. I want to return and do my utmost, even if it's just for a second. Krillin growled, his gaze filled with determination. Although he was weak, he desired to contribute, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Yes, let us finish the task quickly, even if we're like ants. We want to shake this tree. The group's fighting spirit ignited in an instant. Warriors of the Source God Stream. There were no deserters. Ha. Earthlings are even crazier than us Saiyans. But I like it. A spark of madness ignited in Nappa's eyes. Humph, surviving a little longer is enough. Raditz was caught up in the fervor as well. On the battlefield, Red's golden aura burned steadily, devoid of any violent fluctuations. Frisia's enraged energy blast was deftly adjusted by a mere flick of his fingertip, its trajectory altered to graze past him and strike a distant lava lake, igniting a towering column of fire. Frisia's lightning-fast whip kick swept through, yet Red merely leaned back slightly, the kick brushing perilously close to his nose. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, sending a surge of highly concentrated energy precisely into Frisia's ankle tendon. Ugh! Frisia let out a muffled grunt, his movements faltering, his assault momentarily stalling. Seizing the opportunity, Red spun, driving his elbow with rotational force into Frisia's exposed ribs, a soundless yet excruciating thud resonating. Frisia stumbled backward, a shallow dent marking his white exoskeleton, humiliation gnawing at his sanity. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Frisia raged, his aura surging violently once more. White energy erupted, distorting the surrounding space. These injuries bore little impact on him. Heedless, he unleashed a barrage of punches like a pile driver. Yet, Red's responses flowed like water. His movements were minimal, yet astonishingly efficient, guiding, redirecting, and diffusing Frisia's rampant power. The more furious Frisia became, the more reckless his attacks, and the openings became glaringly apparent to Red. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai perceived that Red's aura and movements on the battlefield had reached an astonishing level of harmony, a state of egolessness, where the mind is free of distractions and body and intent are unified. Yet, at that moment, Red transcended even this. He seemed to have wholly become a part of the battle itself, resonating and balancing with Frisia's chaotic energy flow, the shattered earth, and the turbulent spatial fluctuations. Frisia's world-ending assaults no longer appeared as mere annihilation, but as forces to be wielded. Each dodge, each redirection, each counterattack precisely embedded into the weakest points of the energy flow, without a shred of excess energy wasted, nor an ounce of unnecessary motion squandered. By harnessing limited power through absolute mastery and environmental anticipation, he achieved a combat effect that transcended limits, verging on the artistic. King Kai's corpulent form crumpled onto the ground, his small sunglasses askew on his nose, his antennae twitching as if electrified. No, it's not mindlessness, he murmured in a daze, beads of sweat soaking his collar. It was a perfect state of egolessness. Chapter 74. The dazzling strike of the Source God Stream. I will end you. Frisia's roar altered in pitch. The utmost humiliation ignited his instinct for destruction. Consumed by madness, all of his energy converged unreservedly at his right fingertip. Buzz! A massive crimson energy sphere rapidly expanded, emanating a pure aura of annihilation. Planet Destroyer. Frisia had completely lost his sanity. With this planet-level technique, he aimed to force Red to confront him head-on with overwhelming power. No thoughts of planets or Dragon Balls crossed his mind. All he saw was that golden figure who had toyed with him, subjecting him to endless humiliation. That madman. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Red's tranquil visage, his brow furrowing. The simulated Saiyan S cells within him were nearing their limit. The maintenance of his Super Saiyan form had dwindled to less than a minute. This annihilation sphere's power enveloped the entirety of Namek, leaving no avenue for escape. A sheer, head-on clash of raw power had become the only option. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Red's golden eyes. The flames engulfing him surged dramatically, He raised his left hand, instantly coalescing a tricolored energy sphere in his palm. The outer layer, a dark engulfing layer, spun violently. The middle layer, a red cutting layer, vibrated at high frequency. While the innermost layer, a white energy core, was exquisitely refined. It was precisely the tricolored shield structure that once protected the masses. However, at this moment, under the exquisite control of the red aura, it transformed from a mere defense into a formidable offensive form, devouring, slicing, and penetrating. In the palm of his right hand, a highly condensed source divine thunder flame orb materialized, a crimson sphere pulsating with flickering silver currents within, its core ablaze with pure milky white life energy, burning, paralyzing, piercing, and purifying. Without the slightest hesitation, Red's palms came together with great force. ZZZ, streams of energy, each possessing distinctly different attributes, began to merge under Red's mastery. His muscular arms bulged, his body trembling slightly under the immense pressure, beads of sweat forming at his temples. The fusion was complete. A dazzling orb of colorful energy, radiating brilliance, floated before Red's clasped palms. It was not particularly large, yet black, red, and white energies swirled within it, intertwining. While silver arcs and crimson flames danced across its surface, an aura infused with the disparate qualities of devouring, slicing, penetrating, burning, paralyzing, and purifying spread forth, causing the very space around it to wail in despair. Piccolo's pupils constricted suddenly. He sensed the dramatic upheaval occurring at the core of that fused energy. This was not a simple superimposition, but an essential metamorphosis of energy properties, guided by his master's unfathomable control. A dark, devouring force enveloped the high-frequency cutting red energy, while the inner layer of intensely condensed white light provided an indomitable piercing power. More terrifying still, the life-purifying force of the thunder flame orb and the destructive burning power had been flawlessly integrated into this ferocious construct. This transcended his comprehension of the source divine flow's efficiency. It transformed defensive barriers into the spearhead of annihilation, merging the rhythm of life with the flames of death. To what incomprehensible realm had his master ascended in the mastery of force and the essence of energy? Vegeta's mouth fell open involuntarily, his gaze fixated on the increasingly radiant orb of colorful energy between Red's palms. Red's energy level was merely 15 million, vastly inferior to Frisia's world-destroying Planet Buster. Why? How could he dare to confront such an absolute disparity in power with this method? The complexity of the fused energy structure was dizzying, rendering him utterly incapable of deciphering its intricacies. Was this mere technique? Could a technique reach such heights? Could it fuse a power far inferior to that of an opponent into a threat sufficient to challenge them? Vegeta felt his long-held belief that power was everything shatter utterly before Red. On King Kai's planet, within the North Kai's perception, Red's actions exhibited no hint of chaos. Although the energy fusion process was tumultuous, it bore a rhythm akin to flowing water. This was a manifestation of absolute calmness and control, elevated to the degree of mastering destruction itself. In the face of limited power, through absolute control and the utilization of environmental energy, he had forcefully created a lethal strike that transcended limits. A monster. How could such a creature exist on Earth? In the universe? King Kai murmured in a daze, his small sunglasses askew on his nose. Let this planet be destroyed along with him. Frisia roared, launching the deep crimson destruction orb that resembled a small star with great force. Huh. Red uttered a low shout, thrusting his palms forward with sudden intensity. There was no deafening explosion, no exaggerated eruption of energy beams. That resplendent orb of colorful energy shot forth at a terrifying speed, surpassing visual perception. Where it passed, the air was torn into a vacuum by extreme high-frequency cutting and devouring forces, sound silenced, creating a silent, waist-thick stream of colorful light. In an instant, this luminous stream collided with Frisia's colossal planet-destroying orb. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion and energy stalemate did not occur. SCZ. Upon contact with the colorful stream, the violent energy structure of Frisia's world-annihilating deep crimson orb was consumed by the terrifying composite properties, high-frequency cutting and extreme penetration unraveling, annihilating, and devouring it from the point of contact. The size of the planet-destroying orb rapidly diminished at a visible pace, being relentlessly pushed back, rolling towards Frisia. What? Frisia's madness froze in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. His crimson pupils reflected the retreating destruction energy and the colorful stream. How could this be? His power was being suppressed? No. Horror transformed into a visceral terror. Frisia instinctively thrust both palms forward, hastily condensing a thick, white beam of light, attempting to block. Boom. The white beam collided with the retreating destruction orb, momentarily holding its ground before being completely pierced through by the dazzling attack, infused with multiple terrifying properties. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The silent light instantaneously engulfed Frisia. As the radiance faded, Frisia's figure re-emerged. He floated in the air, his white exoskeleton marred by intersecting charred cracks, one arm grotesquely twisted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath erratic and filled with agony. Damn! That wretched insect. Frisia's voice was hoarse, rife with malice and the terror of survival. He glared at Red, his eyes seething with venomous hatred as if they would bleed. Yet, within that hateful gaze, Frisia's aura suddenly solidified. An energy wave surged forth. The grotesque blackened cracks on his surface began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. Though his power had not returned to its zenith, the prior grievous injuries were rapidly mending. This sight caused Red's golden pupils to narrow sharply. Healing? In the original story, Frisia seemed to possess this ability only upon transforming into his ultimate form. Had he been concealing a portion of his energy all along? Or had his body not fully transitioned into that ultimate form? Was it not merely to conserve transformation energy, but also to retain a trump card for self-repair? That cunning, frozen demon. Just as Red's thoughts whirled, whoosh. The golden aura surrounding him flickered violently for a moment, then extinguished without warning. His upright golden hair fell softly, reverting to black. The golden pupils lost their luster. The simulated Saiyan cells within him, having undergone extreme strain and the final brilliant strike, were completely expended, plunging into a silence akin to death. The Super Saiyan transformation time had expired. Chapter 75, Delay. The residual power of the resplendent strike seemed to still reverberate in the space, yet the atmosphere at the heart of the desolate battlefield had dropped to freezing point. Red stood still, breathing heavily. The release of the Super Saiyan form brought not only a waning of power, but also a profound sense of weakness that enveloped him. The recent fusion attack had drained every ounce of potential from his simulated Saiyan cells, leaving him utterly exhausted. Sweat dampened the tips of his black hair, trickling down his temples. Whoosh! A green figure appeared at Red's side. It was Piccolo, his expression grave, eyes filled with concern. Master, are you all right? Red inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, his gaze still sharply locked on the rapidly recovering Frisia. Speaking with great urgency, did you perceive the essence of the battle just now? A flicker of shame crossed Piccolo's face as he solemnly replied, only the surface. Integrating the environment into one's aura and understanding the essence of energy fusion is exceedingly difficult. He had indeed been astonished by the intricacies of that fused attack, but the rhythmic energy dynamics and structural changes were far beyond his comprehension. No matter, remember that feeling. Red's voice carried a peculiar calmness. Now, activate the Source Divine Fist and hold him off. Piccolo's eyes sharpened, instantly grasping his master's intent. Time. What they needed most now was time. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo unleashed the power within him, erupting with a crimson aura that swiftly transformed into a profound dark red. Fivefold Source Divine Fist. Activate. Buzz. The surge of madness coursed through Piccolo's body, his muscles slightly bulging with a battle power of 9 million. This was the pinnacle of what he could achieve by forcibly unleashing his latent potential after fusion. The toll was the anguished cries of his cells, the very foundation of his being violently torn and consumed. Yet, Piccolo's gaze remained unwavering. For the sake of protection, for the sake of buying time. What was this cost? At worst, he could restore it later with nurturing techniques. Red's gaze shifted to the petrified Vegeta nearby. Vegeta, after watching for so long, how much have you learned? Vegeta snapped back to reality, his initial confusion swiftly replaced by indignation. The proud prince of the Saiyans had been momentarily stunned by a mere earthling's technique, and the latter's almost accusatory tone pierced through his pride. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort from his nostrils, desperately clinging to his royal arrogance. However, deep within, Red's fighting style, especially that stunning glimpse of the fused attack, was etched into his mind like a brand. Could technique truly bridge the chasm of power? This thought stirred both annoyance and a flicker of excitement within him. Transform into a great ape. Use the control over the energy you just felt to assist Piccolo and hold him off. Do not engage directly. Red's command brooked no dissent. TCH, don't order me around. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched in irritation. Nevertheless, he concentrated and formed a special white energy sphere, hurling it skyward. The sphere exploded, resembling a bright moon suspended in the heavens, emanating a unique frequency of rhythm. Roar. Vegeta's tail absorbed these rhythms, causing his body to swell dramatically, his fur growing wildly as he ascended into the form of a great ape. A ferocious aura of 12 million battle power surged forth. Damn you wild monkeys. And you. Green-skinned insect. You seek death. Frisia's injuries had healed significantly, and upon seeing the two figures before him, especially the great ape, both new and old grievances erupted violently within him. He vanished in an instant, propelled by murderous intent, charging directly at the newly transformed great ape Vegeta. He intended to tear apart this bothersome adversary first. Not a chance. Piccolo's deep voice resonated. His dark red figure arrived ahead of Frieza. Instead of directly confronting Frieza's attack, he positioned himself to the side of Frieza's trajectory. Source God Flash Cannon. Piccolo thrust his palms forward, releasing a highly concentrated beam of energy entwined with sacred white light, not aimed directly at Frieza, but striking the spatial node where Frieza was about to land. Boom. The energy detonated prematurely. The violent shockwave and chaotic energy disrupted Frieza's advance, forcing him to momentarily falter. Roar. A flicker of ferocity flashed in the crimson eyes of the great ape Vegeta, but Red's earlier admonition echoed in his mind. Hold him off. Do not engage directly. Utilize the energy you have sensed. The massive paw of the great ape did not come crashing down mindlessly as before. Instead, it controlled the condensed energy, sweeping forcefully towards Frieza's exposed flank as he evaded Piccolo's attack. This blow sought only to interfere and obstruct. Annoying fly. Frieza spat in anger, his tail whipping out to collide with the great ape's paw. Bang! The shockwave erupted. Vegeta's gigantic form was jolted backward, and as Frieza prepared to pursue, Piccolo's attack arrived once more. This time, it consisted of several Source God bullets. They did not target Frieza directly, but rather, like sentient beings, sealed off several of his potential paths to chase after Vegeta. Frieza's eyes flashed with impatience as he weaved through the gaps in Piccolo and Vegeta's attacks. However, Piccolo had pushed the control of the Source God flow to its limits. Utilizing the rich experience and heightened perception gained from fusion, he anticipated Frieza's movements. Each maneuver was executed with perfect timing, each strike precisely aimed at the nodes of Frieza's power transitions or unavoidable evasion paths. The movements were succinct and efficient, perfectly embodying the essence of the Source God flow and the concept of delay. Though the great ape Vegeta's movements were relatively clumsy, he no longer attacked recklessly. Having observed Red's mastery earlier, he now consciously applied pressure, obstructing, and utilizing condensed energy blasts for ranged interference, forcing Frieza to divide his focus. Although peril still loomed, with several close calls of being pierced by Frieza's death beams, he managed to keep pace with Piccolo's rhythm. In an instant, a peculiar scenario unfolded on the battlefield. Frieza, with overwhelming power, was being gradually stalled by a 9 million power Namekian and a 12 million power great ape through their exquisite cooperation and cunning tactics. On the battlefield's periphery, Red sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. His eyes were slightly closed, and his aura was reined in to the utmost degree. The energy within him flowed gently according to the most fundamental nurturing techniques of the Source God flow, soothing his body and rapidly restoring his stamina. His mental energy monitored the delaying battle between Piccolo and Vegeta, while also extending towards Frieza's flagship. There, a long-dormant energy, spurred by intense pain and unyielding will, began to resonate violently, awakening. A power even purer and more formidable than before was accelerating its consolidation deep within that near-death vessel. Goku was nearly restored. Chapter 76. Has Vegeta perished? The Return of the Warriors. On Frieza's flagship, within the medical bay, Bulma's cries, tinged with desperation, continued to resonate, mingling with the monotonous hum of the healing pod, assaulting Goku's dormant consciousness. Beneath the healing liquid, Goku's tightly shut eyelids fluttered, his eyeballs shifting beneath. Bulma's words and the distant, chilling aura were hammering at the chaotic darkness deep within his awareness. At the battlefield's edge, Red remained suspended, channeling all his energy into the Source God nurturing technique to recuperate. The dormant cells within him, after a passage of time, finally began to stir laboriously, bringing forth a faint flicker of vitality. Yet, his brow remained furrowed, his mental energy firmly locked onto the fierce battle ahead. Piccolo and Great Ape Vegeta's delaying tactics had initially proven effective. Piccolo had maximized the control of the Source God flow, anticipating, interfering, and obstructing with concise and efficient movements. Great Ape Vegeta, too, refrained from mindless brawling, learning to utilize condensed energy for defense and evasion. However, this reprieve was short-lived. Frieza remained fixated on Vegeta's attacks, evidently viewing him as the primary target for his amusement. Ho, 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 Saiyan monkey, your great ape form is still as hideous and clumsy as ever. Frieza elegantly dodged the Source God bullets launched by Piccolo, appearing like a specter beside the great ape Vegeta, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying power directly to Vegeta's chest. Roar. The great ape Vegeta let out a pained roar. Frisia's crimson pupils gleamed with mockery, reveling in this cat-and-mouse game. He clearly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Saiyans, taking pleasure in tormenting this former subordinate. As time passed, the great ape's body bore more and more injuries, blood staining his fur, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish due to the pain. It seems the amusement you bring this king is coming to an end, Prince Vegeta. Frisia's voice dripped with boredom. His scarlet gaze swept across the battlefield, capturing sight of the artificial moon sustaining the great ape form. Without amusement, it serves no purpose. Frisia casually flicked his finger. A slender beam of energy pierced through the artificial moon. Aya! The massive form of the great ape Vegeta shrank rapidly, contorting painfully as he reverted to his human form. The sudden loss of power and the accumulation of injuries caused him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Staggering to one knee, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. Frisia effortlessly dodged the Source God bullet that Piccolo had unleashed with all his might, countering with an energy blast that forced Piccolo back. In the next moment, Frisia's figure hovered before Vegeta, looking down at him from a position of superiority. What a pitiful sight, Prince of the Saiyans. Where is your pride? Where is your thirst for vengeance? He slowly raised his hand, the fingertips coalescing into a cataclysmic sphere of energy, aimed directly at Vegeta, his posture as graceful as if savoring a fine wine. Continue to flaunt your laughable pride in hell, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta struggled to lift his head, his face a tapestry of agony, defiance, and the terror of impending death. That bastard, the true Super Saiyan Kakarot, would surely take his revenge. He fixated on the glimmer of light at Frisia's fingertip, a harbinger of annihilation. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Frisia's mouth as the light flared brilliantly. Enough with the jesting, my dear little Vegeta, perish. Whoosh. The energy blast surged toward Vegeta. Just as the blast was about to erupt with thunderous force, a ripple of spatial distortion flickered around Vegeta. Boom. The energy sphere struck the ground where Vegeta had just been, erupting clouds of dust and debris into the air. All that remained was a deep crater, with Vegeta's presence and essence vanishing without a trace. Frisia's crimson eyes swept over the dust. Ah, how I've spared you a great deal of suffering. My dear little Vegeta, be sure to thank my mercy in hell. Inside the healing chamber, Goku's tightly shut eyelids suddenly twitched. Whose energy has vanished? His consciousness gradually returned, and he began to sense energy once more. Frisia elegantly turned, his scarlet gaze locking onto Piccolo, whose expression was grave and whose energy was in tumult. Still wearing that cruel, gentlemanly smile. Well, the eyesore has been dealt with. Greenskin Worm, it's your turn. He slowly raised his hand, a destructive energy once again gathering in his palm. Just as the energy at Frisia's fingertip was about to erupt. Boom, boom, boom. Several differently colored energy blasts detonated unexpectedly beside Frisia. The rising dust and smoke obscured visibility. Frisia's motion was interrupted, his brow creasing slightly. This scene was caused by the arrival of the others who had hurried back after leaving the spaceship. Vegeta, Nappa's massive form stood rigidly in midair, his eyes filled with shock and a sense of mournful despair. The prince he had followed was gone just like that? Raditz bit down hard, his nails digging into his palm, blood seeping out. Vegeta's demise brought not sorrow, but a profound sense of humiliation and helplessness. Before their former king, the Saiyans remained mere ants. Damn Frisia, Krillin roared, his energy blade spinning rapidly in his hand. Let us fight him, Yamcha shouted, an energy sphere coalescing in his grasp. Frisia, you still have us to reckon with. Tien's third eye flared open in rage, energy blast primed and ready. Don't you dare touch Uncle Piccolo. Little Gohan clenched his fists tightly, anger etched on his face. They bore expressions of determination. Their energy, though vastly inferior to Frisia's, showed no signs of retreat. Frisia's crimson gaze swept over these suddenly appearing ants, a smirk of utter boredom curling his lips. Oh? I expected you to have fled, yet here you are, blissfully unaware of your impending demise. Very well, I shall send you all to hell, so dear Prince Vegeta won't feel so lonely. On Earth, at Bulma's home, Vegeta erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood pouring from his mouth, a searing pain tearing through his chest. He struggled to push himself up, horrified as he surveyed his surroundings. Wasn't this the battlefield just moments ago? The garden, the pool, the tranquil air, and those Namekians. Vegeta's sudden appearance drew curious glances from several Namekians nearby. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to have been killed by Frisia? He gazed down at his blood-stained battle attire and the agony in his chest, his face a mask of utter confusion and disbelief. Hell, this didn't seem right. A hallucination? The pain felt all too real. What was happening? Vegeta pressed against his agonizing chest, his mind swirling with questions. At the edge of the battlefield, his red eyes snapped open, a glimmer of clarity flashing through. The S cells within him surged with newfound vitality. He was on the brink of a breakthrough. Just a little more time. Hold on. It would be over soon. Chapter 77. Want to move, Gohan? Did you ask me first? At this moment, Frieza no longer exuded the previous manic fury. His mood was considerably lighter. The annoying waste that was Vegeta had finally vanished. Frieza's scarlet gaze swept over Krillin, Tien, and others, finally resting on the distant red figure in meditation. His voice dripped with mockery. One after another, you come to meet your demise. All in a bid to buy time, I presume? Is it for that crimson-clad insect? Ha ha ha. You can't even maintain your transformations. How pathetic. A look of realization crossed his face. Oh? I recall Vegeta babbling about some Super Saiyan Kakarot before his demise. Was he stalling for him? Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous joke. That monkey named Kakarot is even less formidable than that red-clad waste. He spread his arms wide, declaring, it matters not. I haven't even unleashed half my power. Your hopes are merely futile struggles, a bunch of ignorant insects. What? This is barely half of his strength? The group swallowed hard, fear etched across their faces. Frieza's gaze swept over their terrified expressions. He was eager to see what tricks they hoped for from the Kakarot they idolized. Frieza's voice turned cold, but before that, I shall crush you insects one by one. Finally, let Kakarot lament in hell. All Saiyans must die? As his words fell, Frieza's figure vanished in an instant. His target, Raditz. To the left. Tien's third eye widened, his voice a sharp cry. He had caught the moment Frieza's energy shifted. Solar flare. Buzz. A blinding white light erupted without warning. Tien's palms were raised above his head, the searing brightness engulfing Frieza's vision in an instant. Ah, my eyes. Damn it. Frieza was caught off guard, instinctively shielding his eyes with his arms, his form freezing mid-air. Land. Create dust with energy blasts. He could no longer sense their energy. Piccolo's roar echoed simultaneously. Almost at the same moment the blinding light erupted, all the warriors grasped the tactic. They swiftly descended, without a moment's hesitation, their hands moving in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasts of varying sizes rained down upon the ground surrounding Frieza, striking the rocks. Dust and thick smoke swirled chaotically, enveloping the area where Frieza had been. TCH. A bothersome swarm of flies. Is that all you can do, stir up dust? Frieza's voice emerged from the center of the thick smoke, laced with fury. As visibility returned, his crimson eyes flickered through the haze. He randomly chose a direction and dashed out of the smoke. His luck held, just as he burst through the edge of the dust cloud. He spotted the towering Nappa not far away, wildly unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward the smoke. Humph. Frieza raised his hand with a casual flick. Whoosh. An orange energy blast shot forth toward Nappa. Boom. The energy blast erupted violently upon contact with Nappa, a blinding light illuminating the area. When the glow dissipated, Nappa's form had vanished. Frieza's gaze swept the surroundings, locking onto Raditz, who was also firing energy blasts to create distractions. All Saiyans should vanish. Frieza's voice was icy as he waved his hand again. Whoosh. Another energy blast accurately struck Raditz. Boom. The explosion flared once more, and Raditz's figure also disappeared in the blaze. Uncle! Gohan screamed, his fists clenched, witnessing Raditz's disappearance igniting a fire of rage within him. Raditz! Nappa! Krillin and Yamcha's eyes widened in horror. Frieza! Tien's three eyes burned with fury. Ha ha! Frieza hovered in the slightly cleared air, emitting an unprecedented, raucous laughter. His once graceful demeanor utterly obliterated. They are dead. All dead. Those Saiyan apes deserve to perish. His laughter was laced with a cruel delight. Who shall be next? His gaze swept over the few remaining souls, ultimately settling upon the pale-faced dumpling. It will be you, little one. Frieza's elegant fingertip rose, and a sphere of annihilating energy formed instantaneously. Dumpling. Tien's heart shattered. Whoosh. The energy sphere shot toward Dumpling, just as it was about to consume him. A bolt of energy, entwined with emerald flames, surged forth. Boom. The two energies collided violently, erupting in a blaze that nullified the attack. It was Piccolo. An annoyance. In an instant, Frieza flickered and appeared directly before Piccolo. His speed was beyond comprehension. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he pushed his energy control to its utmost limit. Several highly condensed energy orbs erupted between him and Frieza. Simultaneously, he retreated rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs detonated against Frieza. Yet, astonishingly, Frieza remained unfazed. His white form barreling through the explosions, his speed scarcely diminishing as he closed in on Piccolo. What? A shudder coursed through Piccolo. Frieza grinned wickedly, his tail whipping out to ensnare Piccolo's right arm. Ugh! Piccolo felt a searing pain in his arm, the bones creaking ominously. Insects should be crushed. Frisia's eyes sparkled with malice as his left hand rose, elegantly punctuating the air with his index finger. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Several beams of energy. The width of fingers pierced through Piccolo's body, blood spraying forth. Ugh! Piccolo let out a muffled, anguished roar, his body trembling violently. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan screamed hoarsely. Witnessing Piccolo endure such torment, and his rage erupted instantaneously. A power surged forth from the depths of his bloodline. Boom! A white aura mingled with a ferocious crimson energy erupted from Gohan's small frame. His aura soared like a volcano erupting. Frieza, do not harm Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's roar transformed, his youthful voice laced with madness. His diminutive form morphed into a streak of intertwining white and red light, hurtling toward Frieza in an instant. Bam! A fist, charged with overwhelming fury, smashed into Frieza's face. Ugh! Frieza, caught off guard, was struck by this power exceeding all expectations, his head snapping to the side as he staggered back several steps. Pain registered on his face. Gohan's punch left everyone in shock. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Dumpling stared in awe at the small figure enveloped in frenzied energy. Before Frieza could regain his composure, Gohan's onslaught descended like a tempest, relentlessly battering Frieza. Bam! 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 What? Frieza was both astonished and enraged, the barrage of attacks destabilizing his stance. Bam! A kick sent Frieza flying, as Gohan thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts upon Frieza. Die! Boom! 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 The concentrated explosions engulfed Frieza's form. Flames and smoke erupted skyward. Not done yet. Gohan's aura surged wildly, his hands raised high above his head, as volatile energy coalesced between them. Special beam cannon. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, altering the very terrain. Gasping from this desperate strike, Gohan's aura extinguished in an instant. As the dust settled, Frieza's figure re-emerged, appearing disheveled, yet unscathed. His expression darkened ominously, his crimson eyes ablaze with the wrath of an ant disturbed. Earthlings are truly peculiar. Frieza glared at the faintly breathing Gohan. This strange little brat dares to defy me. I shall make you regret your very existence in agony. Whoosh! Frieza's form transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Gohan at a speed that left Krillin and the others unable to react. Just as Frieza was about to make contact with Gohan, a hand wreathed in golden flames extended from the side, firmly grasping Frieza's wrist. Frieza's forward momentum abruptly halted, as if caught in midair. Astonished, he turned his gaze. A pair of calm golden eyes met his own. Red hovered beside him, surrounded by swirling golden flames. A serene voice resonating. Did you seek permission from me before attempting to harm my nephew? Chapter 78. Teacher Red is back online for instruction. Earth, Bulma's home. A subtle ripple in space manifested as light dissipated, revealing the robust Nappa in an exceedingly comical pose. He stood on one leg, leaning back, arms crossed protectively over his face, as though still attempting to ward off an unseen threat. Nappa, bewildered, lowered his arms and instinctively touched his unscathed chest, then rubbed his bald head. Am I dead? He glanced around in confusion, noting the green trees, swimming pool, and unfamiliar architecture. Is this heaven? A cold snort echoed from nearby. Nappa turned toward the sound to find Vegeta, arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, his expression grim. Clearly, he had been there for some time. Vegeta, Nappa's eyes brightened, only to quickly shift to a look of dismay as he strode closer. To encounter you here, haha. Have you also arrived in heaven? Vegeta merely shot him a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with contempt and impatience, uninterested in explaining. No, you have not died. A gentle voice interjected. It was Dend, standing not far from Vegeta, explaining, this is Miss Bulma's home, on Earth. Earth? Nappa was even more perplexed. How did I end up on Earth? I was just. Before he could finish, another ripple of space surged. From the light, Raditz appeared, maintaining the pose of thrusting energy blasts forward, his face frozen with the ferocity of battle. As the light faded, Raditz's motion froze. Bewildered as he beheld the entirely unfamiliar surroundings and recognized Vegeta, Nappa, and Dend. Vegeta? Nappa? Have we all perished? Alas, I don't even know how I died. Raditz's expression darkened considerably. Useless. Vegeta exploded with rage, standing upright, glaring at his two Saiyan subordinates. To be killed by Frieza and returned here. And all of us are Saiyans. What a disgrace. Such humiliation to the Saiyan race. Dend quickly interjected. No, it was Mr. Red. He made a wish to the dragon on Namek. One of the wishes was that all warriors opposing Frieza's army, when subjected to lethal attacks beyond their limits, would be instantly transported back to Bulma's home on Earth. You have been saved by the dragon's power. Raditz and Nappa exchanged astonished glances, realization dawning upon them. So, we are not dead. The dragon saved us. Raditz sighed in relief, then furrowed his brow. So that is how it is, but what is happening on Namek now? What about Frisia, Mr. Red and Kakarot? Din smiled slightly. If you wish to know, you can seek out Elder Muri. His abilities allow him to project the battlefield. Vegeta's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense light. Wait, you say Elder Muri can project the battlefield there? Why didn't you say so earlier? His foremost concern was the battle on Namek. He wanted to know how that damned Red was faring. More importantly, he wanted to know if Kakarot, that lowly warrior, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Elder Muri possesses the ability to communicate with the planet's consciousness. Din nodded. Lead the way, Vegeta commanded without question. Raditz and Nappa immediately followed, equally eager to learn the outcome of the battle. On the Namek battlefield, Red released Frisia's wrist, stepping back to maintain distance. He glanced over at Piccolo to confirm he was unharmed, then calmly surveyed Krillin and the others, finally resting his gaze on Gohan, giving him a slight nod. Well done, Gohan. Red gently ruffled Gohan's hair, offering words of praise. Now, take a moment to truly comprehend. His voice resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Gohan and the others brightened, nodding vigorously. Frisia, having been cast aside, was filled with both surprise and fury. Although he had become more adept at wielding his ultimate form, Red's peculiar combat style continued to instill a sense of dread within him. His crimson pupils fixated on Red as his aura surged ominously. Boom. His battle power skyrocketed to 70 million. Yet, this immense force brought with it an undeniable burden, causing a barely perceptible delay in his movements. Come now. Red's tone remained unperturbed, the golden flames around him flickering steadily. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures collided in an instant. Red's form danced gracefully amidst Frisia's 70 million power strikes, skillfully evading. Faced with Frisia's powerful blows, he did not always retreat. At times, he chose to meet force with force. At the moment of impact, vast amounts of energy were instantaneously compressed, coalescing and erupting at the point of contact. Bang! The clash of golden fists against white ones generated a visible shockwave. Red utilized the momentum to glide effortlessly, dissipating the tremendous force with fluidity. Frisia's sweeping kick came forth. Red's forearm gathered concentrated energy, precisely blocking the strike at its side. Using that force, he pivoted, his hands slicing through the air, infused with highly condensed golden flames, aiming for the opening left by Frisia's attack. Frisia, sensing the impending threat, hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Yet, Red's hand strike transformed into a pinpoint jab, a surge of energy piercing Frisia at the nexus of his energy flow. Ugh! Frisia grunted. Momentarily halted. Red did not pursue. Instead, he gracefully evaded Frisia's swinging tail. His offense was as thunderous as a storm, and his defense as steadfast as a mountain. The flow of energy around him reached an astonishing level of harmony. Every ounce of strength was utilized precisely where it was needed, with no waste whatsoever. Rather than a mere battle, it was an ultimate expression of mastering energy. After the initial shock and anger subsided, Frisia's focus entirely immersed in adapting to the 70 million power coursing through his body. Each collision and every shift of energy accelerated his control over this newfound strength, and his movements began to flow with increasing fluidity. At the heart of the battlefield, the fierce entanglement of gold and white continued, with the sound of explosions echoing incessantly. Red, despite the overwhelming disparity in power, maintained the stalemate through his flawless, untroubled mastery. Meanwhile, Frisia was rapidly evolving in the heat of battle, acclimating to a greater force. On Frisia's flagship, within the medical bay, Goku's tightly shut eyes trembled violently beneath their lids. He had long since awakened, his consciousness acutely aware of everything transpiring outside. The sudden disappearance of Raditz and Nappa felt like two heavy hammers striking his heart. Anxious emotions surged within him, yet his severely injured body had yet to fully recover, the weight of his constraints preventing him from moving freely. His consciousness clearly sensed the battle unfolding outside, attuned to the rhythm of Red's combat that seemed to meld with the very essence of the universe. That absolute tranquility and control, that unwavering steadiness amidst Frisia's ferocious power. Goku's heart brimmed with shock and reflection. He recalled the teachings of Mr. Popo in the sacred world, where he was instructed on the state of being more tranquil than the skies and swifter than lightning. At that time, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Now, observing Red's battle, he realized that Red had far surpassed that realm, achieving a height that he could only aspire to. As a Saiyan, endowed with legendary potential, he found himself repeatedly outpaced by Red, who was merely a human from Earth. This realization did not dishearten Goku. Rather, It ignited within him the purest and most fervent desire to challenge stronger foes and ascend to greater heights. Please, let my body recover swiftly, Goku silently urged within the depths of his consciousness, every cell yearning for the thrill of battle. I'm almost ready. Frieza, wait for me. Chapter 79. Goku makes his entrance. At the edge of the battlefield on Namek, Krillin, Tien, and the others held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two figures clashing fiercely at the center of the storm. Incredible, Krillin murmured, his voice barely containing his awe. Every block, every counter by the teacher compresses energy into a single point for explosive release, so natural, like breathing. Tien's three eyes darted rapidly, attempting to capture every detail. It's not merely compression, it's preemption. The teacher gathers energy at the point where Frieza's attack will land, achieving maximum defensive effect with minimal expenditure. Such control is nothing short of miraculous. Yamcha watched, captivated, unable to contain his excitement. It feels like the teacher isn't merely fighting. It's as if he is teaching us. Every move is a lesson. Kaiatsu's small face was tense, nodding vigorously yes. Teacher Red is amazing. Gohan simply nodded in agreement, entirely focused on his uncle. Piccolo floated nearby, his gaze locked onto the battlefield, yet his brow furrowed deeper with concern. Unlike the other's amazement, he felt an increasingly oppressive weight. Piccolo's low voice broke the silence, laced with profound worry. This isn't good. Frieza's body is rapidly adapting to that power. With each clash, his movements become more fluid, the delay dissipating. The teacher is enduring through his mastery, but mastery alone cannot bridge the chasm of absolute power. Frieza hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. If this continues, he did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. While Red might maintain his unbeaten status, he could not truly incapacitate Frieza. And if Frieza completely mastered his power or lost patience and unleashed an even greater force, the consequences would be dire. On Earth, at Bulma's home, under Elder Murray's power, the scene of the Namek battlefield was vividly projected before everyone. All the Namekians held their breath, their expressions grave as they watched this battle that would determine the fate of their planet. Nappa rubbed his bald head, his voice booming. So this is how impressive Mr. Red can be in a fight? I always thought it was just about swinging fists. He gestured to his past, brash attacks, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Raditz stared intently at the projection, his expression complex, slowly nodding. Over there, it felt like his energy was stable, very peculiar. Now seeing it firsthand, I realized just how far he has mastered energy control. Earthlings. He sighed, his tone tinged with an unrecognized admiration and melancholy. Nappa readily agreed. Indeed. That bastard Frieza probably hasn't even used half his strength before we were teleported back, right? It's terrifying that Mr. Red can perform so remarkably under such disparity. I never imagined that such remarkable individuals could emerge from this desolate place like Earth. As he remained fixated on the projection, the usually silent Vegeta suddenly turned to Nappa. What? Are you saying Frieza only used half his strength? Raditz added. At least that's how it was before we were teleported back. Half might even be a conservative estimate. Vegeta's expression darkened further, his fists clenching tightly, his knuckles turning white. A surge of intense resentment and humiliation welled up within him. The art of battle should have been ours to showcase. He ground out through gritted teeth, his voice low and suppressed. He ceased speaking, instead directing his steely gaze back at Red's figure in the projection, his eyes sharp as if dissecting every movement. As his pride was shattered, an unprecedented understanding of technique began to flourish within him. On the Namek battlefield, boom. Following yet another fierce collision, the energy shockwave briefly separated the two combatants. Frieza hovered in the air, his white aura gently undulating as he elegantly flicked his wrist, his crimson gaze fixed on Red, devoid of the initial rage. Frieza's refined, devilish laughter echoed once more. Ho ho ho, I must admit, Earth Insect, you certainly possess considerable skill, slippery as an eel. He paused momentarily, his tone laced with a chilling intent to kill. However, in the face of absolute power, your petty tricks are utterly meaningless. Once I have fully acclimated to this overwhelming strength that gazes down upon the universe, I shall earnestly listen to your wails of despair as you draw your last breath. Indeed, Frieza, you are the epitome of elegance, cruelty, and might. Red interjected, a subtle smile unexpectedly gracing his otherwise impassive expression. In terms of this unique villainous allure, aside from Aizen, I can think of no one who can rival you. Red smiled genuinely, revealing his fondness for Frieza. The seemingly adorable Frieza appeared momentarily perplexed. He could not fathom how this adversary was suddenly praising him. However, who was Aizen? Just as Frieza was about to speak, Red waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting past Frieza to the distant horizon. Frieza, our battle ends here. Red's voice regained its calm. Huh? Frieza questioned, bewildered. Red raised a finger. pointing to a distant figure behind Frieza. Your next opponent awaits. The crowd fell silent, instinctively following the direction of Red's finger. Krillin's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Tien's 3 eyes instantly focused. Yamcha and Kaiatsu wore expressions of surprise. Even Piccolo lifted his head in astonishment. There, behind Frieza, an orange figure was hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed. A ferocious, pure, battle-hungry aura enveloped the entire battlefield. It's Dad. Little Gohan trembled with excitement. His tiny fists clenched tightly. Son Goku. He has arrived. Chapter 80. The show begins. Frieza turned to scan the incoming figure, momentarily taken aback. Saiyans are truly indestructible pests. He gracefully placed one hand behind his back, the other delicately covering his mouth. Ha ha ha. You cannot truly believe that this resilient underling is my adversary, can you? How naive. Son Goku hovered among the crowd, and Krillin immediately shouted, Goku, that monster Frieza has killed others. Little Gohan added, he killed Uncle and the others. Son Goku nodded, his gaze sweeping over Red on the battlefield, his eyes unusually calm, yet earnest. Red, allow me to fight him. This time, I will definitely bring him down. Son Goku's voice was resolute. Red slightly nodded, his mental acuity sensing that the dormant S-cells within Goku had surpassed the critical threshold, only awaiting the right moment to ignite. Goku, remember, to defeat Frieza, you must cast aside your anger. Seeing Red nod, Goku did not hesitate to turn. His burning battle intent firmly locked onto Frieza. Haha, yet another Saiyan monkey rushing headlong to their demise. You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not eliminate you earlier. Frieza maintained his elegant demeanor. Without further ado, Son Goku clenched his fists, his aura erupting. King Kai's fist. 20 times. Unleash. Boom. A crimson, ferocious energy surged forth from every pore of Son Goku's being. The violent energy shockwave exploded outward from his center. Krillin, Tien, and the others were pushed back by this terrifying aura, their faces etched with shock. What? This power can stand toe-to-toe with Frieza. Piccolo could not suppress his astonishment. Son Goku assumed a battle stance, his crimson pupils fixed on Frieza. Frieza, this time, I will defeat you. The elegant expression on Frieza's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, murderous intent coalescing. Yet again, this technique. You earth insects are truly bizarre. Before his words could fully settle, his white figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Son Goku. Boom. Bang. Thud. The two figures collided instantaneously. There was no testing the waters. No tricks. Only the most primal and ferocious clash of power. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed like a barrage of fireworks. Each collision erupting with visible shockwaves that further ravaged the already shattered ground. Red had long retreated to a watching position alongside Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and the others. Yamcha gazed at the cataclysmic battle scene, swallowing hard. Do you think Master Goku will win? Tien's tone was equally grave. The burden of 20 times King Kai's fist is immense. Can his body handle it? Worry was etched on everyone's faces as they turned their eyes to Red. Red observed the two fighters in the throes of battle. His voice steady. King Kai's fist cannot defeat Frieza. A wave of despair washed over them. Unless. Red's voice trailed off. He transforms into a Super Saiyan. Krillin quickly grasped the implication. But doesn't transformation require extreme anger? Given Goku's disposition. He did not finish his thought, yet all understood his meaning. Goku's nature is pure. He has always relished the joy of combat, never truly experiencing rage. A smirk curved Red's lips. It matters not, given Goku's character. Even if he transforms, he will not fight earnestly. He will simply revel in the thrill of battling a formidable foe. Let him enjoy himself for now. His gaze swept over the others, his voice lowered. Furthermore, Vegeta and the others are not dead. The crowd was taken aback. Red explained. One of the dragon's wishes ensures that when everyone suffers a fatal blow far beyond their capacity, they will be instantly transported back to Bulma's home on Earth. He watched as their eyes lit up, continuing. Therefore, to truly incite Goku's anger, let us all cooperate for a little performance. He quickly whispered the core points of the plan. Upon hearing this, the somber expressions on their faces were replaced with understanding and admiration for such a brilliant idea. Yamcha nearly laughed aloud, hastily covering his mouth. Krillin and Tien exchanged bemused glances. Indeed, given Goku's character, unless something truly catastrophic happened to his loved ones, it would be nearly impossible to elicit that level of destructive rage from him. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances, their eyes wide, realizing that their teacher had a cunning side. At the center of the battlefield, the combat had reached a fever pitch. Just as Red had anticipated, the clash between Son Goku and Frieza was imbued with the primal ferocity inherent to Saiyans. There was none of Red's finesse in deflecting or dodging. There was no steadiness or strategy. They were completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of raw power colliding. Fist against fist, leg against leg. Bang! Son Goku's powerful fist struck Frisia's crossed arms with tremendous force, causing Frisia to stagger momentarily. Frisia's knee collided with Goku's midsection, sending him flying backward, crashing through a massive boulder. Yet, Goku almost instantaneously rebounded from the ground, his crimson eyes ablaze with burning battle intent and sheer exhilaration, seemingly oblivious to any pain as he charged forward again. Frisia, you truly are formidable. Son Goku laughed heartily, his movements growing increasingly frenzied, utterly lost in the thrill of this epic confrontation. In contrast, Frisia's initial astonishment had morphed into simmering anger and irritation deep within his pupils. This Saiyan wild monkey, the very same Saiyan he once toyed with like an insect, had not only survived, but had also gained such power. Saiyans truly deserve to perish. What was even more intolerable for him was the absence of fear in Goku's eyes as he faced the Cosmic Emperor. There was only the exhilaration of battle. This was a profound affront to his imperial dignity. Damn you, wild monkey. Frisia's roar resonated with offended rage. He could not tolerate it. He could not abide a Saiyan, a mere insect, displaying such audacity before him. Frisia's mastery of his ultimate form rapidly became fluid and seamless in the heat of battle. The initial discomfort from his power surge had completely vanished. Boom. Frisia's aura soared once more during the fight. His movements became swifter, his strikes heavier. Bang. Son Goku was once again forcefully struck away, this time flying even further, crashing down and collapsing half a mountain. He struggled to rise from the swirling smoke, his breath becoming labored, clearly overwhelmed by the exhausting toll of the 20-fold Kyoken and Frisia's ever-escalating power, which had begun to weigh heavily upon him. Frisia hovered in the air, his aura coiling around him, his crimson eyes gazing down upon his opponent, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel yet elegant smirk. Humph, wild monkey, your futile struggle ends here. I am thoroughly bored with this. He slowly raised his hand, a destructive energy once again coalescing at his fingertips. On the battlefield's periphery, Krillin and the others watched as Goku fell into a disadvantage, exchanging knowing glances with the composed Red. It was time for them to take the stage. Chapter 81, All Actors. The energy sphere at Frisia's fingertip gathered menacingly, locking onto the recently steadied Goku. Goku, be careful. Just as the energy sphere was about to be unleashed, a voice rang out, urgent and resolute. Tien's aura exploded forth as he catapulted himself from the side with reckless abandon, moving at a breathtaking speed. He lunged between Frisia and Goku, attempting to shield Goku from Frisia's energy sphere with his own body. Tien. Goku's pupils dilated in horror as he cried out. Boom. Frisia's energy sphere struck Tien with tremendous force. A blinding white light engulfed Tien's form. The radiance was so intense that it perfectly obscured the faintest ripple of space as Tien vanished. As the light dissipated, the space was left utterly empty. Tien's presence had vanished completely. Damn it, just a moment too late. Yamcha surged halfway forward, his face etched with frustration over the lost opportunity. His fist regretfully hitting the air. Oh no, Tien was so fast. Krillin lamented as he glanced at Tien's retreating figure, his expression filled with regret for not having intervened. Poor Tien. Kaiatsu's diminutive form floated in the air, his small face adorned with theatrical sorrow. He strained to widen his eyes, finally reddening the rims as a single tear escaped. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. The show must go on. Their faces transformed into masks of profound grief and rage. Tien. Krillin let out a heart-wrenching scream, pointing at Frisia, his voice quaking with emotion. Frisia, you fiend. You killed Tien. Yamcha immediately followed suit, his features contorting into a grotesque expression of anguish. Unforgivable. Tien, my dear brother. After his outburst, he cast a frantic glance towards Goku, his eyes frantically signaling anger. Quickly, unleash your fury, Goku. Look at our tragedy. Piccolo, hovering nearby, observed Krillin and Yamcha's exaggerated performance. A bead of awkward sweat trickling down his forehead. His lips twitched as he silently turned his gaze away, unable to bear the spectacle. Poor Tien. Goku beheld the scene before him, Tien's presence utterly extinguished, consumed by Frisia's energy sphere. A wave of intense guilt washed over Goku's heart. It was all my fault. Because of my inadequacy. Because I am not strong enough. Frisia. Goku's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, charging at Frisia with reckless abandon. The battle intensified to a fever pitch. Seizing the moment while Goku was once again entangled with Frisia, Krillin, Yamcha, Kairatsu, and little Gohan quickly huddled together. Who goes next? We need to make Goku truly furious. Krillin whispered, scanning the group with intent. Yamcha eagerly rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice in excitement. Me. I was just overshadowed by Tien. It's my turn now. No way, Yamcha. You were too slow just now. It's my time to shine. Krillin argued vehemently. Rock, paper, scissors. The fairest way. Yamcha extended his hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Kaiatsu joined in, raising his tiny hand. All right. Little Gohan followed suit. The four of them swiftly engaged in a game of chance at the edge of the battlefield. Haha, I win. Krillin's face lit up with a triumphant grin. Damn it. Yamcha groaned in frustration, shaking his hand. Piccolo stood beside them, observing this absurd game of chance to determine who would face death. He was filled with incredulity. Thinking, are you all out of your minds? You're going to decide this at such a critical moment? He crossed his arms, his body stiff. Feeling utterly out of place, wanting nothing more than to distance himself from this band of lunatics. Red, on the battlefield's edge, watched the absurd drama unfold on the brink of life and death with an expressionless face. Upon witnessing Piccolo's bewildered demeanor, he could no longer contain himself and, with great slowness and heaviness, raised a hand to his forehead, pressing 2 fingers hard against his throbbing temples. How contrived. The embarrassment made him feel as if he could dig a hole to hide in. Just then, a sudden turn of events erupted at the battlefield's center. Bang! Goku was once again struck violently by Frieza's fist, sent hurtling away. Frieza's hands coalesced a far larger and more terrifying energy sphere, aimed directly at the hurtling Goku. A perfect opportunity. Piccolo's eyes blazed with determination. Frieza, take this, he roared, unleashing a special beam cannon that struck Frieza squarely in the back. Frieza, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Goku, whirled around furiously. Annoying insect. You're asking for death. Frieza seethed in rage. Without hesitation, he hurled the immense energy sphere, initially meant for Goku, directly at Piccolo. The power contained within the sphere far exceeded Piccolo's limits. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, Piccolo displayed no fear. Instead, a sense of liberation washed over him. Without hesitation, he opened his arms wide, bravely confronting the oncoming energy sphere with a stance of noble sacrifice. Boom! The blinding light once again engulfed Piccolo's form. The ripples of space were barely detectable under the intense radiance. As the brilliance faded, Piccolo's presence too had completely vanished. Uncle Piccolo! Little Gohan cried out in genuine alarm, his voice thick with emotion. Piccolo! Krillin and Yamcha were momentarily stunned. So cunning, Piccolo! Yamcha quickly recovered, pointing to where Piccolo had disappeared. Exactly. No honor in battle. Krillin lamented, pounding his chest in frustration, his face reflecting the disappointment of a chance lost. Just as the two were consumed by regret, Kaiatsu's small figure had, unbeknownst to them, drifted to Frieza's side front. He unleashed a series of special beam attacks towards Frieza. Annoying little bug. Get lost. Frieza, now thoroughly irritated by this incessant harassment, swatted dismissively. Boom. A blast of energy struck Kaiatsu with pinpoint accuracy. Buzz. Kaiatsu's tiny form instantly vanished, his presence obliterated. Kaiatsu. Krillin and Yamcha howled in unison, their faces now contorted with immense sorrow and rage. Their eyes locked in understanding. This time, they must die with dignity. They charged at Frieza with reckless abandon, resolute in their fate. Frieza! Little Gohan also cried out, his body erupting with powerful energy as he surged forward alongside Krillin and Yamcha. Frieza was now thoroughly exasperated by this swarm of pests, unleashing a massive energy wave towards the three. As Frieza's energy beam was about to strike, the three turned to glance at Goku, exerting all their strength to shout, Goku! Dad! Their voices were piercing, filled with genuine emotion. Not far away, Red gave a silent thumbs up in admiration. Best actor. Gohan. Krillin. Yamcha. Goku's heart shattered at the sight. Boom. The beam engulfed the three. On Earth, at Bulma's home. Hiss. Nappa gasped in shock, his face a portrait of astonishment. The Earth warriors are truly fearless. For the sake of their comrades, one after another his voice carried a deep respect mingled with a hint of tragedy. Raditz, too, was moved, murmuring, truly remarkable. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, casting a derisive glance at Nappa and Raditz, contemplating the foolishness of these imbeciles, who were so easily manipulated and yet felt a sense of gratitude. On the battlefield of Namek, despair echoed in Goku's anguished roar. He watched helplessly as Frieza's devastating energy wave engulfed Yamcha and Krillin, who were at the forefront, followed closely by Gohan's overwhelming regret, his seething anger towards his own impotence, and an ingrained hatred for Frieza that ignited within him at that moment. Chapter 82, the Earth version of S-Cells. Frieza, how dare you? Ah! Goku's howl reverberated across the land. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, Piccolo, and Gohan. Those familiar presences, those comrades in arms, were right before him, completely consumed by Frieza's annihilating energy. A tempest of fury surged into the sky. Boom. Boom. Lightning struck from the clear blue. A golden aura erupted from within Goku. The dormant Saiyan S cells, spurred by an extreme rage, ignited into a fervent blaze. His black hair stood on end, transforming entirely into gold. His pupils were replaced by a pure golden light. Cold and ferocious, imbued with the will to obliterate everything. The Super Saiyan had descended. Red's mental prowess had already locked onto the rhythmic pulse of every cell within Goku's being at the moment of his breath's transformation. The amplification of frequency resonance became apparent. Red's consciousness raced, decoding the primal rhythm beneath that violent energy. The unique S cells within Goku were not absorbing and transforming energy as they did during his simulated transformation. Rather, they vibrated at an extraordinarily esoteric frequency, emitting a peculiar rhythmic wave. This wave functioned like an amplifier, akin to a perfect kinetic pulley system, enhancing output to 50-fold. They did not generate immense energy directly, but resonated in a manner that naturally amplified Goku's ki by 50 times under the guidance of this rhythmic wave. The self-induced resonance. Invoking external energy amplification did not require the S cells to consume energy for transformation. This was the true essence of the Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, Red realized the fatal flaw in his mimicry. His transformation involved forcibly infusing his massive ki into simulated S cells, making them the engine to combust, transform, and output 50 times the power. This process inevitably consumed the energy reserves of the S cells, imposing a time constraint. However, in Goku's current state, the S cells functioned more like an amplifier, efficiently invoking resonance across his entire energy field through their self-emitted frequency. With this revelation, Red unhesitatingly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair. A golden aura ignited around him. This sudden change caused a momentary pause in the fierce battle between the two. Frisia's crimson gaze swept over the meditating Red, uncertainty flickering within. Goku's golden eyes glanced briefly at him. How audacious! Frisia suppressed his surprise, grinning malevolently as he lunged once more at the dazzling figure of Goku. A more ferocious battle erupted, energy shockwaves further shattering the already devastated terrain. Red remained oblivious to the chaos around him. His entire focus was directed inward. He first attempted to mimic the rhythmic frequency of the S cells within Goku, seeking to resonate his ki with it for amplification. Yet, no matter how he adjusted the simulated S cell's vibration frequency, the ki within him, belonging to an Earthling, remained as unyielding as stone, showing no signs of being triggered for enhancement. No effect, Red calmly assessed. The fundamental difference between Earthling's cellular genetics and that of the Saiyans rendered mere rhythmic frequency insufficient for resonance. Immediately, he recalibrated his approach. He summoned the ki produced by the simulated Saiyan cells within him. This time, upon contact with the rhythmic waves emanating from the S cells, a distinct sense of resonance surged forth, amplifying his ki 50-fold. Thus it was revealed. Red's mind raced, beginning to formulate. The essence of S cells was a mutation of the Saiyan cellular factor under specific conditions. It only resonated with energies from homologous Saiyan cells. His mimicry was an arduous process of forcibly injecting Earthling ki into S cells for transformation, which was energy-intensive and limited. Goku's S cells could perfectly mobilize his entire Saiyan energy for efficient resonance. A flicker of understanding crossed Red's mind. His path was not to forcibly utilize the S cells, but to analyze, extrapolate, and create a unique S cell for Earthlings based on the analysis of Saiyan S cells and Earthling cellular essence. This thought struck like lightning through the fog. With unprecedented focus, Red poured all his mental energy into this pursuit. He meticulously compared the rhythmic data of Saiyan S cells gleaned from Goku's body with the rhythmic patterns of his own simulated S cells. Simultaneously, the structure and frequency characteristics of his Earthling cellular factors intertwined in his mind, rapidly combining, optimizing, and experimenting. He endeavored to construct a brand new S cell for Earthlings. Time lost all meaning in Red's profound deliberation. The titanic clash between Goku and Frisia, the earth-shattering roars, and the chaotic torrents of energy became mere background noise. He was unaware of how long had passed. Within the core of his thoughts, a complex and exquisite energy structural model, shimmering with a faint golden glow, gradually took shape from countless failed combinations. It absorbed the essence of the Saiyan S cell amplification, but was entirely reconstructed around the energy characteristics of Earthling cells. It was on the verge of becoming a prototype. A surge of excitement flooded Red's consciousness. At that moment, buzz, a unique rhythm, akin to the lament of the earth, resonated clearly within his mental perception. Startled, Red's eyes snapped open. The Namek he beheld had been transformed into a hellscape. The sky was no longer blue. It was tainted by the thick smoke of volcanic eruptions, with lightning and tornadic winds flickering in and out of existence. The land? There was no longer a semblance of intact ground. As far as the eye could see, there were bottomless chasms, and crimson magma spewed forth from countless fissures. Namek, under the relentless onslaught of Frieza and Goku, stood on the brink of complete collapse and annihilation. This is dire. Red sighed inwardly. Realizing he had become too absorbed in his cellular extrapolation, he internally lamented. Goku, with his superior combat skills, was now dominating Frieza. Yet the battle raged on, this damned warrior spirit. Sensing Goku's ki, he rushed towards him. Goku, hurry and finish off Frieza. The planet is on the verge of destruction. Chapter 83, Planet Yardrat. Earth, Bulma's backyard. Is this the Super Saiyan? Raditz trembled with excitement, fixated on the projection of the figure engulfed in golden flames. A warrior believed to exist only in legends. His own brother had finally emerged. Strike him with your fists. Yes, just like that. Ha! Well done, Kakarot. Nappa clenched his fists. His bulging muscles taut, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration, as if he himself were the one battling. Vegeta, arms crossed, lips pressed tightly together, winced at the blinding golden light in the projection. Each of Goku's powerful blows upon Frieza felt like a strike against his own pride. How infuriating that a lowly warrior now stood at the pinnacle he had always yearned for. This disparity gnawed at his self-esteem. Yet, upon witnessing Frieza's disheveled and disheartened visage, a wave of satisfaction surged through him. Frieza, your doom is nigh. His boundless hatred and thirst for vengeance towards Frieza found release through Goku's fists. The Super Saiyan's serene heart? Vegeta's gaze instinctively swept over the fleeting red figure in the projection, chewing over the information inadvertently revealed by Red earlier. It was worth it. What were a few energy blasts in the grand scheme of things? Yamcha's face was alight with excitement. Krillin, still haunted by the memory, watched the projection with trepidation. Frieza truly is terrifying. I still feel weak at the knees just thinking about it. Beside him, Gohan and Din wore expressions of eagerness, their attention fixated on the projection, nodding their little heads, seemingly in unison with an unseen presence. Tien, with his three eyes locked onto the projection, spoke solemnly. Don't celebrate too soon. Frieza hasn't fallen yet. Those words appeared to trigger Murphy's Law, as the scene in the projection suddenly shifted dramatically. Frieza roared, damn it, perish along with this planet. Accursed Saiyan monkeys. A massive beam of destructive energy erupted from Frieza's hand, piercing through the very earth. Boom. The entire Namek was shaken, magma erupted in all directions, and hurricanes and lightning swirled about. He shattered the planet's core. Despicable. Outrageous. The air was filled with cries of horror and indignation before the projection. Don't worry. Have you forgotten how we returned? Piccolo's calm voice broke through the chaos. Yes. Yes. The dragon. The worried expressions of the group were instantly replaced with relief. Only Din's face remained grave, his voice low. That wish doesn't include Mr. Red and Mr. Goku. What did you say? The atmosphere, once relaxed, froze again as if doused with icy water. Humph. That fool Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly erupted with a low growl, filled with a frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in his pupil. If he had resolved Frieza sooner, none of this would have happened. If he possessed such power, he would never be as naive as Kakarot. Namek, teetering on the brink of destruction. Goku, hurry and deal with Frieza. Red suddenly jolted from his reverie, shouting at Goku. In the heart of the battlefield, Frieza hung pitifully, half of his body suspended in the air, his energy dwindling to its nadir, his crimson eyes filled with madness and malice. Across from him, Goku, battered and bruised, appeared significantly more fatigued. Upon hearing Red shout, he looked at Frieza with a complex expression. Frieza, cease this madness. If this continues, we will all perish here. Goku gasped, his voice tinged with weariness and compassion. Die? Humph. Frieza scoffed, roaring. Once the planet is obliterated, we shall see who dies. With that, he lunged at Goku once more, his resolve to take Goku down unwavering. Solar flare. Red's silhouette appeared soundlessly before Frieza, and in Frieza's focused gaze, a sudden blinding flash of white light erupted. Arc. Frieza cursed, shielding his eyes and retreating in a struggle. Red paid no further heed to Frieza, swiftly grasping Goku's still-dazed arm. Let us go, Red stated succinctly. The two transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the direction where Dend and the others had hidden their ship. Only Frieza's fragmented form remained, howling with resentment amidst the chaotic energy storm and surging magma. Why? In their rush, Red inquired of Goku. Goku, looking somewhat sheepish, replied, King Kai feared I might go berserk and cause destruction. He told me they were all sent back by the dragon. Frieza was a worthy opponent, but alas, he ultimately brought about his own downfall. Goku's eyes sparkled with the purity of a warrior, tinged with a hint of regret. Frieza will not perish. He can survive in the cosmos. Red stated flatly, his tone devoid of reproach, well aware of Goku's disposition. Is that so? Rest assured. If Frieza ever commits misdeeds again, I will handle him. Goku brimmed with confidence, having gained immense insight from this battle regarding his own power. Red chose not to elaborate further. Goku indeed possessed that capability. Besides, if even the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction could tolerate Frieza's existence, what need had he for concern? Moments later, the two spherical spaceships broke through the atmosphere. Within the cabin, Red's mental energy once again delved inward, continuing to simulate the nascent model of the Earthling's cells. Time passed as they traversed the cosmos. Thud. A violent jolt accompanied by a dull thud interrupted Red's simulation process. He pushed open the hatch and stepped outside first. What greeted his eyes was a landscape of peculiar smooth rocks and floating platforms, with luminescent crystalline vegetation, predominantly in shades of blue and purple. In the distance, structures resembling energy circuit designs emerged, and the air was permeated with a serene and gentle energy oscillation. Is this Adrastar Star? Red murmured to himself, surveying the land starkly different from Earth and Namek. Oh! A pained cry from behind startled him as Goku struggled to crawl out of the spaceship, his weakened body stumbling and falling to the ground. Without looking back, Red flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A strand of golden energy instantly entered Goku's body. Goku felt a surge of revitalizing energy coursing through his limbs and bones. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and his pallid complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue. 30 breaths later, Goku was fully revitalized. Hee. Goku beamed, flexing his limbs and bouncing excitedly, full of vigor. All better. Red, your technique is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, gazing at Red with pure admiration. Red did not respond to his praise, his gaze calmly directed ahead. There, on the deep blue mossy ground, a group of people had quietly gathered, their skin a peculiar shade of pink, clad in simple white robes. Most striking were their smooth heads adorned with dark, intricate markings. Their amber eyes curiously scrutinized the two incongruous figures. Oh, greetings. Goku waved, flashing his trademark grin. Chapter 84, The Source of Chi. Goku's boisterous greetings startled the gathered Adratarians, causing them to retreat in unison, their pink skin taut, their amber eyes filled with wariness. Only when they discerned that the two posed no further threat did they hesitantly close the distance once more. My apologies for startling you. We mean no harm. Goku scratched his head, smiling broadly. Red's gaze swept over the blue-purple crystals and the distant buildings with energy circuits, absorbing the gentle and tranquil energy fluctuations in the air. May I inquire if this is Adrastar Star? Yes, this is Adrastar Star. A calm voice responded as the crowd parted to create a pathway. A green figure, not even a meter tall, slowly approached, his head unusually large, resembling a droplet of water, clad in a white robe embroidered with silver threads. He exuded a gentle and serene aura, bearing a striking resemblance to the Omni King. He looked up at the two. May I ask who you are and what brings you here? Red slightly bowed. Greetings, I am Red, and this is Son Goku. We hail from Earth. More precisely, we have just escaped from Namek. Before its destruction, we commandeered 2 of Frieza's ships, and by a twist of fate, we arrived here. Frieza? The elder of the Adratarians, resembling the Omni King, appeared momentarily taken aback, surprise flitting across his face. We received scattered reports not long ago indicating that Frieza's forces seemed intent on invading Adrastar Star. However, we had yet to witness any action. We never expected they would arrive at Namek first. He paused, chuckling softly, and continued, Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Hyusu, the elder of the Adratarians. Red. They give off a vibe reminiscent of the Namekians. Goku leaned closer to Red, lowering his voice as he curiously examined Hyusu and the other Adratarians. Red nodded in response to Goku. The Adratarians were inherently gentle, a race that cherished peace. Red's words were not intentionally whispered. Upon hearing them, Hyusu smiled warmly. You both possess a profound understanding of energy perception. I can sense that your auras are pure and natural, harboring no malice. As esteemed guests, please follow me. He gestured invitingly, turning to lead the two towards a peculiar edifice resembling a colossal droplet of water. The interior of Hyusu's abode was both minimalist and ingeniously crafted, with soft light emanating from the walls themselves. A selection of local delicacies adorned the table. While Hong engaged in conversation with Elder Hyusu, and Wukong indulged in the feast, occasionally chiming in with agreement. Upon hearing that Frieza had been vanquished by Wukong, Elder Hyusu was nearly propelled from his seat in astonishment. What? Mr. Wukong actually defeated Frieza? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he instinctively attuned himself to Wukong's aura for confirmation. Ah, so you are a Saiyan? No wonder you could achieve such a remarkable feat, Wukong, savoring a crystalline energy gem, paused in surprise. Wow, you could discern that? Elder Husu spoke humbly yet proudly. Though the individual combat prowess of the Yatarat people may not be formidable, we do possess unique insights into the perception, understanding, and application of energy. He gestured to his smooth cranium. How impressive! Wukong exclaimed, swallowing his food and expressing sincere admiration, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Elder Husu's gaze shifted to the quietly seated Hong, and after a moment of contemplation, he expressed deeper appreciation. Mr. Hong's energy is even more astonishing to me, pure, refined, and imbued with a natural rhythm that resonates profoundly with our Yatarat essence. Earth must indeed be a wondrous planet that nurtures formidable beings. Hong inclined his head slightly, sincerity in his tone. Elder Husu, you flatter me. I merely stand upon the path trodden by countless predecessors, fortunate to glimpse a fraction of the way forward. Upon learning that the Yatarat people had unique achievements in the application of energy, Hong inquired, might we have the honor of learning from you? A broad smile spread across Elder Husu's face as he nodded without hesitation. Your energies are harmonious and devoid of malice. You are undoubtedly welcome guests. Knowledge exists for the purpose of exchange and inheritance. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to understand. Thank you, Elder Husu. Hong expressed his gratitude earnestly. Wow, this is amazing, Wukong exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. He had unwavering faith in Hong's judgment. If Hong deemed it worth learning, it must be extraordinarily impressive. As a pure martial artist, nothing thrilled him more than the pursuit of new mysteries of power. The following day, guided by Elder Husu, the two arrived at the entrance of an extraordinary structure. It appeared to be solidified from flowing blue energy, its surface shimmering with a gentle radiance, resembling a gigantic crystal half embedded in the ground. This was the knowledge sanctuary of the Yatarat, or their library. Upon entering, they found the interior space far more expansive than it appeared from outside. There were no traditional bookshelves. Instead, countless energy orbs emanating soft light floated in midair, gently rotating. As Hong's mental energy or gaze touched a particular orb, relevant information would flow directly into his consciousness. Growth technique, scaling up the body and power proportionately, yet with reduced flexibility. Shrinking technique, penetrating the enemy's body to wreak havoc. Fascinating. Hong's thoughts raced, recalling classic scenes from his previous life as the Monkey King. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Replication technique, creating tangible clones based on energy. Isn't that just the shadow clone technique? His spirit surged with excitement at the high value of this skill, instantly imprinting its core principles and energy structure deep within his mind. Restoration technique, not as efficient as my artificial senza beans. Shield technique, ingeniously structured, but its defensive strength doesn't match my tricolored particle shield. Splitting technique, life-saving, but power and talent are divided. Much like the gods and Piccolo, a steep price to pay. Fusion technique, perfect resonance and overlapping energies of two life forms, geometrically multiplying combat power. Is this akin to the Patera earrings? A glimmer of insight sparked in Hong's eyes. The strategic significance of this technique was immense. It must be mastered. Teleportation technique, energy perception and spatial sensing. This section appears incomplete. Hong furrowed his brow, sensing that some content was missing. As he rapidly scanned these practical techniques, a dim energy orb forgotten in the depths of the library seemed to respond to his highly active mental probing, emitting an exceedingly faint fluctuation. The subtlety of that pulse was so delicate that it would have been nearly imperceptible were it not for Hong's formidable mental prowess. An instinctive and powerful allure compelled Hong's consciousness to extend towards it. As his mental energy enveloped the inconspicuous gray orb, an aura far older and deeper than any previous records began to emanate, as if it contained the fundamental rules of the universe. The information within the orb activated, projecting 4 ancient characters imbued with profound meaning, the source of energy. Hong uttered softly, his attention instantaneously captivated. He ceased his exploration of the other techniques and cautiously touched the ancient energy record with his mental energy. Wow, so many techniques. What should I learn? Wukong's voice chimed in beside him. Growth? That seems cumbersome. Clones? That sounds fun. Teleportation? That sounds amazing. Can I just zip anywhere? Wukong's excitement was palpable, reminiscent of a child in a candy store, as he inspected each orb with enthusiasm yet faced a dilemma of choice. All right, I've decided. I'll start with the teleportation technique. His eyes lit up like stars as he made his decision. Mr. Wukong wishes to learn teleportation? Elder Husu's voice resonated just then, as he floated above on a slightly elevated platform, observing the two below. The transmission of this technique is not complete. The records in the library are somewhat lacking. It is one of our most profound spatial arts. If you wish to learn, you may need to seek Elder Supa, the only one who has fully mastered it. Really? Wukong immediately turned to Elder Husu, anticipation brimming on his face. "Where is Elder Supa? Please take me to him." He was eager to grasp this extraordinary ability. Of course, Elder Husu nodded with a smile, gently descending from the platform. Elder Supa resides in the tranquil forest on the far side of the planet, a bit of a distance from here. Coincidentally, I should also report the good news of Frisia's defeat to him. However, Elder Husu's words trailed off suddenly. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed toward Hong, who was now seated in a meditative posture before the source of energy orb, his aura becoming exceedingly enigmatic. It was not a powerful energy eruption, but rather a subtle change that was difficult to articulate. He seemed to be breathing, yet the rise and fall of his chest were imperceptible. Although he was right there, Hong's mental energy swept through him as if passing through a void. Only the previously dormant aura of the ancient orb radiated with an eternal rhythm, resonating with Hong's energy in an incomprehensible manner. The once tranquil energy orbs floating within the library appeared to be drawn by this faint resonance, beginning to orbit Hong slowly like planets. This was beyond Elder Husu's comprehension. His previously gentle smile vanished, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. He is eliciting the resonance of the source of classics? How is this possible? No one has ever, since the birth of the universe. Wukong sensed the anomaly as well, his excitement dampening as he curiously observed Hong and glanced at Elder Husu. What is happening with Hong? That orb seems alive. Elder Husu took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and looked at Wukong with a complex gaze. Mr. Hong is currently engaging with the most ancient and core inheritance of our Yatarat people, the source of energy. It is not merely a specific combat technique, but a supreme classic elucidating how to use energy to access the fundamental laws governing the universe's energy flow. Since the distant era of our ancestors, my kin has steadfastly guarded this legacy. Throughout the protracted ages, countless sages have endeavored to communicate with it and comprehend its essence. Yet they have only mastered superficial techniques for future generations to study. There has never been an instance where the legacy actively engaged in communication with humanity. Once more, his gaze turned toward the immersive crimson hue, his tone tinged with reverence, as Mr. Hong seemed to have achieved a direct communion with the legacy. Wukong, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. He might not grasp the entirety of the situation, but he could sense that Hong's current state was indeed extraordinary and significant. Was it necessary for Hong to remain undisturbed? Elder Husu affirmed, "Indeed, such communication is profoundly delicate and must not be interrupted. Mr. Wukong, let us seek Elder Supa to learn about instantaneous movement," I instructed, ensuring that everyone understood not to disturb Mr. Hong. All right, Wukong nodded. At this moment, Hong's mental energy was deeply immersed in ancient wisdom. There were no specific diagrams of techniques, nor intricate pathways of energy flow. Only the fundamental elucidation remained. All things and laws possess their own essence and breath. This essence is the imprint of existence's rules. Each speck of dust, every glimmer of starlight, and even the very fluctuations of time and space possess a unique rhythm of vitality. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Hong. His past practices, observations, and doubts finally coalesced around the core of understanding. Among the methods of cultivating perception, one could infinitely amplify the domain of one's awareness, even enveloping the entire universe. Another method involved condensing perception to its utmost, focusing on the nearly ethereal ripples of the microscopic world. The cultivation of essence involved, through microscopic perception, refining one's control over essence to its peak, allowing a single breath of essence to be divided into multiple parts, each capable of serving distinct purposes simultaneously. Under microscopic perception, through exquisite control of essence, one could resonate with other essences and subsequently merge with them. Mastery of this method could even lead to the fusion of essence with the very rules themselves. A tempest of realization surged within Hong, resonating with the essence of the origin of essence with unprecedented intensity. The path he traversed, the flow of divine source, the perception of cellular rhythm, the mastery of essence control, and the integration of essence with the environment. All these core philosophies aligned perfectly with this ancient supreme classic. He felt akin to a lone traveler who, after a long journey through darkness, suddenly beheld a lighthouse, the brilliance of which validated the accuracy of the fragmented map he held. An overwhelming sense of recognition and enlightenment flooded his heart. Great techniques, expansion, reduction, division, proliferation, fusion, instantaneous movement. The Atalardi had long been practicing the path of the essence's origin, while he had just begun. Hong's spirit was entirely absorbed in this vast validation and completion, meticulously studying every phrase and word regarding cultivation. The profound essence surrounding him grew increasingly deep and restrained, as the energy orb suspended in the library revolved around him. their trajectories seemingly infused with the rhythm of the cosmos's inception. Time became an abstract concept, and as he delved deeper into the simulated cells of Namek, the energy of the Senzu beings, and even the rhythmic fragments branded by Goldo, they began to emit peculiar vibrations, gradually merging with his own essence. Whether it was eons or mere moments, the essence within Hong emitted an extraordinary rhythm, a faint white light radiating from him, embodying a mysterious and sacred aura. With a soft exhale, the brilliance gradually receded, and Hong carefully sensed the vibrations within. The rhythm emitted by his cells now bore a heightened sense of sanctity, a resonance more attuned to the principles of all things. His perception of the external world sharpened, revealing new, previously undetectable patterns within his awareness. Had the dimension evolved? Chapter 86. The Birth of the Super Earthling. The changes brought about by dimensional advancement were distinctly perceivable, as the invisible shackles deep within his bloodline seemed to shatter. Hong could clearly sense the essence generated within him, both in its refinement and capacity, having ascended to a new plateau. Yet, he did not rush to enhance his combat prowess. After defeating Frisia, the forthcoming years promised a semblance of tranquility. He submerged his mental energy once more into the luminous orbs floating within the sanctuary of knowledge. At this moment, his comprehension of the principles governing all things was exponentially clearer than it had been upon his arrival. The techniques crafted by the Adelardi, merging fragments of rules, revealed their fundamental energetic structures before his discerning eyes. He swiftly revisited and analyzed all documented techniques, imprinting this information deep within his consciousness. Among them, two techniques particularly captured his attention. The first was the technique of proliferation. Utilizing essence as a foundation, it perfectly simulated the unique rhythms of his own cells, energy, and consciousness, creating tangible doppelgangers. What astonished Hong most was that these essence-constructed avatars could temporarily harbor consciousness. Essentially, it was the essence perfectly mimicking the specific frequency fluctuations of conscious activity. Regrettably, the drawbacks were substantial. This simulation placed an immense burden on mental energy, with the duration of the avatar's consciousness reliant on the strength of the caster's mental power. Once consciousness dissipated, the essence forming the avatar would rapidly disperse, leading to its inevitable dissolution. Another glaring flaw was the energy consumption. He would need to draw upon more than 2/3 of his essence to condense an avatar possessing merely 1/3 of his foundational energy. In high-stakes combat, this skill was utterly impractical. The second technique was fusion. It allowed the essences of two life forms to achieve perfect resonance, exponentially amplifying their combat prowess, along with their talents and experiences. The principle was akin to the Patera earrings, yet it relied more heavily on the compatibility of both essences. As Hong juxtaposed these two techniques in his mind, a spark ignited. The doppelganger created by the proliferation technique was a perfect replica, harmonizing intricately with his own rhythm. Therefore, what if he were to cast the fusion technique on himself before the avatar's consciousness dissipated? After several experiments, Hong discovered that while the fusion did not enhance combat prowess, all sensory data, experiences, and insights gathered during the avatar's existence returned to the original self in an untainted form the moment of fusion. This was nothing short of a cultivation artifact. Hong murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement, especially for someone like him, who devoted the majority of his time to microscopic research on cells and the simulation of energy rhythms. This was akin to wielding a cheat, equivalent to an accelerator for cultivation. One avatar could focus on simulations, while another could engage in practical combat or skill training, exponentially boosting efficiency. Within the sanctuary of knowledge, Hong's figure began to flicker and divide. At times he split into three, each avatar swelling to cast gigantic techniques, then shrinking to practice reduction techniques. His position shifted in space, occasionally merging back into one, seated in meditation. The vast hall resonated with his exhilarated laughter upon grasping key insights, only to lapse into prolonged silence. His brow furrowed as he grappled with intricate barriers of rules. Time flowed silently amidst his cultivation and simulations, and he lost track of how long had passed. Having nearly mastered the techniques, it was time to refine that embryonic concept. Hong murmured to himself, his gaze shimmering with determination and anticipation. Whoosh! His figure split into three, each maintaining a meditative posture, their formidable mental energies harmonizing to initiate a full-scale simulation. Perfecting the energy model based on the core principles of Saiyan cells, entirely reconstructing it to suit Earthlings. A pale golden, intricate structure spun rapidly within his mental space, combining and optimizing with each iteration. Every failed attempt was discarded, while every minuscule advancement was immediately solidified. The Earthling cells within Hong, referencing the frequency data of Saiyan cells that triggered energy resonance amplification, sought the optimal frequency for resonance through countless experiments. Success. 3 silhouettes simultaneously whispered, their faces illuminated with unadulterated joy, as the 3 projections ultimately converged into identical forms. Within their bodies, a stable and intricate Earthling S cell, radiating a faint white glow, had finally taken shape. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 figures merged into one. A slender stream of pale golden energy erupted within, and the crimson aura began to surge back to its zenith. Concurrently, the red mental energy locked onto the dormant Earth S cell within. Following the optimal frequency deduced from their calculations, it was abruptly activated. Buzz. A pale white flame instantly surged forth from their entire being. Unlike the frenzied golden light of a Saiyan transformation, this aura appeared more restrained, pure, imbued with a peculiar sense of rhythm. The original battle power, exceeding 300,000, was abruptly elevated to over 3 million. Only 3 million? After the exhilaration of successful deduction, a hint of astonishment flickered across the face of Hong. Only a tenfold increase. His mental energy swiftly turned inward, conducting a millisecond-level comparative analysis between the functioning modes of the active Earth S cell and the Saiyan S cell. So that's it. It's still a matter of bloodline. Moments later, a relieved smile graced Hong's face. Achieving a tenfold transformation with an Earthling bloodline was already quite remarkable. This was not a transformation that merely strained or depleted potential. Not every phase of the Super Saiyan transformation yields a 50-fold increase. Hong closed his eyes once more to deduce, estimating that an ordinary Earthling bloodline could achieve a 3-fold increase during transformation. His 10-fold enhancement was a boon from the augmented bloodline post-dimensional evolution. He theorized that after the next leap in life tier, the amplification could potentially reach around 30 times. However, there were drawbacks to transformation as well. The physical stamina consumption would intensify significantly post-transformation, far exceeding his expectations and surpassing that of Saiyan transformations. The Earthling bloodline's shortcoming in sustaining energy bursts was glaringly evident. Yet, this was not insurmountable. Hong's thoughts swiftly connected to one of the Ardrat's secret arts he had just thoroughly comprehended, the recovery technique. The essence of this skill lies in guiding energy to resonate at a specific frequency, effectively stimulating cellular vitality. Not only does it accelerate healing, but it also significantly enhances stamina recovery speed. As long as the rhythm is mastered and the recovery technique is promptly activated post-transformation, the drawbacks of this powerful yet short-lived burst could be greatly alleviated. Thus, the true Super Earthling was born. As the training concluded, Hong's 3 silhouettes simultaneously retracted their auras, dispelling the replication technique, while 2 of the doppelgangers transformed into fleeting lights and returned to the original form. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Hong had been wholly immersed in his training, making it difficult to gauge the precise duration. The temple no longer held any lessons for him. It was time to see how Goku was progressing in his training. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance of tension and relaxation. Hong concentrated his mental energy, leaving behind a fragment of his training insights within the temple's orb of knowledge. His spirit expanded, instantly enveloping the entire Ardrat star. He precisely locked onto that familiar, pure, and vibrant aura. With a flicker of thought, Hong's figure silently appeared beside Goku, whose aura was flickering unpredictably. Wow! Goku exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance, causing his aura to explode. Upon recognizing the visitor, his face instantly blossomed with a delighted smile. Hong, you startled me. Have you completed your training? Hong smiled and nodded at Goku. Yes, I have. Goku suddenly realized, his eyes wide with astonishment as he pointed at the spot where Hong had just appeared. Huh? Was that instant transmission? You've already mastered it? His face was painted with disbelief. He had only been practicing with Elder Supa for a month and hadn't even scratched the surface. Yet Hong was already employing it so adeptly? Hong nodded again, his demeanor calm. As expected of you, Hong. That's impressive. Goku exclaimed, initially amazed, then scratching his head in mild frustration. I've only been training for less than a month, but it's great that you've learned it. His momentary frustration was swiftly replaced by pure joy for Hong's success, his eyes sparkling. I need to work harder. Goku clenched his fists, instantly brimming with determination. Only a month? Hong was genuinely surprised this time. His time spent in the temple felt significantly longer. The flow of time within the temple differed from that of the outside world. A calm and gentle voice echoed as a figure approached, resembling a pink Ardrat being. The muscular lines were more pronounced, yet the skin was a deep azure, exuding a dense and heavy aura. 10 days in the temple equates to just 1 day outside. The blue-skinned Ardrat being added with a smile. Hong politely nodded. Greetings, Elder Supa, I am Hong, from Earth. Now it made sense. The discrepancy in time flow explained why it felt so prolonged. Elder Supa regarded Hong with genuine gratitude in his eyes. I've heard from Husu. Thank you for defeating Frisia and sparing our planet from disaster. You're too kind. It was truly Goku who defeated Frisia, Hong replied candidly. Regardless, you are forever friends of the Ardrat Star, Elder Supa asserted gravely. Hong smiled and nodded. I have inscribed the method of my training in source energy flow and left a copy in the orb of knowledge within the temple. I hope it may inspire or enhance the training of the Ardrat people, Hong added. Elder Supa's eyes sparkled with excitement, a broad smile breaking across his face. Really? This is an immense gift. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The legacy from an extraterrestrial powerhouse held value beyond imagination. Knowledge exists for the purpose of exchange and inheritance. With a smile, Hong recalled Elder Husu's words. Hey Hong, how did you master instant transmission? Please tell me. Goku interjected, clearly more interested in the technique. The key lies in perception. Calm your mind and carefully sense the aura of the surrounding space. Feel its breath. Then, adjust your own aura to gradually synchronize with the breath of the space, Hong explained, directing his gaze towards Goku, striving to articulate it in a manner he could comprehend. Once your aura harmonizes with the breath of the space, you have grasped the conditions for instant transmission. After that, simply sense the location of a particular aura. Then mobilize your own aura, allowing it to merge with the aura of space, and you will have succeeded. Essentially, you transform your body into a part of the space. Hong elaborated. Goku furrowed his brow, instinctively scratching his head. That sounds really difficult. Yet, recalling Hong's earlier stealthy appearance ignited his fierce competitive spirit and thirst for knowledge. He ceased questioning further and immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to concentrate, attempting to sense the breath of space as Hong described. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Elder Supa, Hong took his leave. He focused his energy. Whoosh! The space subtly rippled, and Hong's figure vanished. On Earth, near the Flame Mountain, by the waterfall, Piccolo was suspended in front of the waterfall, exuding a dense aura as he engaged in his daily training. An aura, both familiar and alien, suddenly appeared beside him. Piccolo's muscles tensed instantaneously, his aura instinctively flaring as he pivoted sharply in caution. Upon recognizing the visitor, the sharpness in his eyes transformed into excitement and respect, and he promptly landed and bowed deeply. Master, you've returned. Hong regarded Piccolo with a warm smile, remaining silent. His formidable mental energy instantly radiated outward, precisely capturing the auras of Earth's warriors, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dend, converging towards Piccolo. A clear voice resonated, transcending the barriers of space, echoing directly in the hearts of each individual. This is a newly acquired technique mastered after the cultivation of the Red Source Sutra, akin in principle to instantaneous movement, wherein one's thoughts and intentions are projected directly into the target's consciousness, disregarding spatial constraints. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others were initially taken aback, but their faces quickly transformed with immense joy. It is the master. Without hesitation, they unleashed their auras, transforming into streaks of light, soaring at full speed towards the direction of the Flaming Mountain waterfall. This sudden collective action left many Earth martial artists, who were training on the outskirts of Flaming Mountain, in a state of uncertainty, suspecting yet another formidable foe was approaching. Are all those Earthlings heading towards a single point? In the gravity chamber, Raditz paused his training. Puzzled. What is going on? Nappa frowned. A glimmer of insight flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Could it be that Kakarot has returned? A sense of urgency inexplicably surged within him. Let's go. The three Saiyan auras also ascended dramatically, following closely behind the others. On the open ground by the waterfall, everyone soon gathered. Upon seeing Red, who appeared unscathed and whose aura seemed even more profound and restrained, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and the others were overwhelmed with excitement. Momentarily at a loss for words, Red said little. He had integrated the knowledge acquired on planet Yardrat, tailored it to suit the physical characteristics of the Earthlings, and transmitted the suitable portions, including the Earth version of the S-cell transformation method he had perfected, directly into the minds of each Earth warrior through a mental imprint. An immense flow of information surged into their minds, and they instantly grasped its inherent value. Krillin and Yamcha opened their mouths in astonishment. Tien Shinhan exchanged a glance with Kairatsu, their eyes filled with shock and gratitude, ultimately condensing their emotions into two weighty words. Master. Vegeta scanned the crowd, noticing Goku's absence, and couldn't help but inquire. Red, where's Kakarot? He is still training on planet Yardrat, Red replied. Damn it. It seems I must intensify my training. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his eyes ignited with fierce determination and unwillingness. Red's gaze swept over the three Saiyans. During your time training on Earth, you must have experienced something. As a Saiyan's power grows, so too does the presence of violent and bloodthirsty negative traits. Therefore, it is crucial to maintain a tranquil mindset while pursuing strength. This not only pertains to your mental state, but is also key to whether you can master higher levels of power in the future. He paused, fixing his gaze on Vegeta and Nappa, and then Raditz. Unlike Goku, who grew up on Earth and possesses a relatively pure heart, you will need a stronger will to suppress and transform those negative emotions, requiring more effort to maintain your peace. The Source God flow I have developed, though not entirely suitable for Saiyans with boundless potential, contains elements regarding the perception of all things and maintaining a tranquil mind that you too can practice. This will undoubtedly aid you in controlling yourselves and comprehending higher realms. Nappa and Raditz nodded eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. Vegeta, though equally thrilled inside, turned his head away, prideful. Red bid farewell. I will soon venture deeper into the universe for further training. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone revealed evident reluctance. Yet they understood that with Red's level of mastery, the earthly environment could hardly satisfy his needs. After some brief exchanges, they each took their leave, invigorated by the new methods imparted by Red, plunging once again into their respective training. They too aspired to keep pace with their master. As the gathering dispersed, Piccolo observed them with an unmistakable envy in his eyes. Transforming like a Saiyan, alas, he was not of Earth. Red smiled and said, Piccolo, I believe with your talent and foundation, you too can achieve that transformation. You may use it as a reference to cultivate your own S-cells. Piccolo nodded solemnly. I understand. Master, I will not disappoint you. Without further words, Red nodded and, with a flicker of thought, vanished from sight. He visited Chi-Chi and Gohan, imparted his training methods, and then returned to the Knowledge Sanctuary on planet Yardrat. Chapter 88, The Laws of Time. The Knowledge Sanctuary of planet Yardrat. Upon returning to the serene Knowledge Sanctuary, Red sat cross-legged in midair. Given that the flow of time here differs from the outside world, mastering its rules and potentially exploiting them, alongside the fragment of the time-stopping law from Guldo imprinted within him, undoubtedly presented a tantalizing path, one that would consume Red's full attention in the forthcoming research. Without a moment's hesitation, Red focused his mind, and three figures simultaneously split from him, each sitting cross-legged and suspended in the center of the hall. The three powerful mental energies immersed themselves in the sanctuary's unique energy field, concentrating on perceiving and unraveling its core mysteries. Time lost its meaning amid this focused analysis. 3 years quietly elapsed within countless instances of introspection and data comparison. On this day, as the three figures reconverged, a profound realization surged within Red, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment. So that is it. He fully comprehended the essence of the sanctuary's differential time flow. The seemingly ancient runes on the sanctuary walls continuously emitted a specific, extraordinarily esoteric frequency rhythm. This rhythm formed an invisible barrier that obstructed the synchronized flow of time. Just as the fluctuating frequency of his tricolored shield could block energy attacks, the rhythm of these runes hindered the consistency of internal and external time flow, forcefully stretching the internal time flow by tenfold. Red's avatars engaged in meticulous sensory exploration within and outside the sanctuary, precisely discerning and contrasting every nuance in the time rhythm. Ultimately, he confirmed that the frequency fluctuations differential remained consistently at tenfold. It was this frequency difference that created the disparity in time flow between the inside and outside. Suppressing the excitement within him, Red closed his eyes to calm his mind, operating the Source God flow to adjust his state to its peak. Subsequently, the three avatars appeared once more. This time, the objective was to analyze the time-stopping rhythm imprinted deep within his consciousness by Guldo. Another 3 years flew by in the exploration of micro-level rules. When the three figures merged once more, Red slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression revealing both understanding and a profound sense of reflection. It was not a true suspension of time. The species to which Guldo belonged possessed a natural rhythm of breath that perfectly aligned with a minuscule fragment of the time rules. What he referred to as time suspension was, in fact, the suspension of his own time flow. This was an extraordinarily clever deception technique, allowing him to momentarily resonate with the fragment of the time rules through his own rhythm, causing his time to become disjointed from the environment, creating the illusion for bystanders that time had halted. This was merely the most superficial application of the laws of time. Yet even so, the ability to temporarily suspend one's own time could be deemed a miracle of cosmic life. Red could not help but marvel at the wonders of the universe once more. Without pausing, Red immediately delved into the next phase. He began a feverish theorization, merging the time-stopping rhythm fragment from Guldo with the previously analyzed rune rhythm of time flow. 2 years later, time suspension, Red shouted, his aura mimicking the specially optimized rhythm of fusion. A hum, an indescribably profound wave radiated from him, expanding outward. Within a 1-meter radius around him, the flow of time seemed to be forcefully frozen by an invisible power. The dust in the air ceased to drift. The spatial rhythm halted, and everything fell into absolute stillness. This state lasted only a breath, after which the wave dissipated, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. It worked. Red's eyes burst forth with ecstatic brilliance, but he was soon overtaken by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. His complexion turned pale in an instant. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, for his internal energy had been entirely drained within that brief moment. The consumption was immense. He gasped for breath, his voice tinged with a hint of fragility. The effort to maintain this temporal manipulation came at a cost far beyond his imagination. The pale golden life energy rapidly dissipated from his body, nourishing his waning form. After 30 breaths, the crimson aura surged back to its zenith. Yet, he was not content. The researcher's almost obsessive thirst for exploration was thoroughly ignited. He immersed himself once more. This time with an even more audacious objective. He began to attempt to unravel the rhythm of the temple's time distortion, analyzing and deducing in the completely opposite direction of acceleration. 2 years later, time reversed. Red concentrated all his mental acuity, willpower, and strength, simulating a reverse temporal rhythm. Simultaneously, the 9 strands of pale golden life energy within him coalesced into one, exploding within his being. A wave more profound than the previous time suspension suddenly erupted. This time, Red distinctly sensed that the minuscule space around him seemed to genuinely retreat by a mere 0.0000000000001 seconds. Almost simultaneously, he violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. A backlash force originating from the realm of rules instantly surged over him. His flesh began to wither at a visibly alarming rate, as if the essence of life was being siphoned away. This is dire. Red's consciousness struggled amidst excruciating pain and rapidly depleting vitality, a chill of despair swiftly engulfing him. The backlash of the rules was far more terrifying and thorough than he had envisioned. A monumental surge of life force attempted to mend the damage. Yet, that restorative pace was woefully inadequate to keep up with the speed of destruction. His body withered, his consciousness dissipated, and Red's vision began to blur. His thoughts grew sluggish. Greed and ambition had led to his impending doom. This thought flickered through his nearly submerged consciousness, just as Red's body was on the brink of complete disintegration, and his awareness was about to succumb to oblivion. A sacred, gentle ripple, imbued with supreme power, unexpectedly radiated from beneath his feet. This force tenderly brushed over him, effortlessly soothing the terrifying backlash of the rules. Red's body instantly ceased its withering, his dissipating life force was replenished, and his languid mental energy was swiftly restored. Everything returned to its original state. A voice, laced with a hint of languor, wonder, and an ethereal quality that belied the mundane, resonated in Red's ears. The voice was sweet and melodious, imbued with a noble essence that looked down upon all beings. Oh, how intriguing, truly intriguing. This voice sent a ripple through Red's just-revived spirit. He gazed up in sheer astonishment. Before him stood a tall figure, having quietly materialized within the temple. She wore a magnificent, exquisitely tailored green robe that accentuated her perfect curves. Her skin was a graceful bluish-green, with long white hair tied up in a high ponytail. And her features were so refined they seemed otherworldly. Most striking was the staff she held, adorned with a crystal sphere that floated at its tip, and her purple eyes, which contained the essence of infinite stars, glimmered with a hint of playful curiosity as they fixated upon him. An indescribable aura of divinity and vastness gently enveloped the hall. A body. Red's pupils constricted, his heart quaking with shock. Chapter 89, The Kanashan Element. Babadi paid no heed to his astonishment, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she lightly tapped her chin, circling around Red as if she were appraising a rare treasure. To think a carbon-based life form can touch the flow of time in reverse, she murmured, a trace of barely perceptible intrigue in her tone. Her figure danced erratically, darting back and forth, her fingertips occasionally playfully poking Red's shoulder, then gliding over the residual energy lingering on his arm. Each flicker carried a crisp fragrance, so close that he could almost feel the warmth of her breath. Babadi seemed blissfully unaware that she was nearly pressed against Red's form. His initial shock was swiftly drowned by an unfamiliar sensation. His heart raced. His cheeks burned with heat. For the first time, he found himself so close to a girl, especially one of such angelic stature. Even the tranquil heart of a divine being could not help but stir with ripples. Such a pure and peaceful aura. Babadi appeared captivated by the unique rhythm of divine energy within Red, nodding slightly, a glimmer of affinity passing through her purple gaze. The essence of a Saiyan. Oh, and the rhythm of an ice demon. Oh, this is a fragment of the time particles from the four-eyed clan of the binary star system. Oh, the imprint of the dragon race's life essence, and the aura of a planetary deity. Fragments of the king of the world's rules. A human from Earth? How could that be? Babadi finally halted her erratic movements, standing directly in front of Red, her purple eyes locking onto his. So close that he could discern the minute trembling of her long eyelashes. So many distinctly different cosmic life essences converge within one being. Is this the incomplete Kanashan element? Her voice suddenly escalated, filled with genuine astonishment as she exclaimed. No wonder it can evoke ripples in time. Her gaze became profoundly deep, penetrating Red's flesh and blood to scrutinize his very essence. A carbon-based life form, indeed, but the dimensional level of his soul surpassed that of his body by such a margin. Babadi leaned in abruptly, her flawless visage nearly touching Red's nose, her violet eyes firmly locking onto his. Your soul energy is truly fascinating. Red's heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to his cheeks, his vision consumed by the reflection of his own in her starry purple orbs. He could even count her eyelashes, feeling the warmth of her breath caress his feverish skin. Babadi seemed entirely absorbed in this extraordinary revelation, oblivious to the fact that her actions had crossed a certain boundary. She even tilted her head slightly, gently pressing her ear against Red's chest, intently listening to the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. The clear sound of his heartbeat echoed through the stillness of the temple. In the next moment, Babadi jolted upright as if struck by lightning. Floating back a small step, a rare blush of the faintest hue graced her otherwise serene, exquisitely crafted features. Coughing lightly as if to cover her surprise, she tightened her grip on her staff, instantly regaining her elegant demeanor of superiority, though her gaze momentarily flickered. An intriguing human from Earth, her voice remained ethereal, yet now carried an imperceptible tremor. To think a soul could evolve into an incomplete Kanashan element. However, without divine sanction. To touch the cosmic rules at your current dimensional level is tantamount to self-immolation. Her tone grew serious. Red calmed the ripples of his emotions, remaining silent. His eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded Babadi. Babadi softly continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Babadi, an angel from the 6th universe, sent by Lord Kampa to seek the whereabouts of Lord Samara's wish orbs in your 7th universe." She explained willingly. Lord Kampa is the god of destruction of the 6th universe. As his attendant, my mission requires discretion, especially since entering another's cosmic territory without permission, particularly given the delicate relationship between Lord Kampa and your Lord Beerus, is quite impolite. She tilted her head slightly, displaying a mix of exasperation and playful charm. Thus, I have been suppressing my own sensing abilities, operating discreetly. The temporal reversal you triggered fortuitously fell within the range of my suppressed perception. Understanding washed over Red's face. He had been puzzled as to why Babadi was present. Yet, his true concern lay not in that, but rather in what she meant by divine sanction to touch the rules. He pondered how to articulate his thoughts, as the information embedded in Babadi's words would undoubtedly resonate like a thunderous explosion to anyone. However, to Babadi's eyes, Red appeared as a bashful youth experiencing the first stirrings of infatuation, standing awkwardly in awe. Unable to suppress a giggle, Babadi's playful spirit flourished. She suddenly glided closer, her lips resembling rubies, almost brushing against his crimson ear. A warm breath, laced with a hint of mischievous laughter, gently caressed his earlobe. You don't seem particularly surprised by what I just told you, do you? Boom. Red felt a surge of warmth rush to the crown of his head, his ears instantly turning crimson, as he instinctively recoiled a step back. How could an angel, a celestial observer of the universe, the pinnacle of existence, also indulge in such tantalizing teasing? No wonder his cultivation was lacking. Being provoked by such a being, who was perhaps even loftier than a divine entity, could be overwhelming. He swiftly quelled his body's instinctive response, suppressing his emotions as he replied. Perhaps it's due to the nature of my cultivation. I've learned a bit from Lord King. Red's reaction only served to amuse Bardos further. Her violet eyes curved into crescent moons, laughter dancing in her shoulders as she seemed to relish the joy of rendering this little fellow utterly flustered. How curious you are, she exclaimed, her laughter subsiding, yet her voice still carried a trace of mirth. I've never seen anyone traverse the path of dimensional evolution without divine authority before. However, this path is far too gradual. With an elegant gesture, she raised her delicate hand, a minuscule point of pure white light, imbued with an indescribable sacred aura, coalescing at her fingertip. A gentle tap sent the light darting towards Red's forehead, where it silently penetrated his brow. A gift for you, Bardos said, retracting her hand while her violet eyes sparkled with laughter. Do your best, little one. I eagerly anticipate witnessing how far you can go. No sooner had she spoken than her red and blue staff lightly tapped the ground. A soft hum resonated, and the space around her rippled with gentle waves. Her figure and the vast, divine aura evaporating in an instant, leaving no trace behind. It was as if their electrifying and ambiguous encounter had merely been a peculiar dream. Yet, within his mind, that ethereal and melodious voice still echoed. Evolution is pure. Do not inscribe the rules upon yourself. Chapter 90. Abandonment and the path of cultivation. Once Bardos departed, the sanctum returned to its former tranquility, the floating energy orbs continuing to emit their soft glow. Red still felt the lingering warmth of her breath and the refreshing laughter that resembled a mountain spring. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against his ear, where her breath had touched, as if it still carried a faint electric charge. The exquisite visage that had been so close, those violet eyes brimming with the cosmos, and the warmth that had nearly enveloped him. Red shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those images, forcibly redirecting his focus to Bardos's final words. Evolution is pure. Do not inscribe the rules upon yourself. He pondered this statement, his expression growing increasingly grave. Did Bardos sense a problem? Red meticulously contemplated her counsel, mentally retracing her words regarding purity and the imprints of rules. He gradually began to comprehend that, much like the deities and the king, their power resided in their life rhythms, resonating deeply with the rules of Earth and the galaxy. This, in essence, was to inscribe the fragments of these cosmic rules upon their very beings. Such resonance and imprinting, while enabling them to harness the power of the universe and significantly accelerate their evolution, also meant that their paths of evolution, their forms of existence, and even the limits of their power were firmly ensnared within the framework of the universe's rules. This fundamentally conflicted with his core philosophy of the source divine flow, which sought to shatter all shackles and evolve infinitely. How could one transcend the universe while being inscribed with its rules? Red understood. He recalled Bardos's boundless and pure divine power. Although he currently lacked the ability to analyze even a fraction of it, an instinct rooted in his very essence, a perception at the level of his soul, informed him. Bardos demonstrated how to influence, guide, and alter the rules using her own incredible power, rather than inscribing those rules upon herself to borrow their strength. This was a fundamental distinction. Red's realization deepened. This time it was clearer and more resolute. Without hesitation, he began to act. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated his mental energy like never before. He activated the splitting technique, not for self-preservation or to create a doppelganger, but to peel away. He guided his mental energy deep into the minutiae of his cellular factors, locating the foreign entities imprinted upon his cellular rhythm. The simulated Saiyan berserk factor and S cells separated. The fragments of Guldo's time rhythm separated. The cells of Namekian's and the Dragon Clan's rhythm separated. The rule resonance fragments of planetary deities separated. The rule fragments of the King's divine authority separated. These traces, representing the diverse power characteristics of cosmic life, were forcibly split from his cellular factors using the principles of the splitting technique. Weak yet distinct beams of light, runes, and rhythm fragments floated around him. Red observed these remnants, once deemed essential for his evolution and painstakingly imprinted and fused, without a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. He obliterated these extraneous entities completely. With a soft pop, as if a deflated balloon, the aura that had once exceeded 300,000 in value plummeted dramatically. Ultimately, it fell to less than 10,000. An unprecedented sense of weakness washed over him, as though he had been hollowed out, making even levitation a struggle. Yet, rather than despair, Red's face radiated a sense of relief and liberation. This faint yet profoundly solid aura of 10,000 represented the essence of Red, the Earthling, stripped of all foreign impurities. It no longer struggled with the entanglements of other rules. Only the life rhythm nurtured by the source divine flow remained, uniquely his own. He felt an unprecedented lightness and purity coursing through him. Slowly, he raised a finger, a delicate beam of light gathering at its tip. Though weak, this light belonged solely to Red's pure essence. He began to experiment with controlling this strand of light, attempting to mimic the unique rhythmic pulse of the energy of the Senzu bean. He sought to simulate, vibrate, and reproduce that rhythm. As time passed, sweat beaded on Red's forehead. He focused intently, his mental energy sharply concentrated, meticulously adjusting the rhythm and vibration frequency of that beam of light. He strove for perfect harmony with the rhythm of the Senzu bean stored in his memory. Finally, after relentless attempts, the faint beam of light at his fingertip began to exhibit subtle changes in its energy rhythm. It grew increasingly clear and stable, ultimately forming a frequency almost identical to that of the Senzu bean's energy rhythm. Success. A flicker of fatigue crossed Red's eyes, but excitement eclipsed it. Without hesitation, he drew another finger across his arm, creating a shallow cut. Carefully, he directed the beam of light that simulated the life rhythm of the senzu bean into the wound. Buzz! An extremely faint pulse of life energy diffused from the wound. Miraculously, the cut began to heal at a slow pace. Although the effect was minuscule compared to genuine senzu bean energy, and the recovery speed was pitifully slow, it worked. Yet, the energy within him did not recover a single bit due to this simulated senzu bean energy. The energy he had consumed was simply gone. Perhaps, as Red gazed at the slowly healing wound on his arm, he pondered, since this senzu bean energy was simulated from my own essence, it could only influence external injuries, but not replenish my own consumed energy? Or could it be that my dimensional capacity is still insufficient? He did not dwell on this, for this initial success was already profoundly exhilarating. He promptly sat cross-legged again, activating the Source Divine Flow nurturing technique to replenish his expended energy. As the state returned to its zenith, he embarked on a new experiment. After an indeterminate span of time, a long, languid exhale of murky breath escaped from Hong's lips, and his tightly shut eyes suddenly burst open, radiating brilliance. After countless trials, he had indeed succeeded. Although the result was minuscule and far from the trillion-fold effects of the original rules, he had undeniably managed to simulate and influence the external manifestations of the rules solely through his intrinsic power and comprehension of the rules, without relying on any external fragments. This was no longer mere borrowing. It was true influence and simulation. This validated the correctness of his path. He firmly believed that by traversing this route, driven purely by his inner essence and the flame of his origin, he would ultimately reach that exalted pinnacle. Chapter 91. A Video Call with Beerus. Within the sacred temple of Adralat, Hong's consciousness sank deep within, locking onto a minuscule, rice grain-sized orb of pure white light that emanated a sacred and vast aura. A gift left by Beerus before her departure. Its surface was cloaked in layers of incomprehensible membranes, shielding it from external scrutiny. Gathering all his mental energy, Hong cautiously probed the orb, attempting to decipher the rhythmic flow of its outermost layer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment his mental energy made contact, the orb emitted a deep resonance. Oh my, it seems you have indeed accomplished it. A languid, ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated within the sea of Hong's consciousness. There, amidst the void of his mind, the exquisite visage of Beerus materialized. She elegantly rested her chin on one hand, a hint of an elusive smile gracing her lips. Her violet eyes, brimming with the cosmos, gazing at him with keen interest. Beerus. Hong was taken aback. Could this minuscule orb possess communication capabilities? Indeed. Beerus appeared quite pleased with Hong's talent, her eyes curving into crescent moons, delighted at how swiftly he had identified the solution. Miss Beerus, greetings. I am grateful for your guidance and gift, which has illuminated my path and spared me from wandering astray. Hong's voice was imbued with sincerity. Beerus's reminders had indeed helped him pinpoint the issue. However, a lingering question remained. What is divine authority permission? And what exactly is the Carnos fragment you previously mentioned? Beerus languidly adjusted her pose, resting her chin on her hand. The Carnos fragment can be understood as the manipulatable, fundamental unit of cosmic rules. In simpler terms, it is the basic unit of angelic power. What? Angelic power? Hong's consciousness surged with tumult. The information was utterly staggering. Yes, indeed. Beerus seemed to have anticipated his shock. Generally speaking, deities within the universe, such as the realm kings you have encountered, resemble borrowers of rules. Their life rhythms resonate with the rules of a particular cosmic region, allowing them to harness the limited power of that area for their own use. She extended a delicate finger upwards. Above them, the realm gods wield the power of creation's rules, while the destroyers command the power of destruction's rules. They have mastered a specific aspect of cosmic rules to its utmost, yet remain defined and bound by that singular rule. This is what constitutes divine authority permission. Her gaze was fixed on Hong, who was attentively absorbing her words, his eyes alight with curiosity, seemingly enhancing her mood. The dragon race is rather unique. They command the power of causality. This power resembles a highly privileged key, capable of invoking other rule powers within the universe. However, the extent of their invocation depends on the dragon race's comprehension and mastery of causality rules. A mysterious smile graced Beerus's lips. As for angels, their power does not stem from the rules of the universe itself. It is known as Carnos power, composed of the most fundamental Carnos fragments. It transcends the cosmic rules. Or rather, it can entirely manipulate and even alter them. Hong's heart raced, as if a grand door to the highest sanctum had swung open, unraveling countless mysteries. Yet a more profound question emerged. Why do I possess this foundational unit of angelic power within me? He blinked, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked toward Bados. Bados, perceiving his bewilderment, chuckled softly. I happened to pass by and noticed the fluctuations of time in reverse. Upon discovering you, an ordinary human from Earth, I was astonished to find that you had simultaneously integrated several rule fragment powers within you. This was truly unprecedented, igniting my curiosity. Upon further investigation, I uncovered a fractured Carnos fragment hidden deep within your soul. It is this incomplete fragment that grants you the ability to bear multiple rule fragments. Bados tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting insight. As for why you possess this potential, there is but one explanation. Your soul does not genuinely originate from the rules of this universe. Boom. A tumult surged within Hong's heart. Had his identity as a traveler been revealed? One of the duties of angels is to oversee the universe. As an outsider, what would his fate be? He channeled the primal energy within him to its utmost, striving to quell his inner turmoil as he patiently awaited Bados' continuation. No need to worry. There are many outsiders in the universe. Bados, a figure of remarkable stature, easily discerned the tumult within Hong's heart. Yet, she noted his commendable composure. Despite his youth and limited cultivation, he maintained serenity even when his roots were exposed. Truly, he was a talented and intriguing young man. Your talent is remarkable. Having managed to devise a method to elevate dimensions, this is a boon for the universe. Furthermore, though your soul is unique, it is remarkably pure and tranquil, which I find quite endearing. With that, she playfully winked at Hong. Bados' candid words and demeanor lifted a weight off his heart as the greatest secret was unveiled. And yet the other party remained unfazed, even exhibiting a touch of warmth. This revelation allowed him to fully release the burden of his innermost secret. Hong, striving to steady his rapid heartbeat, inquired, how then should I cultivate this Carnos power? Or more aptly, how do I complete it? Bados gently shook her head. When your life's dimensional level is sufficiently high, many things will naturally become clear. Focus on your current path, evolve purely, and elevate your dimension. The answers that belong to you will inevitably surface. At that moment, hey, Bados, where is my little bird egg? A deep, imposing roar echoed, laden with palpable impatience. Oh dear. A hint of exasperation flitted across Bados' face as she shrugged at Hong, forming a silent you-know gesture. Her voice retained its ethereal mirth. Quickening in pace, Lord Xiangpa has awakened. We shall connect again later. Remember, elevate your dimension. Before her words could fully dissipate, her consciousness projection vanished without a trace. Hong stood momentarily stunned. The abruptness of her departure felt rather peculiar. It resembled a scene from his past life when one stealthily called someone of the opposite sex, only to be caught by family and hastily hang up. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the absurd and somewhat embarrassing association. Thinking too far. Thinking too far. Dimensions? Hong murmured to himself as his consciousness returned to his body. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the remaining 10,000 units of pure energy within him. Bados' words resonated clearly in his heart. Evolve purely, elevate your dimension. Just as he was about to immerse himself in nurturing his energy once more, a loud voice echoed from the entrance of the temple. Hey, Hong. The iconic boisterous voice of Sun Wukong resounded, shaking the very air. Frisia hasn't he died? He and a more formidable opponent have charged towards Earth. Chapter 92, The Crimson Training. The voice of Sun Wukong reverberated within the expansive sacred hall, imbued with a sense of urgency and an irrepressible combat fervor. Hong's gaze settled upon Wukong. After a long absence, Wukong's aura had grown significantly more profound, enveloped in a harmonious essence, clearly indicating the substantial gains from his training on planet Yardrat. I am not surprised that Frisia survived. His race is capable of enduring the vacuum of space, Hong remarked calmly. As for the other individual, with such formidable energy, he may very well be one of his kin. Wukong scratched his head, exclaiming, incredible. He survived even the planet's destruction. To think there's another powerful adversary. I am itching for a fight with them. His fists clenched unconsciously, and his eyes blazed with pure, fervent combat spirit. Relishing in battle is not inherently negative. However, the battlefield is on Earth. Do you wish to replicate the catastrophic conclusion of planet Namek? Hong's words jolted Wukong from his reverie of confrontational fantasies. The excitement on Wukong's face froze instantly, as if doused with cold water. He vividly recalled the devastation wrought upon Namek, its core shattered, magma flowing freely, leading to utter annihilation. Should such a battle erupt on Earth, all those he cherished, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Krillin, could be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. I understand now. I was too reckless, Wukong sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. Understanding the gravity of the situation is all that matters. Hong nodded in affirmation. He was not surprised by Wukong's reaction. Despite his combative nature, he was not one to disregard the larger picture. Hong closed his eyes, unleashing his unparalleled mental prowess, extending it into the boundless depths of the universe. After mastering the Source Codex, his perception and ability to discern energy had reached unprecedented heights. A moment later, he reopened his eyes. I can sense it. Frisia's energy has grown significantly stronger since our encounter on Namek. There is indeed an exceptionally vast energy nearby. Based on their ship's velocity, it will take them at least 10 months to reach Earth. 10 months? When do we depart? Can our ship catch up to them? Wukong inquired eagerly. Have you not yet mastered instant transmission? Hong questioned. While I may not have grasped it as swiftly as you, I have indeed learned it. Moreover, I am currently studying recovery technique. Mastering this will enhance my combat capabilities. Wukong's spirits lifted at the mention of techniques, demonstrating his enthusiasm. Then we can simply instant transmission back when the time comes. He exclaimed. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization, and he sheepishly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. The fact that he could master such advanced spatial techniques in less than a year truly highlighted his remarkable talent. What of the recovery technique you mentioned? Hong inquired. Oh, that. It's just that I always struggle to control my energy, especially during battles. I can only utilize it when I am still. He scratched his head, a hint of frustration evident. Hong, you must be able to use it in combat, right? Is there any secret to it? Hong readily divulged the core principle. The essence of the recovery technique lies not in the quantity of energy, but in control. You can visualize dividing your energy, allocating a portion for the recovery technique. Haven't you mastered Thunderflame? Thunderflame involves simultaneously controlling energy to manifest different attributes. Maintaining the recovery technique during battle follows the same logic. You can practice by letting it operate automatically while walking, eating, or even sleeping, allowing your body to acclimate. Wukong absorbed each of Hong's words attentively, attempting to simultaneously apply his energy for dual purposes. He concentrated on sensing the subtle shifts within him, and gradually, a look of enlightenment spread across his face. So that is how it is. I think I'm beginning to get it. Thank you, Hong. You're incredible. Much of what Elder Supa said was beyond my comprehension. He grinned, eager to put his newfound understanding to the test. Wukong rubbed his hands together, a vibrant smile illuminating his face as his combat spirit surged once more. Hong, how about we spar? I'd like to test my ability to maintain the recovery technique in battle. Plus, I want to see just how much you've improved over the past year. He could sense that Hong's aura was vastly different from over a year ago, more profound and restrained, igniting his anticipation. Has it truly been over a year? Hong mused. Having been engrossed in the realm of mental energy, without keeping track of time, he shook his head, responding nonchalantly, regardless. I have just expelled the simulated Saiyan cells and other remnants that do not belong to Earthlings from my body. My current energy, while pure, is insufficient to exceed 10,000 in combat power. Moreover, practicing the recovery technique does not necessitate battle. It can also be employed during training. What? Wukong exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he scrutinized Hong from head to toe. You expelled the Saiyan cells? Does that mean you can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan? I was hoping to see whose transformation was more powerful. He harbored an almost blind faith in Hong, trusting that his choices were justified. Even if he did not fully grasp the underlying reasons, he simply lamented the missed opportunity for an exhilarating transformation battle with Hong. Indeed, I can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. A pure path of Source God flow is the correct direction for cultivation. Hong contemplated inwardly. It was not that he was unwilling to inform Wukong, but he needed to dedicate his time to dimensional evolution. He wished to avoid inciting Wukong's insatiable desire for a sparring match to showcase his new transformation. Wukong shook off his disappointment, resolutely raising his fists. Then Hong, focus on your training. Leave Earth's affairs to me. I will protect everyone and ensure that the tragic fate of planet Namek does not repeat itself. Very well, Hong replied with a slight nod. Wukong wasted no time. Placing his fingers to his forehead, he vanished in an instant, utilizing instant transmission to depart the sacred hall, eagerly seeking Elder Supa to practice the recovery technique and further his training. The sacred hall fell silent once more. Hong slowly closed his eyes, resuming his meditative posture suspended in the air. As his mind stirred, his figure split into four. One doppelganger's aura was restrained, contemplating the rhythms of all things in existence. The other two doppelgangers assumed combat stances and clashed together. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dissipating energy shockwaves. Hong's mastery of energy had reached a transcendent level. The two doppelgangers perfectly contained all their power within the confines of their physical exchanges. Each collision bizarrely confined all impact force at the point of contact, wasting not an ounce of energy, nor allowing any residual waves to escape. This was not a battle seeking destruction, but rather a refinement of self-control over one's power, honing combat instincts and techniques. Meanwhile, his original self divided his energy in two. One portion operated the source god flow, nourishing each cell and solidifying his foundation, while the other simulated gravity, enveloping his form for training. One-fold, two-fold, tenfold gravity. This was his current limit. The four Hongs, each in their distinct manner, concurrently advanced their cultivation within this sacred hall where time flowed at tenfold speed.